Chapter 1. The Thieves' Game. This novel centers around the enigmatic kid, the Phantom Thief, where elegance reigns supreme. Interested readers may wish to explore the first 3 chapters before deciding whether to continue on this literary journey. That it was a night of summer, the warm breeze caressed the skin, and the full moon hung high, casting its silvery glow upon all beneath it. This serene beauty was mirrored by the bustling vibrancy of H City. Atop the pinnacle of the city's tallest structure, the International Trade Hotel, a group of a dozen individuals clad in matching attire stood with grave expressions, collectively, holding their breath in anticipation, on high alert. Before them stood a young man dressed in pristine white. His attire a spotless white suit adorned with a 4-leaf clover on his monocle. A white top hat reminiscent of medieval Europe was complemented by a confident smile that danced at the corners of his mouth. A gentle breeze swept through. It billowed the white cape trailing behind him. In that moment, the world fell silent. All gazes were fixed upon the young man, as if he were the sole protagonist of this unfolding drama. Ladies and gentlemen, the youth slowly spread his arms, illuminated by the moonlight, like a deity of games in a realm of fantasy, his lips curling into a self-assured smile. It's show time. Half a day prior. Daylight. Dear viewers, welcome to the live broadcast of the Thieves' Game, Sector 3 of China. I am your host, CC, delighted to meet you all. With the advancement of technology, peace has largely spread across the globe. The primary issues within human society have shifted from the turmoil of war to acts of theft, robbery, and other criminal endeavors. In order to assess the state of crime prevention worldwide and to address gaps in public safety management, nations have collaboratively produced this program. The Thieves' Game is the first and only major production of the United World Government. To better prevent minor offenses, 800 sectors were established globally, each with 10 participants, totaling 8,000 contestants. Upon the commencement of the program, all participants are free to engage in theft and other non-destructive illegal activities in any region, thus acquiring illicit wealth. If they can successfully evade law enforcement and local pursuit teams, while remaining undetected for a specified duration, they are deemed successful. The value of the illicit assets will be converted into cash by the United Government and awarded to the participants. The higher the value of the assets, the longer the duration of the pursuit. Naturally, if a participant is apprehended beforehand, they are eliminated from the game. Upon hearing these rules, the chat room erupted in excitement. No way. Isn't this just legalized crime? Had I known, I would have signed up to just grab some items from a gold shop and find a hideout. The pursuit has a time limit, and all that money would be mine. Are you out of your mind? If you can commit legalized crime, why not just rob a bank? Banks have more money than gold shops. You two are just as foolish with that rusty kitchen knife of yours. How do you expect to rob a bank? You'd be lucky to even break a window. Support. And with cameras everywhere and pursuit teams on your tail, you'd probably step foot into the bank just as they arrive. Indeed, making money isn't easy. The barrage of comments continued to flood the broadcast room, yet it did not hinder the progress of the show. Host CC began to introduce the 10 contestants from a sector. The first contestant was a muscular man. His physique, so impressive it seemed to burst forth from his attire, was Zhou Tai, the former runner-up of the World Boxing Championship. The chat erupted once more. Wait, how did this guy get into the contest? With a physique like that, he'd be recognized on the street. How could he possibly escape? Who says he needs to run? This show doesn't allow firearms with Zhou Tai's strength. Even if surrounded, he could carve a bloody path. Isn't that cheating? While others are fleeing, he's just swinging his fist. Who would dare catch him? Support 1. CC continued with the introductions, and the camera turned to the second participant, a tall and striking woman clad in a black and red fitted robe that accentuated her figure, her expression cold and resolute. CC introduced, this is our second contestant, Lin Qingyao. You may not be familiar with her name, but her uncle is the infamous Thief King from 30 years ago, Lin Shanha. Noticing the camera, Lin Qingyao inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. For some reason, I'm suddenly reminded of my mother. I feel the same way. Look at this place. It's enormous, and these bricks are so long. What are you all focused on? Am I the only one paying attention to the niece of the Thief King? I'm curious too. Ever since Lin Shanha was released from prison 10 years ago, there's been no word of him. I wonder what abilities his niece possesses. Not sure about her skills, but she's definitely more than a 70. I disagree, at least 90. The lively chat did not deter Cece, who continued with the introductions. The third contestant was a middle-aged man, a scar etched across his face, giving him a fierce appearance. The fourth was an elderly gentleman, and the fifth a short man with his face obscured until the last contestant was introduced. Ahem. Cece cleared her throat and revealed the final participant's information. The last contestant is the youngest among our 10 participants. His name is Chen Feng, a recent graduate. From Jiangchang University, as Cece's words faded, the camera turned to Chen Feng. Dressed in smart casual attire, he possessed a refined appearance, his features handsome and youthful, a silver card twirling effortlessly between his fingers, a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding warmth. Upon meeting the camera's gaze, Chen Feng paused his actions and smiled, nodding slightly. There's such a handsome contestant in Sector 3. He seems even more charming than Cohen. Little chick, are you showing your true colors? How can anyone be more handsome than my brother? I refuse to accept that. It's hard not to support him, but this is the thieves' game, not a male model competition. What good is being handsome? You're just bitter because you can't have him. If this young man were to steal from my home, I would not resist at all. I would simply hee. Not at this moment, however, Chen Feng's gaze was not on the camera, but rather upon an invisible light screen before him. Host, Chen Feng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Strength, 15. Average for a human is 10. Intelligence, 155. Average for a human is 90. Charm, 15. Average for a human is 10. Character card, Kid the Phantom Thief Fusion Rate, 15. Skills, Disguise Beginner, Beast Mastery Beginner, Sleight of Hand Intermediate, Master World. Languages Intermediate. System Warehouse, Kid the Phantom Thief Costume X1, Poker Gun X1, Descent Ropes X2, 4D Holographic Projector X1, Bouquet of Roses X99. System. Points, 300. Gazing at the card depicting a white silhouette, Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictability of fate. Who would have imagined that a promising young man of the 21st century would traverse into a parallel world and acquire a character card system, drawing the card of none other than Kid the Phantom Thief? While being a phantom thief is undoubtedly glamorous, it is, after all, a crime. Thus, Chen Feng initially hesitated until he received an invitation to this program. All right, everyone, after all the contestants had introduced themselves, Cece returned to the center of the venue, accompanied by a red box. I invite our 10 contestants to draw lots for your designated locations. Understanding Cece's words, Zhou Tai was the first to step forward, reaching his robust arm into the red box and rummaging about before finally retrieving a slip of paper. Next was the second contestant, Lin Qingyao, followed by the third contestant, Scar. Chen Feng was the last to draw, and by the time it was his turn, only a single slip remained in the box. Unfolding the paper, he found the words clearly inscribed Area 7. Chapter 2. Next to the Pursuit Bureau, the location draw has concluded. Official personnel will now escort each contestant to their designated area. You will participate in the game in the identity of fugitives. 5 minutes after the game commences, the production team will relay your initial locations to the pursuit team. Therefore, at the start of the game, please make your escape as swiftly as possible. During this period, the Heavenly Eye system will conduct live broadcasts of your movements, although the broadcast content will not be disclosed to the pursuit team. Finally, I wish you all good luck. The Heavenly Eye system is a unique surveillance network in this world, formed by satellites in the sky and ground monitoring systems. This surveillance network is far more advanced and comprehensive than those of the past, covering nearly every inhabited area across the globe. Because of this, the ability to combat crime is exceptionally strong, whether it be brazen criminals or petty thieves. They can be swiftly detected, prompting the dispatch of specialized personnel for apprehension. Soon, Chen Feng and the others were escorted to their designated locations, still wearing black blindfolds. The game officially begins. Contestants, please remove your blindfolds. As the announcement echoed through the room, the game commenced, and the 10 live streaming rooms, including Chen Feng's, were activated simultaneously. Wow, I'm suffocating. Finally, it's starting. Let's see where Yao Yao is. Huh? What's going on? Is the production team up to something? Out of 10 contestants, 6 were assigned to the outskirts. This hardly seems fair to those in the city. Ha ha ha. Enough with the fairness talk. Guess what I discovered? One unfortunate soul's initial location is right across from the pursuit team. Just a street away. There's really such a misfortune? I must go see. Count me in. Meanwhile, Chen Feng realized his own precarious position indeed. He was the unfortunate one whose initial location was directly opposite the pursuit bureau. However, he appeared unperturbed, leisurely seated on the sofa, sipping the coffee prepared by the production team. Internally, he was communicating with the system. Ding. Host detected to have officially entered the game. System tasks released. Task 1. Please escape from pursuit under the scrutiny of the crowd. Reward. 1 to 5 fusion of the Phantom Thief Kid card based on task completion. Task 2. Increase your live stream viewer count to 100,000. Current popularity, 9,832. Reward. Skill Enhancement Card X1. Escape under the gaze of the crowd? That seems rather audacious. Chen Feng mused, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, suggesting an intriguing depth to his demeanor. After glancing at the hotel area layout provided by the production team, he had already made a decision. The Phantom Thief Kid would never operate in obscurity. The viewers in the live stream were oblivious to Chen Feng's thoughts. They only saw him sitting back on the sofa, leisurely sipping coffee, appearing resigned to his fate. What's up with this guy? 5 minutes are about to pass, and the pursuit team will soon know his location. Yet he isn't running? I think he's given up. But can you blame him? With only 5 minutes and his initial position right across from the pursuit bureau, who could possibly escape? True, it's a pity to see such a handsome guy get caught so quickly. As the commentator speculated, Chen Feng finally made his move. Maintaining his unhurried demeanor, he set down his coffee cup, stood from the sofa, and slowly exited the room, entering the elevator and pressing the button for the top floor. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, the wails of police sirens echoed. The pursuit team had arrived. Wait, why is he going to the rooftop? Is he planning to jump? Shouldn't he escape to the first floor? Are you foolish? The pursuit team is already here. Going to the first floor would be walking into a trap. Didn't you see the hotel area layout? The rooftop is an open-air bar. There will be a crowd. He must be planning to use the bar patrons as cover to evade capture. That doesn't seem very effective. The pursuit team won't be fooled. They can seal off the exits, and even if they search one by one, they'll eventually find him. Hell, just delay the inevitable. As they spoke, Chen Feng had already arrived at the rooftop. The night had fallen, and a myriad of stars illuminated the dancing crowd below, where lights and starlight intertwined and music melded with voices. Hello, beautiful lady. May I buy you a drink? At the bar, Zhou Wanning stared at Chen Feng, momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, she burst into laughter. Brother, I've been sitting here for quite a while. I've had many who wanted to dance with me, and many who wanted to buy me a drink, but you're the first to ask me to buy you a drink. Zhou Wanning smiled as she appraised Chen Feng. He seemed decent-looking, but he appeared far too young, almost like a little brother. Chen Feng chuckled lightly. There's a first time for everything. Perhaps the drink you hold is willingly offered. As he spoke, Chen Feng gently tapped the glass in Zhou Wanning's hand. Huh? Zhou Wanning momentarily did not comprehend. Yet, Chen Feng offered no explanation, merely smiling as he said, just ask it, and it will reveal its will. Are you going to perform a magic trick for me? Zhou Wanning seemed to grasp the hint. Chen Feng smiled but did not respond. All right, I'll trust you this once. Zhou Wanning placed her glass on the bar counter, suppressing a smile as she addressed the glass. Are you willing to let him drink? After speaking, she looked at Chen Feng, curiosity evident on her face, as if asking, I've said my part, how will you prove it? But before Chen Feng could respond, a gasp erupted from nearby. Wow, is this magic? While what's happening, Zhou Wanning looked on in confusion, only to see the straw in her recently placed glass standing upright in the center. The pale red liquid seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, bubbling forth from the straw, cascading like a fountain into the air, before falling like rain onto the table. In no time, the glass was empty, leaving only a vacant cup and 2 characters written in spilled liquid on the bar top. Willing. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from the surrounding crowd, many casting amazed glances. There's such a smooth operator? I've learned something new. Given Zhou Wanning's alluring figure and exquisite features, she had attracted many suitors at the bar, but none had succeeded. Just when they thought no one could win her over that night, Chen Feng's display left them in awe, realizing that there were indeed layers to skill and charm. How did you do that? Zhou Wanning gazed at Chen Feng, her expression brimming with delight and curiosity. Once more, Chen Feng chose not to answer her question, instead raising a finger to rest just 2 centimeters from her lips, as if to silence further inquiries. Beautiful Miss Zhou Wanning. Remember, never ask a magician for the secret behind their magic. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanning had no choice but to relent, although another question soon followed. How did you know my name? Chen Feng gazed at her with a mysterious smile, seemingly reminding her of his earlier words. Very well. Though she did not receive the answer she desired, Zhou Wanqing chose not to press further. With a swift motion, Chen Feng extended his right hand before Zhou Wanqing, his thumb and middle finger meeting to produce a soft snap. In the next moment, a blue rose materialized in his palm. Might I have the honor of inviting you to dance? Chapter 3. It's showtime. At this moment, the live broadcast room was already in a frenzy, with comments flooding the screen. Wow, what a skill! Is there anyone who understands magic to explain this? Forget about magic. The pursuit team has arrived and is searching each floor. They'll be here any minute. I just saw Zhou Tai over there stealing a car and fleeing. Why is he still flirting with girls here? Who knows? Maybe he has given up the struggle. In the dance floor, accompanied by soothing music, couples swayed together. Chen Feng held Zhou Waning's hand and led her to the center of the dance floor, where they intertwined, their graceful movements showcasing a beautiful dance. While not breathtaking, it exuded elegance. Feeling the warm breath of the person before her, Zhou Waning couldn't help but blush. However, this tranquility was short-lived, abruptly shattered by a sudden commotion. Before anyone in the rooftop bar could react, the previously soft music came to an abrupt halt. The ambient lights switched off, and bright spotlights illuminated the area, transforming the once dim atmosphere into one as bright as day. Upon witnessing this scene, a few hot-tempered patrons were about to curse when the hotel manager burst in, flanked by a group of burly men. Pursuit team, we are here to apprehend a fugitive. Unrelated personnel, please step aside. A fugitive? Who is the fugitive? Oh my goodness. There is a fugitive here. Instantly, chaos erupted in the bar, with voices overlapping in a frenzy. The middle-aged man leading the pursuit team, Lin Chuanxiong, frowned slightly at the sight. It was no wonder that countries around the world had joined forces to produce this program. Modern people had become too complacent, lacking even the most basic crisis response skills. All unrelated personnel, squat against the eastern wall, hands on your heads, and line up. Lin Chuanxiong's booming voice quelled the noise. Some quick-witted individuals rushed to comply, and soon, the remaining patrons followed suit, as if fearing they would be taken hostage by the fugitive if they delayed. In the center of the dance floor, Zhou Wanning also wanted to pull Chen Feng away. However, after a couple of unsuccessful attempts, she turned to him in confusion. What is wrong with you, Chen Feng? You have nowhere to run. Surrender. Zhou Wanning's words were cut off by Lin Chuanxiong's voice, which left her wide-eyed in disbelief. Gazing at the handsome face before her, a chill spread from her heart, rapidly engulfing her entire being. Why you? You are the fugitive? Zhou Wanning stammered, her lips trembling in terror. In that moment, her mind conjured images of high-profile criminals from countless novels. What was it? The jade-faced murderer. Due to the pursuit team's first outing to apprehend suspects, she, the program host, had accompanied the cameraman. Dear viewers, we have just learned that within less than half an hour since the program began, our pursuit team has cornered the first fugitive at the hotel rooftop. However, given the current situation, it appears the fugitive has taken a hostage and is preparing for a final struggle. Out of concern for the hostage's safety, the pursuit team must temporarily hold back. What will happen next? Let's wait and see. As Shishi's voice faded, the camera turned towards Chen Feng. At that moment, under the host's live broadcast, the number of viewers in Chen Feng's room surged rapidly, soon surpassing 50,000. What a shame. Just as there was a handsome guy worth noticing in Area 3, he was about to be caught in less than half an hour. Why did misfortune strike him? His starting point was right next to the pursuit team's headquarters. Alas, his time was up. Lin Chuanxiong shouted again, Chen Feng, stop resisting. You can't escape. Simultaneously, the dozen members of the pursuit team began to spread out, encircling Chen Feng. You should surrender. Zhou Wanning mustered her courage to speak. Although she couldn't comprehend how someone so young could be a fugitive, judging by his demeanor, he likely wouldn't harm her, would he? Gathering her courage, Zhou Wanning slowly lifted her gaze, only to meet Chen Feng's calm eyes. A wave of panic washed over her, But before she could react, Chen Feng had already knelt, gently kissing the back of her left hand. I hope this beautiful night does not leave you with any unpleasant memories. His gentle voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. Zhou Wanning stared blankly at Chen Feng, her mind a blank slate. Even at this moment, he was still flirting with such a beautiful girl. I envy him to the core. I have a premonition that if this guy start a live stream selling goods after the show ends, he will surely rake in profits. I agree. Support. However, Lin Xuanxiong had no time to dwell on such trivial matters. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's actions, the seasoned detective quickly seized the opportunity and decisively commanded, "Go." Without further ado, a dozen members of the pursuit team surged forward. Zhou Wanning felt a tightening in her chest. Inexplicably, she was nervous, as if she didn't want Chen Feng to be captured just like that. Of course, at that moment, her thoughts were of little consequence. In an instant, the pursuit team members closed in, with one reaching out to grasp the hem of Chen Feng's clothing. Just when everyone assumed Chen Feng's capture was inevitable, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chen Feng's body suddenly split apart with a loud bang. A cloud of white smoke erupted. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, replaced by countless doves scattering into the air. What just happened? Where'd he go? What the heck? This is insane. Is this some kind of magic trick? The members of the pursuit team stood dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly puzzled. There he is, someone shouted, pointing in a direction. Everyone turned to see a white figure standing atop a nearby wall, dressed in a refined white suit, adorned with a clover-shaped pendant. Wearing a monocle over one eye and a medieval white top hat, his cape billowed in the wind. Through the uncovered features of his face, they could vaguely recognize Chen Feng's true appearance. Bathed in moonlight, he seemed to be the only existence in the world at that moment. Chen Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime." As soon as his words fell, the previously scattered doves returned from all directions, landing one by one on Chen Feng, completely enveloping him. By the time the pursuit team reacted and attempted to rush forward, the startled doves took flight once more. But the spot where Chen Feng had stood was now empty. P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please give a free nudge for updates? Just to clarify the live broadcast arrangement, there are 10 contestants in each area, totaling 10 exclusive live rooms, plus the host room, making it 11 in total. Chapter 4. The Lost Live Stream. Clap, 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 clap. The sound of applause erupted, though it was uncertain who initiated it. The entire rooftop reverberated with thunderous claps. Despite the audience's awareness of the inopportune timing, they could not help but marvel at Chen Feng's astonishing skills. The raucous applause only served to darken the expressions of the pursuing team, particularly Captain Lin Xuanxiong, whose already sallow complexion deepened to a shade akin to a blackened pot. After 2 decades as a detective, having apprehended no fewer than 80 criminals, this was the first time he had been so openly provoked. Most concerning was the fact that the event was being broadcast live. CC, the host, quickly sensed the subtle tension in the atmosphere and adeptly adjusted her expression before turning toward the camera. It seemed that our pursuit team's inaugural operation had not proceeded as smoothly as anticipated. However, I believe this does not signify a significant issue. The pursuit continues, and what unfolds next remains to be seen. With that, CC playfully winked at the viewers in the live stream before signaling Lin Xuanxiong and departing with the cameraman. With Chen Feng's exit, the pursuit team found no reason to linger further. Under Lin Xuanxiong's orders, aside from leaving 2 individuals to handle subsequent matters, the rest were instructed to regroup. Once the crowd dispersed, those who had been drinking and dancing lost their enthusiasm, gradually departing one by one. Ultimately, only Zhou Wanqing remained, standing dazedly in place. She raised her left hand, clutching a small square card that bore Chen Feng's earlier words. "I hope this beautiful night has not left you with any unpleasant memories." Kaido Kid. Kaido Kid? Chen Feng. Zhou Wanqing murmured to herself, slowly lifting her gaze toward the direction in which Chen Feng had vanished, lost in thought. What? Chen Feng is missing? At the headquarters of the Huaxia District 3 Thief Game production team, Director Wu was in a fit of rage. There were only 10 contestants, and the program had scarcely begun for 2 hours. You tell me one has gone missing. Does he have the ability to fly? Or are you all utterly incompetent? With the eye of heaven assisting, you cannot even keep track of one individual. He might actually be able to vanish, a staff member timidly suggested, but quickly silenced himself upon noticing Wu's furious glare. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed as the door to the director's room swung open, and host Cece entered. Upon seeing Wu's furious expression and the staff's submissive demeanor, Cece was momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing that Chen Feng's livestream was still displaying the hotel rooftop scene without his presence, she quickly comprehended the situation. With a smile, she approached Director Wu. Why are you so upset? It's just that we've lost track of someone. It's not the end of the world. Wu shot her a glance, irritation evident in his tone. It's easy for you to say, but one contestant has gone missing. How do we explain this to the audience? Cece replied, Director Wu, you're overthinking it. Our program revolves around crime, reminding everyone to enhance their awareness of criminal activity. In real life, crimes often occur unexpectedly. Chen Feng's sudden disappearance is entirely reasonable. I suggest we announce this publicly. It would add an element of intrigue to our show. Wu regarded her in silence for a moment, ultimately sighing, well, it seems we have no choice. With the announcement from the director's room, the already hot topic of thief game gained even more traction across various media outlets. Some eager individuals even edited and shared footage of Chen Feng's disappearance on social media platforms, garnering significant attention. Shock! The internationally produced program, Thief Game, has lost a contestant on its very first day. Contestant Chen Feng from Huaxia District 3 mysteriously disappears before the audience's eyes. Magic or sorcery? Stay tuned. Incredible. On the first day of the Thief Game, the contestant from District 3 pulls off such a stunt. The speed at which the news spread online was astonishing, piquing the curiosity of netizens. Did he vanish under the cover of a white dove? Is this magic? When did humanity evolve to such a degree? Why wasn't TI informed? A living magic trick. Why had I never heard of such a figure in the world of magic before? Wait, am I the only one who notices his attire? Clad in white from head to toe, even donning a white top hat, such a flamboyant ensemble. Chen Feng's husband is so handsome. I want to have children with you. In a CAF city, a slightly disguised Chen Feng leisurely sipped his coffee. At this moment, he was unaware of the chaos unfolding online due to his actions. Even if he were informed, he would likely remain indifferent. Ding! Task 1. Escape pursuit under public scrutiny. Task completed. System calculating. Task assessment. Excellent. Reward. Kaido Kid Card Fusion Rate 5. System points 500. Upon reaching a card fusion rate of 20. Reward. Voice Transformation Beginner. Each 10% increase in card fusion rate grants a new skill, with the initial reward being a basic disguise technique. And this time, it was a voice transformation. These two skills are among Kaido Kid's most frequently used and valuable abilities, and Chen Feng was quite pleased. However, the popularity for Task 2 had surprisingly reached over 80,000. Though there might be some fluctuation, it was remarkable considering Chen Feng had already distanced himself from the livestream. He believed that if he made a reappearance in the livestream soon, the popularity would swiftly surpass 100,000. As for why he distanced himself from the livestream, Kaido Kid is known for his elusive nature. How could he allow anyone to follow him at all times? Not even in a livestream. Meanwhile, two young female servers at the CAF's front desk were gazing at him, giggling, their faces slightly flushed. Noticing that Chen Feng's coffee cup was empty, one of the younger servers mustered the courage to approach him. Sir, would you like a refill? It's complimentary. Chen Feng smiled warmly. That would be wonderful. Thank you. And no trouble at all. The young server's face turned even redder as she hurriedly took the empty cup and left. Chen Feng paid no mind to it, continuing to leisurely watch the news on the CAF's public television. Recently, to celebrate the centenary of the establishment of the Kingdom of King in Western Europe and the hard-won peace in the world, they decided to hold a global cultural relic exhibition after a decade. This exhibition was funded by the royal family of King, with the first stop in H City, China. Among the dazzling array of exhibits, The most captivating was the necklace known as the Heart of the Ocean, reputed to possess the world's largest sapphire. Crafted by several top artisans and once worn by a cultural relic exhibition, a smile crept across Chen Feng's lips. Gems and thieves are eternally a perfect match, are they not? Do not inquire which country Lorking is. I am equally in the dark. Chapter 5. The initial announcement the following day. The sweltering heat of early summer was already palpable, particularly in H City, a southern locale where the warmth felt almost unbearable. Even the dogs by the roadside sought refuge in the shade, panting in search of a fleeting moment of coolness. The streets were sparsely populated, save for the bustling midsection of Central Road, which remained thronged with people. Dozens of journalists, braving the scorching sun, eagerly awaited the arrival of a significant event, their sweat-soaked brows not deterring their determination to stay put. At last, the distant roar of engines invigorated the crowd of reporters. They've arrived, someone shouted. A procession of luxury vehicles appeared at the end of the street, slowly making its way forward. The sight electrified the journalists, who readied themselves to seize the first-hand scoop. Before long, the motorcade came to a halt before them. The first few Audi doors swung open, and 7 or 8 imposing figures clad in black emerged, swiftly positioning themselves before the central Lincoln. They lined up like knights guarding a princess, awaiting her descent. One of them stepped forward, opening the door to reveal a striking figure who gracefully alighted onto the pre-prepared red carpet. With exquisite, chiseled features, enchanting peach blossom-like eyes, and adorned in a pristine white suit that accentuated her alluring curves, she captivated the onlookers. At the sight of her, the journalists could no longer contain their excitement, rushing forward like wolves, only to be held back by the line of bodyguards stationed 2 meters away. Princess Amia, is it true that you have brought the kingdom's most treasured artifacts? Miss Amia, is it true that your father hopes you will find your ideal partner during this global cultural exhibition? Your Highness, what are your thoughts on the upcoming exhibition in Huaxia? Amidst the cacophony of questions, Amia maintained her composed smile. Ladies and gentlemen, this global cultural exhibition is to celebrate the centenary of our nation's founding, showcasing our country's invaluable artifacts. As for the rumors regarding finding a life partner during the exhibition, I believe such tales should be left to the wise to decipher. Surprisingly, Amia spoke fluent Mandarin, her proficiency astonishing the crowd. However, she did not respond to each inquiry individually, merely addressing a few select questions before ceasing further comment. The exhibition will commence tomorrow evening at 6 and will continue for 2 weeks. If you have further inquiries, feel free to approach me gradually. With that, Amia signaled to her bodyguards, who promptly cleared a path for her through the throng of journalists. Just then, a flurry of wings filled the air, and a flock of white doves descended, encircling a single dove that flew toward her. Doves? Where did so many come from? The question rippled through the crowd. As the doves parted, they formed a white ring around one particular dove. What is that dove holding? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It appeared to be a flower. A piece of paper was attached to it. As the dove landed near Amia, her bodyguards instinctively moved to disperse the birds, but Amia halted them. Extending her hand, the dove gently descended onto her palm, lifting its head proudly to present its offering. Only then did Amia clearly discern the object it bore, a blue rose, with a small white note affixed to it. To the beautiful Miss Amia, when the moon traverses the dome, and the northern starlight mingles with moonlight, Pandora's box shall open. I will seize the heart of the ocean. From the esteemed Phantom Thief Kid, Amia, possessing a commendable grasp of Mandarin, easily deciphered the note's contents. Her delicate brow furrowed slightly. Was this a provocation? She had not anticipated that her first destination would be targeted by someone so audacious, openly announcing their intentions to steal from her. Noticing the shift in Amia's expression, the journalist became intrigued by the item in her hand. After all, a note capable of inciting discontent in Amia could yield a sensational story. Miss Amia, would you care to share the contents of that note? Your Highness, has someone conveyed an unwelcome message to you? Princess, may I ask? Amia showed no intent to conceal her feelings. She boldly displayed the announcement. allowing the gathered reporters to read its contents clearly. To seize the heart of the ocean? Is this a warning of theft or an advance notification? The journalists were taken aback, having never encountered a thief who would announce their intentions prior to the act. This was utterly audacious. Realizing the gravity of the news, they beckoned their photographers to capture the moment. Princess of the Royal Qing country receives a challenge from a thief. The gem, heart of the ocean, is in peril. This was bound to be a sensational scoop. Their excitement was palpable. Miss Amia, what are your thoughts on the thief known as Phantom Thief Kid planning to steal the heart of the ocean? As the question hung in the air, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on Amia, eagerly awaiting her response. Amia adjusted her demeanor, a smile gracing her lips as she began anew. Since our Royal Qing country dares to host this exhibition, it is open to all. We will not refuse anyone wishing to admire our artifacts, nor will we permit anyone to take anything away. I would advise Mr. Phantom Thief Kid, if you approach as a guest, you are warmly welcomed, but if you come as a thief, then upon your arrival, do not expect to leave. With those words, Amy's youthful, refined visage radiated determination, seemingly responding directly to Kid's brazen challenge. Applause erupted, the crowd expressing their admiration for the young princess's resolute stance. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by all, a young man observed the scene with a subtle smile playing on his lips. A declaration of war, is it? Miss Amia, you are indeed a beautiful and intriguing lady. Chapter 6. The turmoil of the invitation as the evening breeze gently swept through the air, warm and soft. A significant development emerged. While a multitude of reporters toiled away, diligently crafting their articles, Princess Amelia of the Kingdom of Laurelqing had just received news of a provocation from the notorious Phantom Thief Kid. Suddenly, an even more sensational announcement broke forth. As the video of Chen Feng's magic trick gained traction online, despite his livestream being devoid of viewers, over 70,000 people eagerly awaited within. The stream consistently showcased the bar atop the hotel. However, just moments ago, the livestream flickered, and the rooftop scene was abruptly replaced by a piece of paper inscribed with words. It was none other than the invitation issued by Chen Feng. At this moment, the livestream erupted into a frenzy. What am I witnessing? My phone god is planning to steal the heart of the ocean from the Laurelqing exhibition? Phantom Thief Kid? Is that the name my husband chose for his heists? Truly worthy of my husband. Even his alias is melodious. Those upstairs, cease your ramblings. That is my husband. Stop bickering. Thanks to your barrage of comments, he has been kneeling beside the bed explaining for half an hour already. Which sister is having a yellow stream? Wake her up quickly. This invitation once again sent Chen Feng's live stream into a meteoric rise, with viewership rapidly surpassing 150,000. Many viewers from other sections of the Thief game were drawn by curiosity, eager to witness this audacious invitation for themselves. This is outrageous. They show blatant disregard for our pursuit team. In the conference room of the Pursuit Bureau, Lin Chuanxiong, the leader of the 2nd Pursuit Team in Huaxia's District 3, slammed his palm upon the table, the force momentarily sending the teacups flying. Captain Lin, please temper your anger. Chen Feng is not a true criminal. His advance notice may well reflect his desire to avoid misunderstandings with the public, spoke a young man donned in gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. His name was Sun Luo, the leader of the 3rd Pursuit Team and the only non-police officer among the trio of leaders, reputed to have secured 3rd place in an international detective competition. I concur with Captain Sun's perspective, chimed in a cool, elegant voice belonging to a tall beauty. This matter involves other nations. Prior notification helps avert unnecessary diplomatic complications. Moreover, this situation does not seem unfavorable to us. We can boldly infiltrate the venue ahead of time, aiming to apprehend Chen Feng during his operation. Li Qingyan spoke with a light-hearted chuckle, seemingly unfazed by the incident. It was understandable. After all, the program had only commenced a day ago, and she had personally led the capture of 3 contestants in the West City. As for the remaining 7, she viewed their apprehension as merely a matter of time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuanxiong gazed down at the photocopy of the invitation on the table. Determination etched across his face. Fine, I shall await his move, but this time I shall not allow him to slip through my fingers. Ding. Task 2. Increase the viewership of your live stream to 100,000. Current popularity, 156,811. Task complete. Reward, Skill Enhancement Card X1. Task 3 released. Increase the viewership of your live stream to 100,000. Reward, Skill Enhancement Card X2. Ding. First issuance of an invitation detected. Fusion rate with Phantom Thief Kid 10. Reward, System Points 1000. Phantom Thief Kid Gliding Wings X1. Appraisal Technique Beginner. Current fusion rate, 30. On a park bench near the exhibition hall, Chen Feng, holding a newspaper, raised an eyebrow upon receiving the system notification. The gliding wings were one of Kid's most iconic tools. Chen Feng felt quite pleased with this reward. His investment of 1,000 system points for the beginner hacking technique had indeed paid off, making the invitation a citywide sensation. It certainly seemed worth it. As for the skill enhancement card, after a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng decided to prioritize improving his disguise technique. After all, appearance is the primary source of information about a person, and enhancing disguise skills is essential for a masterful thief. Ding! Skill enhancement card successfully utilized. Disguise technique enhancement complete. Current proficiency, intermediate. Subsequently, Chen Feng spent another 200 points to purchase a miniature surveillance robot from the system shop. After completing these tasks, he glanced at his watch. It's nearly time to commence work. As evening descended upon the city center where the Laurelqing exhibition hall was located, the clock struck 6, and the doors to the exhibition swung open precisely on time. The turnout was unexpectedly large, with attendees genuinely eager to behold the world's largest sapphire, as well as those drawn by the allure of the invitation. Which reason attracted more visitors? Who could say? As the doors opened, a long line formed as people queued to purchase tickets, each entering the venue in turn. Amidst the throng, a young man clad in a black cap and plaid shirt joined the line. Unlike the others, however, he did not hasten towards the exhibition's focal point, the heart of the ocean. Instead, he quietly observed the surrounding crowd. This young man was none other than Chen Feng, now disguised, although the Phantom Thief Kid was only scheduled to claim the treasure after the time stated on the invitation. Who could say he wouldn't appear on site beforehand? In the eastern corner, a man nervously fidgeted with a walnut, clearly more engaged in furtive activities than in the exhibition. In the northwest, a couple whispered to one another, their eyes darting, with a slight bulge at the small of the girl's back. Something concealed there. The cleaner to the south, the repairman at the counter, and the mother in the southeast all raised suspicion. Chen Feng meticulously documented everything around him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he mused. "Miss Amelia, I did not expect your preparations to be so thorough." Just then, a commotion erupted at the exhibition, followed by a voice calling out, "Look, Princess Amelia has arrived." As this announcement reached the ears of the crowd, all attention shifted. "I see her. Princess Amelia has graced us with her presence. This princess is truly beautiful. If I could marry her, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. 10 years? I'd give up 20. 30 for me. 100 years. Cough, cough. You truly are intense, brother." The bustling environment did little to faze Amelia. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to such scenes, for her demeanor remained unflappable. With a polite yet distant smile, she was escorted to the center of the exhibition hall by a cadre of Laurelqing bodyguards. Chapter 7. The Heart of the Ocean, ladies and gentlemen. Amy's melodious voice resonated from the stage, instantly silencing the crowd. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at this exhibition, which is primarily organized to commemorate our nation's centenary. Therefore, I stand here representing the royal family of Laurelqing to assure you that all proceeds from this exhibition will be dedicated to global charitable endeavors. Furthermore, I express my sincere appreciation for your contributions to the cause of charity worldwide." Applause erupted throughout the venue. Amy offered a modest bow of gratitude and exchanged a few more words before descending from the platform. As soon as she stepped down, a throng of visitors rushed forward, only to be halted 2 meters away by a circle of bodyguards. "Your Highness, could I trouble you for an autograph?" "Amy, may I take a photo with you?" "Your Highness, As one of the 10 most outstanding unmarried women of 2050, Amy was clearly accustomed to the fervent admiration of fans from all corners. She smiled graciously in response to the enthusiasm surrounding her. While she obliged some fans with her signature, she politely declined a request for photographs. Yet, no one felt slighted. After all, the public's tolerance for remarkable individuals is ever generous, especially when that individual is a beautiful lady. At that moment, a young man in a checkered shirt stepped forward, extending a piece of paper and a pen. "Miss Amy, would you mind?" Amy courteously accepted the pen and swiftly signed her name on the paper. However, when she handed the signed paper back, the young man did not retract his hand immediately. As Amy pondered his intentions, she witnessed him snapping his fingers with his right hand, a curious gesture. In an instant, a blue rose materialized in his grasp. "For you, the beautiful Miss Amy." At first taken aback, Amy soon regained her composure and accepted the rose with a smile, softly murmuring her thanks, eliciting a wave of envy from those nearby. What went unnoticed by all was that, at the moment Amy received the flower, a minuscule, exquisite object slipped from the young man's hand, landing precisely in Amy's pocket. Seeing his objective accomplished, Chen Feng promptly departed, making his way outside. Just then, a bodyguard from Luoqing approached with a small group of individuals. "Your Highness, these individuals are from the Chinese police, here to assist with the matter of the notice." Amy turned her head in curiosity. Li Qingyan stepped forward, addressing Amy directly. "Miss Amy, I am Li Qingyan, the leader of the Pursuit Team 1 from the Huaxia Region 3 for the program Thief game." "Hello, Captain Li." Amy extended her hand, shaking his. As a princess of Luoqing, she was well aware of the collaborative efforts among nations to establish such programs, particularly since her own country had contributed 20 participants. However, Amy was intrigued as to why they sought her out. Could it be that the sender of the notice was a contestant from Huaxia Region 3? Her suspicions were quickly confirmed. Li Qingyan continued. The individual who distributed the notice was indeed a contestant from Huaxia Region 3, named Chen Feng. "We have come to offer our assistance regarding this matter." Amy nodded. "Thank you, Captain Li. Let us discuss this further upstairs, please." With that, she did not linger in the hall any longer, but, escorted by her bodyguards, ascended the stairs with Li Qingyan and his team. The specifics of their discussion remained a mystery to all. However, once their deliberations concluded, the Luoqing exhibition released the true meaning of the notice. The dome referenced in the notice corresponded to the church dome located to the north of the exhibition, while the northern starlight indicated the North Star. The convergence of starlight and moonlight referred to the moon shining down through the church roof from the southern side, aligning perfectly with the North Star at approximately 10 o'clock in the evening. The third phrase concerning Pandora's box was rather straightforward. The day following the exhibition's commencement, which was also the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, marked the traditional Chinese festival of Zhongyuan, or Ghost Festival. Legend has it that this day signifies the opening of the gates of the underworld, allowing countless spirits to emerge, paralleling the release of demons upon Pandora's box being opened. In simple terms, the overall message of the notice was clear. One must come to steal the heart of the ocean at 10 o'clock on the evening of the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. This revelation ignited a frenzy across the internet. I initially thought that Feng's audacity in announcing his intent to steal was already quite brazen, but I was mistaken. He even specified the exact time. I must admit, the 2 magic tricks he performed during the rooftop broadcast were astonishing, and to this day, no one has identified any flaws. However, performing magic and stealing are entirely different matters. Surely, this is beyond reason? I agree. Being overly confident often leads to a fall. When Chen was on the rooftop, everyone believed he would surely be caught. What happened? Not only did he escape, but he also evaded the surveillance system. I concur with the gentleman from the second floor. Magic tricks and theft are distinctly separate issues. Let's wait and see. While the online discourse raged on, Chen Feng had already finished his shower and was leisurely reclining on his hotel bed, engrossed in his computer. Of course, the identification and funds he utilized were obtained during his time on the rooftop at the bar, having been discreetly acquired from the pursuit team. It seemed only reasonable that the thief would pilfer from the captors. Moreover, Chen Feng had kindly left notes for each of them, suggesting they seek reimbursement from the program team. Whether they would exaggerate their claims was no longer a concern for Chen Feng. Donning his headphones, Chen Feng attentively focused on the content displayed on the screen. Meanwhile, in the city center, within the exhibition's top-floor room, a tiny object emerged from Amy's pocket, cascading down the clothes rack to the floor, eventually reaching the living room, where Amy was conversing with her female assistant, speaking in Lord Qing. "Did you bring the item?" Amy inquired, her legs crossed, gazing at her assistant, Mir. At that moment, Mir held a beautifully crafted small box, her expression reflecting hesitation. "Princess, is this truly appropriate? If your royal elders were to discover this, it might not bode well." Amy smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed. "Mir, the appropriateness of an action can only be discerned through its execution. Now, please hand it to me." Upon hearing this, Mir cautiously extended the small box towards her. Amy accepted it, gently opening the lid to reveal a stunning necklace, its silver-white chain adorned with numerous exquisite gems that sparkled under the light. The most radiant of all was a blue gem set upon a heart-shaped golden base. The deep blue glow shimmered with an otherworldly beauty, encapsulating the essence of the ocean. Renowned as the heart of the ocean. Chapter 8. The action begins. As Amelia gazed at the heart of the ocean necklace before her, a mischievous smile graced her lips. "I believe tomorrow will be quite a spectacle. Don't you think, Mill?" "Of course, Your Highness. However, with such short notice, I am a bit concerned that the fake might be discovered," Mill replied cautiously. Amelia contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? Tonight, you find someone to add a subtle blur effect to the glass of the display case, with a slightly obscured view. Only those who are intimately familiar with the heart of the ocean would be able to tell the difference." Mill considered her proposal and nodded in agreement. "Yes, Your Highness, but I still have one question. You've already arranged for someone to guard the heart of the ocean, and with the assistance of the Hua Kingdom's pursuit team. Why take this additional precaution? While out in the world, it is always wise to have an extra measure of security. Better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it." Amelia smiled in response. Mill nodded, choosing not to press further. "All right, Mill. Stop lingering there. Come, help me put on the heart of the ocean. Tomorrow, I shall experience the charm of that phantom thief kid firsthand." "Certainly, Your Highness. What do you think will happen if that phantom thief kid manages to evade everyone's watchful eyes and secures the heart of the ocean, only to discover it is a fake? What expression do you think he would wear?" "I suspect his expression would be quite entertaining." "Indeed." Meanwhile, Chen Feng, having acquired the information he sought, removed his headphones. Glancing at the time, he noted it was getting late. He had no interest in prying into a lady's privacy, as such behavior was unbecoming of a gentleman. Closing his laptop, he lay down on his bed, reflecting on the details of tomorrow's operation, a smile slowly blossoming on his face. "Miss Amelia, you truly are an intriguing lady." As time gently flowed by, it soon became 9 o'clock on the following evening. With an hour still remaining until the time specified on Kid's invitation, numerous spectators of the Thief's game flocked to the venue, including many from distant locales, eager to witness whether Chen Feng could indeed fulfill the promises made in his invitation. The production team had thoughtfully set up a live feed of Chen Feng's streaming room within the exhibition hall. Consequently, the viewership numbers surged rapidly, soon exceeding 300,000. The host, CC, was also present at the venue. "Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of Thief's Game from the Huaxia Zone 3. I am your host, CC. I believe many of you, like myself, are eagerly awaiting Chen Feng's arrival. His previous astonishing magic left us in awe. I wonder what surprise he has in store for us this time. The clock is ticking closer to 10 o'clock, so let us await with bated breath." As CC spoke, the barrage of comments in the live chat continued unabated. "It's 9 o'clock. Why hasn't Chen Feng shown up yet? Is he afraid to come? Why are you so chatty? There's still an hour left. Are you in a hurry to catch someone cheating? Or do you think you want to survive this hour? You're the one who's anxious." "Exactly. If Feng Shan says he will arrive at 10, he will surely arrive at 10. No need for your unnecessary concern. Who are you cursing at?" Whoever replies, "I will curse. Come on, give me your address. I'll find you right now. Come if you dare. I live in city, county, community. Come if you have the guts. Just wait, you brat." At that moment, a young man disguised as Chen Feng entered the exhibition hall, quietly surveying his surroundings. Without a doubt, The number of special guests present surpassed that of the previous day. The Heart of the Ocean display was under heightened security, with 4 burly guards from the Laurel Kingdom wielding iron rods stationed around it, ensuring no one approached too closely. Chen Feng remained composed, discreetly searching for his target. Soon, 2 Laurel Kingdom maintenance workers in uniforms caught his attention. "Brother, what bad luck. Why did it have to be us on this wretched shift?" One complained angrily. "It's all that detestable Huaxia person's fault for attempting to steal while we're on duty. I can't even slack off properly now." "Shoo, keep your voice down, Lao. Don't let anyone hear you," his companion urgently warned. Lao dismissed him. "Relax, Karis. We're speaking in Laurel. They want to understand." "Better to be cautious," Karis insisted. Lyle, unable to argue further, glanced around and appeared to devise a clever idea. He nudged Karis with his elbow and whispered, "Brother, since we have some time, how about we sneak off to the restroom for a smoke?" Now, Karis hesitated. "What if we're caught leaving our posts? We're doomed. What's there to fear? Those lazy slugs are probably playing cards in the monitoring room. They won't care about us." Lured by Lyle's words, Karis felt tempted, but ultimately shook his head. "Forget it. You go alone." Lyle looked disappointed. "All right then, but don't betray me, brother. Am I that kind of person? Good, brother. I'm off." With that, Lyle set down his toolbox, checked that no one was watching, and hurried toward the restroom. "Karis, you're too timid. No wonder you haven't been promoted in 3 years." Upon entering the restroom, Lyle muttered a complaint before eagerly pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. He hadn't smoked in 4 hours, which was unbearable for a seasoned smoker. "I've never tried Huaxia cigarettes." As he retrieved the cigarette, his desire intensified. Yet, in the next moment, reality dealt him a heavy blow. "Damn it, I forgot my lighter." Cursing under his breath, Lyle reluctantly exited the stall, only to collide face-to-face with a young man clad in checkered attire and sporting sunglasses. Seeing someone, Lyle's recently extinguished hopes reignited. He quickly gestured with his limited Mandarin and animated body language. "Friend, you help." Lyle's comical attempts at communication seemed to bear fruit, as the young man pulled out a lighter and inquired, "Do you need this?" Chapter 9. The Time a Kid, Thank You. Lyle's face lit up with surprise as he quickly took the lighter, ignited a cigarette, and inhaled deeply. The rich aroma of nicotine captivated him. When he intended to return the lighter to the young man, he suddenly noticed that the youth had vanished without a trace. Although Lyle felt a twinge of confusion, he dismissed it, assuming the young man had merely stepped into a stall. After all, returning the lighter was far less critical than indulging in a smoke. With that thought, Lyle took another deep puff, consuming a third of the cigarette in just 2 draws. Remarkably, the Chinese cigarette offered a unique flavor, though it seemed a bit too potent. Why was he growing sleepier with each drag? The next moment, Lyle found himself uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, still clutching a half-burnt cigarette. At that instant, the previously disappeared youth reappeared, revealing himself to be Chen Feng in disguise. Observing Lyle sprawled on the floor, Chen Feng compassionately lifted him into a stall and locked the door. When he emerged again, he had completely transformed into Lyle's likeness. Lyle slowly approached the mirror, a smile gracing his lips. The performance is officially underway. Upon exiting the restroom, Lyle returned to his position. Karis glanced at Lyle with mild surprise. "Why are you back so soon?" According to his recollection, Lyle usually took half an hour to smoke in the restroom. Why had he returned so quickly? Don't even mention it. Lyle's expression soured. "I had barely arrived at the restroom and hadn't even taken out my cigarette when I received orders to check the alarm system of the Heart of the Ocean display case." What bad luck. Hearing Lyle's words, Karis struggled to suppress laughter, finding it somewhat inappropriate, nearly causing internal injury. He could only offer consolation. "Well, brother, it didn't take too long. You can smoke afterward." "It'll all have to do," Lyle replied helplessly. He then picked up his repair kit and headed toward the Heart of the Ocean counter. In truth, Chen Feng was already aware that the Heart of the Ocean in the display case was counterfeit and could easily disregard it. However, regrettably, others remained oblivious. And to preserve the integrity of the performance, Chen Feng decided to collect the fake gem as well. The area surrounding the Heart of the Ocean counter was undoubtedly the most crowded, with 4 burly men encircling it, blocking access to the curious crowd. Fortunately, the 4 guards recognized Lyle, so when they saw him approaching the Heart of the Ocean counter with a repair kit, They did not intervene. One even nodded slightly at Chen Feng as a greeting. In the monitoring room, a security guard from the Luo-working nation, his face plastered with white labels, seemed to notice something unusual about the Heart of the Ocean counter and quickly called out, "Hey guys, what are those people doing at the Heart of the Ocean counter?" Upon hearing the words Heart of the Ocean, the four men, who had been playing cards, immediately snapped back to attention, hastily looking at the monitors. However, they soon realized it was a false alarm. It was that rascal Lyle. He was merely inspecting the counter with his infernal repair kit. It was nothing serious. The Luo-working youth felt slightly relieved, but continued to cast glances at the monitor. The leader of the Luo-working security team seemed to sense his concern and reassured him, "Don't worry. The Heart of the Ocean counter is equipped with the most advanced anti-theft system. Any slight operational error or a powerful breach will trigger the alarm." Upon hearing the captain's words, the youth nodded, ceasing his scrutiny of the monitor. Meanwhile, Chen Feng in front of the counter had also detected the anti-theft system. A smirk crept onto his lips as he discreetly placed a small object at the junction between the glass cover and the base, ensuring it went unnoticed. He then feigned inspection before lifting his repair kit and departing. As time ticked away, Amaya and her assistant, Mir, arrived at the scene, their eyes fixated on the Heart of the Ocean counter. Similarly, the members of the pursuit team, including Li Qingyan, concealed within the crowd, held their breath, concentrating intently on their surroundings. As 10 o'clock approached, the audience grew increasingly quiet, with even the live stream's comments dwindling. The clock on the wall continued to tick, the sound of the second hand distinctly audible amidst the bustling exhibition. Only 10 seconds left. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. CC paused her commentary, joining the live audience in gazing at the counter. With each tick of the second hand, the tension among the attendees escalated, prompting everyone to instinctively begin a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, click. As the second hand aligned with the minute hand, the venue's lights abruptly extinguished. Darkness enveloped the space, and what was once a relatively tranquil environment erupted into chaos. More specifically, the trained guards of the Luo-working royal family were in disarray, shouting to protect the princess, further exacerbating the pandemonium. "These fools!" Amaya cursed inwardly at the surrounding commotion, realizing that this was not the time for blame, but rather a moment to suppress her anger. "This is bad." The chaotic situation alerted Li Qingyan, Lin Chuanxiong, and the other members of the pursuit team to a sense of crisis. Without hesitation, they revealed their identities and rushed toward the Heart of the Ocean counter, striving to ensure its safety. "Stay calm. We are the Huan Nation pursuit team. All unrelated personnel, please step aside." Despite Li Qingyan and the others doing their utmost to control the situation and protect the Heart of the Ocean, they unfortunately did not reach the glass display before the venue lights flickered back on. The crowd's attention swiftly returned to the Heart of the Ocean display case. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Heart of the Ocean, which had been securely displayed under the glass, had vanished without a trace. How could this be? The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. The 4 royal guards stationed near the Heart of the Ocean display case were left pale with fright. Where is the Heart of the Ocean? Where is Chen Feng? 2 questions flashed through everyone's minds. "Over there," someone shouted first. Instantly, all eyes turned in unison toward a particular direction. There, by the floor-to-ceiling window, stood a figure clad in white, perfectly still. Beneath the single lens of his glasses lay that infuriatingly charming smile. In an instant, the crowd erupted. "How did he do that? Where is the Heart of the Ocean? I told you, nothing is impossible before my husband Chen Feng. Goodness, is this a movie? I'm so excited. Isn't this better than a film? My husband is so handsome." Chapter 10. Did Amaya win? The elusive kid, the phantom thief. Amaya curiously observed Chen Feng from a distance. Although she had previously encountered his photographs and videos online, this was her first encounter with him in person. "I am immensely grateful to everyone for attending my performance. As for the Heart of the Ocean, I shall graciously accept it." As he spoke, a silver necklace dangled from the fingertips of Chen Feng's right hand, the pale blue gemstone captivating the gazes of all present. Li Qingyan and her companions swiftly approached, forming a semicircle that ensnared Chen Feng in the middle. "Chen Feng, you are under arrest." Surrender at once and hand over the heart of the ocean. Chen Feng clasped his hands atop his head and crouched down. If you don't comply, we won't be gentle. The members of the pursuit team were visibly incensed, their previous humiliation seemingly fresh in their minds. As the pursuit team closed in, they completely surrounded Chen Feng in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Chen Feng found himself in a precarious position. Retreating meant a drop from dozens of meters high, while advancing brought him face-to-face with a dozen eager pursuers, effectively trapped. Even those watching the live stream felt that Chen Feng had no hope of escape. It's over. I told you Chen Feng shouldn't have been so reckless. This time, there's no way out. You claim to be a thief, yet you had to announce it beforehand. Now look at the trap you've walked into. Don't go, Chen Feng. Don't log off. Why are you all barking like dogs? Last time on the hotel rooftop, you said Feng Shen wouldn't escape, and what happened then? I believe Feng Shen will work miracles. This is a different situation. Unless Chen Feng can fly, there's no way he can escape. I agree. If he manages to slip away this time, I'll eat 2 pounds of... Li Qingyan, at the forefront, also seemed to sense that Chen Feng was cornered, a victorious smile creeping onto her face. Chen Feng, there's no need to struggle. I must admit, your audacity to steal the heart of the ocean in broad daylight truly surprised me. However, you must not have anticipated that we would have arranged for so many people to lie in wait among the crowd. Despite the aggressive demeanor of Li Qingyan and her companions, Chen Feng remained utterly composed. His calm demeanor suggested that he regarded them as inconsequential. My dear lady, if this were a ball, I would certainly invite you for a drink and perhaps even a dance. Alas, the current atmosphere does not permit such indulgences, so we shall have to seek another opportunity. At Chen Feng's words, the crowd fell silent. Even the previously fierce pursuit team halted in astonishment. Did he just flirt with the captain? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, the shock lingering in their eyes. Their captain's temperament was not exactly forgiving. As they contemplated this, their gaze instinctively turned to Li Qingyan. As expected, the once smiling Li Qingyan's expression darkened upon hearing Chen Feng's words. Drawing the handcuffs from her belt, she prepared to teach this audacious young man a lesson. Yet, Chen Feng showed no signs of resistance. As Li Qingyan pressed closer, Chen Feng merely smiled lightly, retreating until he stood before the window, half of his foot already dangling outside. What was he planning? This was the 16th floor. Even a stone thrown from such a height would shatter on impact. Don't do it, my love. At worst, withdraw from the show. I'll support you. Feng Shen, don't act impulsively. You're not a real criminal. Even if you're caught, it's only a couple of days in custody, and once the show concludes, you'll be free again. Oh no, I can't watch. Chen Feng's actions left everyone dumbfounded. Even Li Qingyan hesitated to approach. Chen Feng, don't be reckless. This is merely a show. There's no need for such extremes. Come back, and we will ensure your safety. Chen Feng's lips curled upward slightly. I appreciate your concern, Miss Li, but it is a pity that this is not a ball. Otherwise, I would gladly befriend you. He glanced at his watch, bowed slightly to the crowd, as if concluding a performance. Well, everyone, the time is nearly up until we meet again. With that, Chen Feng spread his arms wide, relinquishing his support, and allowed himself to tumble outward. Ah, no! A few timid individuals gasped in horror. Li Qingyan rushed forward, attempting to catch Chen Feng, but it was too late. He had already fallen from the window. However, to everyone's astonishment, the anticipated vertical drop did not occur. Instead, at the very moment he leapt, a white cape behind him seemed to unfurl, swiftly transforming into a triangular glider, carrying Chen Feng away into the distance. As the crowd stared in disbelief at Chen Feng's receding figure, their jaws dropped. What in the world? Is this real? Ah, Chen Feng is so cool. My love, I want to bear your children. I told you Feng Shen couldn't be caught, right? Who was it that said they would eat? Live on stream? Let me know when I want to witness it. 1. I'll join. If there aren't enough ingredients, I can provide. 1-1. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and chase after him. Li Qingyan's furious shout snapped the pursuit team from their shock, prompting them to hastily follow her outside. I'll stay back to secure the scene, a young team member declared. Li Qingyan shot him a glance. If she remembered correctly, he was the first to spot Kid. Yet, he appeared somewhat unfamiliar. However, There was no time for further contemplation, and she agreed, leading the others away. Amaya cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered head of royal security beside her. She had little desire to witness this ineffectual group. "Go after them," she commanded. The security chief, feeling a wave of relief, hurriedly rallied the pale-faced security personnel to follow the pursuit team. Once everyone had departed, Mill, Amaya's assistant, stepped forward to announce the temporary closure of the exhibition, dispersing the remaining attendees and refunding their tickets. As the crowd trickled away, only a few remained. Amaya turned her gaze toward the direction Chen Feng had vanished, a smile gracing her lips. "It seems that in this contest, I have ultimately triumphed, dear Phantom Thief." At that moment, a voice interrupted Amaya's thoughts. "Miss Amaya." Following the sound, Amaya noticed that the earlier pursuit team member had somehow approached her side. "Is there something you need?" she inquired with a polite smile. However, the young man did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly retrieved a black carbon pen from his pocket. Amaya assumed he desired signature, but after a moment of waiting, he did not produce any paper. Curiosity piqued, she asked again, "Do you want an autograph, sir?" The young man remained silent, instead placing the pen before her and, with a gentle flick, transforming it into a vibrant blue rose. "Is this magic?" Amaya inquired, intrigued, sensing that the young man's intentions were not merely to perform a trick for her amusement. "To be precise, it is a gift. I wish to exchange this flower for something." "What is it?" Amaya's brow furrowed slightly, an unsettling feeling washing over her. "The heart of the ocean that resides within you." Chapter 11. The Phantom Thief Kid Never Fails. "I wish to exchange for your heart of the ocean." What? Amy thought she must have misheard. What did he just say? He wants her heart of the ocean? Does he know that the one from earlier was a counterfeit? How is that possible? Only she and Mill were privy to that secret. Could it be that Mill has betrayed her? Absolutely not. Mill had grown up alongside her. Betrayal was inconceivable. So how did he know the heart of the ocean was fake? And why does he desire it? A torrent of questions flooded Amy's mind, leaving even this extraordinary woman momentarily stunned. Yet she quickly regained her composure, her tone laced with frost. "Who are you? Really?" "I am." The young man flashed a mysterious smile, tugging at his garment, transforming his appearance in an instant. He donned a pristine, well-fitted white suit, a tall, medieval white top hat, slightly reflective monocle glasses, and that iconic white cape. The Phantom Thief Kid. Chen Feng's reappearance sent the viewership of the live stream soaring, rapidly approaching 1 million. "Oh no, I've become a fool. Can someone tell me that Feng Shun didn't he just leave? Why is he back? Why does he want to exchange the heart of the ocean with Amy? Didn't he already obtain it?" There's only one possibility. The previous heart of the ocean was a fake. The genuine heart of the ocean is with Amy. Goodness gracious, what a twist. This is more thrilling than a movie. Meanwhile, Li Qingyan, who had rushed out, sensed something amiss. Observing Lin Chuanxiong, who remained stationed outside, she furrowed her brows. "Captain Lin, are you saying you never saw Chen Feng's figure fly out the window?" Lin Chuanxiong shook his head. "To be precise, I caught a glimpse, but within 2 seconds, he abruptly vanished in midair, as if a suddenly switched-off projector. Quite jarring. A projector." Li Qingyan's frown deepened as she turned to her team, her eyes suddenly widening as though an epiphany struck her. "All team members, line up and count off. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16. With the last number called, everyone froze. Including Captain Li Qingyan, their group consisted of 16 individuals, all gathered downstairs. So who remained upstairs? Chen Feng. Li Qingyan clenched her teeth, forcing the words out. "Return." At that moment, the royal security team from the kingdom of Lorelin finally descended, only to see Li Qingyan, visibly furious, retracing her steps, leaving them bewildered. Fortunately, one of Lin Chuanxiong's team members explained in English, clarifying the situation. However, upon learning that the individual left behind was a disguised Chen Feng, the security personnel's faces turned ashen. Losing a national treasure might incur severe penalties. But if anything were to happen to Amy, they would truly have no way back home. They'd better pack up and flee. Realizing this, the Lorelin security team wasted no time, hastily sprinting upstairs, their speed tripling from before. Gazing at Chen Feng before her, Amy was utterly bewildered. She turned to the large window, still open, the evening breeze reminding her that everything that had transpired was not merely an illusion. Yet she couldn't fathom how someone who had seemingly departed could reappear before her. You never left? Chen Feng smiled, presenting a rose to Amy, who dazedly accepted it. Miss Amy, a proficient magician, never departs before the performance concludes. Watching Chen Feng, Amy instinctively stepped back, her arm shielding the necklace of the heart of the ocean around her neck, wary of his sudden advance. Please do not be alarmed. As a gentleman, I would never commit an indiscretion against a lady. Chen Feng maintained his expressionless smile. Although his words sought to reassure her, the wariness on Amy's face did not diminish. At that moment, the grand entrance swung open once more, and Chen Feng didn't even need to turn to know who had arrived. Chen Feng, stand still. You're under arrest. Chen Feng turned, meeting Li Qingyan's icy glare. I apologize, Miss Li Qingyan, for my previous actions. However, do remember that a phantom thief is also a master of deception. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Qingyan's already sour expression darkened further. Without engaging in further dialogue, she signaled for her team to surround him. It seems you have lost. Mr. Phantom Thief, Amy remarked, a sly smile gracing her lips, regaining her composure. Yet surprisingly, even at this moment, Chen Feng chose not to flee. Instead, he gently lifted her left hand, kissing it softly before the astonished gazes of all present. Miss Amy, remember this. The Phantom Thief kid never fails. Truly, Feng Shen never forgets to charm the ladies. If only I had half his flair, I wouldn't be spending every night with Fifth Miss. Chen Feng, darling, I want to bear your children. Can't you come up with something more original? We wish we could, but that lazy author can't be bothered to think of new phrases. Arrest him. This time, Li Qingyan had no intention of exchanging even a word with Chen Feng. Once the encirclement was complete, she immediately ordered his capture. In that instant, Chen Feng reached into his pocket and produced a cylindrical object. A flashbang. Li Qingyan gasped, swiftly warning everyone, covering one eye while reaching forward. With a loud bang, a blinding light erupted, and, as expected, Li Qingyan missed her target. When several individuals finally reopened their eyes, Chen Feng had vanished, leaving behind only a blue rose with a square card affixed to it. Bending down, Amy picked up the rose, her eyes falling upon the card, which bore a clear message. As per the announcement, I have accepted the heart of the ocean. Respectfully, the Phantom Thief Kid. Accepted? What nonsense. As her hand grazed her neck, Amy's smile froze. Her heart of the ocean was gone. When did this happen? Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared. Li Qingyan and the others wore equally grim expressions. Before coming, she had boldly declared her intent to capture Chen Feng, only to find herself thoroughly outmatched, and not once, but twice. This was an intolerable affront. As the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, the royal security of Lorelin finally made their delayed entrance. Protect the princess. The leaders stumbled into the venue, their comical entrance eliciting laughter from a team member with a low tolerance for humor. Even the viewers in the live stream found it amusing. Though they couldn't comprehend what was being shouted, their frantic demeanor was enough to infer the urgency. Are the guards from Lorelin performing a skit? Are they here for a show? Doesn't anyone know that the Qing dynasty has fallen and it's time for court? With such a motley crew responsible for Amy's security, it was baffling what her father had been thinking. Naturally, Amy witnessed this ridiculous scene, her expression darkening. In the end, she simply tossed her sleeve and walked away from the scene. Chapter 12. A hero to the rescue? No, it's the Phantom Thief. Beep. Task 3. Increase the viewership of your live streaming room to 1,000,000. Task completed. Current popularity 1,358,612. Reward. Skill enhancement cards X2. Beep. Detected that the host has successfully completed a theft for the first time. Fusion rate of Phantom Thief Kid card 12. System points 1200. Acquired God tier lockpicking skill beginner. Current fusion rate 42. Lockpicking skills. How delightful. In the quietude of the late night square, Chen Feng relished the rare moment of tranquility. A pigeon pecked at the breadcrumbs he had placed on his outstretched palm. On his phone, a recording of his live stream from an hour ago played. A series of headlines about him remained trending. The Thief Game unveils a true thief. Chen Feng from Huaxia District 3 steals the world's largest sapphire, the heart of the ocean. Chen Feng's provocative announcement leaves the pursuit team empty-handed. The confrontation concluded with Chen Feng's victory. Phantom Thief, a fresh title. Alongside these positive narratives, there were also critical reports from commentators seeking to capitalize on the buzz. Professor Sun evaluates Chen Feng's incident, clearly states that the success of a thief is a cultural tragedy. Professor Li from City S states that the so-called phantom thief is merely another type of thief, and Chen Feng is leading contemporary youth astray. Regardless of the nature of the news, Chen Feng merely chuckled and moved on, showing no intention of responding. He was indifferent to the online evaluations. What truly captivated him was the enchanting process itself. As for the opinions of outsiders, they were of no concern to him. He utilized the 2 skill enhancement cards just awarded by the system. One upgraded his voice modulation skill to intermediate, while the other elevated his magic skill to advanced. According to Chen Feng's understanding, the system categorized skills into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. Once a skill reached the advanced level, it would be roughly equivalent to the abilities of the card's character. Achieving the perfect level would far exceed those abilities. This meant that if every one of Chen Feng's skills reached the perfect level, even if Kaido Kuroba stood before him, he would make one question who the true Phantom Thief Kid was. At that moment, a voice nearby caught Chen Feng's attention. "Don't move, hand over your money, or I won't be polite." In a narrow alley not far from the square, a filthy little man glared menacingly at a woman before him. A gleaming knife flickered ominously in front of her, making her too fearful to act. "Please, don't be rash, I'll give you the money." Upon hearing this, the grimy man's face broke into a smile. Who knew how he had been living these past few days? Since joining this ridiculous thief game show, he had thought he could make a fortune under the guise of the program. However, that damn pursuit team proved formidable, their noses sharper than a dog ass. Thanks to the City S surveillance, each time he showed his face, they would arrive before he could even act. Thus far, 3 days had passed without a single meal, let alone riches. He had either been scrounging in sewers with rats or hiding in public restrooms battling mosquitoes. Today, however, fortune seemed to smile upon him. Having just emerged, he encountered a solitary young woman. If he didn't rob her fiercely, it would be an affront to the bite he endured from those mosquitoes. With this thought, the man's expression grew increasingly sinister, his small eyes seeming to devour the woman before him. His live stream audience, though nowhere near Chen Feng's popularity, still boasted over 20,000 viewers. Damn it, people like this are disgusting. They dare not rob those in groups or those who are strong, only targeting vulnerable young women, bullying the weak. Agreed. Compared to this, my phone girl is practically a saint. Hey, don't you think this woman looks familiar? Familiar? Is she a celebrity? No, wait. Now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Ah, I remember. Isn't she the girl Chen Feng flirted with on the rooftop bar on the first day of the show? Now that you mention it, she really is. Her name is Zhou Wanning, right? At that moment, Zhou Wanning looked at the menacing man before her, feeling a tinge of regret. Since the incident a few days ago, she had started paying attention to Chen Feng, realizing he was not a genuine fugitive but a participant in the thief game. For reasons unknown, upon learning this, she felt an unexpected sense of relief. Then came the explosive incident surrounding Chen Feng's announcement, which she had also heard about. After work, she hurried over, eager to purchase a ticket to witness the spectacle. However, the event was so popular that the line stretched for half a street. And when she finally reached the front, she was informed that tickets had sold out. With no choice, she settled on the square, watching the live stream on her phone. As if that were not enough, just as she prepared to head home after finishing the stream, she encountered a robbery. This made Zhou Wanning question whether she had inadvertently chosen an inauspicious day to venture out. How could her luck be so dire? Noticing Zhou Wanning's prolonged silence, the man grew impatient. He waved the knife threateningly and growled, "Hurry up. Don't make things difficult for yourself." Startled, Zhou Wanning trembled as she reached for her money. Just then, a whistling sound pierced the air. followed by a flat object swiftly slicing through the air and leaving a crimson mark across the man's wrist. Who? The man exclaimed, alarmed, glancing around but finding no one, only seeing the flat object embedded deep in the wall. A playing card? Zhou Wanning was astonished. In her life, she had never seen someone use playing cards as weapons before. Treating a beautiful lady so brutally was surely a breach of decorum. As the onlookers stood bewildered, unsure of who had intervened, a voice echoed from above. A figure clad in white perched elegantly on the railing of a second-floor window, the playing card gun in hand, indicating that he was indeed the one who had acted. Who are you? Chen Feng. The two voices, one filled with surprise and the other with delight, rang out simultaneously. Chapter 13. The kissed Chen Feng leaped down from a height, landing gracefully before Zhou Wanqing. It is a great honor to meet you again, Miss Zhou. The proximity between them allowed Zhou Wanqing to perceive the very sound of Chen Feng's breathing, causing her cheeks to flush crimson in an instant. I am equally honored. A thunderous sound erupted from the sky. Behold, the magnificent Feng Shun has made his entrance. It was evident from the beauty's expression that she had already succumbed to her infatuation with Feng Ge. Ah, husband, stop flirting with her. Flirt with me instead. I am far more alluring. The once lackluster live stream suddenly erupted with excitement, the popularity soaring as Chen Feng's broadcast shifted focus to this scene. Kid, are you meddling in affairs that do not concern you? A man, nursing a wrist lacerated by a playing card, glared at Chen Feng with palpable malice. As a contestant in the program, he, like the pursuers, was barred from watching the live stream. Hence he was unaware of Chen Feng's identity. All he knew was that this individual was obstructing his path to fortune. As if he had not heard the man at all, Chen Feng paid him no mind, not even glancing in his direction. How dare you? The slighted man's fury escalated. Ignoring the live stream, he charged at Chen Feng, brandishing a knife. Kid, you're courting death. Without even turning his head, Chen Feng merely sidestepped, evading the man's strike effortlessly. In the next moment, he shot two playing cards from his hand, each striking precisely at the man's wrist. In agony, the knife clattered to the ground. Before the man could comprehend what had transpired, Chen Feng unfurled a large white cloth, enveloping him completely. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for some magic, Chen Feng declared with a mysterious smile. With a swift motion, he pulled the cloth away, revealing the once furious man, now tightly bound with ropes. His garments mysteriously vanished, leaving him clad in nothing but his undergarments, unconscious on the floor. Transforming a living being? No preparation necessary? Zhou Wanqing marveled. No wonder he is my husband. Even his methods of rescue are so dashing. Ah, husband. Reluctantly, she conceded that Chen Feng's heroics were indeed a tad more impressive than her own. Don't you have any shame, buddy? Call the Pursuit Bureau. This is their jurisdiction. Only then did Zhou Wanqing snap out of her daze as Chen Feng's voice resonated in her ears. Oh, she hurriedly agreed and took out her phone to make the call. Since the inception of the Thief Game program, the number for the Pursuit Bureau had been made public, allowing citizens to report fugitives. Once Zhou Wanqing completed the call, Chen Feng prepared to depart. As she observed his retreating figure, it seemed as if she had made a momentous decision and rushed forward. Wait, Chen Feng turned, and before he could assess the situation, he felt an embrace around his neck, followed by a warm, moist sensation on his left cheek. A kiss. A red lip print now adorned his left cheek. Chen Feng could have evaded if he so wished, but as a gentleman, how could he refuse a lady's token of gratitude, especially from such a beauty? Thank you, Zhou Wanqing murmured, her face flushed, unable to meet his gaze. Despite her surprise, Chen Feng maintained his impassive demeanor. He took a half-step back, placed his right hand over his heart, and performed a slight bow. I look forward to our next meeting, Mississippi. With that, he turned and left the scene, not lingering further. I too look forward to it, Zhou Wanqing whispered, watching his silhouette fade away. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the exhibition hall, in Amy's office, she glared at the white figure on her phone's livestream, her teeth clenched in frustration. That insufferable man. If not for him, I wouldn't be facing calls of accountability from those old geezers over the loss of the heart of the ocean. Although I managed to placate them for now, I must find a way to retrieve it swiftly. Yet, the production team in Huaxia claimed they could not reach him. What was she to do? Head pounding. Amia cradled her head in despair. Just then, her assistant Mir entered. Your Highness, the reporters refused to leave, insisting they must see you. What shall we do? Ugh. Amia exhaled, regaining her composure. Tell them I will be there in 10 minutes. Understood. Mir exited, leaving Amia alone once more. After adjusting her attire, she headed toward the door. As she passed by a cabinet, something caught her eye, prompting her to halt. Following her gaze, she noticed an empty vase with 2 blue roses, those given to her by Chen Feng. Staring at the perfectly bloomed roses, memories of the white figure flooded her mind. His grace, his elegance, his words, and the kiss upon her hand. Ugh, what am I thinking? Amia shook her head vigorously, banishing the thoughts. That detestable man, I will capture him and reclaim the heart of the ocean. In the dead of night, Amia was not the only one sleepless due to Chen Feng. In the conference room of the Pursuit Bureau, Li Qingyan sat fuming, clearly still incensed by Chen Feng's earlier antics. The other 2 team leaders were also present. Team 2's leader, Lin Chuanxiong, was deep in thought, while Team 3's leader, Sun Luo, repeatedly reviewed past livestream footage of Chen Feng. After a long while, Lin Chuanxiong lifted his head, observing the stillness of Sun Luo, unable to contain himself. Hey, Xiao Sun, you've been watching all night. Have you gleaned anything at all? Aren't you the bronze medalist from the World Detective Championship for Huaxia? Where's your detective prowess? Show it. Sun Luo adjusted his glasses, slowly responding, I have certainly noticed something. At his words, Li Qingyan and the others perked up, eager to hear what he had discovered. Without delay, Sun Luo projected the video onto the large screen. Look here. This is the live stream from the rooftop bar when Chen Feng slipped away from Captain Lin and the others. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuanxiong's face flushed with embarrassment, urging, Xiao Sun, get to the point, right? Sun Luo nodded, fast-forwarding to the last few seconds of the video, where Chen Feng was enveloped by a flurry of white doves. Then pausing decisively, he pointed to a specific moment in the video. Observe here, although subtle, we can faintly see Chen Feng raise his hand to his waist. The very next second, he vanishes. What of it? Li Qingyan asked, perplexed. Sun Luo elaborated. At that moment, the entire rooftop was blocked by Captain Lin and his team. Thus, Chen Feng could not possibly exit through the front. Moreover, did you notice a detail? Once Chen Feng stepped onto the rooftop, he did not turn back. So, based on my understanding of magic, wherever a magician does not wish to direct your attention is often where the flaw lies. One might boldly speculate that the reason Chen Feng did not turn around could be attributed to the presence of a rope or similar apparatus behind him. The motion of raising his hand while being enveloped by the white dove may have been an action to secure the rope around his waist. In other words, at that moment, Chen Feng did not vanish abruptly. Rather, he utilized the cover of the white dove to descend swiftly via a rope, reaching the lower floors, and then, through cunning disguise, evaded surveillance and escaped from the hotel. Chapter 14. Thief or Detective. Upon hearing Sun Luo's words, both Li Qingyan and the others revealed expressions of sudden realization. However, this was not the end. Sun Luo shifted the scene to today's live broadcast, swiftly fast-forwarding to the moment when Chen Feng, disguised as a repairman, worked in front of the Heart of the Ocean display. And here, Sun Luo pointed at the figure of the repairman on the screen. I had been puzzled as to why the advanced alarm system installed on the Heart of the Ocean display by the Laurel Qing Kingdom malfunctioned. After much contemplation, I concluded there could only be one possibility. Chen Feng had entered the venue beforehand, disguised as someone, and sabotaged the alarm system. This repairman from the Laurel Qing Kingdom is the prime suspect. Now, all we need to do is locate this repairman and inquire a bit, and we can be fairly certain. Well done. Lin Chuanxiong clapped Sun Luo on the shoulder, smiling. You're quite impressive. I regret not bringing you along today. Otherwise, Chen Feng might not have succeeded. Sun Luo shook his head in response. Captain Lin, you think too highly of me. I merely look for flaws in hindsight. If I were on site, I fear I would have been powerless to stop him. Hearing this, Lin Chuanxiong's smile faltered, still a bit unwilling to accept. Is Chen Feng really that difficult to deal with? Sun Luo sighed. It seems so. The three present fell into silence. However, I don't know someone who might be able to assist. This statement piqued the interest of the other two. Who? My junior sister. The champion of the World Detective Contest in the Huaxia region. Ouyang Muxiue. Host, Chen Feng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Strength, 15. Average person, 10. Intelligence, 155. Average person, 90. Charm, 15. Average person, 10. Character card, Phantom Thief Kid, Fusion Degree, 42. Skills, Disguise, Intermediate. Voice Modification, Intermediate. Beast Mastery, Beginner. Sleight of Hand, Advanced. Master of World Languages, Intermediate. Divine Lock Picking, Beginner. Hacking Skills, Beginner. System Warehouse, Phantom Thief Kid Costume, X1. Poker Gun, X1. Rapid Descent Rope, X2. 4D Holographic Projector, X1. Glider, X1. Bouquet of Roses, X99. System Points, 1800 in a coffee shop. Chen Feng casually browsed the skills and items available in the system store. Mind Reading, Beginner can read a person's inner thoughts. Effective range of 1 meter. Priced at 800 system points. Hypnosis, Beginner hypnotizes the brain, forcibly alters a person's thoughts. Note, the stronger the will, the less effective the hypnosis. Priced at 1,000 system points. Dream Weaver, Beginner constructs or enters another's dream, allowing free movement within it. Priced at 1,500 system points. Skill Enhancement Card, can enhance skill proficiency. Priced at 500 system points. After surveying the options, Chen Feng ultimately chose the Dream Weaver skill priced at 1,500 system points. After all, the ability to enter another's dream was extraordinarily powerful. If utilized well, it could uncover all of another's secrets without them being aware. As for mind reading, yes, it could be done, but it comes with too many limitations. First, the person must be within 1 meter, and second, they must be thinking of something specific. Even if both conditions are met, the information obtained may not be what one desires. Beep. Exchange for Dream Weaver skill successful. Cost, 1,500 system points. Current system points, 300 as the system notification chimed. Chen Feng's system points returned to their previous state. However, he felt no regret. After all, having system points without using them was of little benefit. Better to exchange them for useful skills. Excuse me, there's no room over there. May I share a table? A voice interrupted Chen Feng's thoughts. He looked up to see a tall beauty standing before him, holding a tray with a coffee cup. Recognizing her face, Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at how small the world was, running into her anywhere. Of course, please sit, Officer Li. Chen Feng smiled. Li Qingyan was taken aback. You know me? The renowned flower of H City's police force. Leader of the first team of the Huaxia District's pursuit group. How could I not recognize you? I watched your live broadcast last night. At the mention of last night's broadcast, Li Qingyan's face flushed. The events of last night were rather embarrassing. Chen Feng smiled. Officer Li, please don't misunderstand. I meant no mockery. That Mr. Chen Feng merely employed some unfamiliar sleight of hand techniques. Otherwise, he likely wouldn't have escaped. Hearing Chen Feng's attempt to absolve her, Li Qingyan felt a flicker of appreciation for him. Thank you. She set down the tray, but her gaze inadvertently fell upon the phone on the table, which was playing the previous live broadcast of Chen Feng. You seem quite interested in him? Chen Feng replied. Not particularly interested. I just found his techniques rather intriguing and wanted to learn more. Is that so? Li Qingyan nodded, taking a sip of her coffee. She casually asked, have you discerned anything? Just rapid descent ropes and disguise techniques. Nothing noteworthy. Chen Feng's nonchalant response made Li Qingyan, who had been sipping her coffee, immediately look up in surprise. The conclusion that had taken Sun Luo a whole night to deduce was so effortlessly discerned by this person. It's worth noting that their pursuit group had access to not just the live broadcast footage, but also the most comprehensive surveillance recordings, far exceeding external conditions. If only this person could join her pursuit group. With that thought, Li Qingyan's eyes brightened. I didn't realize you were a detective. May I ask your name? Asen Robin, a Chinese American. Chen Feng claimed his identity as a Chinese American for the simple reason that it was harder to trace. And may I ask what you do now? Li Qingyan quickly inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng could guess her intentions, so he decided to play along. I just returned to the country and am currently unemployed, struggling to find work. This made Li Qingyan even happier, a reliable detective with professional capabilities. Yet currently unemployed, wasn't this a gift from heaven specifically to deal with Chen Feng? Little did she know, the person before her was precisely the Chen Feng she had been so eager to confront. Chapter 15, The Second Notice. Mr. Yazan, I wonder if you might be interested in joining our pursuit bureau? I can offer you a position as a special consultant, requiring only your assistance at specific times, ensuring it will not consume much of your time. Observing that Chen Feng was wavering, Li Qingyan hastily seized the opportunity. Rest assured, we shall not require your assistance without compensation. After each operation, we will remunerate you regardless of its success, she added. Upon hearing this, the furrow in Chen Feng's brow finally relaxed. Very well. Since Miss Li has so generously extended her invitation, I shall not decline. Just then a phone rang, interrupting Li Qingyan. She smiled apologetically, retrieved her phone, glanced at the caller ID, and promptly answered. Hello, cousin. Have you arrived in H-City? You've been here for several days? Did Annie come with you? Oh, you came alone? Where are you now? All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Li Qingyan turned back to Chen Feng. I'm sorry, I have something to attend to. Let us exchange WeChat. If you have other requests, you can message me online. Agreed. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. After they exchanged WeChat contacts, Li Qingyan hurriedly departed, oblivious to the amused smile of the person behind her. That night, in the bedroom of Amaya on the top floor of the exhibition hall, the sleeping Amaya wore a faint smile, occasionally humming, seemingly lost in a delightful dream. In her dream, after Chen Feng had taken the heart of the ocean, Amaya employed various means to locate his hiding place. She swiftly deployed her people, capturing him before he could react. Gazing at Chen Feng, tightly bound in front of her, a victorious smile unconsciously spread across Amaya's face. Yet at that moment, Chen Feng suddenly transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished. Countless paper slips began to cascade from the sky, accompanied by Chen Feng's infuriating voice. Miss Amaya, I regret to toy with you once more, but the performance has concluded. I shall take my leave. Just as Chen Feng's voice faded, a slip of paper fluttered onto Amaya's face. It was indeed a notice. As Amaya eagerly attempted to discern the contents of the notice, she awoke from her dream. Opening her eyes to the familiar ceiling, Amaya exhaled heavily. So, it was merely a dream. However, a casual glance revealed a remarkably familiar card placed beside her bed. Dear, beautiful Amaya, when the light fades and Nyx descend from the heavens, accompanied by the lion's demise, I shall arrive. Yours sincerely, Phantom Thief Kid. Phantom Thief Kid. Amaya hurriedly scanned her surroundings, but found nothing. She then sat up quickly, dressed, and called out towards the door, Bring me Mill. Simultaneously, the live stream in Chen Feng's room displayed the same notice. Instantly, the previously quiet stream erupted into chaos, with messages flying through the screen. What did this Amaya do to provoke my brother Feng? Is it her again? Who knows? Perhaps Brother Feng has taken a liking to this princess and wishes to enact a tale of the princess and the thief. If that's the case, I might have to start spreading rumors. I see this Amaya as nothing but trouble. She dresses like a flea market find, probably because Kid has seen through her true nature and has been at odds with her. Of course, this comment, steeped in jealousy, went largely unnoticed. Just then, a comment captured everyone's attention. Hey, have you noticed? Chen Feng's notice doesn't specify what he intends to steal this time. Oh my, that's true. Last time, he explicitly mentioned stealing the heart of the ocean. Why is it different now? Could it be that he isn't planning to steal something tangible this time? Or perhaps he isn't planning to steal anything at all? Are you out of your mind? Chen Feng is a fugitive. He wouldn't be going to deliver gifts. Would he? In his hotel room, Chen Feng silently retreated as the comments continued to flood in. Lying on his bed, he held the necklace adorned with the heart of the ocean, which sparkled enticingly even in the dim light. Truly, it was the largest sapphire in the world. Alas, it already had its rightful owner. Nyx, also known as Nyx, is the deity of night in Western mythology. And upon reading about the lion's demise in the notice, I immediately thought of the lion emblem of the royal family of the Laurel Green Kingdom. though that seemed rather out of place. However, 2 days from now will be August 22nd, the final day of Leo this year. Considering Chen Feng's habit of inscribing clear dates on his notices, I surmise this must be the answer. In conclusion, this notice conveys a singular message. Chen Feng's operation is scheduled for 2 days hence, at dusk, around 5 in the afternoon. Within the Pursuit Bureau, Sun Luo stood before the large screen, articulating the contents of the notice with fervor, effectively translating its implications. His reasoning resonated with those present, who nodded in agreement. However, others soon raised their queries. But what exactly does he intend to steal this time? This question immediately captured the attention of all present, with a dozen pairs of eyes fixated on Sun Luo. He appeared somewhat sheepish. I don't know that just yet. Chen Feng is, after all, a thief. He may think it too conspicuous to directly state his target, aiming to reduce some risk. Most of those present found this explanation reasonable, though a small portion remained skeptical. Yet without a better alternative, they chose to let it lie. At that moment, Lin Chuanxiong stood up and declared, "All right, everyone, regardless of what Chen Feng intends to steal, we cannot allow it. Since he has issued the notice, let us prepare accordingly. As for his true intentions, they shall be revealed the night after tomorrow." With that, Lin Chuanxiong inquired, "Captain Li, do you have anything to add?" As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned toward Li Qingyan, who was still engrossed in her phone, smiling foolishly. Li Qingyan abruptly looked up, realizing everyone was staring at her. She quickly tucked her phone away, cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment, and spoke. "I believe Captain Lin is absolutely right. Protecting those artifacts from theft is merely a temporary measure. Only by capturing the fugitive Chen Feng can we truly resolve this dilemma." Chapter 16. The game time has arrived. Clap, clap, clap. As Li Qingyan concluded her statement, a fervent applause erupted within the Pursuit Bureau. Lin Chuanxiong, seizing the moment, announced the adjournment of the meeting, urging everyone to return and prepare diligently. Once all the members of the pursuit team had departed, only 3 team leaders, Li Qingyan, Lin Chuanxiong, and Sun Luo, remained in the conference room. Turning to Li Qingyan, Lin Chuanxiong jested, "It seems our Captain Li has entered into a romantic liaison." Hearing this, Sun Luo, who was still organizing his belongings, cast a curious glance. "Uncle Lin, what nonsense are you spouting? I was merely chatting with a friend." Li Qingyan's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly defended herself. Observing her reaction, Lin Chuanxiong nodded knowingly. "That is quite all right. Your father passed away early and entrusted me with the responsibility of looking after you and your mother. Now that your mother is gone, by the time you wed, I will have fulfilled your father's wishes." The mention of her parents inevitably cast a shadow of melancholy over Li Qingyan's face. Let's not dwell on such somber topics. In 2 days, Chen Feng's operation will commence. You should prepare well. All right, I shall take my leave. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. During this period, Li Qingyan was overwhelmed with busyness. Not only did Chen Feng's growing influence in the outside world heighten her sense of pressure, but the production team was also a source of anxiety. The rules had been unequivocally established at the onset of the game. All illegal gains acquired by the contestants would be converted into monetary penalties once the pursuit time had elapsed. Had Chen Feng merely pilfered some ordinary jewelry, the production team, backed by the World United Government, would hardly have cared about reimbursing the cost. However, Chen Feng had stolen one of the national treasures of the Laurel Kingdom, famously known as the Heart of the Ocean, the largest sapphire in the world. The mere value of the Heart of the Ocean was staggering, not to mention the necklace adorned with 108 smaller diamonds, which escalated its worth to astronomical heights. At that moment, Director Wu of the production team was filled with regret. He had initially hoped to leverage this program for a promotion and pay raise, but now, with Chen Feng's interference, he was left wondering if he could even keep his job. Reluctantly, he found himself incessantly calling the Pursuit Bureau for updates, inadvertently adding to the pressure faced by Li Qingyan and her team. Fortunately, there was still one person with whom she could converse. At noon, Li Qingyan, freshly off work, made her way to the CAF with practiced ease. Upon entering, she scanned the room and, as expected, spotted Yazin's familiar figure. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Yazan's eloquence, insights on various issues, and perspectives on certain cases had left a lasting impression on Li Qingyan. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to visiting this CAF after work, where she invariably encountered him. Li Qingyan briskly approached Chen Feng and unceremoniously took a seat across from him. Chen Feng, seemingly unfazed, set down his coffee spoon and slid his cup toward her. "Try it. I brewed it myself." Without hesitation, Li Qingyan lifted the cup and took a generous sip. The bitterness of the coffee harmonized perfectly with the creaminess of the milk, offering a slight bitterness upon entry that swiftly dissipated, replaced by a rich aroma of coffee. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Chen Feng. "I must say, I didn't expect you to be quite adept at brewing coffee. I worked a few months in a CAF during college. My technique might be a bit rusty, but I'm glad you enjoy it." Chen Feng spoke truthfully. In his previous life, as a student from a humble background, he had relied on part-time jobs to afford meals. "Alas, I cannot join you this afternoon. I have to deal with that wretched thief." At the mention of the thief, a flicker of anger crossed Li Qingyan's face, unaware that the very person she spoke of sat before her. Chen Feng maintained a calm demeanor. "What a coincidence. I have matters to attend to this afternoon as well." "Indeed, what a coincidence," Li Qingyan replied with a smile. After another sip of coffee, she asked, "By the way, have you prepared the materials needed for entering the pursuit bureau that we discussed last time?" Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. "Let's not dwell on that just yet. Haven't you noticed anything different about the CAF today?" "Different?" Li Qingyan blinked, turning her head to survey the surroundings. Her focus had been solely on Chen Feng, and now she realized something was amiss. "Wait, why is it so quiet in here? There's not a single customer or even a staff member. It's quite simple. I've reserved the entire place today." "Reserved? For what purpose?" Li Qingyan asked, her expression one of surprise. "Are you planning to change careers and sell coffee?" Chen Feng replied. "Not quite. It's merely for your sake." "For me?" Li Qingyan was utterly bewildered. What connection could she possibly have with the CAF? "Because I have an important task to attend to today, which requires a bit of your assistance." As he spoke, Chen Feng's voice remained steady and unaltered. "Assistance? What kind of assistance? Wait, you're not Yazan. Who on earth are you?" With a surge of agitation, Li Qingyan stood abruptly, but the subsequent wave of dizziness caused her to stagger. On the verge of collapsing, Chen Feng swiftly stepped forward to steady her delicate waist, preventing her from falling. He then removed the disguise from his face, revealing his true identity. "I apologize for deceiving you, beautiful lady, but I kindly ask you to rest here while I take the stage for this performance and present a splendid opening act." Li Qingyan attempted to struggle, but the effects of the drug coursing through her body rendered her efforts futile. Soon, her head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Feng gently lifted her legs and cradled her in a princess carry, ascending to the bedroom on the second floor. Upon entering, he laid her gently on the bed and tenderly covered her with a blanket. When he re-emerged from the room, he had entirely transformed into Li Qingyan's likeness, having acquired the clothing from the system's marketplace, never stooping so low as to strip a woman of her garments. Stepping outside, adjusting the half-frame glasses perched on his nose, Chen Feng chuckled softly. "The game time has arrived. P.S. Is there anyone who enjoys this genre? I feel this theme might be a bit niche. Any suggestions or requests are welcome. I'm quite open to discussion." Chapter 17. A small gift in the afternoon. The exhibition hall was bustling with an immense crowd. 15 members of the pursuit team, collaborating with local police, were diligently maintaining order. A yellow caution tape cordoned off the area, keeping the throngs of people at a distance of 15 meters from the building. Having learned from previous experiences, the pursuit team had become more astute. Lin Xuanxiong even suggested suspending the exhibition that evening to prevent Chen Feng from blending into the crowd once again. The Amaya side readily agreed. However, they were unaware that Chen Feng had already disguised himself as an unexpected individual and infiltrated the venue. "Captain Li, please come in," said the officer guarding the caution line, allowing Chen Feng to pass after inspecting his credentials. "Thank you," Chen Feng replied politely, striding directly into the exhibition hall. Inside, the atmosphere was unusually tranquil. Apart from the 20 or so pursuit team members stationed around the venue, the remaining dozen individuals, including team leaders Lin Xuanxiong and Sun Luo, were gathered on the expansive central platform. Captain Li, the crowd greeted Chen Feng as he made his way through. He nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Chuanxiong lifted his head and, upon recognizing Captain Li Qingyan, greeted him with a smile. Captain Li, you seem increasingly composed. You don't make an appearance until the last moment. Li Qingyan smiled slightly, but did not respond. What's the situation? Sun Luo, pulling his gaze away from the computer screen and rubbing his weary eyes, replied, I have applied for permission to use the Tianyin system from the higher-ups and installed additional surveillance cameras around the exhibition hall. We can now monitor the entire building's internal and external situations with 360-degree coverage. Moreover, Captain Lin has ordered that if any suspicious individuals approach, we should detain them without seeking further instructions. A confident smile graced Sun Luo's face, oblivious to the fact that the very person they were vigilantly guarding against was seated nearby, conversing with him. Li Qingyan nodded in understanding. Time slipped away as the sun gradually descended, half of it now below the horizon, signaling the imminent arrival of the scheduled time. The number of onlookers outside continued to swell. Even though they could not enter the exhibition, their enthusiasm remained undeterred. As the host, Amaya also arrived at the scene with her assistant, Mir. Miss Amaya, Lin Chuanxiong stood to greet her. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Once this is over, I will express my gratitude, Amaya responded with a smile. It's merely our duty. There's no need for. Lin Chuanxiong's words were cut short when Sun Luo interjected from his position at the computer. Target spotted in Zone 4. That announcement instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Lin Chuanxiong and the others swiftly turned to the monitoring screen, but the sight that greeted them left them all utterly astonished. On the monitor, a white figure was seen performing a graceful aerial walk not far from the building. To be more precise, it appeared to be treading upon a path formed by a flock of white doves, reminiscent of a noble in white surveying their domain in medieval Europe, slowly advancing towards them. At the moment Chen Feng appeared, the long-lost live stream switched back into view. The audience in the stream was equally taken aback by the sight of Chen Feng walking in midair. What the heck? Am I seeing things? While I'm still considering which shared bike to ride home, my bro Feng is already strolling in the sky. Indeed, it's my god Feng. He has never disappointed. Wait, can someone explain the mechanics behind this? I seriously suspect this world is evolving secretly without me. Mechanics? If this is magic, I'll eat my phone. Please, God Phone, give us a tutorial. The live stream erupted with excitement as comments flooded in. The people inside the venue were equally dumbfounded. Everyone stopped staring. Lin Chuanxiong's deep voice shattered the silence, and he calmly began assigning tasks. It seems Chen Feng intends to access the rooftop. Xiao Sun, you and your team continue to monitor Chen Feng's movements. Qingyan, your team will stay here to safeguard the items in the venue. I will take the others to the rooftop to intercept Chen Feng. Understood. Sun Luo nodded in agreement, as did the disguised Chen Feng, posing as Li Qingyan. With tasks assigned, the team sprang into action, and Lin Chuanxiong led a dozen individuals to the rooftop via the elevator. However, their endeavor was destined to yield no result. After all, the figure in the sky was merely an illusion created by Chen Feng using projection technology. Miss Amaya, Upon hearing her name, Amaya turned to see one of the three team leaders, Li Qingyan, standing beside her, observing her intently. Captain Li, is there something you need? Chen Feng responded casually. Not much, just a small item that fell near that window. Would you be so kind, Miss Amaya, to accompany me to retrieve it? An item? What item? Amaya inquired, slightly puzzled. Had this Captain Li not just arrived? A small gift, Chen Feng said with a mysterious smile, then began walking toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Although Amaya was confused, she pondered for a moment and felt it shouldn't pose any problem, so she followed suit. Meanwhile, Lin Chuanxiong and the others had already reached the rooftop. To their surprise, the Chen Feng, who had taken exaggerated measures to reach the rooftop, seemed even more composed than they had anticipated. He was sitting on the outer wall of the rooftop, his legs dangling over the edge, smiling as he greeted the cheering crowd below. Noticing their arrival, Chen Feng turned slightly and remarked, "It seems the audience has gathered." Though uncertain of what trick Chen Feng was about to pull, Lin Xuanxiong remained vigilant, directing his team to spread out as they approached him. Just as they were within 3 meters of the outer wall, Chen Feng finally made his move. He stood up slowly, facing the crowd below with a subtle smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, the performance is about to begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped lightly outward, heading towards the street below. With a loud pop, a cloud of white smoke erupted around him, and in an instant, Chen Feng vanished from sight, replaced by a cascade of petals drifting down from the sky. Chapter 18. The Returned Heart of the Ocean. Lin Xuanxiong and the members of the pursuit team were momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? They came in such a grand manner, just to utter a single phrase and then vanish? Not only Lin Xuanxiong, but the audience in the live stream were equally perplexed. What is Chen Feng trying to convey? Sending a notice and orchestrating such a spectacle? Was it merely to perform a magic trick? To say the least. The magic was impressive, but then what? What is his intention? I have a premonition that Brother Feng's performance is certainly not as simple as it appears. Just as everyone was in the dark about Chen Feng's true intentions, a phone rang out. Dingling. Lin Xuanxiong retrieved his phone from his pocket, the screen displaying the name Li Qingyan. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xuanxiong wondered why she was calling him again right after their recent parting. Although confused, he answered the call. "Hello? Qingyan, what's wrong?" "Lin. Uncle Lin." The voice on the other end sounded exceedingly weak, causing Lin Xuanxiong's heart to skip a beat. An ominous feeling began to stir within him. "Qingyan, what's the matter?" He pressed anxiously. "Quick, you must apprehend that impostor inside. That is Chen Feng in disguise." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanxiong's mind exploded with shock. He had thought he had taken every precaution, believing himself to be completely secure, only to discover that someone had already infiltrated. This is bad. Sun Luo and the others are still unaware. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xuanxiong's anxiety escalated. What could happen when an unidentified thief was left alone with a plethora of precious artifacts? Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, "Everyone back!" quickly. Then, disregarding the others, he hastened back the way he had come, although the remaining team members were somewhat baffled. Seeing their captain in such a state of urgency compelled them to suppress their confusion and follow Lin Xuanxiong's lead. What's going on? Did the Pursuit Bureau's gas tank explode? Why the rush? I suspect my godphone has given them an unexpected shock once again. It's highly likely that Chen Feng has already infiltrated the venue. Director, quickly cut the live feed to the exhibition hall. We need to see that. Yes, switch the feed now. If we wait too long, we'll miss the spectacle. As the request to switch the live feed grew increasingly fervent, the production team dutifully transitioned the footage to the interior of the exhibition hall, knowing they could no longer locate Chen Feng's figure. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and Emilia stood before a floor-to-ceiling window at the exhibition hall. The special design of the window allowed it to open from the bottom up, reaching nearly 2 meters high when fully opened. For safety, Emilia refrained from getting too close. Pausing, Emilia inquired, "Captain Li, what exactly have you left behind here?" Chen Feng did not respond, but bent down to lift the window. A warm summer evening breeze flowed in, wrapping around them in a gentle embrace. With a knowing smile, Chen Feng placed his finger to his lips and whistled towards the outside. Suddenly, countless white doves appeared as if summoned, converging from all directions before halting before the window, seemingly awaiting a signal. Witnessing this scene, Emilia's heart raced. This spectacle felt oddly familiar. "Miss Emilia, do you know? The detective's movements always leave traces. Yet the phantom thief's presence is ever elusive." Upon hearing this voice, Emilia froze in astonishment. The voice emanating from Captain Li was no longer feminine, but rather a clear male tone. Emilia's expression was one of shock. You are Shu." Chen Feng placed a finger before Emilia's lips, as if to silence her. "Miss Emilia, may I ask you to keep a secret for 5 minutes?" Dazed, Emilia found herself nodding instinctively. Chen Feng smiled slightly and snapped his fingers at the flock of doves outside. In response, dozens of doves swiftly split into 2 lines, surrounding one bird in the center. Extending his left hand, the summoned dove flew gracefully to rest upon Chen Feng's finger. Around its neck hung a beautifully crafted necklace adorned with blue gemstones, the heart of the ocean. no matter how exquisite an object may be. When encased within the glass of the exhibition, its brilliance remains hidden. Thus, I took the liberty of helping it find a true owner worthy of its splendor. Chen Feng spoke softly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Truly worthy of its owner? Are you referring to me? Emilia pondered silently, maintaining her composure while feeling an indescribable joy swell within her. Miss Emilia, might I have the honor of personally placing it around your neck? You are returning the heart of the ocean to me? Emilia was taken aback, her face aglow with astonishment. She had considered that Chen Feng's objective might involve other artifacts from the exhibition, or perhaps he had no intention of stealing anything at all. But never did she suspect that he had made such a grand display simply to return the heart of the ocean to her. Emilia covered her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Not far away, several members of the pursuit team were equally intrigued, observing the interaction between Emilia and Chen Feng. While they could not discern their conversation, witnessing two stunning beauties engaged in discourse was a delight in itself. One team member mused, "What do you think Captain Li and the princess are discussing?" Another replied, "What else could it be? Most likely about Chen Feng's operation." "I doubt it." Two women sneaking off to whisper could very well be sharing some untold secrets. Upon hearing this, the others erupted into mischievous laughter, clearly indulging in their own imaginings of the conversation's content. Their banter was not particularly loud, yet it reached Sun Luo's ears clearly. Frowning, he admonished, "Focus on your work. Stop gossiping." The team members promptly fell silent, obediently returning their attention to the monitors. Sun Luo, noting their compliance, intended to refocus on his tasks. But as his gaze flicked toward Emilia and Chen Feng, something on Chen Feng's hand caught his attention. "That is, a necklace? It resembles the heart of the ocean that was lost a few days ago." Just as he furrowed his brow, planning to investigate further, the exhibition hall's door was violently thrust open. Immediately, Lin Chuanxiong's furious voice rang out. "Chen Feng, raise your hands and do not move." Chapter 19. The intriguing phantom thief Chen Feng? Where is Chen Feng? As Lin Chuanxiong's voice echoed through the venue, a wave of panic swept over the crowd, each individual anxiously scanning their surroundings in search of Chen Feng's figure. Sun Luo raised an eyebrow, abruptly turning to Amaya's direction. "There. Captain Li is an imposter. He is Chen Feng." Chen Feng. Captain Li is masquerading as Chen Feng? As the audience momentarily processed this revelation, Lin Chuanxiong had already surged forward with his team. "Chen Feng, put down the heart of the ocean. Keep your distance from Miss Amaya." Meyer, Amaya's assistant, was equally startled. She had never anticipated that a fleeting moment of negligence would place the princess beside a fugitive, albeit one not a criminal in the conventional sense. The livestream audience was equally bewildered. What? This stunning captain is actually my brother Feng in disguise? Has he truly mastered the art of makeup? I couldn't spot a single flaw in his cross-dressing. This is bad. I must have made a grave mistake. Clearing his throat, Chen Feng, under the gaze of the onlookers, grasped the edge of the women's suit and with a swift motion transformed his appearance. Clad in a white suit, topped with a high-crowned hat adorned with a four-leaf clover and sporting monocles, he reverted to his familiar guise. Despite the throng encroaching, Chen Feng appeared unaffected, merely unfastening the clasp of the necklace and gently draping it around Amaya's delicate neck. To the astonishment of countless eyes, Amaya remained surprisingly composed, not displaying any inclination to resist as Chen Feng fastened the necklace securely. "Thank you," Amaya murmured, her lips parting, her gaze toward Chen Feng imbued with an inexplicable depth. "Oh no, my goddess is about to be charmed away by Chen Feng. No, I refuse to accept this." Amaya's assistant was flabbergasted. "I just blinked, and the princess was whisked away? Please, my dear, do not pursue her any longer. Come and woo me instead. I'm easily toppled." With a warm smile, Chen Feng lifted Amaya's left hand, kneeling gracefully to place a gentle kiss upon it. "No need for formality, Your Highness. I believe that only by adorning you can this jewel truly radiate its inherent charm." Perhaps it was the heat of the day or something else. But as Chen Feng's words hung in the air, a rosy hue crept across Amaya's cheeks. Meanwhile, The livestream's viewership surged dramatically. 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million. In mere moments, Chen Feng's stream soared to 3 million, leaving other broadcasts far behind. Amaya attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by the shouts of the pursuing team. Chen Feng, step away from Miss Amaya. Do not resist. Surrender immediately. Hearing the cacophony around her, Amaya's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face, yet she remained silent. Chen Feng glanced at the irate Lin Chuanxiong and his companions, smiling. It seems I am not particularly welcomed here. The time has come for me to take my leave. With that, he placed his right hand before him, bowing slightly as if concluding a performance. Amaya sought to intervene, but the moment her fingers brushed against Chen Feng's fabric, he transformed into a flurry of petals, scattering in all directions. One flower, affixed with a white card, landed precisely in Amaya's hand. To the beautiful Miss Amaya, may the brilliance of the gem accompany you. The heart of the ocean returned to its rightful owner. Respectfully, Phantom Thief Kid. Ah, an intriguing phantom thief. Amaya chuckled softly, swiftly concealing the card in her pocket before the crowd could react. Notification. Host has returned the treasure for the first time. Reward. Phantom Thief Kid Card Fusion Rate 8. System points 800. Acquired all-around driving skills beginner. Current card fusion rate. 50 in a luxurious apartment high above. On the 12th floor balcony, a figure clad in white stood poised atop the railing, the breeze causing the white cape behind him to billow softly. The occupant of the apartment seemed to have heard the commotion from the balcony and stepped outside to investigate. With a click, the glass door swung open, and the two exchanged glances. We meet again, Miss Li Qingyan, Chen Feng greeted with a smile. Chen Feng, Li Qingyan exclaimed in surprise. But her expression quickly turned guarded as her hand instinctively reached for the handcuffs at her waist. Oh dear, surely you jest. I came specifically to apologize, and it is after hours. No need to be so diligent. Chen Feng raised his hands dramatically, his face devoid of any hint of panic. Li Qingyan scrutinized Chen Feng for a moment before reluctantly retracting her handcuffs, though the caution in her eyes lingered. How did you find my address? Jumping down from the railing, Chen Feng replied, I merely stumbled upon your information while infiltrating the livestream system last time. Who are you talking to, cousin? A voice called from the living room. Li Qingyan's visible alarm was palpable, and nobody. Before she could intervene, a girl clad in pink rabbit pajamas bounded into view. Ah, darling. In a moment of shock for Li Qingyan, the pink figure dashed past her, leaping into Chen Feng's embrace. Li Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief, silently questioning, what have you done to my cousin? Chen Feng, however, spread his hands in innocent confusion, yet that infuriating smile remained intact. Suppressing her ire, Li Qingyan advanced, seizing the girl by the collar and pulling her away from Chen Feng. Wang Beibei, can you not exhibit a modicum of decorum? Ah, no, let me go. Wang Beibei protested, but her struggles were futile. Ultimately, she was dragged back into the apartment by Li Qingyan. With a resounding thud, the door closed, and the world instantly fell silent. When Li Qingyan returned to the balcony, Chen Feng had vanished, leaving behind a bouquet comprised of 25 red roses, accompanied by a card featuring the image of Phantom Thief Kid. To the beautiful Miss Li Qingyan, I apologize for my previous rudeness. On this special day, may your youth and beauty endure. Happy birthday, madam. Respectfully, Phantom Thief Kid. Cradling the bouquet, Li Qingyan gazed into the darkened world beyond the balcony, lost in thought for an extended period. Perhaps she had not anticipated that the sole individual remembering her birthday would be the very person she regarded as a rival. Chen Feng. Eventually, a gentle breeze swept across the balcony, rousing Li Qingyan from a reverie as she whispered softly, just loud enough for herself to hear. Thank you. Chen Feng, or perhaps Phantom Thief Kid. Chapter 20. Li Qingyan's resignation the following day. A series of sensational news posts surged to the top of trending topics. Thief Games Huaxia District 3 player Chen Feng returns the heart of the ocean. Shock. Chen Feng personally returns the heart of the ocean to Emilia. Is it a romance between the phantom thief and the princess? Chen Feng adorns Princess Emilia with a necklace under the gaze of millions. Ah, my dear Feng, a true magician, adept not only at illusions, but also at winning hearts. The heart of the ocean, valued at over 100 million. And he simply returned it? If only he could evade capture for a few more days. He would surely receive equivalent compensation from the production team once the effective pursuit period elapsed. Has he lost his mind? With his remarkable magical abilities and unexpected thieving techniques, combined with an apparent indifference towards wealth, I declare that henceforth, Chen Feng shall be the sole standard by which I measure potential partners. Ladies, if you hold my Feng as your standard for finding a boyfriend, I fear you may remain single for life. Am I the only one captivated by Chen Feng's magical prowess? Is there no one curious about how he descended from the heavens, only to vanish in an instant? Not curious? We are solely enamored with his figure as he performs magic under the moonlight. So dashing. The phrase "the magician beneath the moonlight" rapidly circulated across the internet within mere hours following the event, alongside terms like Chen Feng, Phantom Thief Kid, and Heart of the Ocean. It even became a saying online. In this world, you may not know who the President of the United States is, but you absolutely must know who Phantom Thief Kid is. Within the Pursuit Bureau, Director Wu, unusually present, bore a smile that revealed his good mood. The captains have worked hard during this period. I have prepared a report to request bonuses for the three of you, and I hope you will not refuse. In the conference room, Director Wu was all smiles. Despite the challenges faced recently, the outcome was favorable. The heart of the ocean had not been stolen, no compensation was required, and his own position was secure. In high spirits, he intended to curry favor with the three pursuit team leaders using the production team's funds. Upon hearing Wu's words, Li Qingyan and the others exchanged glances, each recognizing the discomfort mirrored in the other's eyes. After all, if they were the ones who had retrieved the heart of the ocean, they would be deserving of the bonus, yet this matter had little to do with them. Even if the production team wished to grant it, they felt unworthy of accepting such money. After a brief silence, it was Li Qingyan who stood up. "Thank you for your kind offer, Director Wu, but I must decline the bonus. I feel undeserving." At these words, Wu's smile faltered, and he turned to Lin Chuanxiong and Sun Luo, inquiring, "Is this also how you feel?" Lin Chuanxiong nodded. "We appreciate Director Wu's gesture, but let us discuss the bonus after we capture Chen Feng." With 3 consecutive refusals, Wu's expression grew strained, though he maintained a calm facade. "Very well. If that is how you all feel, I shall not press the matter further. I have other work to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As he rose to depart, Li Qingyan called out, "Wait a moment, Director Wu." Wu turned, momentarily hopeful that Li Qingyan had changed her mind. But she handed him a piece of paper that silenced his inquiry. A resignation letter? Wu was taken aback, astonishment etched across his face. Their program was funded by the World United Government, and every staff member enjoyed generous compensation, high salaries, and numerous allowances. For someone like Li Qingyan, already serving in the police force, there were additional benefits, including continued salary from the police and extra allowances, enhancing her public profile and aiding future promotions. Such a rare opportunity was coveted by many, yet she wished to resign? Wu's incredulous thoughts resonated with Lin Chuanxiong and Sun Luo, who were equally shocked by Li Qingyan's decision. Lin Chuanxiong quickly approached her. "Qingyan, don't be foolish. Withdraw the letter. This is not a trivial matter." Sun Luo chimed in, "Captain Li, don't act impulsively. Please heed Lin's advice and retract your resignation." Li Qingyan smiled, gently rejecting their counsel. "Uncle Lin, Xiao Sun, I appreciate your concern, but I have made up my mind. There's a project for exchange in Europe, and I have signed up for it. It is also a perfect opportunity for me to clear my mind." Lin Chuanxiong understood what she meant by clearing her mind. He had not anticipated that his beloved niece's first romantic interest would turn out to be Chen Feng in disguise. Such a revelation was hard for anyone to accept. With a sigh, he said, "Take good care of yourself while you are there. When you plan to leave?" "This evening at 10. I must depart shortly." Hearing this, Lin Chuanxiong lightly patted Li Qingyan's shoulder, offering only a reminder to take care of herself before turning to exit the conference room. Wu and Sun Luo followed suit, leaving Li Qingyan alone in the spacious conference room. She did not linger, returning to her office to retrieve her already packed suitcase, then hailed a taxi to the airport. The suitcase was light, containing only a few changes of clothes and, a bouquet of 25 roses neatly arranged in a box. 2 days later, in the east city of H City, at the front desk of a newly opened CAF, a young man resembling Chen Feng sat at the counter. Indeed, this was Chen Feng himself, having made slight alterations to his appearance. Since the Heart of the Ocean incident, the popularity of Chen Feng's live streams had soared, maintaining an online audience of millions even in the absence of viewers, with peaks nearing 4 million at times. Such immense popularity brought about its own challenges. An increasing number of fans and tourists flocked to H City, leading to a shortage of hotel accommodations. Many hotels displayed signs stating that reservations must be made at least 3 days in advance to be accepted, highlighting the fervor surrounding the situation. Consequently, Chen Feng faced difficulties finding lodging. Naturally carefree, he preferred not to compete daily for the limited hotel rooms with tourists. After much consideration, he decided to rent a 2-story commercial space in E City, with a CAF on the ground floor and a rest area above. It was quite convenient. As for finances, Chen Feng was not lacking in funds. Whether considering the original owner or himself, the inheritance left by the original parents amounted to nearly 10 million RMB. This was one of the reasons he could so nonchalantly return the Heart of the Ocean. Chapter 21. The newly opened CAF. At that moment, 2 girls entered, chatting and laughing. The taller of the 2 pushed the door open first and eagerly pulled her companion to the counter, exclaiming, "Look, I wasn't lying, was I? The owner of this CAF looks just like Kid. Indeed, I thought that Zhou Bingluan was already outrageous, but it seems I still know so little about this absurd world." The other girl chimed in playfully. Chen Feng stood up and politely inquired, "Hello, what would you like to order?" The taller girl glanced at the various coffees displayed on the counter and said, "I'd like a mocha with half the sugar, please." "I'll have the same," her friend echoed. "All right, please take a seat. Your coffee will be ready shortly," Chen Feng responded with a smile. After the girls paid, they found a window-side table. As soon as they sat down, the taller girl eagerly exclaimed, Qian, have you seen Kid's live stream? It was spectacular. He had a diamond necklace worth over 100 million. He even had that final scene where he turned into petals. It was so cool." As she spoke, the girl became animated, as if reliving the experience. Watching her friend's excitement, Luo Qian sighed in exasperation. "All right, Yuqing, you mentioned it several times already. It's just a thief. Is it really that impressive?" Upon hearing the word thief, Sun Yuqing's expression turned serious. "Not a thief. He's a phantom thief." Luo Qian let out a soft sigh, not wanting to argue further. Even she was puzzled as to why her best friend had recently developed an obsession with a thief. This infatuation had even led to a confrontation with a boy in their class who had slandered Chen Feng, but thankfully it hadn't escalated too much. Just then, Chen Feng returned with their coffees. "Here are your half-sugar mochas. Enjoy," he said, smiling as he placed the cups before them. Before he could leave, Sun Yuqing, full of excitement, stopped him. "Hey boss, do you know Kid? Or rather, there's someone who looks just like you." Chen Feng nodded slightly. "I've seen him on the news. He's the one who claims to be a phantom thief." "Yes, that's him." Sun Yuqing beamed, as if she had found a kindred spirit. "I've never seen anyone send a notice before stealing, dressed in white, moving freely in front of everyone. Oh, and he's also a fantastic magician." At this point, Sun Yuqing's eyes lit up as if she had just thought of something. She turned back to Chen Feng. "Hey boss, can you do magic?" "Perhaps just a little," Chen Feng replied with a light laugh, giving a vague answer. "What a pity," Sun Yuqing said, slightly disappointed, resting her chin on her hands. "I wonder when I'll get to see Kid's live stream again. Hopefully, during the Mask Festival." "What is the Mask Festival?" Chen Feng asked, somewhat surprised. "You don't know about the Mask Festival?" Luo Qian looked equally surprised, but quickly realized something. "Boss, you're not from around here, are you?" Chen Feng nodded. "I just arrived in H City not long ago, so I'm not very familiar with the local festivals." Luo Qian's expression indicated that she had suspected as much, and she began to explain, "The Mask Festival is unique to our H City, much like the Kite Festival in a city from S province. It takes place on the last Sunday in August, which is just 5 days away. On that day, everyone wears masks, and there's a mask party. Oh, during the party, the H City Museum will showcase the treasured white jade mask for everyone to admire." As she spoke, Luo Qian took out her phone and handed it to Chen Feng. The screen displayed a beautifully crafted jade mask, entirely milky white and exquisitely made. Below the image was a poll that caught Chen Feng's eye, prompting a chuckle. It asked, will Chen Feng make a move on the white jade mask? Over 130,000 people chose yes, while only 20,000 opted for no. Once the girls left, Chen Feng returned to his position at the counter, his fingers flying over the laptop keyboard as he searched for information on the white jade mask and the H-City Mask Festival. The estimated value of the white jade mask surprised him. 186 million renminbi, not at all inferior to the heart of the ocean necklace. Closing the laptop, a smile crept across Chen Feng's face as a decision began to form in his mind. The white jade mask, perhaps, would present a splendid performance. The following day, in the city center, Zhuhai Exhilarating Square was bustling. This large square, constructed by the H-City government, was named for its cobblestone pattern resembling a wine jug. In the center of the square, a middle-aged man in a safety helmet and managerial attire was directing the work under the scorching sun. Hey, why is there so much distance between those two lanterns? Are you planning to split them? Move them closer, he called out. And over there in the audience area, didn't I tell you? There will be performances here. Is it really wise to set the chairs so close? Just as the manager was busy overseeing the preparations, the ringing of a phone interrupted him. Frowning in irritation, he took out his phone, seemingly annoyed at the interruption. However, upon seeing the caller's name, his demeanor changed instantly. Hello, Director Zheng? Yes, it's me, Xiao Zhao. Rest assured, we're prioritizing security and ensuring no one can take advantage. The white jade mask? I'll pick it up shortly. All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Manager Zhao handpicked two people and headed towards the museum. Upon arrival, he parked and walked confidently into the museum. Reaching the glass case housing the white jade mask, he found Director Zheng waiting for him. Director Zheng, sorry to keep you waiting. Zhao manager greeted him with a broad smile and a handshake. Looking at the white jade mask in a glass case, Director Zheng spoke seriously. Xiao Zhao, this mask is our museum's treasure. You must take good care of it. Absolutely, Zhao manager replied eagerly. All right, open it up. At Director Zheng's command, a staff member retrieved a key and bent down to unlock the glass case. However, before he could proceed, a square card hidden beside the base of the glass case caught his eye as the grand festival approaches with the waving of the Chronos staff. Darkness from the abyss will encroach. I shall appear alongside the white jade mask. Respectfully, Phantom Thief Kid. Chapter 22. The New Pursuit Team. As before, while Chen Feng released the announcement offline, he also employed his hacking skills to change the live stream's visuals to that of the announcement. The Jade Mask? The God of Feng certainly has a penchant for stealing the exquisite. Having just returned the heart of the ocean, he now sets his sights on the Jade Mask. This is the museum's piece de assistance in H-City. I can only imagine how the museum director must be tearing his hair out now. Speaking of the museum director, I am more curious about the reaction of the program director, Wu. What else could his reaction be? He must be fuming. He initially aimed to organize a simple program, yet a genuine thief appeared and only targeted the valuable items. Within the Pursuit Bureau, in the conference room, Sun Luo stood before a large screen displaying the content of Chen Feng's announcement. Everyone, this is the content of the new announcement released by Chen Feng. Let us discuss your thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, a member of the pursuit team voiced his opinion. In my view, we should employ the old method, temporarily relocate the Jade Mask to a secure location, assign dedicated personnel to guard it, and install multiple alarm systems just in case. This suggestion was immediately met with rebuttal. With only a few days until the mask gala, are we really going to hide such an iconic item simply because of Chen Feng's announcement? That would sound utterly ridiculous if it got out. Isn't it better than allowing it to be stolen? Another retorted, which is more important, face or substance? After all, Chen Feng is not a real thief. If you proceed this way, you might lose both face and substance. You're talking nonsense. No, you are. As the conference room erupted into chaos, Sun Luo could not help but feel a headache coming on. With Li Qingyan having resigned and Lin Chuanxiong on leave, he was left as the sole captain bearing the weight of 3 teams. No matter how capable he was, the burden was heavy. Enough. Stop the bickering. Sun Luo's voice cut through the noise, bringing a semblance of calm to the previously raucous room. I asked for your opinions. Not for you to argue. You. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted him. The door to the conference room swung open, and 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, entered. Hello, may I ask who is Captain Sun? I am. Sun Luo rose to face them. Do you have business with me? Upon seeing Sun Luo, the only woman among them stepped forward. Hello, Captain Sunday. We are here from the headquarters to assist you. My name is Su Luoxue, a criminal investigation expert. The others introduced themselves in turn. Zheng Chang, a Sonda champion. Lu Yi, a hacker. Huang Fuzhen, a counter-surveillance expert. Upon hearing their affiliations with the headquarters, Sun Luo recalled that there were supposed to be 5 individuals sent, yet only 4 had arrived. Sensing his confusion, the 4 exchanged awkward glances. At that moment, a brash voice rang out from a distance. Is this the Pursuit Bureau of Huaxia District 3? It looks rather shabby. No wonder a thief can toy with you. The newcomer had not bothered to lower his voice, and everyone present heard him clearly. The previously calm members of the pursuit team stood up, anger etched on their faces as they glared towards the source of the voice. Even Sun Luo, usually mild-mannered, frowned at this insolence. However, considering that the person was sent from headquarters, he suppressed his irritation and gestured for everyone to sit down. Upon hearing his command, the crowd reluctantly settled back down, though their anger remained palpable. As footsteps approached, the final individual soon came into view. This newcomer was a young man wearing sunglasses, clad in an expensive suit, and adorned with a high-end watch on his wrist. Upon entering the conference room, he surveyed the members of the pursuit team before striding confidently to the head of the long table. Greetings, let me introduce myself. I am Wei Jingyang, appointed by headquarters as the captain of the District 3 pursuit team. I trust one will receive your cooperation. Though he spoke of seeking cooperation, his demeanor was anything but courteous, and many exchanged exasperated glances. What an arrogant attitude. Or were they thinking sending someone like him to be our captain, let alone the team leader? A small title, but a grand demeanor. Wei Jingyang. That name sounds familiar, Wade. Isn't he the son of the CEO of the Shana Group? Indeed, he is that wealthy heir. As whispers spread among the crowd, Wei Jingyang's smile broadened, and he unabashedly declared, I see some of you recognize me. Yes, my father is Wei Shanha, the chairman of the Shana Group, and I am his sole heir, Wei Jingyang. Upon this revelation, the previously lively chatter quieted considerably. Wei Jingyang nodded with satisfaction. I have but one objective in coming here, to capture the thief known as Chen Feng and put an end to this farce. As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs of skepticism arose. He talks big. Let us see if he has the capability. Unperturbed by the chatter, Wei Jingyang announced, the mask gala will proceed as planned, and the Jade Mask will be present at the event. I will ensure that this troublesome matter is resolved during Chen Feng's next operation. Meeting adjourned. As night fell, the number of people flocking to the Drunken Heart Square swelled due to Chen Feng's announcement. On a bench, Chen Feng quietly fed the pigeons, appearing rather out of place. Hey, boss. A voice broke the tranquility, and moments later, 2 familiar figures, Sun Yuqing and Luo Qian, appeared before him. It's really you. What? Are you interested in Kid's latest escapade? Sun Yuqing exclaimed enthusiastically. It seemed that any mention of Kid ignited her passion for conversation. Chen Feng gently stroked the feathers of a white dove, replying, the shop closed early, and I was bored, so I came to take a look. I see. Sun Yuqing nodded, her attention soon drawn to the dove perched on Chen Feng's lap. Is this one yours? How adorable. As she reached out to pat the dove's head, it deftly evaded her hand, proudly lifting its head and nestling against Chen Feng's clothing. Chen Feng smiled and said, its name is Xiaobai. It's a bit shy, so please don't mind. In an apparent effort to echo Chen Feng's statement, Xiaobai cooed softly in response. Chapter 23. Is Amaya here? All right, Sun Yuqing replied reluctantly, pouting. Then, her eyes flickered as if a thought had crossed her mind. Hey boss, you from out of town, right? Yes, Chen Feng nodded in affirmation. Then how about us 2 locals take you around for a tour? The next time you visit your shop, could you treat us to some coffee? Sun Yuqing gazed at Chen Feng with eager anticipation. Beside her, Luo Qian quickly nudged Sun Yuqing. Yuqing, we still have class tonight. Sun Yuqing grasped Luo Qian's hand, exasperated. Come on, sister, Are you really going to attend a startup class taught by a teacher who has never even started a business? Let's just have Xiaoxua mark our attendance. But, no buts. Are we not good friends anymore? Besides, there's a handsome guy to accompany us and free coffee. What's there to hesitate about? With Sun Yuqing's insistence, Luo Qian fell silent, no longer protesting. Sun Yuqing then turned her attention back to Chen Feng. So what do you say, boss? 2 cups of coffee in exchange for the guidance of 2 stunning ladies. Isn't that worth considering? It would be my utmost honor, Chen Feng replied with a smile, lifting his hand from Xiao Bai and gently patting it. Xiao Bai immediately understood, letting out a slight displeased coo before soaring towards the Saif. What a well-behaved pigeon, Sun Yuqing remarked, watching Xiao Bai fly away with a hint of envy. Reflecting on her own pet, a rather rotund orange cat resembling her second uncle, she sighed, wondering how pets could differ so vastly. Let us go. I'll take you to see the town square first, Sun Yuqing exclaimed, rising and waving to Chen Feng. He promptly followed her lead. The evening breeze was gentle, neither cold nor devoid of warmth. Though the festival was still days away, the town square had already been adorned with decorations. Rows of lanterns formed a corridor, and the stone lions donned colorful lights. At the center, in front of the towering clock tower, Director Zheng of the H-City Museum paced anxiously, glancing around as if awaiting someone. Suddenly, an Audi A6 pulled up beside the square, followed by 2 Volkswagens. The car doors swung open, and Captain Wei Jingyang, accompanied by son Luo, Su Huaxia, and several other members of the pursuit team, stepped out. They navigated through the crowd towards the clock tower. Seeing them arrive, Director Zheng hurried over. Captain Wei, you finally made it. What should we do? The mask festival is just around the corner, and we still don't know if we should display the white jade mask. Wei Jingyang cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, Director Zheng, rest assured. The festival will proceed as planned, and we will ensure the safety of the white jade mask. But Director Zheng attempted to interject, only to be cut off by Wei Jingyang. Director Zheng, we have made ample preparations for this operation regarding Chen Feng. We are confident in our ability to capture him this time, so please do not worry excessively. Wei Jingyang's voice was loud enough for those around to hear, sparking a flurry of whispers among the crowd. Who is this person? Such bravado. Didn't you see the personnel adjustment list released by the pursuit team yesterday? His name is Wei Jingyang, the newly appointed captain of the pursuit team in District 3. I heard he is from a wealthy family. Haha, rich kid. That explains the arrogance. The previous pursuit team claimed they would catch Feng Shan. And where did that lead them? I just recorded a video and posted it online, waiting for the moment he gets embarrassed. Hey, what is your online handle? I'd like to grab a seat. Sure thing. Such bravado. Thinking he can capture kid. What a dream. Sun Yuqing muttered from a distance. Luo Qian glanced at Sun Yuqing, who wore an indignant expression, and said, After all, he has sent from the headquarters. It's natural for him to be confident. Besides, how do you know he will fail? Simple, because his opponent is the great kid. That's more than enough. Wouldn't you agree, boss? Sun Yuqing raised her chin, prideful like a swan, nudging Chen Feng with her elbow. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Perhaps. Luo Qian could only shake her head inwardly. Her friend was truly beyond redemption. As if sensing the murmurs around him, Wei Jingyang stepped up onto the platform in front of the clock tower, announcing loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, I am Wei Jingyang, representing the District 3 pursuit team. I assure you that this year's mask festival will proceed as usual, and the white jade mask will be displayed atop the clock tower for all to admire. Furthermore, I will personally be present. If Chen Feng dares to show up, I will ensure he is captured and this farce is brought to an end. His impassioned declaration caused Sun Luo and the others accompanying him to frown in discontent. As detectives, they were not fond of their superior's constant need for the spotlight. However, they were powerless to voice their opinions due to his rank. Is that so? Captain Wei seems quite confident. Let us hope he doesn't end up making a fool of himself. A cool voice emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to see who had the audacity to challenge him, and Wei Jingyang furrowed his brow, curious about the identity of the challenger. Amaya? What's she doing here? Chen Feng thought, momentarily taken aback. If he recalled correctly, Amaya had no known connections to the H-City Museum. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Exuding an aura of confidence and beauty akin to a celestial being, Amaya approached, drawing the attention of all. Amaya, the princess? Is she here for the mask festival? Are you daft? She asked, likely here regarding the Kid-S announcement. Princess and the Phantom Thief. What a pairing I could ship for a year. As Amaya reached the clock tower, the crowd parted instinctively to make way for her. What's this? Am I not welcome? Amaya spoke in fluent Mandarin, which she often used in any event she attended in Huaxia. Of course not. We are honored by your presence, Miss Amaya. Is there anything we can assist you with? Seeing her, Wei Jingyang quickly donned a smile. He stepped forward, extending his hand toward Amaya's left, seemingly attempting a Western-style hand-kissing gesture like Kid would on a live stream. However, Amaya elegantly sidestepped him. Captain Wei, you're too kind. I merely heard about the festivities here and wanted to take a look. Moreover, I'd like to see what the new target, who has caught the attention of that thief, looks like. Is that all right? Chapter 24. The Unsolvable Invitation. Although Wei Jingyang felt somewhat embarrassed after being rebuffed in his gesture of greeting, he quickly regained his composure. It was indeed convenient, as we had already decided to hang the mask atop the bell tower tonight. Since Miss Imea wishes to witness it, a slight advance in time matters little. Director Zheng paused, taken aback by this remark. When had they decided to hang the mask tonight? Moreover, even if they were to proceed, it was a matter for their museum, not the Pursuit Bureau. Contemplating this, Director Zheng furrowed his brow, but soon abandoned the thought of intervening. Not only was there the risk of offending both Princess Imea and Wei Jingyang, the son of the chairman of the Shanhua Group, but with Wei Jingyang now making decisions on his behalf, any subsequent issues with the mask would fall squarely on him. With this in mind, Director Zheng silently withdrew his extended foot. Rarely did one find someone willing to shoulder the blame. What reason did he have to refuse? With a command from Wei Jingyang, the exquisite white jade mask, which had been securely guarded in the transport vehicle by a dozen individuals, was brought forth. The mask, pure and milky white, was crafted with meticulous precision, slightly larger than a palm, but undeniably exquisite. It is said that gold has flaws and white jade has imperfections. Yet, the only aberration on this mask was a scarlet dot positioned between the brows, seemingly added intentionally, enhancing its allure. Realizing that the museum director was beside him, Wei Jingyang inquired, I am about to have a mask placed. Director Zheng would not mind. Would he? Director Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Wei Jingyang. Though he was disinterested in this ostentatious scion of wealth, he maintained a facade of politeness. According to the regulations of the unified government, the Pursuit Bureau holds the highest authority in dealing with the selected fugitives from each district. Since this area is now under Captain Wei's jurisdiction, I shall not impose further. Farewell. With that, Director Zheng took his leave, smiling at Imea before departing the scene. Wei Jingyang, unfazed by the director's exit, continued directing the team to place the white jade mask atop the bell tower. The tower featured a designated base for the mask, allowing it to be secured and covered with a glass dome, ensuring it could be admired from the central square. Wei Jingyang spoke again. What do you think, Miss Imea? This is our city's treasured artifact. Imea nodded. It appears quite beautiful. However, I do wonder about the security measures. We must ensure that no thief manages to steal it. As she spoke, a smile graced her lips, enhancing her already exquisite features. When it came to security, Wei Jingyang felt an even greater sense of confidence. While he might be conceited, he was not foolish. He would not proceed with the event without comprehensive security measures in place. Miss Imea was overly cautious. I have not only equipped the glass dome for the mask with the most advanced alarm system, but I also brought 4 helicopters from the headquarters. As he spoke, Wei Jingyang signaled through the intercom. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of engines, and 4 helicopters emblazoned with the word pursuit took to the sky. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Goodness, I've never seen helicopters used to catch a thief. If this fails, will they resort to missiles? Isn't that a bit excessive? The Pursuit Bureau seems over-equipped. I agree. This is hardly fair to the honest citizens. The murmurs did not faze Wei Jingyang, who continued to elaborate. Each helicopter is equipped with a remote launch capturing net. If Chen Feng dares to show up, I assure you, he will be captured. Imea was surprised that Chen Feng, having acted only twice, warranted such attention from the Pursuit Bureau, even prompting the deployment of helicopters. However, she quickly regained her composure and remarked, "As long as Captain Wei has confidence, that is well and good. Nevertheless, it is prudent to exercise caution. After all, that thief is not only skilled in magic, but also particularly adept at disguise. He could very well be watching us right now." With that, Imia's lips curled into a playful smile as she surveyed the crowd. Had he not been entirely confident in his disguise, Chen Feng might have chosen to leave the moment Imia arrived. Yet, as he anticipated, Imia's glance around the crowd yielded no discoveries. After exchanging a few more words, she departed with her assistant, Mir. "That wretched woman." Sun Yuqing seethed, watching Imia's retreating figure. "Did she offend you?" Chen Feng inquired, intrigued. Sun Yuqing's eyes remained fixed on Imia, her voice tinged with indignation and jealousy. "She has offended every girl in the Kid fan club. Look at her. What is she even doing here if not to entice Lord Kid?" Chen Feng chuckled softly, momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the phenomenon of fans attacking the romantic interests of stars would manifest in his own life. Although he was indifferent to such matters, time passed and days slipped by. The online uproar surrounding the invitation escalated dramatically. Naturally, the primary contention revolved around the contents of the invitation. The initial phrases, "A grand festival approaches," heralded by the waving of the Kronos staff, were relatively straightforward. Numerous detectives and internet influencers offered interpretations. The Grand Festival undoubtedly referred to the upcoming Mask Festival, while Kronos alluded to the legendary god of time. Each movement of his staff symbolized the passage of time, indicating when Chen Feng would act, at midnight. These interpretations were largely accepted, but the third phrase, "erosion from the abyss," sparked the most debate. Some suggested it implied Chen Feng's intention to emerge from the shadows during the operation, while others believed it indicated a method of escape, suggesting he would vanish into darkness with a white jade mask. Various theories proliferated, with no one able to convince the other, leading to escalating arguments that devolved into outright insults. Many online voices called for the Pursuit Bureau to disclose the meaning behind the invitation, yet no response was forthcoming. The reason was simple. They, too, were uncertain of the implication of the third sentence in Chen Feng's invitation. Chapter 25. The time for magic has arrived. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened, and what should have been a tranquil city transformed into a lively spectacle. At the center of the enthralled square, a throng gathered, with dozens of police officers and members of the pursuit team erecting a cordon to maintain order and prevent onlookers from approaching the clock tower. Atop the tower, an exquisite white jade mask rested under a glass dome, while 4 helicopters hovered nearby, their blades slicing through the air as they surveyed the scene. Among the crowd, Sun Yuqing, brandishing a sign for the Kid Fan Support Club, shook her slightly aching wrist and scanned her surroundings. Yet she found no trace of the elusive figure she sought, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "Cece, why hasn't T-Kid shown up yet? I'm getting tired." Her friend, Rosie, shot her a glare. Had it not been for her insistence on attending to catch a glimpse of Chen Feng, she would not be out in the cool night air at this hour. With a hint of irritation, she replied, "You've asked that question a dozen times already. How would I know? It's only 11:30. The time hasn't even come yet." "Fine," Sun Yuqing responded weakly, her eyes still searching the crowd. Meanwhile, in Chen Feng's live streaming room, the viewer count surged, easily surpassing 3 million and racing towards 4 million. "Finally, the time is almost here. I can hardly contain myself," someone exclaimed. "Wait, are the pursuit team really deploying helicopters? I thought that was just a rumor. How shameless. What happened to fairness? This is nothing short of a conspiracy." In front of the clock tower, Wei Jingyang, hands on his hips and wearing a confident smile, gazed up at the white jade mask suspended at the tower's pinnacle, flanked by the circling helicopters. What a pathetic phantom thief. Today, I shall make my name known by stepping on him. As if sensing Wei Jingyang's words, Sun Luo, who had been monitoring the situation, furrowed her brow and glanced at him, though she refrained from commenting. Meanwhile, not far from the enthralled square, within a hotel room, Chen Feng observed the events through binoculars. "You all are well prepared. However, that's excellent, as it will make the performance all the more thrilling. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaobai?" Chen Feng smiled down at the small creature perched on his shoulder. Xiaobai raised its head and let out a series of coos in agreement. Glancing at his watch, Chen Feng muttered to himself, "The time is nearly upon us. It is time to act." As seconds ticked away, 15 minutes remained until the time indicated in Chen Feng's notice when Aimia arrived by car. Unlike the others, however, she did not wear a mask. For her purpose was not to attend the masked ball, but simply to catch a glimpse of Kid. Nevertheless, the pursuit team treated her with utmost respect, arranging a suitable seat for the influential princess before returning to their posts. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed, leaving only 10 minutes until the scheduled time. Both the live audience and those online grew silent, most holding their breath in anticipation, eager to catch a glimpse of the white figure. The pursuit team was equally diligent, with dozens stationed around the perimeter and 6 individuals monitoring the surveillance feeds. Just as tension reached its zenith, a white silhouette appeared abruptly in the sky, capturing everyone's attention. What is that in the sky? Is it a dove? Surely, this is another trick by Chen Feng, someone speculated. I'd wager it's quite likely. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a large flock of white doves approached the clock tower, clearly aiming for the white jade mask. Wei Jingyang, noticing this, furrowed his brow and stepped forward to seize the walkie-talkie from Lu Yi's grasp, barking orders to the helicopters above. Units 1 and 2, drive away the flock. Units 3 and 4, continue patrolling. At his command, the 2 helicopters roared towards the birds, creating a powerful gust that sent the flock scattering, ensuring none could draw near the mask. With the troublesome doves dispatched, Wei Jingyang's brow unfurled, and a triumphant grin returned to his face. I thought Chen Feng was formidable. Turns out this is all just child's play. How could anyone let him slip away repeatedly? Wei Jingyang's boastful words echoed loudly, attracting the ire of Aimia and the pursuit team, who shot him disapproving glares. The crowd around them erupted in jeers. What are you bragging about? You chased away a flock of birds and think that's an achievement? Why don't you try capturing Chen Feng instead? It's easy to pick on birds when you lack real skill. My husband Chen Feng hasn't even shown up yet. What's all this noise about? You better watch your tongue. The chorus of insults reached Wei Jingyang's ears, darkening his expression. Yet before he could retort, a sudden click silenced the square as the lights extinguished. A voice resonated from all directions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you immensely for attending my magic show. I hereby declare the performance officially commenced. Though Chen Feng's figure remained unseen, the familiar voice sent waves of excitement through the crowd. Kid, kid, kid! Cheers erupted, drowning out the music that had been playing. What is happening? Where is he? Find him. Activate the backup power and restore the electricity. Wei Jingyang's furious shouts mingled with the crowd's jubilant cries, sounding almost insignificant. Reluctantly obeying, due to Wei Jingyang's superior rank, the pursuit team hastened to implement emergency measures. As the clock struck midnight, the lights flickered back to life, revealing the white figure suspended in midair. Dressed in his signature white suit and topped with a high-crowned hat, Chen Feng stood with arms outstretched, illuminated by moonlight and stage lights, as though embracing the world. A smile crept across his lips as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived." Chapter 26. Magic and Sorcery. Ah, my lord Kid, I wish to bear your child. You wretched person. He is my husband. No, you are the wretched one. I curse you. Away with you. Enough of this bickering. Because of your incessant quarrels, he remains kneeling on the durian peel beside the bed. If he continues to sleep, awakening from this dream may prove troublesome. Meanwhile, Mia stood up from her chair, her gaze drawn skyward to the figure suspended in the air. He appeared as fantastical as ever, so extraordinary that the onlookers had become accustomed to his presence in the sky. The commotion below seemed to have no effect on Chen Feng, who continued to immerse himself in his performance. In midair, Chen Feng strolled towards the clock tower, each step feeling as if he were treading both the void and solid ground. With every step he took, the white jade mask, situated several dozen meters away, began to vanish as though cursed by the abyss. Indeed, it was disappearing. A dark hue emanated from the top of the white jade mask, cascading downward as if the abyss itself were unleashing darkness, gradually engulfing the mask until it was entirely consumed. Boom! This astonishing spectacle reverberated like thunder within the hearts of the audience. The online stream surged with unprecedented fervor, reaching an astonishing 5 million viewers. Is this what the third line of the invitation, "The darkness from the abyss invades," implies? How did Chen Feng achieve this? Could it be that Feng Shen truly wields magic, summoning abyssal creatures to devour the white jade mask? This is utterly absurd. Witnessing the mask gradually merge into darkness is simply beyond belief. Long live Feng Shen. Meanwhile, Wei Jingyang was rendered speechless. He had contemplated that Chen Feng might infiltrate their ranks to target the white jade mask, or perhaps appear unexpectedly from a blind spot. But he had never envisioned this current scene. How could this be? Chen Feng was still several dozen meters away. Could he truly possess magical powers? With a mere snap of his fingers, could he summon darkness to snatch away something from such a distance? Seeing Wei Jingyang in a daze, Sun Luo decisively seized the walkie-talkie and issued orders. All aircraft, take heed. Surround Chen Feng immediately. He must not escape. Additionally, ground teams, remain vigilant to Chen Feng's movements and report any anomalies without delay. As Sun Luo's voice echoed, Wei Jingyang snapped back to reality. Yes, if they could capture Chen Feng, the white jade mask could still be retrieved openly. He had not yet lost. With this thought, a gleam of determination lit up Wei Jingyang's eyes as he nearly roared his orders. Hurry, capture him. Responding to the command, 4 helicopters swiftly soared towards Chen Feng, encircling him from all directions. Like a collective pack of wolves, they awaited their leader's command to pounce upon their prey. In that moment, it seemed as though Chen Feng was the one being hunted. However, within the encirclement, Chen Feng appeared unperturbed, wearing that charming yet infuriating smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to encounter you here. Next, please enjoy the final magic of the evening. With a flourish, Chen Feng revealed a deck of playing cards, which had seemingly materialized in his hands. Under the gaze of the audience, Chen Feng slightly bent the cards upwards, producing a soft rustling sound as they collided. The original deck of 54 cards seemed to multiply infinitely in the air, enveloping Chen Feng completely as they descended. When the cards finally settled on the ground, Chen Feng's figure had vanished without a trace. The live stream's comments exploded with excitement. Is this truly magic? Can someone explain how the white jade mask disappeared? What explanation is needed? Feng Shen is simply incredible. I wish I could learn magic from Feng Shen. It would certainly help in flirting. Absolutely. Feng Shen is undeniably handsome. Did you see how the princess from the kingdom of Laurel was captivated by him? A thunderous applause erupted, echoing like a slap to Wei Jingyang's face. Find him. Locate him. Wei Jingyang screamed, losing composure. There, someone shouted, pointing to the top of the clock tower, where Chen Feng stood, grinning, clutching the recently vanished white jade mask. Ladies and gentlemen, the performance has concluded, and I must take my leave. With a smile, Chen Feng tucked the white jade mask away, leaning forward as his gliding wings unfurled, carrying him into the distance. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's departure, Sun Luo swiftly took the walkie-talkie, commanding all helicopters pursue Chen Feng immediately. Once the target is within range, launch the capture net without requesting further confirmation. As Sun Luo's orders resonated, the 4 helicopters promptly adjusted their course, chasing after Chen Feng's retreating figure. Ah, Cece, did you see that? Lord Kid is so handsome. Among the crowd, Sun Yuqing excitedly nudged Luo Shi beside her. Luo Shi grimaced, pressing her arm down. Enough. You truly are my sister. You're gonna break my arm. Upon hearing Luo Shi's words, Sun Yuqing halted her enthusiastic gestures, a hint of embarrassment gracing her smile. It was rare to see Lord Kid up close, after all. Luo Shi rolled her eyes, but refrained from further comment. Before the clock tower, members of the pursuit team, under Wei Jingyang's orders, mobilized to chase after Chen Feng's departing figure. We should also take our leave. With Chen Feng's exit, Amy Ia lost interest in remaining there. After briefing her assistant, Mir, she boarded a vehicle escorted by 4 Laurel bodyguards, heading back in the direction they had come. Unbeknownst to anyone, atop the clock tower, a gloved hand stealthily reached for the spot where the white jade mask had been stored, retrieving something. Ah, now the performance is truly complete, isn't it, Little White? Inside the clock tower, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, holding a shadowy object in his hand. If a museum curator were present, they might recognize that the dark object bore an uncanny resemblance to the white jade mask. Coo! A white dove poked its head out from Chen Feng's embrace, tilting its head in response to his words. Chen Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile, after leaving behind a card that signified the end of his performance. He blended into the crowd and departed the square. As a certain gentleman from a parallel world once remarked, unlike magic, which is characterized by mystical forces, magic tricks rely on skill and props. Chapter 27. I am merely a weary magician at midnight on a certain boulevard in City H. A fiery red BMW sped along the road. Within the vehicle sat only two individuals, Mill at the wheel and Amaya in the rear seat. The atmosphere inside was unusually quiet. Amaya sat expressionless in the back, her long legs crossed, silent and seemingly in poor spirits. Through the rearview mirror, Mill noted Amaya's demeanor and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Although Amaya had not explicitly stated her intentions, anyone with a modicum of sense could discern her purpose for being there. However, it appeared she had not obtained the outcome she desired, having not exchanged a single word with Chen Feng, which left her in a less than satisfactory mood. Mill sighed internally, uncertain of what to say. She could only hope that the princess would soon come to realize that she and the enigmatic thief were utterly incompatible. A princess and a thief could only exist as characters in a fairy tale meant for children. Thud! A dull sound resonated from the roof of the car, as if something had landed upon it. Huh! This peculiar noise immediately alerted both Mill and Amaya. Without hesitation, Mill pulled over to the side of the road, retrieving a compact pistol concealed in her sleeve. She rolled down the window, her expression wary as she scanned the exterior. Who goes there? Please do not be alarmed, my lovely ladies. I am merely a weary magician who has paused for a moment's rest. The familiar voice floated through the window, causing Amaya, who had been expressionless, to momentarily freeze before a smile spread across her face. Ignoring Mill's attempts to restrain her, she excitedly flung open the car door and stepped out of the vibrant BMW. However, much to Amaya's disappointment, despite circling the car, she found no trace of the white figure she sought. Just as she began to despair, believing Chen Feng had left once more, a warm breeze brushed against her neck from behind. Following that, a gentle voice called out to her, "My lady, are you searching for me?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Amaya's smile returned as she turned to see Chen Feng standing before her, clad in white. "It is an honor to meet you here at the performance, Miss Amaya." Chen Feng took her hand and bestowed a light kiss upon it. This time, Amaya did not refuse him as she had with Wei Jingyang. Instead, she covered her mouth with one hand, her face alight with surprise as she gazed at him. The woman, hailed as one of the 10 most outstanding unmarried women of the 1950s, displayed the demeanor of an ordinary girl enraptured by her beloved. "Your Highness." Mill had stepped out of the car, just in time to witness the scene before her. She opened her mouth to speak, but a single glance from Amaya silenced her, leaving her to swallow her words. "Mill, please call a cab and return. I wish to wander alone for a while." Amaya's cool voice reached her ears. "Is that truly wandering alone, my princess?" Mill shouted internally, but outwardly she could only acquiesce. "Very well, your highness, but do not stay out too late." "Yes, I understand," Amaya replied casually, though her demeanor suggested she paid little heed to Mill's concern. With a resigned sigh, Mill turned to leave. The midnight roads were notably sparse, with the only lively area several kilometers away at Drunkenheart Square. Thus, Amaya felt no anxiety about being seen. Once Mill's figure faded from view, Amaya turned her attention back to Chen Feng. "Miss Amaya, must you treat me with such suspicion? I am hardly a villain." Chen Feng pointed to the corner of his jacket, tightly grasped by Amaya. In her effort to prevent Chen Feng from vanishing when she turned, Amaya had clutched his clothing so tightly that it appeared slightly wrinkled. "Oomph." Amaya huffed. "If you are not a villain, then everyone in the world must be a good person. Even now, the Pursuit Bureau is offering a reward of 100,000 RMB for information about you." Perhaps unbeknownst to herself, Amaya's tone mirrored that of a girl playfully teasing her boyfriend. "Oh." Chen Feng took a half step closer, narrowing the distance between them, a smile curling at his lips as he feigned suspicion. Is the princess planning to apprehend me? The warm breath against Amaya's face caused her to blush deeply, prompting her to avert her gaze to evade Chen Feng's eyes. Sensing the moment had passed, Chen Feng took a step back, restoring some distance between them. I have come uninvited to request a favor from you, Miss Amaya. A favor? Amaya looked up, puzzled. This was the first time she had heard the word favor from the audacious and captivating thief before her. Indeed, I would like you to deliver an item to a location in the western city after dawn. Of course, if it is inconvenient. All right, I agree. Amaya interrupted, her response coming swiftly before Chen Feng could finish his thought. Chen Feng smiled, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing slightly. Thank you ever so much. Beautiful lady. The item and address have been placed in your car. I hope to meet you again beneath the silver moonlight. With that, under Amaya's watchful gaze, Chen Feng's figure gradually transformed into doves and vanished from the road. Amaya did not attempt to stop him. Perhaps she understood it was futile. After his presence had completely faded, she turned back to the car. Upon searching, she indeed found a box adorned with a caricature of Kid the Phantom Thief on the passenger seat. The contents were simple, a meticulously cleaned white jade mask and a card. As Amaya picked up the card, she noticed an address clearly written upon it, Western City Sunshine Orphanage. The following day, following a series of sensational news headlines, such as shocking, Chen Feng successfully steals the white jade mask, and the abyssal darkness devours. The magical techniques of the enigmatic thief kid are marvelous and captivating. Another story emerged into the public eye. The stolen white jade mask reappears. Chen Feng surprisingly returns it to a dilapidated orphanage in the western city. The news was accompanied by several photographs. Windows letting in the cold breeze, broken tables and chairs, walls long since turned dark, and a dozen or so orphans clad in tattered clothing. Each photograph painted a picture of desolation and despair. Chapter 28. Another fugitive with the emergence of this report. The orphanage in West City, long forgotten by the bustling world, was recalled to the public's attention. Particularly poignant was the revelation that this institution was sustained by a retired couple struggling to make ends meet on their meager pensions, which stirred empathy among many. Amy took the lead in announcing a donation of 1 million renminbi, while the production team of Thief Game and the H-City Museum also pledged contributions, alongside additional fundraising from various social individuals, bringing the total to over 5 million renminbi. As the orphanage garnered widespread attention, it also attracted a multitude of journalists. Initially overwhelmed by the sea of microphones and cameras, the elderly couple, as directors of the orphanage, soon adapted and expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the kind-hearted individuals, particularly to a child named Kaido Kid. With various platforms eagerly reporting the story, coupled with Chen Feng's own rising notoriety, countless netizens witnessed this unfolding scene. One simply cannot be soft-hearted. Despite grappling with one's own struggles, there remains a tendency to concern oneself with the miseries of the world. Having just donated his meager food budget for the past 2 days, he was left with no choice but to subsist on instant noodles. In a corner forgotten by prosperity, who could have imagined that even in 2050, such a beleaguered orphanage still existed? Thank you, Chen Feng. Otherwise, it would have gone unnoticed. Indeed, gratitude is owed to Chen Feng. For the sake of the children, I shall contribute as well. Yet, with support comes opposition, mostly directed at Chen Feng himself. Is he not shirking his responsibility onto society? If he genuinely wished to assist, he could simply donate from his own pocket. Agreed, it smacks of moral coercion. What are you all thinking? If Chen Feng kept the jade mask instead, wouldn't the money he could acquire after the pursuit period surpass this amount? And still, you call it moral coercion? How ridiculous! Amidst the cacophony of opinions online, Chen Feng remained largely unfazed. True to his character, even upon encountering negative comments, he would merely chuckle and move on. Ding! Congratulations! The number of viewers in the host's live stream has exceeded 5 million. Reward: Skill Enhancement Card X2, System Points 1000. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully stolen the Jade Mask. Reward: Kaido Kid Card Fusion 5. Current fusion level 55, system points 500. As the system notifications chimed, Chen Feng, who had been quietly reading at the front desk, raised an eyebrow. After a moment's contemplation, he allocated both skill enhancement cards to Beast Mastery. With a mere thought, the cards vanished, replaced by another system notification. Ding! Skill enhancement card successfully used. Beast Mastery level increased. Current level, advanced. Bang! The CAF door swung open. Accompanied by the mechanical, welcoming chime of a fortune cat, Chen Feng lifted his gaze. A statuesque woman entered, striding confidently into the CF. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Chen Feng inquired. The woman glanced at him, removing her hat and mask, revealing a strikingly delicate visage. Although subtle, Chen Feng, a master of disguise, easily discerned the traces of makeup alteration. Most likely, she was another fugitive selected by the production team, much like himself. But what concern was it of Chen Feng? "I'll have a latte, no sugar, please." Without further ado, she placed a 100 yuan note on the counter, not even waiting for change before turning to find a seat. "Excuse me, miss," Chen Feng called out. She waved her hand dismissively, not bothering to turn back. "No need for change. Consider the extra as a tip." "Miss, you've misunderstood. I meant to say the money isn't enough." Chen Feng, confident in his craft, priced the coffee quite high to ensure quality. Returning to the counter, he noted the normal latte was priced at 188 yuan, causing Lin Qingyao's lips to twitch in dismay. She couldn't fathom why she was enduring such misfortune. Reflecting on her experience just half a month prior, when she had entered this program with high hopes, she had initially aimed to make a significant mark. After effortlessly evading the pursuit team, her sights had turned toward an exhibit from the Kingdom of Laurel, a noble scepter. However, a self-proclaimed Kaido kid had disrupted the exhibition not once, but twice, leading to heightened security measures. Consequently, Lin Qingyao was forced to abandon her plans. As the mask festival approached, she shifted her focus to the festival's most iconic item, the Jade Mask. The ensuing events were well known, with Chen Feng's forewarning. The entire venue was locked down, leaving Lin Qingyao without an opportunity. Now, she found herself in a situation where even a simple cup of coffee came with exorbitant pricing. Was this what they referred to as even water gets stuck in the teeth? At the front desk, Lin Qingyao bit her silver teeth in frustration, her pride bouncing up and down. Stay calm. I cannot afford to reveal my identity, or I shall invite trouble." After a lengthy self-reassurance, she managed to suppress her rising anger. Tossing another 100 yuan note onto the counter, she sulkily sought a seat. Chen Feng, however, paid no mind. After collecting the money from the table, he resumed brewing coffee. Just then, the CAF door swung open once more. "Boss, we've come to claim our free coffee." Sun Yuqing's voice preceded her entrance. Upon noticing Chen Feng already had a customer, she paused, then boldly approached him. "How rare. Boss, have you opened today? I must say, your prices are akin to a bandit's. If I weren't wealthy, I wouldn't dare step foot in here. You should consider lowering the prices a bit. With your skills, you'd undoubtedly sell out. Don't you agree, Qianqian?" Her companion, Luo Qianqian, nodded in agreement. Chen Feng smiled as he replied, "I am not lacking in funds. I opened this CF purely to pass the time out of boredom." As he spoke, Chen Feng had already prepared Lin Qingyao's latte, placing on a tray and serving it to her. "Enjoy." Sun Yuqing and her friend settled at the table beside Lin Qingyao. "Boss, we'll have half-sugar mocha, please." "All right, just a moment." Chen Feng responded with a smile. At that moment, the CAF's public television blared to life. "We interrupt this broadcast for an important news update. The Jade Mask stolen by Huaxia District 3 contestant Chen Feng during the Mask Festival has been located at the Sunshine Orphanage in the West City. This impoverished orphanage has thus garnered societal attention, receiving over 5 million in donations within a short time, and the orphanage representatives have expressed their gratitude to Chen Feng. Additionally, just yesterday, with the assistance of concerned citizens, the 8th fugitive from Huaxia District 3 has been apprehended, leaving only 2 contestants remaining. Chapter 29. The challenge to Chen Feng, is it true? Only 2 contestants remain from the 10 in District 3? How swiftly this has transpired, exclaimed Rosie, resting her chin on her hand, astonished. Sun Yuqing waved dismissively. It's quite normal. With surveillance everywhere, evasion is nearly impossible. Do you think everyone possesses kids' caliber? It's absurd to think one can simply flee. She continued, in my opinion, the other contestant is likely in dire straits, perhaps scavenging for food near some rubbish bin. Clang! The sound of a coffee cup striking the table instantly drew the attention of Sun Yuqing and her companion. My apologies, my hand slipped. Lin Qingyao forced a smile, while internally seething. What does she mean by the other contestant is in dire straits? Here I am, sitting perfectly fine. Lin Qingyao raged inwardly, though her exterior remained composed, sipping her coffee to suppress her simmering anger. It's all that blasted kid's fault. One day, I shall defeat him with my own hands. Lin Qingyao vowed silently, finishing her coffee in haste before grabbing her bag and exiting the CAF. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Pursuit Bureau's conference room, a profound silence enveloped the space. Wei Jingyang sat at the head of the table with a stern expression, surrounded by the veteran Captain Sun Luo, new Captain Su Luoxue, and Zheng Chong, along with over 10 team members, including Huangfu Zhen and Lu Yi. As they listened to the news broadcast, the seasoned members of the pursuit team cast sidelong glances at Wei Jingyang, their eyes brimming with mockery. Aren't you confident? Aren't you formidable? Didn't you scoff at our inability to capture the target? So what now? Why the silence? Though Chen Feng had managed to pilfer from right under their noses once more, the team had never felt more at ease. I must admit, I feel somewhat grateful to Chen Feng. The veteran members mused silently, unable to endure the atmosphere any longer. Wei Jingyang slammed his hand on the table and rose. Let us summarize the failure of this operation. At these words, murmurs erupted from the assembly. Is a summary even necessary? You devised both the action and the strategy alone. Now you wish to shift the blame onto us? Why didn't you act sooner? The whispers were soft, yet in the cramped conference room, they resonated with clarity. Who dares to speak out of turn? Do you not understand the meaning of respecting your superior? Wei Jingyang thundered, his wrath evident. The team members, who had initially considered jesting, quickly silenced themselves. As the room fell quiet once more, a ringing broke the stillness. Ding, ding, ding. The irritating sound only served to exacerbate the already irate captain's fury. Whose phone is ringing? Do you not know to silence your devices during a meeting? Ding, ding, ding. Even amid Wei Jingyang's furious reprimand, no one silenced the persistent ringing. Just as he was about to speak again, someone reminded him, Captain, it seems to be your phone. Wei Jingyang blinked in surprise, glancing down to find someone calling him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he muttered for them to wait a moment before exiting the conference room. In the hallway, he answered the call. Hello, Dad, what is the matter? No sooner had he spoken than a furious voice erupted from the other end. What do you mean? What is the matter? Have you any shame? What is the situation with the news flying around? I provided you with 4 helicopters, and you can't even keep track of one masked individual. Are you a fool? I repeatedly instructed you to keep a low profile. Just get through this period, and I would assist in your smooth promotion, yet you insisted on being ostentatious. How's that working out for you now? Wei Jingyang's face flushed crimson, his grip on the phone tightening to the point of whiteness. After a moment of heavy silence, the voice on the other end paused, likely to take a sip of water. After a lengthy pause, it continued. For now, put your work on hold. I will arrange for your transfer from there. Just lay low until this blows over. By the way, I've sorted out that incident from last week involving the girl who recorded you. The evidence will be retrieved shortly. Do not cause me any more trouble. I understand, Dad, Wei Jingyang replied, his head bowed, his right fist clenched tightly. All right then, that is settled. Goodbye. Wait. Wei Jingyang suddenly lifted his head, interrupting his father, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Dad, I have never been defeated by anyone in my life. I beg you, allow me one more chance. Please assist me. In the office of the chairman of the Shanha Group, a middle-aged man sat comfortably in his executive chair, attended to by a beautiful secretary kneeling before him. Upon hearing his son's words over the phone, Wei Shanha's brow furrowed deeply. As Wei Jingyang's father, he understood precisely what his son meant. His excellence and ruthlessness mirrored his own, evident even from a young age. For instance, when he was merely 11, after being outrun by another child during a sports event, Wei Jingyang had arranged for the boy's leg to be broken. That incident had required Wei Shanha's intervention to resolve. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Shanha finally spoke. What do you require? I want a prized possession of our group, the gemstone that once caused a stir, the Eye of Moonlight. The Eye of Moonlight. Wei Shan shot up, causing his secretary to gasp. However, he paid her no mind, fastening his trousers with a serious demeanor. Do you have confidence in this? Absolutely. Wei Jingyang answered resolutely. Another silence ensued. Just as Wei Jingyang was about to speak again, Wei Shan's voice returned. Very well. I will prepare the item for you. Come collect it tomorrow. Thank you, Dad. The call ended. Wei Jingyang straightened, his eyes narrowing, a fierce determination emanating from him. Chen Feng. The following day, an article burst onto the scene, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of trending topics. Shocking. District 3's Captain Wei Jingyang wagers the Eye of Moonlight against Chen Feng, challenging him to a duel. The question lingers. Does Chen Feng dare to accept? The report included a photograph of Wei Jingyang holding the gemstone, which glimmered a pearly white with a hint of purple, cradled in an ornate purple-gold base, exuding an aura of immense value. This explosive news ignited a fervor across the internet. Wait, is there truly someone so bold? If Feng Shun hadn't gone looking for them, they should be grateful. Yet they dare to seek him out? The Eye of Moonlight? That name rings a bell. ISNT that the gemstone auction for 239 million? Indeed, that's the one. They're pulling out all the stops with such a valuable gem on the line. This is serious business. Of course it's serious. If the price were any lower, Feng Shun wouldn't even consider it. We eagerly await his response. Yes, we anticipate Feng Shun's response. Looking forward to Feng Shun's challenge. Chapter 30. The Eye of Moonlight. As the fervor surrounding Wei Jingyang's challenge escalated, Chen Feng soon took notice of matter. Initially, he paid little heed to it, but as the news reports proliferated and conversations among those around him grew, his interest was piqued. A brief inquiry led him to discover the gem's staggering price, 239 million renminbi, indeed worthy of consideration. At the CAF's front desk, Chen Feng slowly closed his laptop, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. The Eye of Moonlight. It is only under the moonlight that its true allure can shine. Another day drifted by, and the excitement surrounding the challenge remained unwavering. Perhaps as a provocation, or perhaps to compel Chen Feng's acquiescence. Wei Jingyang even placed the exhibition of the Eye of Moonlight in the lobby of his company for all to behold. Meanwhile, within the monitoring room of the Shanha Group, a dozen members of the pursuit team were fixated on the screens, seemingly hoping to catch a glimpse of Chen Feng. However, while he remained elusive, they managed to apprehend a few petty thieves, even capturing 2 fugitives from other districts. Watching the throngs on the surveillance footage, even the most patient members of the pursuit team began to feel a twinge of irritation. In the lobby, Zhou Wanning, clad in a tailored suit that exuded grace, arrived, a phone in hand for live streaming. Coincidentally, after parting ways with Chen Feng, she found it challenging to focus on work for several days. Despite her boss's repeated attempts to discuss her performance, little was achieved, and she was reluctantly granted a leave of absence to recuperate. By chance, Zhou Wanning was introduced to live streaming through her cousin. Perhaps due to her striking appearance and demeanor, or her previous appearances in Chen Feng's streaming sessions, she quickly garnered significant attention when she began her own live stream, receiving a flurry of gifts and earning a handsome sum. Hello, everyone. I am currently in the lobby of the Shanha Group, the owner of which is none other than Captain Wei Jingyang, who issued the challenge to Kid. Not far from here, encased in glass, is the renowned Eye of Moonlight gem, Zhou Wanning cheerfully introduced. In the live chat, comments flooded in. It's been a day, and there is still no word from Chen Feng. Is he afraid? What nonsense are you spouting? Just because one side issues a challenge doesn't mean the other must accept. Otherwise, anyone could issue challenges, and our phone god would be overwhelmed. Afraid is afraid. There are no excuses. The upstairs folks must be out of their minds. Agreed. Zhou Wanning maintained a smile in response to the barrage of comments. But after a brief moment of politeness, she decisively removed those who spoke ill of Chen Feng, displaying a proficiency that suggested it was not her first experience with such matters. All right, everyone, let us head over to the exhibition area, she announced. Just then, a commotion erupted from nearby, followed by the inquiries of a throng of reporters who had long been on standby. Captain Wei, may I ask if your challenge to Chen Feng is your personal wish or if it represents the entire Shana group. Mr. Wei, is this challenge a response to your previous defeat or a manifestation of your dissatisfaction? Wei Jingyang, however, remained silent, continuing to walk forward until one reporter posed a particularly provocative question. Mr. Wei, regarding the female, in turn, who recently fell from your building, there are claims that someone pushed her, yet the investigation concluded it was a suicide. What do you have to say about that? Upon hearing this, Wei Jingyang halted, slowly turning to face the reporter. Which outlet do you represent? He inquired. I am from a certain media outlet, the reporter replied, anticipation evident on his face. Wei Jingyang cast a dismissive glance his way and commanded, security, escort this individual out. Furthermore, if anyone else dares to malign my reputation or that of the Shanha group with baseless accusations, I will not hesitate to issue a court summons. He continued, moreover, this challenge to Chen Feng solely represents my personal intent and has no connection to the Shana group. My objective is clear, to capture Chen Feng in this endeavor. With that, he turned away, leaving the reporters stunned in his wake. In the crowd, a young man wearing sunglasses observed the scene unfold, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Quite confident, aren't we, Captain Wei? Suddenly, a gasp came from beside him. In Chen Feng's astonished gaze, a striking figure stumbled towards him. He swiftly reached out to steady her. Are you all right, miss? Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Zhou Wanning quickly regained her footing, offering an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I lost my balance. It's nothing, he replied, maintaining the stoic demeanor of a master thief. After exchanging a smile, he turned to leave the scene. Watching Chen Feng's retreating figure, Zhou Wanning furrowed her brow slightly. His silhouette felt familiar, yet she could not place it. As Zhou Wanning pondered this, the live chat in her streaming room began to scroll once more. Is Xiaoning all right? Is she unwell? Regretting not being there today. Otherwise, I would have been the one helping Xiaoning, sending Xiaoning a lollipop for comfort. Seeing the deluge of comments on her screen, Zhou Wanning graciously expressed her gratitude. Thank you all for your concern. I simply stumbled over my own feet. Now, let us continue to admire that exquisite gem, a treasure worth over 100 million. I have never seen anything so close before. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already arrived at the entrance. Observing the lively scene within, he discreetly placed his hand in his pocket and pressed a button, swiftly departing the venue. In the next moment, dozens of balloons floated into the hall from all directions, rising to hover above the glass display of the Eye of Moonlight amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Bang! 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 As a series of crisp popping sounds echoed through the air, the invitation that had been suspended by the balloons fell gently from above, landing precisely atop the display of the Eye of Moonlight. Challenger Mr. Wei Jingyang, when the first ray of dawn breaks the day after tomorrow, I shall emerge from a mist to claim the Eye of Moonlight. Sincerely, Kid the Phantom Thief. Chapter 31. 2 Invitations. Chen Feng accepts the challenge. Chen Feng issues another invitation, targeting the Moonlight's eye. The Pursuit Bureau and the Phantom Thief's resounding clash. Who will emerge victorious? Countless sensational news stories surged to the top of trending topics, igniting fervor among numerous netizens. Yet before they could engage in fervent discussion, another bombshell announcement erupted. In Huaxia District 3, another fugitive, the niece of the Thief King, Lin Qingyao, has made a stunning move after a long silence. Also targeting the Moonlight's eye with an invitation. Boom! It was as if a thunderous roar had erupted online, leaving everyone in a daze. My goodness, is this a comparison? Although I have a fondness for Qingyao, her choice of opponent seems rather poor, doesn't it? Why must she challenge the formidable Feng? Yet, one cannot dismiss her lineage. Being the niece of the Thief King, she should not suffer too humiliating a defeat, right? I implore you, Feng, to show mercy and spare Qingyao some dignity. I beseech you, Feng, to show mercy. I beseech you, Feng, to show mercy. It is uncertain who first uttered these words, but soon the comments below were filled with a chorus of pleas for Feng to show mercy. This synchronized display nearly drove Lin Qingyao, who had been quietly sipping her coffee and scrolling through her phone, to throw her device in frustration. The audacity! Lin Qingyao bit her silver teeth, slamming her palm against the table, drawing the attention of several nearby patrons. Even Chen Feng, sitting at the front desk, glanced over, shaking his head gently in disapproval. A poker face, dear lady. Such impatience may lead to troubles, he thought to himself, before returning his focus to his book. As night descended gradually, with the last customer departing, Chen Feng stepped outside, flipping the sign hanging outside from in business to in resting. Woof! Woof! A sudden cacophony of barking caught Chen Feng's attention. Following the sound, he spotted a short-legged corgi, its rear in the air, baring its teeth aggressively at him. As if poised to take a bite, Chen Feng raised his head, surveying the surroundings, but found no sign of the dog's owner. A playful spirit arose within him as he lowered his gaze to meet the corgi's small eyes, and then a sound escaped Chen Feng's lips. Woof! Under the influence of his advanced beast-taming abilities, the corgi appeared to witness something terrifying. Its previously fierce demeanor vanished, replaced by sheer terror, even causing its little legs to tremble slightly. Lucky! Come back, Lucky! At that moment, a voice rang out, and Chen Feng looked up to see a woman, breathless and with a broken leash in hand, hurriedly approaching. Her hair, damp with sweat, clung to her forehead, and her attire, disheveled from her chase, accentuated her impressive figure. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, not because she was particularly captivating, but because he knew her. Although they had only met once, he remembered this new flower of the police force, the newly appointed leader of the Pursuit Bureau's third team, Su Luoxue. Hearing her name called, the once trembling corgi dashed towards Su Luoxue as if it had found its savior. Su Luoxue quickly composed herself, reattaching the leash, and turned to Chen Feng with an apologetic expression. I'm so sorry, sir. I lost sight of it for a moment. It didn't harm you, did it? Not all. It's very well behaved, Chen Feng replied with a smile, reaching out to pat the corgi's head. Oh, don't. Su Luoxue hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, what transpired next left her utterly stunned. The corgi, usually a whirlwind of chaos at home, now behaved like a dutiful student before a stern teacher, allowing Chen Feng to pet it without a hint of resistance. Is this your dog, Officer Su? Yes. Before she could finish, Su Luoxue paused, surprised. You know me? Of course, the new leader of the Pursuit Bureau's third team. Many online have praised you as the next flower of the police force after Officer Li. Chen Feng replied with a light chuckle. Su Luoxue, flattered by the compliment, quickly changed the subject. Is this coffee shop yours? Indeed. You're welcome to visit any time, Officer Su, Chen Feng responded candidly. I'll definitely take you up on that. After a brief exchange, Su Luoxue prepared to leave, as she had merely stolen a moment from her busy schedule to grab a bite and would need to return to her work at the Shauna Group later. Speaking of work, as one toiling in the workforce, Su Luoxue expressed her exasperation. It's exhausting enough just to work, not to mention having a troublesome boss. Miss Su. Just a few steps away, Chen Feng called out to her again. Upon meeting her puzzled gaze, he produced a pink Hello Kitty wallet. You dropped your wallet. Su Luoxue blinked in surprise, reaching into her pocket only to find her wallet missing. Thank you, she exclaimed with a smile, taking the wallet before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to her, something peculiar had appeared above the black eyes of the Hello Kitty design. As darkness enveloped the sky within his bedroom, Chen Feng had infiltrated the surveillance system of the Shauna Group. The footage revealed the previously empty vicinity of the Moonlight's eyeglass display, now fortified with barricade ropes. Several workers were laboring diligently, installing the final massive tempered glass panel atop the display. In the lobby, observing the exhibit now fully enclosed by 5 giant sheets of tempered glass, Wei Jingyang nodded in satisfaction. As the last panel settled into place, a worker in a safety helmet rushed over, panting. Phew, Mr. Wei, it's all set. Just the final reinforcement remains before we can complete the project. Regarding payment, payment is negotiable. I'll have it transferred to your account shortly. However, about the quality, Wei Jingyang scrutinized the foreman before him. The foreman, catching on quickly, confidently assured, Rest assured, Mr. Wei, our glass is of such quality that while I cannot guarantee it will withstand a cannonball, hammers, knives, and even handgun bullets will certainly not penetrate. And how about protection against thieves? Protection, huh? The foreman hesitated, glancing back at the enormous 6-meter tempered glass shield, momentarily at a loss. Protection against thieves? Is such an elaborate setup really necessary? One might think it's for repelling a terrorist attack. I'm asking you, can it protect against thieves? Wei Jingyang pressed again, seeing the foreman dazed. Of course. The foreman snapped back to attention, brimming with confidence. Our tempered glass is internationally certified. Thieves surely wouldn't lug around large cutting equipment to steal. That's good to hear. Satisfied with the answer, a smile crept across Wei Jingyang's face, soon twisting into a cold smirk. Chen Feng. Chapter 32. A thief? Is that a tempered glass cover? Quite intriguing. Chen Feng removed his headphones and adjusted the surveillance footage to another angle. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, a plan began to take shape in his mind. The following day, at noon, the lobby of the Shanha Group remained open to the public, allowing everyone to explore. However, unlike the previous day, a colossal tempered glass enclosure, measuring 6 meters in all dimensions, now encased the display of the Moonlight's Eye. The gathered crowd was left bewildered. What is this? Wasn't it absent yesterday? Where did this glass cover come from? Did they install it overnight? Is it really necessary to be this cautious? Aren't they supposed to challenge kid? Is this how they intend to do it? Isn't this just retreating into one's shell? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Wei Jingyang remained unfazed. To him, as long as victory was assured, the means employed were inconsequential. The outcome was all that mattered. At that moment, a young man clad in Shanha Group attire approached. Mr. Wei, there are numerous reporters waiting for you outside. The chairman hopes you can make a few remarks. Understood, I'll head over now. Wei Jingyang replied casually. After scanning the area to ensure his installation had no flaws, he confidently turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, the young man who had just been so respectful swiftly executed his plan, lifting Wei's phone from his pocket and simultaneously replacing it with a model that resembled it. The entire act transpired so quickly that it went unnoticed by anyone present. Gazing at the phone in his hand, the young man revealed a mysterious smile. How careless of you, Captain Wei. This young man was indeed Chen Feng in disguise. Having obtained what he sought, Chen Feng turned and made his way toward the restroom. Upon emerging from the restroom, he had transformed his appearance entirely. Dressed in a sleek black suit, with a walkie-talkie clipped to his front and a black identification card reading Pursuit Bureau, the game was officially afoot. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Chen Feng spoke softly, though the voice that emerged belonged to an entirely different middle-aged man. Not long after, Chen Feng, now clad in the garb of a Pursuit Bureau agent, appeared before the elevator. I'm sorry, but entry is prohibited here. 2 burly men blocked his path. Chen Feng promptly produced his prepared identification. I am a member of the Pursuit Bureau, acting on Captain Wei's orders to retrieve something from the basement. Captain Wei's orders? The 2 men exchanged doubtful glances. If you don't believe me, feel free to call him for confirmation. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the 2 men shared a look, and one of them nodded and left, saying, All right, please wait a moment. Chen Feng nodded, displaying no signs of impatience, which reassured the remaining guard. The other man's call was swiftly completed. Though puzzled as to why their boss needed something from the basement, he dared not inquire further. After receiving a definitive answer from Wei Jingyang over the phone, he hurried back. Unbeknownst to him, the Wei Jingyang on the other end of the line was merely a recording manipulated by Chen Feng. Ding! As the elevator chimed, Chen Feng smoothly descended to the basement. After employing the same tactic to clear out everyone from that level, he commenced his task. Following the rudimentary blueprint he had drawn up prior, Chen Feng easily located the area directly beneath the Moonlight's Eye. System, exchanged for 4 tubes of horizontal microexplosives. Ding! 4 tubes of horizontal microexplosives exchanged successfully, consuming 100 system points. As the system's voice echoed, 4 elongated items appeared in Chen Feng's inventory. These explosives, upgraded by the system, possessed not only pinpoint accuracy but also minimal noise, and their compact size belied their formidable power. Clearly, Chen Feng had no intention of proceeding with civility this time. Since it was a challenge, the methods employed were inherently justified, were they not? He affixed the explosives to the ceiling in accordance with the outer contours of the glass display and applied a layer of wallpaper matching the ceiling's pattern for camouflage. Satisfied with the disguise that mirrored the original ceiling, Chen Feng nodded in approval. Preparations complete. Meanwhile, those monitoring the surveillance cameras noticed an anomaly in the basement feed. Since a person had entered half an hour ago, the footage had shown no changes. It appeared as if one individual was merely cleaning. Upon discovering the irregularity, the Pursuit Bureau team quickly contacted Wei Jingyang, but the responses they received were nonsensical. Yes, I sent him to the basement, where you all should leave first. This isn't a discussion. Wei Jingyang's phone had been stolen. Sun Luo promptly connected the dots. He dispatched personnel to secure the elevator entrance while personally retrieving Wei Jingyang, who was still answering questions from reporters. Ding! The elevator chimed crisply. Wei Jingyang glared at the closed elevator doors, astonished that despite his caution, someone had infiltrated their ranks. He was completely unaware that his phone had been swiped. The remaining members of the Pursuit Bureau focused intently on the elevator doors, ready to spring into action the moment they opened, intent on apprehending the intruding Chen Feng. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, the elevator doors slowly parted. Tension mounted as silence enveloped the scene, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Click! The elevator doors fully opened, and before Wei Jingyang could issue a command, a flurry of white doves burst forth, flapping their wings en masse. Countless wings struck faces, obscuring vision with a blinding white cloud. Wei Jingyang, seething, swatted away the doves and shouted at the others, "Quick! Get rid of these damn doves!" Before he could finish, he felt a warm, damp sensation at the corner of his mouth. Instinctively, he licked it, and his expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, the droppings. Gagging. 10 seconds later, the doves had all flown away, and when the crowd turned back to the elevator, it was completely empty, save for a card bearing a portrait of Kid left behind. Under the moonlight, the suddenly secured lobby caused Lin Qingyao, disguised as a janitor, to furrow her brow. To avoid detection, she had no choice but to withdraw temporarily. In a narrow alley, she removed her disguise and exhaled heavily, still harboring traces of anger, her silver teeth clenched. That detestable Kid again. Madam seems to harbor quite a grudge against me. A voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Startled, Lin Qingyao turned swiftly. Who is there? There stood a figure clad in white, right hand placed before him in a slight bow, followed by a gentle voice that emerged. I am a thief. Chapter 33. The playful heist. Lin Qingyao gazed solemnly at Chen Feng. As a thief, the foremost skill lies in one's perceptive abilities, be it sight, hearing, or smell. These are the fundamental criteria for gauging a thief's prowess. Yet, Chen Feng had approached her from behind without a whisper, leaving her utterly oblivious. To speak frankly, had he intended to strike, she would now be sprawled on the ground. Observing the gravity etched on Lin Qingyao's face, Chen Feng merely chuckled softly. Miss Lin, there is no need for such alarm. As a gentleman, I would never be impolite to a lady. Although his words were soothing, Lin Qingyao remained on guard. What brings you here? Merely a chance encounter? I came to extend a greeting. Should the opportunity arise, I would indeed cherish the prospect of becoming friends with you. Miss Lin. Chen Feng maintained his gentle smile, concealing any trace of joy or sorrow. Is that so? I too would like to be your friend. Seemingly easing her defenses, Lin Qingyao lowered her clenched fist and approached Chen Feng, extending her right hand in a gesture of camaraderie. However, the moment their hands met, Lin Qingyao suddenly seized the initiative. Gripping Chen Feng's hand, she swiftly leaned forward, performing a shoulder throw with fluid grace, ready to execute a throw. With a sharp crack, the sound of a bone fracturing echoed as Chen Feng's arm was abruptly yanked downwards. She had pulled his entire arm off. Lin Qingyao stood frozen, staring at the severed limb in disbelief. What had she done? Had she truly dismembered someone? What was to be done now? Would she have to support him for a lifetime? Chen Feng was still so young. Would she end up in prison? A myriad of questions flooded Lin Qingyao's mind, leaving the capable yet inexperienced woman utterly bewildered. Just then, a white dove carrying a blue rose fluttered into view, pulling her thoughts back to reality. A dove? Lin Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. Nearly everyone knew that white doves were Chen Feng's favorite animal companions. But he was currently. Realization dawned upon Lin Qingyao as she lifted her gaze, scanning for Chen Feng's figure. Indeed, he was perched on the rooftop of the second floor, wearing a playful smile. At that moment, not only was Chen Feng unharmed, but his attire remained immaculate, both arms intact, without a trace of injury. Chen Feng, upon witnessing the scene, even Lin Qingyao, despite her naivety, comprehended that she had been outwitted. Her teeth clenched audibly, as though she wished to grind him to pieces. "Miss Lin, it brings me great joy to encounter you here. I hope we may meet again under the silver moonlight, though I must request you refrain from such rudeness next time." With that, Chen Feng leaped from the rooftop, activating his glider, soaring away into the distance. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Qingyao was consumed by frustration, yet felt powerless to act. With a stomp of her foot, she departed the scene, resolved to devise a plan to steal the eye of moonlight. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was 4:30 in the morning. Only half an hour remained until the time indicated in Chen Feng's announcement. Perhaps for safety reasons, or for other motives, Wei Jingyang declared a lockdown of the hall after midnight, forbidding anyone from entering except for those already present in the pursuit team. Nevertheless, a throng of Chen Feng's admirers gathered outside the Mountain River Group's edifice, brandishing signs in support of Kid, awaiting the arrival of that elusive white figure. Meanwhile, the livestream featuring Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao continued inside the hall. "Oh, I miss my dear Yao Yao. I hope Chen Feng isn't bullying her too much. No need to worry. She has already transformed into the form of Feng Shan. Can you two just leave? With such a tense atmosphere, must you make me laugh? Ugh. I haven't slept all night, and dawn is finally approaching. Can someone please inform my husband to take it easy and not start so early? Who can understand the plight of a lovely maiden who wishes to admire her husband's dashing form, while also longing for a beauty sleep? Sleep? I have a piano exam in Yanqing tomorrow, and I'm not worried at all. Why should you be? Yanqing? Piano exam? Wasn't that yesterday? Yesterday? What are you talking about? Oh my goodness. It was indeed yesterday. The comments in the live stream flowed rapidly, even at 4:30 in the morning, when most creatures of the night were still asleep. Over 1 million viewers awaited in Chen Feng's broadcast. Lin Qingyao's stream had slightly fewer viewers, yet still boasted 30 to 40,000. Simultaneously, a figure clad in a form-fitting black suit maneuvered stealthily through the ventilation ducts atop the hall. The narrow confines posed little hindrance to Lin Qingyao as she adeptly shifted her body, advancing quietly. In her hand, she wielded a glass-cutting tool bestowed upon her by her uncle, undoubtedly intending to carve an opening in the tempered glass overhead to seize the eye of moonlight. Time ticked away, and soon 20 minutes had elapsed. The pursuit team inside the hall had ceased all conversation, with Wei Jingyang, Su Luoxue, Sun Luo, and Zheng Chang stationed at the 4 cardinal points of the massive glass dome. Dozens of pursuit team members performed their duties with precision, rendering the hall eerily silent, save for the intermittent cheers from Chen Feng's fans outside. Determined to redeem his reputation, Wei Jingyang had invested heavily this time, not only presenting the Eye of Moonlight, valued at over 100 million, but also utilizing his company's building as the venue. Failure was not an option, even if it required unconventional methods. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Wei Jingyang's gaze involuntarily drifted through the window towards a certain location in the adjacent building, before quickly averting his eyes to maintain an appearance of normalcy. The clock continued its relentless march. By approximately 5 o'clock, the time indicated in Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao's announcement had arrived. The tense atmosphere in the hall seemed to seep into the live stream, with even the barrage of comments becoming less frequent. I don't know why, but even though I'm not there in person, I feel so tense. Who isn't? I'm trembling as I type. This is more thrilling than watching a Hollywood blockbuster. My palms are sweating. Mine are sweaty too. Chapter 34. In hand, as 8 more minutes slipped away, only 2 minutes remained until the time indicated on the notice. The atmosphere in the venue reached a crescendo of tension. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Now was the moment. Lin Qingyao raised her eyebrows, determined to act 2 minutes early. Initially, she had chosen to synchronize her actions with Chen Feng out of confidence in her own abilities. However, after the events of the previous night, Lin Qingyao had come to a stark realization of the disparity between herself and Chen Feng. Rather than following the notice to the letter and risking defeat during the confrontation, she decided to take the initiative a few minutes ahead. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope for victory. With this thought in mind, Lin Qingyao no longer hesitated. She swiftly produced a button and pressed it without delay. Click. The lights in the venue extinguished in an instant. Seizing the moment of chaos that followed, she quickly secured the prepared ropes to a metal beam above the ventilation duct. Then, with decisive action, she removed the netting from the ventilation duct, twisted her body, and slipped through the opening, landing atop the glass enclosure. With a cutting knife in hand, she swiftly carved a circular opening in the glass large enough for her to pass through, then crossed it with a crosshatch and struck forcefully. Crack! The previously intact glass shattered, creating an opening. The sharp sound immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Up there, Su Luoxue reacted instantly. Yet it was too late. Lin Qinyao had already entered the glass enclosure through the opening. The once protective giant glass case for the moonlight I had now transformed into a barrier preventing others from entering. Click! The lights suddenly flickered back on, and the sudden brightness momentarily blinded the crowd. Bang! A dull thud echoed, followed by a rumbling sound as a heavy object hit the ground. It was only at this moment that the audience realized the scene within the glass enclosure. There stood Lin Qinyao, clad in a tight black suit, upright and poised, her right hand reaching forward as if to retrieve something. Yet, the display case housing the moonlight eye was conspicuously absent. It had seemingly vanished in a thin air, leaving only a 1-meter-wide hole from which dust billowed. Everyone was taken aback. Where was the display case? Wasn't the plan to steal the moonlight eye? How could the display case disappear too? How did Lin Qinyao end up inside the glass enclosure? Did she take the display case? It appeared she was just as bewildered as the rest. The live stream was filled with questions from viewers. The crowd soon regained their composure. Zheng Chong quickly drew handcuffs from his waist, pointing at Lin Qinyao within the glass enclosure. Lin Qinyao, stop struggling and surrender the moonlight eye. Wei Jingyang, the team leader, used the strength of 2 team members on the ground to step on their hands and launched himself upward, landing firmly atop the glass enclosure. His gaze was fixed on Lin Qinyao, burning with intensity. Lin Qinyao, hand over the moonlight eye. Do not attempt to resist any further. He had never anticipated that while focusing on Chen Feng, Lin Qinyao would seize this opportunity. Inside the glass enclosure, Lin Qinyao gritted her teeth. She wanted to assert her innocence, but she too was perplexed. She had barely descended when the display case vanished without a trace. However, given the current situation, voicing her confusion would be futile. In her heart, Lin Qinyao cursed Chen Feng 1,000 times. Yet, her movements remained swift as she tightened the rope and began her retreat. Wei Jingyang, now atop the glass enclosure, dashed towards the gaping hole. Just as Lin Qinyao emerged from the enclosure, he swung a punch aimed at her abdomen. Fueled by irritation, Wei Jingyang showed no mercy. If the punch landed, Lin Qinyao would likely crumble. However, Lin Qinyao was no fool. Sensing the ferocity of Wei Jingyang's approach, she did not confront him head-on. Instead, she grasped the rope, twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the blow. She then kicked out swiftly, landing a strike to Wei Jingyang's abdomen. Yet, their scuffle was far from over, as 2 more members from the pursuit team climbed up from behind, positioning themselves in a formation that trapped Lin Qinyao in the center. As the 2 approached, Lin Qinyao felt a surge of urgency, unable to shake off Wei Jingyang's grasp. At that moment, a calm, yet infuriating voice rang out. Surely, gentlemen, this treatment of a lovely lady is rather uncouth, is it not? The crowd turned to see Chen Feng, clad in white, perched on an elevated ledge of the hall, wearing a bemused expression while holding a white jade gemstone the size of a baby's fist. The moonlight eye, the crowd gasped, and Lin Qinyao seized the opportunity while everyone was momentarily stunned, quickly climbing the rope to the top, just a meter away from Chen Feng. Boss, shall we make a move? Wei Jingyang remained silent, his eyes locked onto Chen Feng, filled with unspoken fury. It appears the tide of this confrontation has turned in my favor, Chen Feng declared with a confident smile. Wei Jingyang's expression darkened as he spoke slowly. Chen Feng, I advise you to put down that item. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what extreme measures may ensue. His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear, and the implicit threat stirred considerable anger among the live stream audience. What was this guy thinking? Resorting to personal threats when he couldn't win? How shameless! In a room filled with over 100,000 viewers, no one believed he would dare to act. How could someone like him be a team leader? They scoffed. Even Su Luoxue and the other members of the pursuit team were taken aback. They had not anticipated Wei Jingyang would resort to such unrefined tactics in front of so many people. The two pursuit team members closest to Wei Jingyang rushed forward in an attempt to restrain him, but he brushed them aside effortlessly. Chen Feng appeared entirely unfazed by Wei Jingyang's threats, remaining composed on his perch. The milky white moonlight-eyed gemstone danced between his fingers like a masterpiece of art. Oh, is the extreme measure referred to by Captain Wei, the gentleman on the eastern building, pointing a gun at me? Chapter 35. The frantic Wei Jingyang a gun? Has Wei Jingyang even arranged for a gunman? This is intolerable. Such audacity cannot simply be described as shameless. How outrageous! And he is the captain of the pursuit team. Has he no sense of dignity left? At this very moment, in the office of Imia on the top floor of the National Exhibition Building in H-City's East District, Imia gazed intently at the live broadcast on her phone. Her expression shifted rapidly from seriousness to concern and then to an uncontainable fury. With a resounding clap, she slammed her palm onto the desk, startling her assistant, Mill, who was organizing documents beside her. "Your Highness, is something wrong?" Mill stammered. Suppressing her rage, Imia continued to fixate on the live stream, gritting her silver teeth as she spoke each word with precision. "Mill, investigate this Wei Jingyang and the Shana group behind him. I want every detail." Wei Jingyang? Shana group? Two question marks appeared in Mill's mind, perplexed by her sudden fury towards Wei Jingyang. However, given Imia's furious countenance, she refrained from asking further questions and hastily set to work. As Mill exited the office, the vast space was once again left to Imia alone. She returned her gaze to the white figure on the screen, her worry lingering as she murmured to herself, "Don't be reckless." In response to Chen Feng's words, Wei Jingyang remained silent, merely casting a cold stare at him. As long as the gun remained silent, he could dismiss whatever Chen Feng claimed. With his family's influence, it would have no bearing on him. Yet, if Chen Feng truly refused to heed the warning, he wouldn't mind sending him a bullet. A glint of menace flashed in Wei Jingyang's eyes, quickly concealed but perceptibly caught by Chen Feng. Nevertheless, Chen Feng exhibited no signs of panic. A knowing smile graced his lips as he slowly remarked, "It seems Captain Wei is quite confident in his arrangements." Wei Jingyang still said nothing, yet the smile upon his face betrayed his inner thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyao, seated beside Chen Feng, was utterly bewildered, caught between shock and fear. After all, she was merely in her 20s and never anticipated facing a genuine gun threat during a broadcast backed by the United World Government. "Is Captain Wei not curious why the sniper you arranged has not reported back?" Chen Feng stood up, his demeanor composed and teasing. "What do you mean?" Wei Jingyang's brows knitted tightly, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng. This statement effectively confirmed Chen Feng's assertion about the sniper's arrangement. The live chat erupted in chaos, with some irate viewers hurling insults at Wei Jingyang and his ancestry. "I merely wish to inform Captain Wei that the gentleman in question is currently lost in a dream," Chen Feng said confidently. At first, Wei Jingyang was taken aback, but soon his confidence returned, a smug smile reappearing. "Are you trying to scare me?" He was just speaking to me before he could finish. A small white remote control appeared in Chen Feng's hand. Amidst the audience's confusion, he pressed a button. In the next instant, a voice resonated from all directions. "Boss, shall we make a move? Boss, shall we make a move?" "Boss," the voice echoed repeatedly, resounding for several cycles before ceasing. Wei Jingyang's expression darkened completely. He had thought his double insurance was foolproof, that the entire situation was under his control. He did not realize he had been outmaneuvered without awareness. Such a revelation was unacceptable to the proud Wei Jingyang. "Just a little trick, please forgive me," Chen Feng said, placing his hands together in a slight bow, as if concluding a performance. "Well then, everyone, the show has come to an end. I look forward to our next encounter." As Chen Feng prepared to leave, Wei Jingyang erupted in fury. To everyone's astonishment, he swiftly drew two handguns that he had prepared beforehand. The dark muzzles were aimed directly at Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao. Given Wei Jingyang's almost frenzied demeanor, no one doubted that he would pull the trigger. The audience in the live chat was stunned, even more so than before. They had merely heard Chen Feng's claims about the sniper. Now, they were witnessing the captain of the pursuit team brandishing firearms. What is that man's number? I want to file a complaint. Take me with you. Brandishing a weapon with intent to harm. Is this the conduct of the pursuit team leader? Truly an eye-opener. Be careful, darling. Don't harm my husband's handsome face. Chen Feng's brow furrowed as he glanced at the still-dazed Lin Qingyao and quickly pulled her aside. With a swift motion, he produced a stack of playing cards seemingly from thin air. He cast the cards into the air, and what was initially a mere 54 cards multiplied infinitely, spreading across the sky and cascading downward. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Wei Jingyang had evaded the grasp of his pursuing team members, firing wildly at Chen Feng. Countless playing cards were pierced by bullets, leaving small holes through which light shone. As the gunfire depleted the bullets, the cards fell to the ground, concealing Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao from sight. Is he really firing? Has he lost his mind? Where's Feng Shun? What about my Yao Yao? What has happened to them? Damn it, I can't just stand by as this scoundrel acts out. Is anyone forming a team? I want to report this man to the production team. Count me in. I'm joining. The members of the pursuit team shared expressions of disbelief, staring at Wei Jingyang in shock. This was no mere challenge. It was a reckless act aimed at taking lives in defeat. Su Huaxia reacted quickly, climbing atop the glass enclosure with her handcuffs drawn, approaching Wei Jingyang. Mr. Wei Jingyang, I am notifying you as a police officer of H City that you are under arrest. Chapter 36. Retribution from Chen Feng as Su Huaxia approached. Wei Jingyang exhibited no inclination to resist. The manic grin upon his visage had yet to fade. This time, it was undeniably my triumph. Before he could finish his sentence, a familiar voice resonated from outside the building. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you at your magic performance. Chen Feng, clad in white, stood atop the edifice. The night breeze billowed his cape behind him. Countless fans outside, who had been anxious about Chen Feng's well-being, erupted in elation upon seeing him appear unscathed. Kid, kid, kid. The cheers crescendoed, causing Wei Jingyang's smile to freeze on his face. Impossible. His eyes reddened with disbelief. At that moment, Chen Feng was clearly too preoccupied to clarify matters. On the rooftop, he slowly raised his right hand. Instantly, the previously raucous crowd fell into a hush. A smile curled at the corners of Chen Feng's mouth as he began to speak. The performance has concluded splendidly, but before I depart, I have a small gift for the impudent Captain Wei. As soon as he finished, Chen Feng stepped off the building, his glider unfurling behind him, soaring into the air above the throng. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his figure swiftly dissipated, transforming into countless balloons that gently descended. The scene erupted once more. Oh, my husband is so handsome. I want that balloon. It's a gift from my husband. I want it. Don't you dare snatch it from me. Get away. Wait, are those balloons tied to something? What is it? A voice from the crowd inquired, prompting everyone to gaze upwards. Several dozen balloons were indeed tethered to cylindrical objects. What could that be? Did Chen Feng not mention a small gift for someone named Wei? Perhaps, let me take a look. The balloons, adorned with their mysterious cargo, drifted down among the spectators. Only then did they discern what it was. Experienced individuals recognized it immediately. This is a voice recorder. I assent it. No sooner had the words escaped than someone pressed the play button, and the voices of a man and a woman filled the air. Man, what did you see on the rooftop just now? Woman, Wei. Mr. Wei, I saw nothing. Man, speak the truth. Woman, I only saw you push Xiaoli off the rooftop. Man, silence. You would do well to be clever and know what to say and what not to say. Woman, I understand. Man, delete the photos on your phone. Do it now. Woman, I'll delete them right away. I promise I won't say a word. Sob, sob, sob. The clarity of the recording was striking, particularly the man's voice, which was instantly recognizable. Oh my, I remember now. Half a month ago, a female in turn fell from the rooftop of the Shanha Group building and died. She was only in her early 20s. A tragic loss indeed. Oh, I recall too. That girl was Qian Xiaoli, wasn't he it? But I thought the investigation concluded it was suicide. Suicide my foot. I was among that batch of interns. Two girls from our group faced incidents almost back-to-back. One was Qian Xiaoli, and the other was the woman in the recording. Is there really such a thing? The crowd surged with outrage. The presence of numerous acquaintances of the deceased intensified the matter's veracity. This recording had been retrieved from Wei Jingyang's phone after Chen Feng had cleverly switched their devices. Though Chen Feng possessed a congenial disposition, he was certainly not one to turn the other cheek. Since Wei Jingyang had dared to assault him, he would inevitably face retribution. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, Lin Qinyao stood gazing in the direction Chen Feng had vanished, her expression complex, lost in thought. It was only when the crowd began to stir in commotion that she sighed softly and turned to leave, unknowingly clutching a vividly blooming blue rose in her hand. The following day, after a night of tumult, compounded by Chen Feng's hacking into the live stream system to replace his content with the recording, terms such as Wei Jingyang, Shanha Group, intern suicide, recording, and team leader's unlawful discharge of firearm surged to the pinnacle of trending topics. In the office of the chairman of Shanha Group, Wei Shanha appeared haggard. Perhaps he had never anticipated that his son would brazenly attempt murder before such a large audience. Nevertheless, Wei Jingyang's actions were an established fact, and the overwhelming scandal surrounding the recording had significantly impacted their company's stock price. As the market opened, it began to plummet, nearing its limit within just 3 hours. A series of setbacks had turned Wei Shanha, a self-made tycoon, into a man gray-haired overnight. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid series of knocks echoed through the room. Come in. Wei Shanha rubbed his throbbing temples and spoke. Creak. The door swung open, and a flustered secretary rushed in. It's bad, Mr. Wei. The police have arrived with an arrest warrant. Before she could finish, the door was violently forced open. A commanding figure strode forth, brandishing his identification and arrest warrant. Mr. Wei Shanha, I am Deng Xiaolin, captain of the H City Criminal Police. We have received reports alleging your involvement in money laundering, murder, kidnapping, and other crimes. Please accompany us. Wei Shanha was taken aback. He had presumed the police were there regarding his son Wei Jingyang's predicament. But it seemed the matter extended beyond that. He squinted slightly, sighed deeply. Weariness etched upon his aging features. Officer, may I inquire who made the report? Apologies, but that information is not permissible, the captain replied curtly. Just as he spoke, a cold voice emerged from the doorway. It was I who reported him. Everyone turned to the entrance where, accompanied by the H City Police Chief, Emilia stepped forward. However, it was not Emilia's presence that startled Wei Shanha the most. It was the man standing slightly behind her. Brother? Wei Shanha uttered in confusion, for the man was none other than Liu Xiaoyuan, his sworn brother who had fought alongside him to build this billion-dollar enterprise. Liu Xiaoyuan approached, guilt written across his face as he regarded Wei Shanha. Brother, the evidence was provided by me. He cast a wary glance at Emilia behind him, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Chapter 37. Attending the dinner? The headlines burst forth. Moonlight, I duel. Chen Feng emerges victorious. Wei father and son arrested. Criminal evidence irrefutable. Murder, bribery, tax evasion. The Wei family's crimes are numerous. Wei Jingyang's madness publicly fires a gun. Chen Feng achieves grand victory with the arrest of the Wei father and son. A torrent of public discourse flooded the internet. Originally, Wei Jingyang's challenge to Chen Feng had garnered considerable attention, and now, with this scandal, Chen Feng's name surged to the top 3 trending topics. I knew Lord Feng would never lose. So valiant. I watched the live stream at 5 o'clock, my body trembling with anger. How could he resort to gunfire simply because he couldn't compete? Thankfully, Lord Feng was well prepared. Wei Jingyang was truly a disappointment, sending his own father to jail. I heard that initially only Wei Jingyang was apprehended. It was Emilia who intervened, obtaining evidence of Wei Shanha's crimes and directly leading to his arrest. A princess and a thief. I find myself increasingly enamored with this pairing. The online community buzzed with excitement. Even Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the news. He had been contemplating whether to take further action against Wei Shanha. As a father, It was implausible for him to remain oblivious to his son's misdeeds. However, to his surprise, before he could make a move, Amiya had already resolved the matter. Should he seek an opportunity to express his gratitude? As he pondered this, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully stealing the Moonlight Eye. Card fusion rate increased by 5. You have acquired the skill, Advanced Combat Technique Beginner. System points 500, current card fusion rate 60. With the system notification, a multitude of combat maneuvers flooded Chen Feng's mind. Offensive, defensive, evasive, and grappling techniques. These actions flashed through his consciousness like scenes from a film, swiftly integrating into his understanding. Exhaling deeply, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Combat techniques, they feel promising. Welcome. The mechanical cat's voice rang out as a graceful figure darted from the entrance to the front desk. Boss. Chen Feng looked up to find his regular customer, Sun Yuqing, who frequented his establishment almost daily. What brings you here today, Miss Sun? Would you like a cup of coffee? In an unexpected turn, Sun Yuqing leaped over the counter, raising her long leg-clad and lace-up knee-high boots, pinning Chen Feng against the wall in a playful manner. Do I look beautiful today? She asked, tossing her long hair, exuding elegance. Though taken aback, Chen Feng quickly regained his composure. Sensing no hostility from her, he refrained from resisting. Of course, you are beautiful every day, madam. This was no flattery. Sun Yuqing was indeed stunning, embodying the archetype of a leggy beauty. Today, she wore a high-waisted bodycon skirt that accentuated her long legs, complemented by expensive-looking earrings and a necklace that enhanced her allure. Seemingly pleased with Chen Feng's compliment, Sun Yuqing grasped his chin. How about I give you an opportunity? Chen Feng was momentarily confused by her sudden action, though his expression remained largely unchanged. He scrutinized her with a playful gaze. Madam, I must confess, you are exceptionally charming today, yet I find myself more inclined towards mature women. Where am I lacking in maturity? Sun Yuqing began to retort, but noticed Chen Feng's gaze. Glancing down, she caught sight of her painted pink toenails. You rogue. Realizing the implication of his words, Sun Yuqing's face flushed, unsure whether from anger or embarrassment. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng slipped out from her side, exasperation evident. Miss Sun, please recognize the current dynamics. You barged into my establishment without permission, crossed the counter, and pinned me against the wall. Do enlighten me. Who is the rogue here? I. Sun Yuqing found herself at a loss for words, ultimately taking a seat in Chen Feng's chair. To be honest, I am here to ask for your assistance. Assistance? With what? To act as my boyfriend. At her words, she quickly added, Don't misunderstand, I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend at a dinner. You won't have to do much, just help me appease my parents. Of course, I am willing to compensate you for any business losses incurred, plus an appearance fee. How does 5,000 renminbi sound? Sun Yuqing confidently extended her fingers. Chen Feng had long suspected that Sun Yuqing came from a well-off background. After all, merely her earrings would cost a small fortune. He pondered for a moment. Why not ask your university classmates? Sun Yuqing sighed. I'm not very close with them, and my parents are no fools. They have discerning eyes. Anyone with an ordinary demeanor would undoubtedly be exposed. Chen Feng smiled. Is this a roundabout compliment to me? Consider it as you will, she replied, leaning over the counter in a feeble attempt to defend herself. With renewed enthusiasm, she moved her chair closer to Chen Feng, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. So what do you think, boss? With a beauty like me by your side and the chance to earn some money, this venture is bound to be profitable, right? There won't be any foolish villains causing trouble for you, will there? Chen Feng chuckled lightly. Are you writing a novel? My friend, it's merely attending a dinner. How complicated could it be? So what is your answer? Resting his chin on his hand, he feigned deep contemplation. I seem to find no reason to refuse. Does that mean you agree? Sun Yuqing exclaimed, rising in excitement, as if fearing Chen Feng might change his mind. She added, tomorrow night at 8, Eugene Garden Villa District. I'll come to pick you up, and hurriedly left. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Feng shook his head with a smile. It wasn't that he was particularly eager to attend a formal dinner. Rather, it was simply a chance for relaxation amidst his busy life. After all, One cannot be perpetually consumed by work. Occasionally, one must allow oneself a reprieve. Chapter 38. The Gem. Tears of the Goddess. The following evening, around 7:30. Chen Feng had just flipped the sign at the entrance from open to closed when he heard a commotion outside. The screeching sound of tires against the pavement pierced the air as a long Lincoln gracefully came to a halt nearby. The car door opened slowly, revealing a pair of elegantly slender legs, dressed in a shimmering silver gown and adorned with subtle makeup. The stunning Sun Yuqing stepped out of the vehicle and approached Chen Feng. Raising his hand, Chen Feng snapped his fingers lightly, and a dark red rose materialized in his palm. "You look exceptionally beautiful tonight, Miss Sun Yuqing," he remarked. Surprised, she accepted the rose, softly murmuring, "Thank you. Can you perform magic too?" Sun Yuqing asked. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Chen Feng. "Just a little trick," he replied with a mysterious smile. "Miss, it's getting late. We should set off quickly, or we'll be late," the driver standing beside the car reminded them. "All right," Sun Yuqing replied, naturally linking her arm with Chen Feng's. "I'll rely on you to take care of me tonight." "Of course, it is my honor," Chen Feng politely responded. They both entered the car, which slowly began to move, with Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing seated across from one another. Sun Yuqing retrieved a carefully prepared dress from a small cabinet beside her. "This is a gown I selected for you after much deliberation. It complements my outfit perfectly. However, I wasn't sure of your size, so I had 3 made. This one is a medium. You should try it on first." As Chen Feng accepted the dress, he could feel its exquisite fabric and craftsmanship, indicating its considerable price, despite Sun Yuqing not disclosing it. "Is this a couple's outfit, my lady?" he inquired with a light chuckle. Sun Yuqing's cheeks tinged slightly pink as she playfully nudged his arm. "Today, I am your boss. This is your work attire. So stop chatting and hurry to change." Without protest, Chen Feng took the dress and made his way to the back seat, drawing the curtain as he changed. The vehicle sped through the streets of H City. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the luxurious Eugene Garden Villa area, stopping in front of Villa number 7. The two disembarked, with Sun Yuqing naturally linking her arm with Chen Feng's. Upon seeing Chen Feng, now dressed in the elegant outfit, Sun Yuqing couldn't help but pause in admiration. He looked quite handsome. "Yuqing," a voice broke her reverie. A youthful girl with a pure appearance waved excitedly at them from a distance. "Yuqing, it's been a long time." "Indeed, it has, Cici. Did you just return from abroad?" Sun Yuqing responded with enthusiasm. Cici nodded, her face glowing with excitement. "Yes, I just got off the plane, and my parents rushed me here. I didn't expect to run into you before even entering." Cici glanced sideways and finally noticed Chen Feng standing beside Sun Yuqing. "Who is this?" "Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend," Sun Yuqing began, but suddenly paused, realizing she didn't even know his name yet. Luckily, Chen Feng interjected smoothly, "Hello, Miss Cici. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yazan." He conjured another flower from seemingly nowhere and offered it to Cici with a slight bow. "I am a magician." With a smile, Cici accepted the flower. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yazan." Then she leaned closer to Sun Yuqing and whispered, "Yuqing, your boyfriend is quite handsome. He resembles Kid so much." "You're in Europe. How do you even know about Kid?" Sun Yuqing asked, puzzled. Cici rolled her eyes. "Sister, I merely studied abroad. I did not retreat to the mountains as a nun. Kid is so popular. Of course, I know him. You can't imagine how wildly popular he is in Europe. I assure you, the fervor of his fans there will astonish you." As she spoke, Cici clasped her hands in front of her, revealing a hint of longing. "If only Kid could come to my house and steal something. We have many treasures, like red coral trees, white jade necklaces, and our family heirloom, the tears of the goddess." Cici's spirited words left both Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing momentarily speechless. In this day and age, who would eagerly invite theft? Sun Yuqing frowned, interrupting Cici's enthusiastic chatter. "Cici, if your father hears you say that, he will be furious." "All right, let's not dwell on that. The banquet is about to begin. Let us head inside," Cici urged, leading them into the house. Upon entering, the sight before them left them momentarily stunned. Sun Yuqing had anticipated a simple dinner, but it was evidently more extravagant than she imagined. Dozens of tables were laden with various desserts, fruits, and beverages, while dozens of people engaged in animated conversation. What struck Sun Yuqing as odd was that these tables were not ordinary. They were glass display cases showcasing a plethora of treasures: red coral trees, white jade necklaces, 18 large purple pearls fashioned into bracelets, and at the center, a tear-shaped gemstone necklace, the tears of the goddess. Sun Yuqing snapped back to reality, glancing quizzically at Cece. Cece, what's going on here? I have no idea, Cece replied, equally bewildered. Just then, a voice emerged nearby. In a couple of days, it will be the 30th anniversary of our group's establishment, and we are hosting a jewelry exhibition here. My foolish daughter. Everyone turned to see a composed, middle-aged man approaching them. Father, Uncle Su. Cece and Sun Yuqing greeted him eagerly. Ah, it's been 2 years, Yuqing. You're even more beautiful, Uncle Su remarked. You flatter me, Uncle Su, Sun Yuqing replied politely. Su Zhongtian nodded, casting a disapproving glance at his daughter. Cece, you have become increasingly reckless. Father, Cece protested, stomping her foot in annoyance. What? Am I wrong? Su Zhongtian shot back without hesitation, then turned his gaze toward Chen Feng, who stood beside Sun Yuqing. So, you must be Yuqing's boyfriend. Yes, Uncle Su, Chen Feng replied with a smile, nodding in greeting. Indeed, a match made in heaven, Su Zhongtian said, pausing for a moment as if struck by an idea. Young man, what do you think of the items here? If any catch your eye, I'd be happy to gift you one. Father? Cece exclaimed in astonishment. Though she had been away for 2 years, she knew the worth of the treasures on display. How could he so casually offer them as gifts? Sun Yuqing also appeared taken aback, quickly glancing at Chen Feng to gauge his reaction. He merely smiled faintly and replied, Thank you, Uncle Su, but I must decline. I prefer authentic items. Chapter 39. The announcement, do you prefer the authentic? What about these? Are they all replicas? Su Qianqian and Sun Yueying both turned their gazes toward Su Zhongtian. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid indeed. Su Zhongtian laughed heartily, expressing unreserved admiration. Yueying ah? Su uncle, came Sun Yueying's immediate response. Su Zhongtian remarked, You have chosen an excellent son-in-law for your family. With that, he patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and turned to leave. Sun Yueying's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said nothing. Ah. Su Qianqian nudged Chen Feng with her elbow, her face brimming with curiosity. How'd you know these were fakes? I couldn't tell at all. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously, meeting Su Qianqian's inquisitive gaze, and slowly replied, It's a secret. You. Su Qianqian pointed at Chen Feng, but he remained unfazed, leaving her with the sensation of hitting a pillow. Ultimately, she buried herself in Sun Yueying's embrace, exclaiming, Yueying, I've always regarded you as my real sister. I never expected my dear brother-in-law would bully me. The mention of brother-in-law left Sun Yueying momentarily speechless, arms outstretched, unsure whether to push or embrace. If she is your real sister, then who am I? A voice echoed from the entrance behind them. Then, a figure clad in formal attire stepped into view. Sister Huaxia. Sun Yueying greeted her, then turned to Chen Feng, saying, Allow me to introduce you to Officer Su. What a coincidence to meet again. Chen Feng and Su Luoxue exchanged pleasantries. Since their previous encounter outside the store, Su Luoxue had visited Chen Feng's CAF a few times, thus they had become acquainted. You need not wonder why everything here consists of replicas. This is standard practice. In the years past, only replicas were displayed before the official anniversary gathering. The authentic items are unveiled solely on the day of the event. Su Luoxue explained to the group. I see. Sun Yueying nodded. Although they are replicas, they are meticulously crafted to be exact, one-to-one replicas, and beside each exhibit, there are photographs of the authentic items for those interested to examine. Let us go then. I shall take you both to see them, and we can also grab a bite to eat. After sitting on a plane all day, I am nearly starving. Su Qianqian stepped forward, taking hold of Sun Yueying and Chen Feng's sleeves, leading them onward. Despite being the second young lady of the Su family, her extended time abroad left many unacquainted with her, resulting in fewer greetings exchanged. This, however, afforded the group a degree of tranquility. Did you see? This is the display case of the tear of the goddess, a treasured heirloom of our family. It is said that over 50 years ago, my great-grandfather acquired it at an auction, and it has since been passed down through 3 generations. Su Qianqian enthusiastically introduced it to the two. The pale red gemstone was devoid of any impurities, tapering gently from a thicker base to a fine tip, a flawless teardrop shape. Though they only beheld a replica, its appearance was still quite impressive. Chen Feng's gaze drifted to the side, where several lines of text accompanied the exhibit, detailing the origin of the tear of the goddess. In 1992, it was purchased at an auction in the Empire State for a staggering price of $2.4 million and has been preserved ever since. To fetch such a high price over 50 years ago, its value today must have multiplied tenfold or more. Chen Feng pondered silently. What are you thinking about? Sun Yueying nudged Chen Feng. Oh, nothing. Just heading to the restroom, Chen Feng replied, exchanging a few words with Sun Yueying before following Su Qianqian's directions to the restroom. Upon entering the restroom and ensuring there were no surveillance devices, Chen Feng retrieved paper and a pen from his system space and began to write. Soon, a pristine announcement letter was completed, and he even remembered to sketch a cartoonish image of Kid the Phantom Thief atop it. Perfect. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction at the letter in hand. He opened the restroom window and whistled softly. In no time, a pigeon, summoned by his call, fluttered before him. I am counting on you, little one. Chen Feng gently stroked the pigeon's round head. Sensing his kindness, the pigeon affectionately nuzzled against his palm. Off you go. Chen Feng placed the announcement letter near the pigeon's beak. The pigeon immediately understood its task, grasped the letter in its beak, and soared into the air, quickly disappearing from sight. Seeing this, a smile crept across Chen Feng's face. Gems and thieves. I adore this pairing. When Chen Feng returned, the banquet had officially commenced. Attendants in white uniforms navigated through the crowd, serving trays laden with drinks, while guests mingled in small clusters, engaged in conversation. Chen Feng casually took a glass of red wine from one of the waiters and leisurely made his way to where Sun Yueying and the others were seated. What are you discussing, ladies? Upon his arrival, Sun Yueying instinctively made space for Chen Feng, sitting beside him. Su Qianqian excitedly chimed in. We're talking about the recent sensation, Kid the Phantom Thief. Just between us, my sister is about to become the new head of the task force for capturing him in the Huaxia District 3. Just imagine, she will be his rightful opponent. How thrilling. Oh, Chen Feng turned his attention toward Su Luoxue. Congratulations on your promotion, Captain Su. Thank you, Su Luoxue smiled, raising her glass to gently clink with Chen Feng's. Have uncle and auntie not arrived yet? Chen Feng leaned closer to Sun Yueying and inquired softly. Sun Yueying shook her head. They had some last-minute matters to attend to and will not be coming today. I see. Chen Feng nodded. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the villa. What is happening? How did this pigeon get in? Where did this wild pigeon come from? Hurry and chase it out. Where are the security guards? Security? What are you waiting for? Act quickly. Amidst the uproar, the pigeon flew inside, seemingly with a purpose, darting towards the glass case holding the tear of the goddess, landing gracefully atop it. Only then did the crowd notice that the pigeon was clutching a small white card in its beak. The announcement letter from Kid the Phantom Thief. That was the collective realization of everyone present. Su Zhongtian, who had been engrossed in conversation with others, also noticed the commotion. Upon seeing the pigeon perched on the glass case, particularly with the card in its beak, his expression shifted, and he instinctively furrowed his brow. Chapter 40. How to Deal with Chen Feng. Realizing the situation, Su Zhongtian hastily approached the display case of the tear of the goddess. He received the card from the dove's beak, and the writing was clearly visible. In honor of your company's grand celebration, at the stroke of midnight, I shall arrive in the void and take the tear of the goddess. Sincerely, Kid the Phantom Thief. Kid the Phantom Thief. Su Zhongtian squinted, his expression grave. Su Luoxue and Su Qianqian soon joined him. Su Qianqian, brimming with excitement, snatched the note from her father and quickly scanned it. Upon confirming it was indeed Chen Feng's notice, she exclaimed, It's Kid's notice. How wonderful. No sooner had she spoken than she felt the piercing glares from her father and sister. Clearing her throat, she quickly amended, ahem. This is utterly outrageous. Yes, that's it. The commotion had drawn the attention of nearly everyone present. Kid the Phantom Thief? Isn't he the infamous thief who has been in the headlines lately? Is he targeting The Su family heirloom? Indeed. Look at the notice in Su's daughter's hand, someone remarked. Hearing the murmurs, Su Zhongtian's face darkened as he addressed Su Luoxua, Xiaoxua. Father, Su Luoxua replied. This matter is entrusted to you. Make the arrangements. You have the authority to mobilize everyone in the company. I must take my leave. With that, Su Zhongtian departed, his expression still stern. As he left, the atmosphere shifted and the crowd lost interest in lingering, dispersing swiftly. Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing bid farewell to Su Luoxua before leaving in their vehicle. As before, Chen Feng shared the contents of the notice in his exclusive livestream, reigniting the previously dormant chat room. I'm numb to it all. I just want to say, the tear of the goddess will eventually belong to Feng Shun. The Su family heirloom. Su family. I just remembered that's the family of the new head of the pursuit team, Su Luoxua. Isn't it? Chen Feng is going head-to-head with the pursuit team. I feel like after their previous encounters, they couldn't best Feng Shun, and this time will likely be no different. Agreed. The online discourse was overwhelmingly focused on Chen Feng, with the trending video on a popular platform transforming into a poll asking whether his endeavor would succeed. Unsurprisingly, within half a day, millions had voted in favor of success, while only a few tens of thousands opted for failure. The relentless online chatter also inadvertently piled pressure onto Su Luoxua. Nightfall found her in the office of the head of the Pursuit Bureau. Rubbing her weary eyes, she slowly closed her laptop. Although reluctant to admit it, she truly felt uncertain about dealing with Chen Feng. His methods were too enigmatic, almost supernatural. Recently, a world-renowned magic association expressed their willingness to appoint him as vice president should he wish to join them after his program concludes, highlighting his extraordinary skills. Knock. Knock. The office door was rapped upon. Su Luoxua straightened and called, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a pursuit team member. "Captain, someone is here for you. She claims to be your sister." "My sister?" Su Luoxua was taken aback. After a brief inquiry to confirm it was indeed Su Qianqian, she instructed the member to bring her in. "Jia." A familiar voice resonated from outside, followed by a lithe figure dashing into Su Luoxua's embrace. All right. We're not children anymore." Su Luoxua affectionately ruffled Su Qianqian's hair. Having grown up together, their bond remained strong despite the time apart. "What brings you here?" "Sister, can I visit you without a reason?" Su Qianqian's sugary tone sent shivers down Su Luoxua's spine, prompting her to interject. "Enough. I know you too well. Just get to the point. I still have work to do." "Hee. You really understand me, sister." Unfazed by her sister's interruption, Su Qianqian clung to Su Luoxua's arm. "Well, sister, I was wondering if I could join you during the pursuit team as preparations against Kid. I promise. I'll just observe and won't cause any trouble. I swear." With that, Su Qianqian exaggeratedly held up 4 fingers. "Absolutely not. Don't even think about it." Su Luoxua firmly rejected. She knew her sister too well. Her promises were as unreliable as insurance claims. "Sister," Su Qianqian whined, "I've returned after such a long time, and I simply want to see the great Kid up close. As his sister, can't you grant me this small request?" Su Luoxua remained unmoved. Seeing Su Luoxua's indifference, Su Qianqian pragmatically released her grip and pouted in displeasure. "Whether I'm there or not, you still want to catch Kid. Yet you're still trying to stop me. You." Su Luoxua was momentarily speechless, struggling to counter her sister's words. "Hey, sister." Su Qianqian's eyes brightened as if struck by an idea. "What if you took the tear of the goddess and kept running? If you keep moving, perhaps you could thwart Kid." Su Qianqian. Su Luoxua slammed her hand on the desk, rising in frustration. Just as she prepared to teach her sister a lesson about responsibility, a sudden thought sparked in her mind, and her expression shifted to one of delight. "Keep running, keep running, keep running." Su Luoxua suddenly raised her head, a smile gracing her features as she grasped Su Qianqian's arm. "Qianqian, you're a genius." What?" Su Qianqian blinked her large, doe-like eyes, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding excitement. Meanwhile, Su Luoxua was already engrossed, refocusing on her laptop and hastily typing away. Before long, a brief plan was devised. On that very day, Su Zhongqian and Su Luoxue jointly held a press conference announcing a change in the venue for the cultural relic exhibition. The new location was on a cruise ship in the deep sea. Chapter 41. The plan is set the deep sea cruise. What a splendid concept. At the CAF's reception, Chen Feng gazed at the screen, where Su Luoxue's figure graced the news conference, a gentle smile adorning his face. Just then, the door opened with a mechanical cat's welcoming chime. Chen Feng turned to see Su Luoxue, whom he had met just yesterday, stride in. How fortuitous, he mused. What brings the busy officer Su here today? With a smile, Chen Feng inquired. Even in the midst of busyness, one must find time for life. Su Luoxue rubbed her tired neck and replied, Were you watching? The eloquent speech of a beautiful lady, Chen Feng responded. Curiosity piqued. Su Luoxue leaned closer to the screen, only to discover it was her own video from the press conference. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she playfully scolded, Flatterer. Chen Feng remained unfazed. Would you like something to drink? A mocha, half sugar, please. I do enjoy the flavor of your coffee. Do you have a secret recipe? Su Luoxue leaned in, her curiosity evident. She genuinely wondered how Chen Feng managed to create such a brew, bitter yet rich. The aroma of milk intertwining beautifully with the coffee beans, leaving a lingering taste. Shoo! Chen Feng placed a finger to his lips, madam. That is a trade secret. Amused by his feigned mystique, Su Luoxue burst into laughter. All right then, just make my coffee quickly. Suddenly, a cacophony of ringing interrupted her. Su Luoxue glanced at her phone, recognized the caller, and answered. Hello? Dad, what's the matter? All right, I'll be right back. After hanging up, she turned to Chen Feng with a hint of regret. It seems I have to leave. I have matters to attend to. She nodded in acknowledgement and began to turn away. However, after taking a couple of steps, Chen Feng called out, Wait. Su Luoxue paused, turning back with a puzzled expression. Chen Feng approached her, gently straightening her wrinkled collar. Your shirt is a bit disheveled. Taken aback for a moment, Su Luoxue quickly regained her composure, a smile gracing her lips. That 5,000 yuan from Yuqing was indeed well spent. If the need arises, I shall call upon you. Always at your service, madam. Chen Feng lifted her hand and placed a soft kiss on it. They parted ways, leaving Chen Feng alone in the CAF once more. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations on redeeming 2 mini cameras, costing 100 system points. A smile spread across Chen Feng's face. While adjusting Su Luoxue's collar, he had discreetly affixed a mini camera to the button on her work attire. Coupled with the listening device he had placed in her wallet, he would now be privy to real-time developments. As Chen Feng glanced at his watch, he noted that it was getting late. With few customers in the CAF, he decided to close up early. Back in his room on the second floor, he meticulously contemplated the details of his plan, then shifted his gaze to the little white creature perched on a stick. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the little bird flew to him, landing on his lap and nuzzling against him. It seems I must trouble you once more, little one. Chen Feng caressed its feathers tenderly, as if understanding his words. The bird cooed in response. Chen Feng secured another mini camera onto the little bird and proceeded to the balcony. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, he released the bird, saying, Go now, little one. Return, and I shall treat you to some crayfish. The little bird chirped excitedly and soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. An hour later, at the coast, Su Luoxue exited her car and headed directly to her family's yacht. Inside, Su Zhongtian awaited her, surrounded by neatly arranged glass cases, all currently empty. The prized exhibits, including the Tears of the Goddess, were secured in the safe at the Su family villa. Father, Su Luoxue greeted as she approached him. Ah, you've arrived, Su Zhongtian acknowledged, a slight smile breaking his otherwise stern demeanor. What is it, Dad? You seemed eager to see me. Please, take a seat. He gestured towards the chairs. Once she was settled, he spoke with deliberation. Xiaoxue, I need you to inform your team that we will begin transferring the exhibits at 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. 2 o'clock? But during the press conference, you mentioned noon. Su Luoxue started, only to be interrupted by Su Zhongtian's raised hand. For safety's sake, after all, that thief targeting our family heirloom will be watching the news as well. Su Luoxue nodded. Understood, I will notify them. Let's treat them to a meal afterward. You just took office and mustn't lose their goodwill. Very well, Su Zhongtian agreed. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Feng had been listening intently from the CAF's second-floor room. With a serene smile, he closed his laptop, having gathered sufficient intelligence from the footage captured by the little bird, already formulating a plan in his mind. The following day, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the coast was illuminated brightly. 50 members of the pursuit team, along with several security personnel hired by the Su family, busied themselves unloading tightly sealed crates from vehicles. Once all the boxes were down, a team member approached Su Huaxia, saying, "Captain, everything is here. Please check." Su Huaxia nodded and briefly inspected the crates. Confirming their integrity, she directed everyone to begin moving them onto the yacht. Amidst the hustle, no one noticed a young man among the laborers, whose enigmatic smile flickered and vanished in an instant. Dozens of boxes were carried into the yacht's grand hall. Although spacious, with so many people in crates, it felt slightly cramped. "Thank you all. Just set the boxes down. There will be red envelopes for everyone later," Su Huaxia announced with a smile. Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Hooray! Thank you, Captain. Long live the Captain. Thank you, young lady." Amidst the enthusiastic responses, Su Huaxia maintained her warm demeanor. Just then, a voice pierced through the jubilant atmosphere. "Chen Feng. Chen Feng has arrived." Chapter 42. Preparations before action. Chen Feng. Chen Feng has appeared. As this voice echoed, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to a singular direction. There, not far from the vessel, stood a white figure illuminated by the moonlight atop a tall mast. The white cloak billowed gently in the wind, and the four-leaf clover pendant swayed rhythmically. "Once again, we meet, my friends." Chen Feng wore that infuriating yet charming smile. Upon his arrival, the crowd swiftly divided into two groups under Su Huaxia's command. One group was tasked with safeguarding the exhibits inside the hall, while the other encircled the mast where Chen Feng stood. As they gathered beneath the mast, their faces were etched with anxiety, gazing up at the white silhouette at the pinnacle. There was no denying that this figure had brought them countless unexpected twists. From the heart of the ocean to the current tears of the goddess, every preparation seemed as fragile as bubbles before this man. "Chen Feng, what are your intentions?" Su Huaxia questioned, her expression wary. "Captain Su, there is no need for alarm. I am but a magician, following the wind's guidance to grace the moonlight with my presence, harboring no ill will." Chen Feng replied with a light laugh. Despite his reassurances, the crowd remained skeptical and continued to eye him warily. "Ah, it seems I am not particularly welcomed," Chen Feng exaggeratedly lamented. "Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, his form appeared to disintegrate, transforming into countless particles of light that gradually dissipated. Just as during the theft of the heart of the ocean, this illusion was merely a projection created by Chen Feng's device. His true self had already blended into the exhibition hall. As the crowd's gaze was captivated by the projection, he swiftly took action, discreetly installing two inconspicuous devices within the glass display case of the Tears of the Goddess. At the dock, the onlookers stared in the direction where Chen Feng had vanished, momentarily bewildered. What did this mean? He left without doing anything? Was it truly as he claimed? Merely visiting under the moonlight? How leisurely to wander about at such a late hour. Su Huaxia furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, though she could not pinpoint it. She led the group to recheck the exhibits in the boxes, and only after confirming everything was secure did she relent. The night continued to unfold. Even though Chen Feng had seemingly departed, Su Huaxia remained vigilant, personally overseeing the placement of the exhibits into glass covers. After assigning over 20 personnel to security duties on the dock and the cruise ship, she finally left with the others. The night breeze swept across the sea. Those remaining on the dock and deck fared better, but the individuals in the cruise ship's second-floor hall were already fighting fatigue. Before the monitors, 8 members of the pursuit team had begun to doze off. "Come on, brothers, let's have a cup of coffee to perk up." A member disguised as Chen Feng entered with 8 cups of coffee on a tray, greeting the others. Hearing Chen Feng's voice, the leader approached with a smile and playfully punched him. "Hey, Li Ming, you're feeling generous today?" The disguised Chen Feng, as Li Ming, chuckled. "I swiped these from Captain Sun before coming. I can't drink them all myself, so I thought I'd share with you guys." "You rascal." The leader laughed, then, without hesitation, gulped down a cup of coffee from the tray, and offered 2 more to his companions. Chen Feng then brought the remaining cups to the monitors. "Here, fellas, have some coffee to stay alert." The 3 at the monitors, evidently drowsy, accepted the coffee without a second thought. Once they had drained their cups, Chen Feng revealed a satisfied smile. Before long, the recently caffeinated individuals succumbed to sleep. Chen Feng returned to the display case of the Tears of the Goddess. With the crowd's protection absent, he effortlessly opened the glass cabinet and retrieved the hidden gem. "What a lovely little treasure," he mused, admiring the pale red gemstone before stowing it away. However, as the time for the announcement had not yet arrived, to ensure the performance's integrity remained intact, he produced a specially prepared replica of the Tears of the Goddess and returned it to its original position. "Perfect." Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Without lingering, he turned and departed. 2 hours after Chen Feng's exit, the attendees gradually awoke. Initially startled, they soon exhaled in relief upon discovering that all exhibits, including the Tears of the Goddess, were unharmed. To avoid reprimands, they conferred and unanimously decided to keep the incident under wraps, inadvertently aiding Chen Feng. Time passed. At noon, under the watchful eyes of numerous journalists, Su Zhongtian, along with over 20 invited guests, accompanied by an entourage of bodyguards, pursuit team members, and attendants, boarded the cruise ship, setting sail into the deep sea. By evening, after 8 hours of navigation, the cruise ship finally anchored in the deep sea area. On the expansive deck, 4 helicopters stood poised, specifically dispatched by Su Zhongtian from his own corporation. Equipped with comprehensive tracking systems capable of intercepting Chen Feng's glider from the air. At the ship's bow, Su Luoxua leaned against the railing. Feeling the surrounding sea breeze brush past her, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the horizon. Captain Lu Yi, the newly promoted 3rd team leader, approached with a bottle of water. "No need to be so tense. We are in the deep sea. We thoroughly checked everyone's faces and luggage before boarding. There's no way Chen Feng could infiltrate." Su Luoxua glanced at him, unscrewed the water bottle, and took a sip. "Do not be complacent. Inform the men to conduct helicopter surveillance every half hour. Report any anomalies immediately." "Understood." Lu Yi nodded in compliance, though internally he remained unconvinced. As he himself stated, they were in the deep sea, and it took several hours for their cruise ship to reach this location. How could Chen Feng possibly arrive? Surely he couldn't swim here? With that thought, Lu Yi chuckled and shook his head, seemingly dismissing Su Luoxua's heightened anxiety. Nevertheless, out of respect for his superior's orders, he relayed her instructions to the helicopter pilots. Chapter 43. A dreamlike entrance as expected, the reactions of several pilots mirrored his own. The pilot of Unit 2 wore an expression of reluctance, questioning, "Is our captain being overly cautious? So what if we lost the Chen Feng twice? Why all this paranoia?" The pilot of Unit 3 chimed in, "Indeed, how could Chen Feng possibly reach us from such a great distance? Is he going to use that flimsy glider of his? What a delusion." With a sigh, another remarked, "Ah, the higher-ups certainly know how to exert pressure. We cannot disregard their orders." The remaining pilots echoed their discontent. Hearing their complaints, Lu Yi, despite sharing their sentiments, admonished, "Enough of the grumbling. We've just received a generous gift from Captain Su. It's rather ungracious to complain now." Upon mentioning the gift, the pilots sheepishly scratched their heads. Although Captain Su Luoxua, the newly appointed commander, was somewhat stringent and excessively cautious, her professionalism was beyond reproach. Not to mention, the mere act of distributing the gifts had earned her the admiration of the entire pursuit team. Thus, even if they felt discomfort, their grumbling remained mild, without any outright disparagement. Time continued its relentless march. At the request of the production team, Su Luoxua agreed to share the surveillance system of their luxury cruise with a live broadcast room. Consequently, the live feed featuring Chen Feng promptly arrived. Wow, this is truly ruthless. Previously, the pursuit team was at least on land. Now, this fellow has come to the sea. Everywhere one looked, there was nothing but water. It was rumored that everyone boarding the cruise had been meticulously checked twice beforehand, ensuring no one could infiltrate. What now? This is the ocean. Surely, our god Feng cannot swim over, can he? Goodness, wealth does have its advantages. It seems our god Feng is in serious trouble this time. Please, Be kinder to my husband. As nightfall approached, the sea breeze grew cooler. For safety reasons, Su Luoxue promptly ordered all surrounding lights to be turned on. Coupled with the helicopters patrolling the skies, this ensured that those aboard the cruise could easily detect any disturbances within a kilometer radius. Time continued to slip away. Before long, it was already 11:30. Su Qianqian rested her chin on her hand, eagerly leaning against the railing, anticipating the arrival of that white figure. Even the guests present began to reduce their conversations, occasionally glancing out the window, seemingly searching for something. Another 10 minutes passed. Su Luoxue had returned to the surveillance room, holding a walkie-talkie and fixating intently on the monitor. For the safety of the tears of the goddess, she had even stationed 10 pursuit team members at the entrance of the second-floor venue, ready to seal the doors should any unexpected situation arise, effectively trapping Chen Feng inside. This was the unanimous sentiment among all members of the pursuit team, to leave nothing to chance. They racked their brains, unable to conceive how Chen Feng could possibly steal the tears of the goddess. Nor could they fathom how he had traversed from the distant land to the depths of the ocean. Could he have flown over? Swum over? The only conceivable option seemed to be that he had created a portal straight out of a movie. But that was, of course, impossible. Unit 3 reporting, Unit 3 reporting. Suspicious target detected, moving towards the cruise. The voice of the Unit 3 pilot crackled through the walkie-talkie. Su Luoxue immediately responded, acknowledged. Unit 3, approach the suspicious target and ascertain its identity in the shortest possible time. Units 1 and 2, be prepared to assist. Understood. The communications ceased, leaving only the sound of helicopter blades slicing through the air. However, the silence was soon broken once more. Unit 3 reporting, target confirmed. It is indeed Chen Feng. The command center erupted in astonishment. Chen Feng had truly arrived? How on earth did he manage that? They were well aware that this was deep sea, a place where even small boats could scarcely venture. Su Luoxue was equally taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Unit 3, confirm how Chen Feng arrived. Was it by glider or by boat? Unit 3 reporting. He came riding a whale. The pilot's voice trembled as he spoke, doubting his own eyes. Yet, the tall white figure perched upon the whale's back assured him that it was all real. The audience in the live broadcast room was left in disbelief. What on earth am I witnessing? Is God Feng truly standing atop a whale? Has humanity evolved to the point of taming whales? Why was I not informed of this? Oh my husband is too handsome. In his presence, nothing seems impossible. I have nothing more to say. God Feng is incredible. On the deck, Su Qianqian gazed at the approaching white figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. At that moment, her focus was solely on Chen Feng, completely disregarding the fact that he was there to steal from her family. Kid the phantom thief. I'm right here. Chen Feng stood upon the whale's back, the cool sea breeze whispering past his ears. A few small speedboats attempted to close in on him, but upon seeing the enormous shadow beneath his feet, they wisely abandoned their pursuit. He smoothly reached the area beneath the cruise. Thank you, he said, bending down to gently pat the whale's back. The whale seemed to understand, excitedly flicking its powerful tail, sending ripples across the water surface. Chen Feng retrieved a grappling gun from his pocket, aimed at the railing on the deck, and pulled the trigger. In the next instant, with a whoosh, a rope shot forth and secured itself firmly to the railing. Utilizing the tension of the retracting rope, Chen Feng effortlessly ascended onto the cruise and landed steadily on the deck. Kid the phantom thief. As soon as he landed, a graceful figure lunged towards him, diving straight into his arms. It was Su Qianqian. The live broadcast room erupted once more. Who is this woman? Quickly release my husband. Oh, I'm going to be envious to madness. I want to be embraced by Kid too. Sister, listen to me. You can't hold on to this man. Allow me to take over. Under the watchful gaze of millions, some recognized Su Qianqian. Isn't she the second miss of the Su family? Wasn't she studying abroad? Why is she back? Now that you mention it, I recognize her. I've seen the video of her winning an award at the Olympiad. What? The second miss of the Su family? But God Feng isn't here to steal their family heirloom. Why is she so excited? Don't ask. We can't comprehend the thought processes of the wealthy. Chapter 44. The Astonishing Spatial Magic Performance, Chen Feng. Released the hostage. Su Luoxue, accompanied by a dozen individuals, rushed forward, effectively blocking Chen Feng's path. With his hands spread wide, Chen Feng replied, "Captain Su, it seems I haven't done anything at all." Su Luoxue was momentarily at a loss for words, her gaze fixed on Su Qianqian, who stubbornly clung to Chen Feng. Frustration bubbled within her. How could she have brought such an unreliable sister along? "Su Qianqian, come here," she managed to say, suppressing her anger. Despite her reluctance, Su Qianqian slowly extricated herself from Chen Feng's embrace, pouting in displeasure. Observing her sulky demeanor, Chen Feng gently wrapped his arm around her neck and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. "Thank you for your affection, fair maiden." Feeling the warmth against her skin, Su Qianqian blushed, reminiscent of a young girl receiving an idol's autograph. Her delicate hands fidgeted nervously at the hems of her clothing, her eyes cast downward, avoiding Chen Feng's gaze. Standing on the deck, with his cloak billowing in the sea breeze, Chen Feng maintained a faint, enigmatic smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, the magic show is about to commence." My husband is so handsome." A flurry of comments flooded the live stream. "Honestly, seeing Feng Shan like this makes my heart flutter. I can't take it anymore. I want to lick the screen." Amidst the multitude of spectators, Chen Feng stepped forward. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, his foot did not touch the ground. It seemed as though he were standing on an invisible stairway. With his second step, his other foot also lifted from the ground, and he ascended into the air, leaving the onlookers in utter shock. A brief silence enveloped the live stream, quickly replaced by an overwhelming barrage of comments. Could it be the legendary Wudong's cloud stepping? A Dozong powerhouse, how terrifying. I was watching closely, and I couldn't find a flaw. How is Chen Feng doing this? Don't be ridiculous. If you could see through it, could he still be called Feng Shen? I suggest the authorities investigate Chen Feng. I seriously suspect he is the last cultivator of the water blue star. Despite the chaos surrounding him, Chen Feng remained unfazed, continuing his ascent. Each step seemed to tread on an unseen staircase, elevating him higher and higher, leaving Su Luoxue and the others speechless. How is this possible? Su Luoxue's mouth fell agape in disbelief, suddenly recalling the contents of Chen Feng's notice, particularly the phrase about walking through the air to retrieve the goddess's tear. She realized she had entirely misinterpreted his intentions. Watching Chen Feng hover in midair, the crowd was rendered speechless. They wanted to assert that this was merely a trick, a fabrication, a ruse rife with flaws. Yet, as the words lingered on their lips, they found themselves unable to voice a single syllable, for they could not discern even the slightest hint of deception. In that moment, in the hearts of the spectators, Chen Feng's figure seemed to merge with that of a divine being from myth. He continued ascending until he reached the rooftop of the cruise ship. With a firm step, he landed, producing a dull thud beneath him. As the clock struck 11:58 p.m., only 2 minutes remained until the time indicated in the notice. Yet, inexplicably, Chen Feng had not yet entered the exhibition hall, leaving everyone perplexed about his intentions. Why was he delaying? This question echoed in the minds of many. But atop the roof, Chen Feng wore a mysterious smile, slowly extending his arms towards the silvery moonlight, as if embracing it. Ladies and gentlemen, with his voice resonating once more, the atmosphere in the live stream surged, and the comments raced across the screen, while the viewer count soared past 8 million. It's showtime. As Chen Feng's hands descended, the clock struck midnight, and before the eyes of Su Zhongtian and the 8 million viewers, the goddess's tear, encased in glass, began to vanish. Yes, it was disappearing. Before everyone's eyes, it melted away like ice in flames. "This is impossible," Su Zhongtian exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his face as he pressed against the glass dome. The once impenetrable barrier now obstructed his access, forcing him to watch helplessly as the goddess's tear dissolved into nothingness. Outside, Chen Feng's hand revealed a red gem, slowly taking shape. It was indeed the goddess's tear. My goodness, they said this wasn't magic? I must seek a mentor. If I could learn this from Feng Shan, my future would be secured. Could Feng Shan truly be a magician masquerading as a sorcerer? This is utterly bizarre. The audience stood in stunned silence. They had contemplated intervening, yet they were at a loss for how to do so. Was Chen Feng truly performing magic? A few members of the pursuit team pondered this, but swiftly shook their heads, dismissing such thoughts. This was a lawful society. They were atheists. They could not indulge in superstition. Yet deep down, they could not help but associate Chen Feng with the supernatural. Holding the light red goddess's tear aloft as though showcasing a trophy, Chen Feng addressed the crowd. It appears that once again I am the victor. He chuckled softly, tucking the tear away and bowing slightly. The magic performance concludes here. I shall take my leave. With that, he flicked his cloak and soared into the air. At that moment, the onlookers finally noticed a multitude of seabirds circling above him, connected by nearly invisible threads that linked him to the avian flock. Dear friends, I look forward to our next meeting beneath the silvery moonlight. As his words faded, a white car descended from the sky, landing precisely before Huaxia. As per the notice, I have successfully claimed the goddess's tear. Yours sincerely, Phantom Thief Kid. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully stealing the goddess's tear. Reward: Phantom Thief Kid card fusion rate 5. System points 500. Current card fusion rate 65. Chapter 45. The $1 million bounty on Chen Feng yesterday, in the gaze of over 1 million spectators. The notorious fugitive Chen Feng successfully traversed the ocean and made off with the gemstone known as the Tears of the Goddess. This marked Chen Feng's 4th successful heist, adding to his illustrious record. According to calculations by the United Government's broadcasting team, the total sum of Chen Feng's stolen assets has surpassed 100 million meters, placing him 11th on the global thief rankings. The United Government has officially announced a bounty of 3 million meters for Chen Feng's capture. In a luxurious 5-star hotel room by the seaside of H City, the television mounted on the wall was broadcasting the news. Listening to the words emanating from the screen, Chen Feng, lounging on the sofa, could not suppress a smile as he switched off the television. 3 million meters. That sounds rather appealing. Wouldn't you agree, little bai? Dressed in a bathrobe, Chen Feng held a glass of red wine that shimmered vividly under the light. After finishing work the previous night, he had opted not to rush back to the CAF, for such rare outings should not be solely about work. Enjoying life is equally essential. Gulp. Little bai raised its head, responding to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's smile blossomed further as he took out the Tears of the Goddess and admired it under the light. Truly a splendid trinket, well worth the evening spent with the sea breeze. He lifted his glass, lightly tapping it against the gemstone as if in a toast. Cheers! Ha! Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Chen Feng set down his glass and approached the door, peering through the peephole. Confirming that it was neither the pursuit team nor the police, he opened the door. A server stood there, pushing a dining cart. Good evening, sir. Here is your dinner. Would you like us to serve it inside? Thank you. Just hand it over, please, Chen Feng replied politely, slipping the server a 100 RMB tip. As the server expressed gratitude, Chen Feng prepared to close the door and enjoy his meal, only to be called back once more. Sir, I apologize for the interruption, but we have recently opened a new ballroom on the 5th floor. If you're interested, you're welcome to take a look. With that, the server handed Chen Feng a ticket before departing with the cart. A ballroom. Glancing at the ticket in his hand, Chen Feng pondered briefly before making a decision. After returning to his room to peel the small lobsters he had ordered for little bai and placing them in its dish, he turned and stepped out. Upon arriving at the ballroom, Chen Feng presented his ticket and was granted entry. The ballroom was not particularly crowded, perhaps due to the exclusivity of the 5-star hotel. Only a handful of guests swayed to the music on the dance floor, while another dozen or so lounged on sofas, engaged in conversation or sipping drinks. Hello, may I sit here? A voice reached Anna's ears as she sat fiddling with flowers and a pen. Lifting her gaze to see Chen Feng holding a glass, she did not decline, merely nodding before returning to her floral arrangement. As Chen Feng sat opposite Anna, his attention was soon captivated by her actions. She would hide the flowers in her sleeve, then tuck the pen into her clothing, the two objects exchanging positions in a somewhat clumsy manner. Yet it was evident what she was attempting to do. Are you trying to learn magic? Chen Feng inquired with a smile. His words instantly garnered Anna's focus. Nodding, she responded in relatively fluent Chinese. Can you do it? Without a word, Chen Feng reached out and took the pen she had been toying with. Holding it before her, he said, I believe this is what you want. With a flick of his wrist, the pen vanished, replaced by a delicate purple rose. Wow, Anna gasped. Her curiosity piqued as she began to probe Chen Feng's sleeves in search of the missing pen, oblivious to its true fate. How did you do that? Where did the pen go? Anna transformed into an inquisitive child, rising to bombard Chen Feng with questions. He smiled mysteriously. Perhaps it never left you. Huh? Anna was momentarily taken aback, seemingly puzzled by Chen Feng's words, until her left hand brushed against something hard in her pocket. A sudden realization flooded her mind. Upon pulling it out, she discovered it was indeed the pen that had just vanished. Oh my God, this is incredible, she exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at the pen in her hand. May I know your name? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Yazan, a passing magician. He replied. Yazan. Anna repeated the name, softly before nodding. Hello, I am Anna, from Russia. Since you're a magician, you must know Kid, right? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by her eager expression. Am I really that famous? Even people from Russia know me. However, he quickly composed himself. Of course, he is a well-known thief. No, Yazan, I prefer not to use the term thief to describe him. Anna responded earnestly, her demeanor shifting to one of admiration. He is more like an artist, a true artist. Chen Feng chuckled softly, realizing he had inadvertently charmed a fan. It seemed his habit of flirting with beautiful women needed reconsideration. By the way, Anna suddenly seemed to remember something, picking up the pen and the flower with excitement. This trick was performed by Kid. I have sought many to teach me, but unfortunately, I have yet to master it. A hint of disappointment crossed her face as she spoke. Just then, a middle-aged woman approached, whispering something in Anna's ear. Anna nodded, rising from her seat to face Chen Feng. It was a pleasure meeting you today, but I must leave to prepare for my concert. Curiosity piqued, Chen Feng asked. Are you a singer? Yes, my concert is 3 days from now at 8 in the E-City Grand Theater. If you're interested, you're welcome to attend. Anna replied with a smile before departing with the middle-aged woman. Who was that person? The woman inquired. A newfound friend, Anna replied with a smile. Chapter 46. The concert of the superstar Chen Feng had spent 2 delightful days by the seaside, returning to the CAF only on the evening of the 3rd day. Upon entering, he hadn't even had the chance to return Xiao Bai to the 2nd floor when the CAF door was abruptly flung open. Sun Yuqing burst in with palpable energy. Goodness, boss, you finally opened the door. I thought you might have gone bankrupt. Thanks for your kind words. I'm still afloat for now, Chen Feng replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Sun Yuqing approached, nudging Chen Feng's shoulder playfully. Don't be angry, boss. How about this? I'll treat you to a concert. With that, she shook 2 tickets in her hand. Chen Feng regarded her with skepticism. Are you truly that benevolent? Hey, boss, you're being a bit ungrateful. I'm offering you concert tickets out of the kindness of my heart, and you're doubting my sincerity. Sun Yuqing clutched her chest in an exaggerated display of sorrow. Chen Feng remained unfazed, continuing to scrutinize her. Perhaps because his gaze was particularly piercing, Sun Yuqing could no longer maintain her act. She straightened up and waved her hand dismissively. All right, I confess. My parents heard from Uncle Sue that I'm looking for a boyfriend, and they gave me these 2 tickets, insisting I take you along and send them a photo as proof that I was lying. She looked utterly dejected, as if she had borne a great injustice. Is that all? Chen Feng chuckled lightly. Sun Yuqing's eyes widened in surprise. You're saying yes? That LL cost extra. In the end, Sun Yuqing relented, cursing under her breath as she transferred 5,000 renminbi to Chen Feng. You swindler. Observing Chen Feng's expression, she did not hide her disdain. Chen Feng, however, merely pointed to the price list displayed in the CAF. Isn't that rather obvious? Welcome, came a mechanical greeting from the door. Su Luoxiu's figure then appeared in the CAF. Perfect timing. You finally decided to open your doors. Good to see you again, Miss Su. Chen Feng greeted with a smile. Luoxiu, Sun Yuqing chirped in an overly sweet tone, rushing over to embrace Su Luoxua's arm, glaring at Chen Feng as she spoke. "You need to be cautious. He is a swindler. I've fully memorized him." Su Luoxua seemed a bit bewildered, glancing at Chen Feng, unsure of what had transpired. Chen Feng maintained his inscrutable smile. "It is indeed an honor to be remembered by as such a beautiful lady." "Humph." Sun Yuqing huffed in a proud manner. Watching Sun Yuqing's haughty demeanor, Su Luoxua chuckled and shook her head. Her gaze then fell upon the concert tickets resting on the counter. "Anna's concert? Are you too interested in this Russian star?" Upon hearing the name Anna, Chen Feng felt a jolt of recognition. Wasn't she the fan he had encountered a couple of days prior? After their parting, he had researched her online and concluded that she was merely a pretty face, not someone warranting a grand announcement. He had subsequently dismissed the thought. It was quite the surprise to find that the tickets Sun Yuqing brought were indeed for this very star. Remarkable, Chen Feng thought to himself, shaking his head inwardly. He inquired, "Is she very famous?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Yuqing and Su Luoxua exchanged incredulous glances. "What are you saying, my friend? This is Anna. You've never heard of her?" Chen Feng shook his head, but from their reactions, he had already drawn his conclusions. Sun Yuqing continued enthusiastically. "She is the most popular female star in Russia, even throughout Asia. The Snow Country Princess. You don't recognize her?" Chen Feng still shook his head, eliciting further astonishment from the two women. They exchanged a few more words before ordering coffees and taking a seat at a nearby table. "By the way, Luoxua, did the heirloom that kid stole from your family, the tear of the goddess, get returned?" Sun Yuqing asked curiously. At this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Luoxua's eyes. Yet she smiled and shook her head. Perhaps he is waiting until the pursuit period is over to return it. After all, that was the agreement from the start, and he possesses that right. "Oh, all right then." Sun Yuqing nodded, refraining from further comment. Just as Su Luoxua had mentioned, it was a rule established by the production team. Each contestant could choose to hide with stolen items until the pursuit period had passed, after which they would receive equivalent compensation. It was Kid, after all, a figure who thrived on the unexpected. Sun Yuqing pondered for a moment without arriving at a conclusion, ultimately turning her attention to Chen Feng, who was quietly reading at the front desk. "Hey, boss, what do you think about Kid not returning the tear of the goddess?" Hearing Sun Yuqing's question, Chen Feng closed his book, stood from the front desk, and sat across from the two women, feigning deep contemplation before speaking slowly. "I cannot fathom what Mr. Kid is thinking. However, if it were me, I would never allow such a lovely lady as Miss Su to worry." As he spoke, Chen Feng produced a purple rose seemingly from thin air and presented it to Su Luoxua. Su Luoxua accepted the flower, her smile unwavering. "Are you not worried that Yuqing might get jealous with such words?" Sun Yuqing's face flushed crimson at this remark, and she quickly raised her hand, feigning anger as she playfully hit Su Luoxua. "Luoxua, you're teasing me again." All right, I won't say anything more." Su Luoxua laughed, but the teasing glint in her eyes kept Sun Yuqing's cheeks flushed for quite some time. Time passed languidly, and before long, it was the following evening. At the entrance of the East City Grand Theater, Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing successfully entered after having their tickets checked. What a crowd! Chen Feng marveled, gazing at the packed concert venue. And this is with the tickets being quite pricey. If it were free, the number of attendees would surely double. Of course, this is Anna, the Snow Country Princess. It's her first concert since coming to Huaxia, so the turnout is immense, Sun Yuqing replied. Just as she finished speaking, the audience erupted in excitement. Suddenly, the stage's center cracked open, and Anna, clad in a flowing black gown, rose gracefully like a black swan from the depths of the stage. Chapter 47. The Magic Performance and the Incident. Anna, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Princess of the Snow Kingdom. Look at me. I'm right here. The audience erupted in cheers, rivaling the fervor of Chen Feng's own fans at his performances. The only distinction was that Chen Feng's admirers were predominantly female, while Anna's were largely male. Chen Feng had no doubt that if it weren't for the line of security personnel separating the audience from the stage, a throng of ecstatic fans would rush forth. Good evening, everyone. Anna greeted the crowd with a radiant smile, igniting another wave of excitement among her fans. Ladies and gentlemen, she continued, her voice echoing throughout the venue, gradually calming the previously raucous atmosphere. I wish to announce something important. I have recently found my idol, which is why I have chosen H City in Huaxia as the first stop of my global concert tour. Her words sparked a flurry of speculation among the audience. Who is this idol? Which star could she possibly mean? Is that person from Huaxia? The murmurs of curiosity rippled through the crowd. Anna, maintaining her enchanting smile, added, I won't reveal who he is just yet, but before the concert begins, I would like to perform a magic trick as a gift to him, and to all of you. Magic? Anna can do magic? Sun Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Having followed Anna for quite some time, she had never heard of Anna's magical talents. Chen Feng, overhearing her, raised an eyebrow, but chose to remain silent. Now, I invite one audience member to join me as my magic partner. Is there anyone willing? Anna, I volunteer. Pick me, my goddess. I promise to cooperate. Choose me. The fervent shouts of the fans filled the air. Anna simply smiled, her finger gliding over the crowd, and wherever it pointed, the colorful spotlight followed suit. Let us have this gentleman assist me, Anna said, her finger landing on a particular individual in the audience. The spotlight illuminated him, and envious gazes were directed his way. Wow, boss, you've been chosen, Sun Yuqing exclaimed, excitedly tugging at Chen Feng's sleeve, as if the honor was hers. Amidst the sea of jealous stares, Chen Feng rose slowly and made his way to the stage. Good to see you again, Miss Anna. He greeted her with a smile. Anna returned the smile. I didn't expect you to actually come. Although their conversation was inaudible to the audience, the sight of them chatting sparked further speculation below. Does it seem like he knows Anna? Could he be a plant? Are you kidding? If he were a plant, he'd act like he didn't know her. They might just have coincidentally crossed paths. I see your point, but this guy, he actually resembles Feng Shen a bit, almost like a Zhang Bingluan and Zhou Jieluan comparison. Now that you mention it, I thought Feng Shen was attending the concert too. Ignoring the chatter from the audience, Anna signaled for someone backstage to bring forth a large box measuring about a meter wide. She approached the box and opened it in front of Chen Feng. Inside, there were only two magicians' hats placed within. Now, I would like this gentleman to retrieve the contents of the box. With that, Anna gestured toward Chen Feng. He stepped forward and, following her directive, extracted the two hats. The moment he lifted them, he sensed something was amiss with their weight. Yet, he remained silent, casting a playful glance at Anna. In a discreet manner, Anna winked at him, conveying an unspoken understanding. Chen Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to expose the secret. Everyone looked closely. The hats contained nothing. Anna's sweet voice resonated throughout the venue. She lifted one of the magician's hats, displaying its interior for all to see. After circling around the stage, she returned the hat to Chen Feng. Now witness the moment of magic. With that, she placed her hands above the hats. Moments later, the audience heard a rustling sound emanating from within. Suddenly, several white doves burst forth from the hats, flapping their wings as they soared above the audience, flying away. Applause erupted throughout the venue. Do it again, goddess. One more time. That was incredible, my love. We should head home. Princess of the Snow Kingdom, I adore you. In response to the audience's fervent enthusiasm, Anna maintained her warm smile. Since you all wish to see it again, I shall perform once more. This time, I will conjure a dazzling array of flowers from this empty box. She declared to the crowd, who erupted in cheers. Please assist me in moving the box, Anna requested. Looking toward Chen Feng. It would be my honor, he replied politely. Amidst the thousands of envious eyes watching from below, Chen Feng and Anna positioned themselves on either side of the large box and began to lift it together. However, as soon as he grasped it, Chen Feng sensed that something was off. The weight was not right. Unlike the previous hats, which had been too heavy, this box felt alarmingly light. Given Anna's performance 2 days prior, she clearly lacked the experience required to execute a good magic trick without ample preparation. When she mentioned conjuring a vibrant array, the simplest method would involve using compartments to conceal flowers activated remotely during the performance. Yet, the box's featherweight suggested that it could not possibly contain a substantial number of props. The only logical explanation was that the wrong box had been brought out. Realizing this, Chen Feng looked up at Anna, who appeared equally distressed. Her face turned pale, and she bit her lip, her breathing quickening. This was undoubtedly a performance mishap, and during the inaugural concert of her world tour, no less. If this were to be exploited by someone with ill intentions, it could jeopardize her career. Chapter 48. Rescue from Chen Feng. Anna stood frozen in place, her complexion as pale as a ghost. Despite her youth and remarkable achievements, the current situation left her in a state of disarray, unable to formulate a plan of action. Her prolonged inaction soon drew the attention of the audience below. What is happening? Why is the goddess Anna not moving? Could she be preparing some grand performance? I doubt it. Surely nothing unfortunate has occurred. I said it before. She should just sing. Why does she have to dabble in magic tricks? Look where that has led her. She's too young. She could have gracefully concluded with a few songs, yet now we have this mishap. The murmurs of the crowd reached Anna's ears, intensifying her anxiety. However, under the relentless urging of the concert director in her earpiece, she hesitantly reached for the mysterious box before her, her breath still rapid. Just as she resigned herself to accepting the impending disaster of the performance, a hand suddenly grasped hers. May I accompany you in unveiling this Pandora's box? Chen Feng stood close, the warmth of his breath brushing against her face. Yet, Anna had neither the leisure nor the inclination to ponder such distractions. She merely nodded at him, offering no further response. Given the circumstances, Anna doubted that Chen Feng, unprepared as he was, could truly assist her. Nevertheless, the presence of someone willing to share this moment provided her with a semblance of comfort, albeit illusory. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, their hands met at the edge of the box simultaneously. You seem quite anxious, Miss Anna, Chen Feng observed. Anna swallowed hard, meeting his gaze and not denying his assertion. Trust me, do not be nervous. Close your eyes and await the miracle that is about to unfold, shall we? His voice possessed an enchanting quality that compelled her to believe him. Perhaps it was her overwhelming desire to escape her tension. Or perhaps it was Chen Feng's unwavering confidence that inspired trust. Taking a deep breath, Anna steadied her mind and, following his instruction, slowly closed her eyes. Come, my lady. Let us unveil this enigmatic box together. Chen Feng's voice resonated beside her. With a shared effort, the box, previously sealed, was opened once more. In an instant, a cascade of blossoms erupted from within, as if a garden had sprung to life. Purple roses, pink peonies, white lilies, brown crabapples, and the most striking red roses poured forth in an endless stream. Petals filled the air, soaring skyward before gently descending like a fragrant rain, transforming the stage into a celestial garden. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, far more fervent and wild than before. Shouts and gasps echoed, drowning out any prior skepticism or criticism, which vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Anna slowly opened her eyes, instantly captivated by the breathtaking spectacle before her. This, she gasped, covered her mouth in astonishment. Could it be that she had mistakenly chosen the wrong box? That fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed. There remained but one explanation. Turning to Chen Feng, she noted his calm demeanor. As her gaze met his, he silenced her with a finger pressed to his lips. Thank you, Anna whispered softly, gratitude evident in her voice. Chen Feng smiled, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing slightly amidst the sea of flowers before turning to leave. Yet, with the concert still unfolding, Anna could not pursue him. Standing on stage as he melted back into the crowd, the show continued. Following the earlier incident, Anna became increasingly cautious, ensuring that the subsequent performances proceeded flawlessly. After more than 2 hours, the concert concluded successfully, with only a handful of overly enthusiastic fans attempting to breach security. Shall we depart? Chen Feng suggested to Sun Yuqing. Wait a moment. Sun Yuqing grasped Chen Feng's arm, retrieving her phone to activate the selfie function. With a cheerful smile, she linked her arm with his and snapped a photo. Click! The sound echoed, and she nodded in satisfaction at the result. Just as she prepared to leave, she noticed Chen Feng staring intently at the now empty stage. What are you still looking at? They've all left. Besides, she's an international superstar. How could she possibly be interested in you after just one interaction? Sun Yuqing chattered while examining her photo. Chen Feng remained silent, his brow furrowed as he gazed ahead. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he had distinctly heard a muffled explosion from the direction of the stage, reminiscent of the sound made by the miniature directional explosives he had previously employed during the heist of the Moonlight Eye. "Come on, it's over now. Let's go," Sun Yuqing urged, tugging at his arm. Chen Feng did not resist, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Perhaps he had indeed misheard. Or perhaps it was simply a lighter that had malfunctioned. Setting aside his suspicions, he allowed Sun Yuqing to guide him away from the Grand Theater, lost in the throng of departing spectators. The following day, at noon, Chen Feng sat in his usual spot, engrossed in his phone. A news article he stumbled upon immediately captured his attention. Shock. Russian beauty star Anna mysteriously disappears after the concert. Subsequent investigations reveal evidence of an explosion at the scene. Countless netizens commented beneath the article. "How could my goddess vanish? I saw her at the concert just yesterday. Oh no, I hope it's just a false alarm. Please don't let her fall into the hands of villains. Goodness, there were traces of an explosion. I hope my wife is safe. Shut up with your doomsaying." P.S. Dear readers, this theme is truly taxing on the brain. I lost quite a bit of hair. Please send me some small gifts as consolation. Of course, it's fine if you don't. Just don't scold me. The humble author, Xiao Huihui, thanks you profusely. Chapter 49. Kidnapping? Anna has disappeared? As Chen Feng gazed at the information on the news, his brow gradually furrowed. His mind involuntarily recalled the faint, muffled explosion he had heard the day before. It was likely, at that moment. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng stepped outside, turning the sign from "in business" to "in rest." He locked the CAF door securely before departing. Meanwhile, at a deserted factory on the outskirts of H City, over 20 police cars lined the adjacent road, with nearly 100 armed officers in full gear. Guns were cocked and bullets loaded, surrounding the abandoned factory. A series of screeching brakes echoed as 5 more police vehicles arrived. Once the vehicles came to a halt, their doors swung open, revealing H City Police Chief Luo Ye and his pursuit team, including Su Luoxue, disembarking. Originally assigned to the program's pursuit unit, Su Luoxue and her colleagues were not supposed to be involved in police missions. However, due to the urgency of the situation and the lack of available personnel, the majority of the pursuit team, being police officers, were quickly dispatched to assist after negotiations with the program team. This time, they were not dealing with fugitives from the program, but rather armed criminals. As soon as they arrived, the officers donned their bulletproof vests and took their positions as per the orders they had received earlier. Su Luoxue accompanied Chief Luo Ye to the makeshift command center established within a bulletproof vehicle. "What is the situation?" Luo Ye inquired gravely upon entering the command vehicle. He had not anticipated such audacity from these criminals, who brazenly engaged in a kidnapping in the city's busiest district, unafraid to draw the attention of law enforcement. Even after 6 of their accomplices were shot during the police chase, the remaining 3 had taken hostages and entrenched themselves in the factory, continuing to resist. The captain in charge of the operation saluted as he reported to the chief. Currently, the remaining 3 criminals are surrounded, but the area's winding paths and complex terrain, coupled with the presence of hostages, prevent us from acting hastily. Luo Ye nodded, pressing for further details. "Have they made any demands?" "Not yet. Our team is still negotiating, but we have not received any response." Luo Ye's frown deepened. Experienced detectives know that those willing to negotiate indicate a possibility for dialogue, making the situation easier to control. Conversely, those who refuse to communicate are the most dangerous. As Luo Ye pondered his strategy in silence, inside the factory, Anna, bound and gagged, curled up in a corner, her exquisite features failing to mask her palpable fear. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her pale blue eyes wide with terror. Nearby, 3 criminals, a middle-aged man and 2 young men, were engaged in a heated discussion. "What do we do? The police have completely surrounded us," exclaimed one of the youths, his short golden hair and Western features making him stand out. "I warned you and Paul not to fire your weapons. Now you're anxious?" retorted the middle-aged man, his gaze filled with irritation. Paul, seeming unfazed, shot back, "What can we do without guns?" There were too many guards around her. We had to act decisively to bring her here. Exactly, John. If everyone were as timid as you, we'd still be outside the theater, chimed in the other youth. Better than getting shot. John shot back without hesitation. This remark silenced the group. The hot-headed Paul strode towards Anna, his gun raised, a menacing expression on his face. It's all this wretched woman's fault. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have lost so many brothers. Confronted by the dark muzzle of the gun, Anna was paralyzed with fear. Despite her status as an international superstar, she could not suppress her terror in the face of imminent death. Her lovely face turned pale, and she trembled, overwhelmed by the dread of mortality. Fortunately, John and Joe, remaining somewhat composed, quickly intervened, pulling Paul aside. If you kill her now, it's all over for us. Those cops will storm in and send us to meet our maker. Are you insane, Paul? She is the one our boss wants. If you want to throw your life away, don't drag us down with you. Upon hearing the word boss, a flicker of fear crossed Paul's face, extinguishing his rage like cold water. Just then, the voice of the police outside pierced through the tension, momentarily easing their grip on Anna as they stepped away to negotiate. Once the three criminals left her side, Anna exhaled deeply. The sensation of narrowly escaping death was overwhelming. Had her mouth not been gagged, she would have gasped for breath to calm her nerves. As she slumped to the ground, exhausted, a white figure high above caught her attention. Her blue eyes widened, and her heart raced. It was Kid. Hidden in the ceiling, Chen Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Anna, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Understanding immediately, Anna forced herself to suppress her excitement, maintaining her earlier expression to avoid detection by the three criminals. Meanwhile, the criminals continued their negotiations with the police outside, who had relayed their latest conditions. The police were willing to clear the exit for their departure, but only if the hostages were released first. The three criminals, however, were not foolish. They recognized that Anna was their sole bargaining chip. If they surrendered her, their best-case scenario would be to be shot down in their escape. Even if they miraculously evaded capture and return abroad, their boss would ensure their suffering for failure. Chapter 50. Chen Feng takes action. Paul, respond to them. Inform them that they lack the leverage to negotiate with me. We require a fully fueled vehicle immediately. Sufficient provisions for 3 individuals for 2 days and an unobstructed route from here to the border. Otherwise, we will execute this woman without hesitation. John's eyes gleamed with unmasked malice. In this dire situation, Paul, displaying remarkable composure, refrained from engaging in a futile contest of wills with John. He nodded in agreement and approached the windowsill to shout outside. At that moment, John felt something fall upon his head. Perplexed, he reached up and discovered a flat, soft object. Bringing it before his eyes, he was taken aback. Petals? Astonished by the unexpected flower petals in his hand, John quickly suppressed his bewilderment, raising his gun defensively towards the ceiling. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 swift sounds sliced through the air. Instantly, 2 playing cards struck John's gun hand, causing blood to pour from his wrist. Damn it! Who's there? The intense pain caused John's firearm to clatter to the ground, igniting his fury. The other 2, alerted by the commotion, turned to look at John in shock. At that moment, a voice echoed from above, kidnapping. Truly the most common tactic of second-rate criminals. Chen Feng's voice captivated the trio's attention as they quickly looked up. There, above them on a beam, stood a figure clad in white, holding a rope tied to a massive bag suspended from the ceiling. When did he arrive? The 3 were astonished. Yet, Chen Feng had no intention of answering their queries. He merely gazed down at them with an enigmatic smile and said, "Ladies and gentlemen." With a flourish, Chen Feng pulled the rope, releasing the bag. In an instant, a cascade of petals poured forth, resembling a celestial shower. However, this breathtaking spectacle failed to divert the attention of the 3 desperate men. Upon seeing Chen Feng, John hastily bent down to retrieve his fallen gun, while the other 2 swiftly drew their weapons. As the petals fell, they obscured the trio's vision but could not hinder their murderous intent. Bang! 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 3 guns fired almost simultaneously towards the spot where Chen Feng had stood, bullets tearing through the flurry of petals before they could settle. Anna, filled with dread, wished to scream a warning to Chen Feng, but her mouth was muffled, producing only incoherent sounds. Seconds later, the trio ceased firing, and the petals finally settled, their vision restored. They were met with an unexpected sight. The area they had targeted was entirely vacant, with no bodies lying in wait. Where'd he go? Alarm bells rang in their minds. They quickly positioned themselves back to back, eyes darting around in vigilance. It seems you gentlemen are rather rude. Chen Feng's voice resonated from all directions, making it difficult to discern his exact location. Since you have taken your final bow, allow me to draw the curtain on this performance. As his words faded, the factory lights extinguished abruptly. Damn! John, the eldest among them, cursed under his breath, suddenly recalling Chen Feng's identity. The renowned magician-thief from the popular game, Huaxia District 3, had gained notoriety across continents, including Europe. Chen Feng, sir, we have no grievances, John stammered in his broken Chinese, but received no response, forcing him to maintain his watchful gaze on the surroundings. Mr. Chen, if you could depart now, we would offer generous compensation. Whoosh! A white figure darted past John's field of vision. Distracted, he abandoned his plea, a vicious grin spreading across his face as he unleashed a torrent of bullets in that direction. Bang! 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 The muzzle flashes illuminated the darkness of the factory, the sounds of gunfire echoing alongside the clattering of shell casings. Under John's frenzied assault, the white figure seemed to falter, halting approximately 10 meters away. A triumphant smile crept across John's face, yet he remained cautious. Reloading his gun, he approached the now motionless figure. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. As he drew near, John finally discerned the face of the fallen figure. Paul? How could this be? Staring at the bullet-riddled Paul, John's eyes widened in disbelief. They had been side by side just moments ago. No, this couldn't be. If Paul was dead, then who had he shot? John! Quick! Before he could finish his thought, the factory lights flickered back to life. The captivating white figure had replaced Paul's position, and at his feet lay another body. It could only be John. Faced with Chen Feng's enigmatic smile, John could not deny the fear creeping into his heart. He had not anticipated Chen Feng's swift and masterful technique, capable of orchestrating such chaos without detection, leading him to unwittingly kill his own ally. The method was akin to that of a demon from the depths of hell. Despite his terror, John's movements did not falter. Upon seeing Chen Feng's reappearance, he raised his freshly reloaded firearm once more. Click! A crisp sound rang out, but the gun failed to discharge as expected. What? John froze in place. Meanwhile, Chen Feng extended his hand, letting several golden bullets tumble from his fingers. A mere trifle, I beg your pardon. Chen Feng smiled, bowing in gratitude, reminiscent of an actor concluding a performance. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the factory. Su Luoxue, clad in a police uniform and wielding a rifle, burst in with her team. Everyone freeze. Drop your weapons and surrender. As she spoke, Su Luoxue's gaze landed on Chen Feng, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Chen Feng, what are you doing here? Miss Su, it is a pleasure to meet you again. Your beauty remains as captivating as ever. Chen Feng acknowledged her with a gentlemanly bow. Chapter 51. The clever Anna. As Anna gazed at the unconscious John lying beside Chen Feng, her eyes shifted to John, who was pinned to the ground by two officers, and to the battered corpse of Paul, resembling a beehive. Su Luoxue's expression transformed from surprise to astonishment, then swiftly morphed into seriousness. Chen Feng, what on earth have you done? Faced with Su Luoxue's grave demeanor and the gun she held as she advanced, Chen Feng appeared remarkably unfazed. His enigmatic smile remained intact, and as Su Luoxue approached, he raised his hands and took a slow step back. There's no need for that. Officer Su, after all, we are old acquaintances. Su Luoxue maintained her serious expression. Chen Feng, I now suspect you are connected to a kidnapping case. Please assist with the investigation. Wait. A voice interjected from the side. Anna, having just freed herself from her restraints, hurried to stand in front of Chen Feng, blocking Su Luoxue's path. Officer Su, I can attest that Mr. Chen is not involved in this kidnapping case. In fact, he was the one who rescued me. This declaration took everyone aback. While Chen Feng had already astonished them, they were still bound by the rules of the situation. However, this was different. They were confronting 3 ruthless criminals armed with lethal weapons. 3 against 1, and Chen Feng had annihilated them? Some wanted to argue that it was impossible. Yet upon recalling Chen Feng's extraordinary skills, they swallowed their words. Surprised to find Anna standing protectively before him, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Was he being protected? He chuckled softly, feeling no need to elaborate. After explaining the events, Anna slowly turned her head, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. That kid, you're not hurt, are you? Anna refrained from using Chen Feng's real name, perhaps believing that the alias he adopted during his escapades suited him better. Chen Feng, however, was indifferent to this, gently lifting her left hand and placing a soft kiss upon it. Do not worry, princess, I am invulnerable. In response to Chen Feng's gesture, Anna offered no resistance, merely gazing at him silently. After a long moment, she finally spoke softly, "Thank you, kid." Chen Feng smiled slightly, choosing not to respond, and prepared to take his leave. Yet, before he could move, Anna suddenly stepped closer, rising on her toes to press her red lips against Chen Feng's mouth, then immediately pulling away. "Thank you, Arzeni," she whispered into his ear, her voice audible only to the two of them. Chen Feng cast a surprised glance at the Russian star before saying nothing further. He produced a deck of cards and tossed them into the air. The cards multiplied as they fell, gradually obscuring Chen Feng's figure. By the time the cards had settled on the ground, he had completely vanished, leaving behind camera a small black box adorned with a kid card and a blue rose that had mysteriously appeared in Anna's hand. Chen Feng was a laid-back individual who disliked trouble. Thus, to avoid complications, he had prepared filming equipment beforehand to document the entire incident, ensuring he wouldn't face any unwarranted issues later. Huaxia stepped forward to retrieve the black box. The inscription on the card affixed to it was clearly visible. "I have admired the goddess's tear, and now return the original. Sincerely, Phantom Thief Kid." Huaxia opened the box, and indeed, a red, droplet-shaped gem lay quietly within. On the journey back, inside the police car, Anna continued to admire the blue rose in her hand, her smile unwavering. "Arzeni, Phantom Thief Kid," she murmured to herself before suddenly tossing the flower aside. In its place appeared a rose gold pen. Completing this act, Anna's smile blossomed even more radiantly. Heroic rescue. The internationally renowned superstar Anna, known as the Snow Kingdom Princess, was kidnapped, but in a moment of crisis, Chen Feng, clad in white, successfully intervened. Phantom thief? Vigilante? Hero? Which term best suits Kid? He triumphed against 3 assailants to rescue Anna from danger. A hero descends. Phantom thieves can be adept at capturing criminals as well. In a matter of hours, propelled by Anna's enthusiasm, the story of Chen Feng's gallant rescue rapidly gained traction online. Shortly thereafter, the police released footage from a camera left by Chen Feng, further escalating the situation's fervor. "Wow, my husband is as handsome as ever. Heroic rescue. My Snow Kingdom princess cannot possibly be smitten. Bro, you've transformed into the form of Phone God. No, why wasn't it me who saved my goddess? I hereby declare, from now on, Kid is my one and only husband. Hurry and leave. He is my husband." The online buzz was so intense that it dominated the trending topics list. However, the frenzy had little impact on Chen Feng. He continued to live a leisurely life, sleeping, feeding Xiao Bai, managing the store, and occasionally venturing out. Even when he stumbled upon news about himself online, he merely chuckled and moved on, indifferent. Thus, time flowed leisurely for over a month. The Eye of Moonlight, which Chen Feng had pilfered from Wei Jingyang, had long surpassed its pursuit period. However, due to the capture of its owner and the inability to locate Chen Feng, the matter of cashing in the gemstone was temporarily shelved. The online fervor surrounding Chen Feng gradually waned with the passage of time. Yet, each day, hundreds of thousands of devoted fans still entered his live stream, eagerly awaiting his next move. One evening, after bidding farewell to the few customers in the store, Chen Feng prepared to close for the night. To be honest, he had grown somewhat reluctant to disrupt the tranquility of his leisurely existence. Comfort truly is a poison. Chen Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. Just then, A news segment on the public television installed in the shop caught his attention. Breaking news. Mr. Leonardo Jack, a renowned personal collector from the empire on which the sun never sets, will celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Private Collectors Association with an artifact exhibition on the 31st of this month. This marks the first public display of Mr. Leonardo's years of artifact collection, and enthusiasts from around the world are eagerly anticipating it. Among Mr. Leonardo's numerous treasures, the most captivating is undoubtedly the crown of Alfred the Great, famously known as the Corona. This artifact ranks among the finest in the history of the empire on which the sun never sets and serves as a representation of culture. Chapter 52. The Corona Crown. Perhaps to assist the audience in better appreciating this treasure, the video thoughtfully included an image of the Corona Crown. This crown, styled like a triangular peak, is primarily crafted from gold and adorned with over a dozen gemstones of varying sizes, the most striking of which is the large red gem positioned at the apex. Its brilliance and radiance defy description, and its value is beyond estimation. The Corona Crown. Chen Feng rested his chin on his hand, a smile gracing his lips. It seems my vacation is drawing to a close. Meanwhile, a young newcomer entered the pursuit bureau. Dressed in a casual brown suit, he settled comfortably onto the sofa in the reception area. His features distinct, and his visage remarkably delicate, reminiscent of a woman. He held a steaming cup of coffee, sipping leisurely. Creak! The door to the reception area swung open, and Su Luoxue and Sun Luo walked in, clad in their work attire. Upon spotting the guest, Sun Luo's eyes lit up. "Junior sister? You finally arrived." Noticing the commotion, the young man slowly set his coffee down, rising from the sofa to greet Sun Luo politely. "Senior brother, allow me to introduce you. This is our district chief of the pursuit team, Captain Su Luoxue," Sun Luo said. He then turned to Su Luoxue. "Captain, this is the external aide I mentioned before. My fellow disciple and the champion of the World Detective Competition's Huaxia Division, Ouyang Muxue." Su Luoxue regarded Ouyang Muxue, who was dressed in men's attire, with a hint of surprise. Although she was puzzled by Miss Ouyang's choice of clothing, she refrained from questioning, considering that individuals in high-intellect professions often possess their own peculiar quirks. "Hello, Miss Ouyang." Su Luoxue extended her hand in greeting. "Hello, Captain Su. I look forward to your guidance," Ouyang Muxue replied, her expression remaining impassive, causing Su Luoxue to briefly wonder if she had inadvertently offended the newly arrived detective consultant. Seemingly sensing Su Luoxue's thoughts, Sun Luo quickly interjected. "Captain, please don't misunderstand. My junior sister is like this with everyone. As our teacher says, a qualified detective must not display genuine emotions on their face." Su Luoxue nodded, not taking offense. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Sun Luo. Sun Luo coughed awkwardly. "I'm the unqualified sort." Su Luoxue chuckled softly and offered her hand to Ouyang Muxue. "Miss Ouyang, please, allow me to show you around the vicinity. As for work, I'll have Captain Sun brief you later." Ouyang Muxue nodded. "I appreciate it, Captain Su." 2 days later, in a CAF somewhere in the land of the rising sun, London, Chen Feng was engrossed in a promotional poster for the Leonardo exhibition. Golden masks, deep-sea pearls, there are quite a few treasures. Chen Feng mused to himself. However, his true objective was decidedly not these somewhat ordinary artifacts, but rather, his gaze fixated on the Corona Crown featured prominently in the center of the poster. The 31st. Is it? That means tomorrow. I shall pay a visit to my long-unseen old friend. Ha ha. A smile crept onto Chen Feng's lips. "Sir?" A waitress approached. "Are you here to attend Mr. Leonardo's private exhibition as well?" Chen Feng looked up, meeting the waitress's curious gaze. He smiled in response. "Why do you say as well?" "You see, due to Mr. Leonardo, many private collectors and artifact enthusiasts from around the world have come here recently. I noticed you were intently examining the poster for the private exhibition, hence my inquiry," the waitress explained, pausing slightly before cautiously adding. "Sir, are you a visitor from East Asia?" "I am from Huaxia," Chen Feng replied. The waitress nodded. "The mysterious great nation of the East." "Oh, right." She seemed to suddenly recall. "Mr. Leonardo's private exhibition has begun ticket sales. If you wish to attend, it's best to purchase your tickets soon, as they may sell out." "Thank you." Chen Feng replied with a smile, casually handing her a 20 euro note as a tip. He then departed the CAF amidst her expressions of gratitude. Once outside, Chen Feng adjusted his backpack and whistled sharply. 2 fingers pressed to his lips. Coo, as his whistle echoed, Xiaobai swooped down from the rooftop, landing gracefully on Chen Feng's shoulder. Let's find a place to settle down. Xiaobai. Coo. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the heart of New York City, on the top floor of a skyscraper, Emilia rubbed her temples. Feeling the pressure subside as she finished annotating the final document and cast it aside, she exhaled deeply, concluding her day's work. Emilia slowly raised her gaze to the 2 wilted blue roses by her computer, letting out a soft sigh. It had been over half a month since she left Huaxia, and she wondered how he was faring. Her brow furrowed slightly, revealing her discontent. She and T wished to leave Huaxia. Yet, as a representative of her country for the touring exhibition, she had no choice but to depart when the time came for her next destination. Knock knock. A series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Upon hearing the noise, Emilia composed herself before calling out, "Come in." Creak. The door opened, and Mill entered, holding a document. "Your Highness, the royal family has responded to your earlier request." Emilia's eyes widened at the news, excitement flickering across her delicate features. "What did they say?" "His Majesty the King has agreed to your request to return home and has dispatched your sister, Princess Sophie, to take your place. Once the handover is complete, you may return to your homeland." Hearing Mill's words, a genuine smile illuminated Emilia's face. "Wonderful. Mill, please help me pack my bags. As soon as Sophie arrives, we shall depart immediately." "Of course, Your Highness," Mill replied promptly, though a hint of hesitation lingered on his face. "Is there something else?" Emilia inquired, noting Mill's expression. "Your Highness, why the urgency to return? It seems we have no pressing matters to attend to back home. Do we?" Observing Mill's puzzled demeanor, Emilia offered a mysterious smile. "Mill, do you believe in intuition?" Mill was taken aback, shaking his head as he processed her words. Emilia did not elaborate further, instead rising to the window, allowing the silvery moonlight to wash over her. "I once held skepticism, but now I am convinced. I have a premonition that in Western Europe, a thief is orchestrating a perfect performance." Chapter 53. The invitation from Chen Feng on the streets of London in the evening. Tommy, who had just successfully snatched the last ticket from Leonardo's private exhibition, was humming a tune as he walked. Holding the ticket, which resembled an invitation, his spirits soared. He pondered the foolish crowd eager to see the old man's private exhibition, driving ticket prices to soaring heights. Once they peaked, he could sell his ticket for a handsome profit. The thought made Tommy's smile broaden, and even his humming grew more spirited. Suddenly, an unexpected collision sent Tommy sprawling onto the ground in a disheveled heap. "Watch where you're going," he exclaimed, preparing to curse, only to find the person he had collided with lying motionless on the ground. Dark crimson blood flowed from the individual's head, forming a small stream. Tommy swallowed hard, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and hastily rolled away from the scene, not daring to linger. Just as he departed, the apparently lifeless figure opened its eyes, revealing an unexpected red ticket in hand. Observing Tommy's fleeing form, Chen Feng smiled slyly. "You have only yourself to blame. Be more careful next time, sir." As the day drifted by, the following evening arrived punctually for Leonardo's private exhibition. It was curious how the old gentleman had learned to manipulate demand, issuing only a limited quantity of 100 tickets each day. Consequently, despite the exhibition's immense popularity, only a handful of visitors could enter. At the entrance, a long queue formed as attendees presented their tickets for inspection. Among them, Chen Feng, disguised as a middle-aged man, approached the checkpoint. "Good evening, sir. Please present your ticket," the security officer requested. Chen Feng handed over his ticket, and upon its validation, he proceeded into the venue with the officer's professional smile. The ring of the Queen of Aragon and the golden mask of Spain's foremost knight. "My, Mr. Leonardo, you possess quite an impressive collection," Chen Feng mused silently, observing the surroundings. With his expertise in gem appraisal, he recognized that every item on display was genuine. Each artifact could easily serve as the centerpiece of a museum. Continuing forward, Chen Feng navigated through the array of invaluable treasures until he reached the center of the exhibition. Surrounding a display case stood 7 or 8 individuals, marveling at its contents, occasionally gasping in awe. "Oh my, this little piece is simply exquisite," especially the red gem at the top, akin to a tiny sun fallen upon the earth. "Truly, it is worthy of the crown worn by Alfred the Great. Even after centuries, it still exudes majesty," one exclaimed. With someone leading the conversation, others eagerly joined in, transforming this area into the most animated spot in the exhibition as people gathered to admire the renowned diadem. Chen Feng, too, edged closer. With a golden base and adorned with numerous valuable gems, the craftsmanship was remarkable. Even disregarding its historical significance, it was a splendid artifact worthy of acquisition. As night descended, Scotland Yard received a call from Mr. Leonardo reporting a curious incident. On his office desk, he had discovered a card belonging to Chen Feng. A forewarning: when the sun's shadow fades and the chimes of tomorrow's dawn resonate, I shall arrive punctually to pay my respects to the diadem. Yours sincerely, Kid the Phantom Thief. Chen Feng, or rather Kid, had arrived in the land of the setting sun. This news detonated across social media platforms like a bombshell. Keywords such as Chen Feng, Kid, private exhibition, and diadem surged in popularity, with fervent young fans gathering outside the exhibition, chanting and waving banners in excitement. Perhaps even Chen Feng himself had not anticipated such a vast and fervent following in Western Europe. In the early hours, the exhibition venue lay deserted. An upstairs office, the nearly 7-year-old Leonardo sat contemplatively in his chair, watching live streams of Chen Feng's exploits back home on his phone. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a young man bearing a resemblance to Leonardo entered. "Grandfather, the Scotland Yard officers have arrived." Leonardo glanced at the young man before rising slowly from his chair. "Come, Ron, let us meet the officers from Scotland Yard." "Of course, grandfather," Ron replied, stepping forward to assist Leonardo, only to be gently brushed aside. He followed closely behind as they made their way out. In a reception area, 2 young officers donned in Scotland Yard uniforms chatted amiably on the couch, flanked by around a dozen team members standing in 2 rows. As footsteps approached, Leonardo's figure came into view. "Good day to you both, and thank you for your assistance. On behalf of the entire exhibition team, I extend my gratitude to the officers." Upon meeting, Leonardo's warmth was evident, devoid of any airs, engendering goodwill. "Mr. Leonardo, you are too kind. We are merely doing our duty," replied the young officer on the left, standing to shake Leonardo's hand. After they parted, Leonardo continued. "May I ask your names?" Chris Carroll," the officer replied, gesturing to his seated companion. "This is my brother, Silas." Chapter 54. Advisor Li Qingyan, upon hearing her brother introduce her, Shilin merely nodded slightly, choosing not to speak. This left Leonardo, who had already raised his hand for a handshake, feeling rather awkward. After all, it was unbecoming for a man of his age to be disregarded by a junior. Anyone in his position would feel a tinge of displeasure. Even Ron, Leonardo's grandson, furrowed his brows, contemplating a reprimand for the impolite youth, but was halted by Leonardo himself. Cece, noticing Leonardo's dissatisfaction, quickly interjected with an apology. "Please don't take offense. My younger brother is still quite young and naive." "Shilin, apologize. It's of no consequence." Leonardo managed to muster a strained smile. "May I inquire how you two intend to deal with that thief?" "There's no rush," Cece replied. "We have another person who is yet to arrive. Once she is here, we can discuss our plans." "Oh, there's someone else?" Leonardo expressed surprise. He had indeed heard of the brothers Cece and Shilin, known as the Grim Reaper brothers among contestants from the British Empire's various regions, having once apprehended 23 fugitives in a single day. They had nearly exhausted all contestants in their area. Had it not been for the program's timely intervention to replace them, the show would have concluded long ago. Yet, it struck Leonardo as odd that the brothers were collaborating, let alone waiting for someone. At that moment, a voice with a hint of coldness drifted in from the entrance. "I apologize for my tardiness." The attendees turned to see a tall woman in a white tailored suit, exuding an ethereal grace as she approached in red-soled high heels. Upon her arrival, Shilin, who had previously worn a sullen expression, instantly transformed his demeanor. his face lighting up with an eager smile. Sister Qingyan, you're here. Please take a seat. With that, Shilin enthusiastically shifted to make space for Li Qingyan. However, she replied with a polite yet distant smile. No need. I can sit here just fine. She then proceeded to a nearby, single sofa. Unfazed by the rejection, Shilin poured a glass of water for her and offered it. Sister Qingyan, you must be thirsty. Have some water. Thank you. Li Qingyan remained courteous, yet her demeanor was unmistakably aloof. Recognizing this, Shilin reluctantly withdrew his hand and returned to his seat, refraining from further conversation. Who is this? Leonardo inquired, his confusion evident. I shall introduce her. Cici stood and began. This is Miss Li Qingyan, formerly the leader of the first pursuit team in Huaxia's 3rd district. Huaxia's 3rd district? Leonardo's brow furrowed slightly, his mind racing to recall where he had heard of it. Ron leaned closer, whispering in Leonardo's ear, Grandpa, the thief kid, who sent us the warning, was initially a contestant from that district. Oh, Leonardo's expression shifted to one of realization as he turned to Li Qingyan. Hello, Miss Li. We are grateful for your assistance. Li Qingyan extended her hand for a brief shake. You're too kind. I am merely here in an advisory capacity to share what I know, not to partake in the operation. She had not intended to attend, having resigned previously to distance herself from the pursuit of Chen Feng. However, the program's direct communication with the H-City Police Department compelled her to comply, albeit with a firm resolution to remain uninvolved in the action, providing only information she possessed. Miss Li, could you please elaborate on Kid, or rather, Chen Feng? Cici prompted. Li Qingyan nodded, retrieving prepared materials from her bag and handing them to the group. Please take a look. Cici and the others accepted the documents. Chen Feng, male, 23 years old, an outstanding graduate of Jiangxing University, skilled in magic, with a remarkable ability to communicate with animals. He once traversed the ocean on a whale to retrieve the gem known as Tears of the Goddess. His magical techniques are astonishing. Aside from a few simple tricks that have been deciphered, most remain a mystery. Miss Li holds this Chen Feng in high regard, Cici remarked, placing the documents down. Oomph. Shilin scoffed. In my view, what good are tricks? Before the show commenced, our contestants were all touted as extraordinary. Yet what happened? They were almost all caught by us brothers. With that, Shilin cast a pointed glance at Li Qingyan. Regrettably for him, Li Qingyan displayed no change in expression, nor did she seem inclined to interject. Once the others had finished speaking, she slowly replied, Captain Cici, Captain Shilin, I can only inform you that Chen Feng excels at transforming seemingly impossible feats into reality, so I urge you to remain vigilant. Of course, I am merely an advisor. The ultimate decisions lie with the two of you. That said, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Li Qingyan gathered her belongings and made her way toward the exit. Seeing her departure, Shilin quickly stood. Sister Qingyan, allow me to see you off. No need. The taxi driver who brought me here is still waiting outside. I can return alone. Li Qingyan seemed resolute in maintaining her distance, outright refusing further engagement. Shilin wished to say more, but was halted by Cici's intervention. All right, Shilin, sit down. Reluctantly, Shilin complied, returning to his seat. After a moment of silence, Leonardo broke the stillness. Captain Cici, may I inquire about your intended course of action? Cici did not rush to answer. Instead, he posed another question. Mr. Leonardo, I have heard you possess a private collection vault, reputed to be the most secure in the world. Is that true? Indeed. Pride radiated from Leonardo as he spoke of his private vault, a culmination of his life's work, fortified against even the most explosive attempts to breach it. Upon hearing this, Cici's face broke into a mysterious smile. Sir, I believe I now know how to deal with that thief. Chapter 55. Chen Feng's infiltration the following day, in the daylight. Tickets for the exhibition were exceedingly hard to come by. Not only were there enthusiasts of cultural artifacts and private collectors eager to gain entry, but a multitude of Chen Feng's fans from Western Europe were also vying for the limited release tickets. However, unlike the previous day, the display case that had originally housed the Corona crown was now completely empty. In its stead, a screen was affixed above the display case, showcasing an image of the Corona crown, which had been secured in a vault. Unquestionably, This action by the organizers sparked discontent among the attendees. After all, many in the audience had come specifically to see the Corona Crown, and now they were left with nothing but a screen displaying its image. How could they possibly be satisfied? What is happening? I came to see the Corona Crown, not to watch television. We demand a reasonable explanation. Isn't this a private exhibition? When did it turn into a computer live stream? This is blatant fraud. The organizers are engaging in false advertising. I want a refund. Brother, I will join you in seeking a refund. And I too, I want a refund. Refund. It was unclear who initiated the chant, but before long, the majority of the crowd echoed the call. The deafening chorus of demands for refunds grew increasingly intense, successfully drawing Ron, the grandson of Leonardo and one of the event's organizers, into the fray. Ron approached the crowd, observing the fervent attendees with a growing headache. Yet he endeavored to calm their agitation. Everyone, please quiet down, Ron shouted from an elevated position. As he repeated his plea, the crowd gradually quieted down, turning their attention to him. Sighing in relief, Ron continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ron, grandson of Mr. Leonardo, and one of the organizers of this exhibition. Please feel free to voice any concerns. Where's the Corona Crown? We did not come here to watch television. We want to see the real artifact." A leader emerged to vocalize the demand, igniting the crowd once more. "Yes, we want to see the real item. Our tickets should not go to waste. We need to see the genuine artifact. All right, everyone." Ron raised his voice further to soothe the crowd. "I understand your sentiments, but please consider our concerns regarding the safety of the Corona Crown. This is why we have taken these precautions. However, we are willing to compensate you with 30 of your ticket fees as an apology." The crowd erupted in further protests, albeit with diminished fervor. Reluctantly, Ron increased the compensation to 45 of the ticket price, which finally quelled their anger. Departing from the venue, Ron made his way directly to the restroom. He turned on the tap and splashed cold water on his face, yet tranquility eluded him. "Damn those thieves," he muttered through gritted teeth as he gazed into the mirror. The ticket prices were exorbitant, and a sudden refund of 45 represented a significant financial loss. "Sir," a voice emerged beside him. Ron turned to see a young man dressed in the exhibition staff's uniform and wearing a cap, smiling at him. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Ron furrowed his brow in confusion. "Has my grandfather hired someone new? The exhibition isn't that large. Why is there a constant influx of staff? This is all money." Ron silently lamented, while maintaining an impassive facade. The young man slowly removed his cap, revealing a handsome oriental face. Ron's brow furrowed deeper. He felt an odd familiarity with this person, as if he had seen him before, but the memory eluded him. The young man wore a mysterious smile and spoke softly. "I'm merely a magician who has traveled from afar." "What?" Ron was taken aback. "What magician? Has my grandfather taken up an interest in magic?" After a brief moment of confusion, a figure from a previously viewed video suddenly merged with the person before him. Ron's eyes widened in realization. "No, you are the Phantom Thief." Before he could finish, Ron was abruptly beset by dizziness, as if the entire world had flipped upside down, leaving him struggling to maintain his footing. "You!" Ron attempted to reach for Chen Feng, but the effects of the drug coursed through him, robbing him of the strength to raise his hand. His vision blurred increasingly, until he succumbed to a haze of unconsciousness, collapsing to the floor. Chen Feng dragged him into a restroom stall, locked the door, and then climbed out over the top. When he reemerged, he had assumed Ron's appearance. Cough, cough. Standing before the mirror, gazing at the reflection that mirrored Ron's visage, Chen Feng smiled, and with his lips parting, a perfect London accent flowed forth. "Ladies and gentlemen, the game has commenced ahead of schedule. Haha." Meanwhile, near the entrance of the vault, not far from the surveillance room, Sis had just finished inputting the final password with Shileen's assistance and released a heavy sigh of relief. "All right, this will suffice." With a vault that even explosives cannot breach, and the presence of a dozen guards in the surveillance room, we should encounter minimal issues. I will remain in the vehicle outside the exhibition, ready to command the perimeter and seal off the scene if necessary. "Enough already. You've repeated yourself 10 times. Shileen waved dismissively, exasperated. "It's just a thief. Is all this really necessary?" "Shileen," Sis replied seriously, "this time is different. Our opponent is not the same as those previous incompetent fools. And this is the first instance of a foreign participant crossing the ocean to join us. The higher-ups are taking this seriously. Both the British and Chinese live streaming systems will be activated simultaneously. We cannot afford any mistakes. All right, you're right. Can we move on now? Shilin maintained his nonchalant demeanor, prompting Sis to feel a sense of helplessness. At that moment, Chen Feng, disguised as Ron, approached with Ron's assistant in tow. Great work, captains. I hope the security plan is going smoothly. My grandfather is quite concerned about it. Mr. Ron, please convey to Mr. Leonardo that all plans are proceeding flawlessly, and tonight's operation is foolproof. Sis replied confidently. Beside him, Shilin wore a look of disdain. Rest assured, Mr. Ron, I have established 3 layers of passwords for the vault. Even if he were the world's foremost hacker, it would take at least an hour to breach them. However, before that, he must have an hour to begin. Shilin rolled his wrist, clearly eager to apprehend the self-proclaimed phantom thief and enhance his own reputation. Chapter 56. The Phantom Thief in action in light of this. I would like to extend my early congratulations to both captains on their success. Chen Feng spoke with a smile, his expression unwavering. Thank you, Mr. Ron, Shisi replied politely. May I enter and take a look? Chen Feng ventured cautiously. Upon hearing this, Shilin, who had just been beaming with joy, suddenly altered his demeanor, preparing to voice his thoughts, but was quickly halted by his brother Shisi. Mr. Ron, Shisi addressed him with a tone that brooked no argument. I regret to inform you that, for the sake of the artifact's safety, we do not intend to open this warehouse until our operation concludes this evening. I hope you can understand. This, Chen Feng, masquerading as Ron, furrowed his brow, feigning displeasure. However, after a brief silence, he replied nonchalantly, Very well. Since both captains are confident, I shall not trouble you further. I will take my leave. Chen Feng politely embraced Shisi, patting his back twice as a gesture of camaraderie. Shisi did not refuse, maintaining a courteous smile as he saw Chen Feng off. To him, as long as it did not interfere with their operation, everything was negotiable. Little did he know that during their embrace, Chen Feng had discreetly affixed a small item, matching the color of his clothing, to the collar of Shisi's shirt at the nape of his neck. Ding! Congratulations. Host has exchanged for a remote-controlled Signal Jammer X1. Cost: 50 system points. Listening to the system's prompt, Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Shisi, he turned and departed from the scene. Brother, why were you so courteous to him? He's just a rich second generation, Shilin exclaimed impatiently as soon as Chen Feng left. However, he was swiftly met with Shisi's reprimand. Silence. If you cannot alter your indiscreet nature and your condescending attitude, then go home and never set foot outside again. Seeing his brother genuinely angry, Shilin could only obediently close his mouth. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to impress Li Qingyan during the evening operation, hoping to showcase his capabilities and win her affection. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had reached the door of the monitoring room. He entered to find that it had already been taken over by the pursuit team to facilitate comprehensive surveillance of the venue. The pursuit team's members had doubled the number of cameras. It could be said without reservation that, save for the restrooms, every corner of the venue was under constant watch. Thank you all for your hard work. Chen Feng greeted the team as he walked in. Mr. Ron. They responded in unison, clearly acknowledging Ron's status in the Sun Never Sets kingdom. With a smile, Chen Feng said, Once this matter concludes, I will personally ensure that the pursuit team receives bonuses as a token of appreciation. Since the promised funds were not his own, he felt no pangs of regret. At this proclamation, the room erupted in cheers, their smiles now genuine and lively. Please continue your work. I shall merely observe, Chen Feng instructed before casually wandering around the monitoring room, occasionally glancing this way and that. Eventually, he stopped in front of the monitor overseeing the interior of the vault. Inside the tightly secured vault, several cameras were focused on a glass display case at the center. Within the case lay the meticulously protected Corona crown. You two have worked hard. Here, have a drink, Chen Feng said with an affable smile, offering them water he had just filled from the dispenser. This gesture took the two pursuit team members by surprise. They had heard rumors that Ron, the grandson of Leonardo, was a spoiled brat, but he seemed to defy that stereotype. In astonishment, the pair quickly rose to accept the water from Chen Feng's hand. Just as they reached for the cup, Chen Feng suddenly jolted, spilling the water all over the control panel of the monitor. Oh no! The two members jumped back, disregarding Chen Feng as they hurriedly grabbed paper towels to clean up the mess. Chen Feng joined in to assist, holding 2 paper towels to wipe the wet surface. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in their blind spot, Chen Feng stealthily inserted an object into the back of the controller. Phew! Fortunately, the controller was waterproof and continued to function. After they finished cleaning, both pursuit team members sighed in relief. They certainly did not want to falter during such a critical moment, lest they invite reprimand. Having accomplished his objective, Chen Feng did not linger. He stood and said, "Since you are all prepared, I shall not complicate matters further. I will return to report to my grandfather." With that, he turned and left without a second glance. At this moment, he was untroubled by the thought of Ron, unconscious in the restroom, being discovered. The dosage of the tranquilizer he had administered was substantial enough to keep him asleep for a day or two. Furthermore, Chen Feng had affixed a facial mask to him, altering his appearance, and dressed him in a janitor's uniform. Thus, even if someone were to find him, they would not immediately associate the unconscious janitor with Ron. After departing from the exhibition venue, Chen Feng returned to his hotel room. He opened his computer and, utilizing the device he had left on the monitoring controller, effortlessly hacked into the internal surveillance system. He uploaded the pre-prepared video into the controller and set the playback time for 11 o'clock London time, precisely at the stroke of midnight. Having completed this task, Chen Feng exhaled deeply, rising to gaze out of the hotel window towards the entrance of the exhibition across the street. Observing the throng of individuals disguised as passers-by, members of the pursuit team, he allowed a smile to curve his lips. "Let us anticipate tonight's performance," he mused. As nightfall descended quietly, the clock struck 10 in London. Although it was not yet the time indicated in Chen Feng's announcement, the members of the pursuit team remained on edge. Several team members stood alert in the monitoring room, with Shilin at the helm, while consultant Li Qingyan was also present to oversee the proceedings. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere inside, the exterior of the exhibition was alive with excitement. A throng of Chen Feng's fans gathered beyond the police barricades, waving signs emblazoned with "Kid" and erupting in a chorus of cheers. Chapter 57. The Elusive Phantom Thief. One cannot help but remark on the fervor exhibited by Chen Feng's youthful admirers from the Sunless Kingdom. Were it not for the barricades and the vigilant Scottish officers present, this throng of fervent fans would undoubtedly have surged into the exhibition hall en masse. At this moment, Chen Feng's live broadcast room was activated. Unlike before, it was now inundated with an influx of enthusiastic fans from the Sunless Kingdom, in addition to his original followers. Oh my goodness, Kid has truly arrived in the Sunless Kingdom. The excitement was palpable. I must be there in person. I need to meet Kid. What is going on? Why are there so many foreigners? And why has Feng Shen ventured abroad? Good heavens, brothers, guess what I just discovered? A vault door comparable to a bank strongroom. Feng Shen's target is locked inside. I can see it. Surely it could withstand even a cannonball. Is he truly this cautious? Huh. Those up there are merely speaking without understanding. Those who are careless have already become devoted spectators of Feng Shen's performance. Meanwhile, within the Pursuit Bureau of H City in Huaxia, the newly appointed consultant, Ouyang Muxue, stood at the podium in the conference room, articulating her insights regarding Chen Feng's previous exploits. Under the watchful gaze of her colleagues, she retrieved several pre-prepared photographs from her bag, distributing them for examination. Once everyone had perused the images, Ouyang Muxue's cool voice resonated once more. "This place is familiar to all, is it not?" Nods of acknowledgement rippled through the room. The location depicted was none other than the iconic clock tower situated at the heart of Zui Exine Square in H City. It was here that Chen Feng had, right under their noses, deftly pilfered the jade mask using his remarkable techniques, the nature of which remained an enigma to this day. Ouyang Muxue was in no rush to unveil the mystery, instead producing another photograph from her backpack. Unlike the previous wide-angle shot, this one offered a close-up of the jade mask on the day it was stolen. The mask was clearly visible atop the clock tower, accompanied by a flock of doves soaring in the sky above. As the attendees absorbed this, Ouyang Mushue produced yet another close-up shot, this time depicting the ground level of the clock tower. There, in the center of the image, lay a patch of dried black paint. Dear colleagues, every magic trick has its flaws. Chen Feng chose to obscure his misdirection by summoning a multitude of doves to divert attention. As long as you focus on the flock, you will never discern Chen Feng's true method. As her words settled, a voice from the audience inquired, "So how did Chen Feng accomplish that?" Ouyang Mushu set the photographs down, a rare smile gracing her cold features. "It is quite simple, under the cover of night and the doves. He utilized highly absorbent black paint to conceal the jade mask. In other words, the jade mask did not vanish. It merely blended into the darkness." As time ticked away, the clock struck 10:30. The pursuit team of the Sunless Kingdom was split into two factions. One, led by Shixi, mingled discreetly among the crowd at the exhibition's entrance, poised to seal it off at a moment's notice. The other group remained with Shilin in the monitoring room, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of disturbance within the venue. Consultant Li Qingyan sat in the monitoring room, awaiting the arrival of that elusive white figure. "Qingyan Jia, would you like a cup of coffee? I had someone fetch it for you," Shilin offered, presenting a sealed cup. Li Qingyan glanced up, politely declining. "Thank you, but I'm not thirsty." "Don't mention it, Qingyan Jia. We will need to collaborate in the future." Ignoring Li Qingyan's aloofness, Shilin continued his chatter. Just then, the door swung open. A figure clad in a black suit, disguised as Ron, entered. "Apologies for being late," Chen Feng said, interrupting Shilin, who shot him an indignant glare. He opened his mouth to speak, but recalled his brother's earlier reprimand, swallowing his words. Time continued its relentless march. Despite the impending arrival of the scheduled time indicated in the invitation, the anticipated white figure had yet to materialize. The livestream displayed only Shilin, Li Qingyan, the Ron impersonation of Chen Feng, and the members of the pursuit team. "Where is Kid? I can hardly wait. I have a hunch that Feng Shan has already infiltrated the venue, merely biding his time until the appointed hour. Appear? Is it truly that miraculous? This vault is impervious to explosives. Can he walk through walls? Are you new here, buddy? Rest assured, the probability of your wife giving birth to your child is greater than that of Feng Shan failing. How dare you insult me? Just stating the facts." The livestream's comments rolled in, and with the momentum generated by the media from both Huaxia and the Sunless Kingdom, the viewership of Chen Feng's broadcast soared past 10 million for the first time, continuing to rise. The clock now read 10:59, less than a minute remaining until the hour of the prophecy. The comments in the live stream began to dwindle. Even Shilin, typically arrogant and dismissive, found himself focused intently on the surveillance of the vault's interior. 5 seconds remaining, Li Qingyan thought, glancing at her watch, a glimmer of barely contained excitement sparkling in her eyes. Many viewers mirrored her, silently counting down the seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the second hand struck 12, the countdown culminated in a resounding 1. Click. The 6 surveillance feeds monitoring the vault's interior flickered simultaneously. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a white figure abruptly appeared beside the exhibition case, clutching a golden crown adorned with dozens of gemstones, none other than the Corona crown. The events transpired with such swiftness and abruptness that none had time to react. The Corona crown, previously secured within its glass case, was now firmly in Chen Feng's grasp. "Impossible!" Shilin exclaimed, rising to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. "That vault is designed to withstand explosives. I had 3 passwords set at the entrance and station guards there. How could Chen Feng have entered?" Chapter 58. Success. The live stream erupted in a moment. "I knew it. The appearance of my divine Feng has always been beyond my expectations. My God, is this spatial magic? It is indistinguishable from sorcery. Could it be that Kid is an outstanding graduate from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Oh, I always suspected that the mysterious East harbors secrets unknown to us. I must journey to the East to learn. Wasn't it said that the vault was impenetrable? Wasn't it supposed to withstand explosions? How did Chen Feng manage to get inside?" Regardless of the fervor online, within the monitoring room, Li Qingyan gazed at the figure clad in white on the screen, her red lips involuntarily curling into a beautiful arc. This man remained so astonishing. Quick, don't just stand there. Everyone follow me to the vault. Let us apprehend this damned thief. Shi Lin shouted, his once handsome face now twisted with rage. The members of the Sun Never Sets pursuit team, upon hearing their captain's command, seemed to awaken from a daze and hurriedly rose from their seats, trailing behind Shi Lin towards the vault. Chen Feng, disguised as Ron, was among them. Li Qingyan had intended to follow, but as she took her first step, she appeared to recall something, retracting her leg and settling in front of the monitor, awaiting something. Meanwhile, Shi Lin and the pursuit team had arrived at the vault's entrance. The two members stationed at the vault door, unaware of the situation, were about to salute Shi Lin when they were met with a torrent of scolding. You two fools, what are you still doing standing here? Your stupidity has completely exposed us to our enemy. He is already inside the vault. Shi Lin's reprimand left the two pursuit team members bewildered. What? That thief has slipped into the vault? How is that possible? Not having time to explain, Shi Lin swiftly directed others to block the vault door, then approached the password input area to unlock it. Facial recognition, fingerprint scanning, and numerical codes. Three cumbersome procedures originally designed to thwart Chen Feng now seemed utterly ridiculous, filling Shi Lin with an inexplicable irritation. All this preparation had only complicated matters without serving as any deterrent to the intruder, making Shi Lin feel like a mere jester. As he completed the final digit, the successful unlocking sound echoed in the ears of everyone present. Including Shi Lin, all were on high alert, their eyes fixed on the heavy steel door. Undoubtedly, as soon as it opened, anyone emerging would be immediately subdued. The steel door slowly creaked open, and everyone held their breath, ready to surge in the moment it fully opened to capture Chen Feng inside. No one noticed the knowing smile that crept across Ron's face behind them. The vault door swung wide open, revealing an empty interior. How can this be? Shi Lin exclaimed, astonished. The vault, completely bare, alongside the securely displayed coronation crown in the glass case, confirmed that this was all indeed real. Chen Feng had not entered the vault at all. Suddenly realizing something, Shi Lin shouted, quick, close. But before he could finish, a crisp sound echoed from behind. Two cylindrical objects were tossed into the center of the group and began spewing smoke upon hitting the ground. Within seconds, the smoke enveloped the area. Cover your mouths and noses, Shi Lin commanded hastily, but it was too late. The thick smoke had already been inhaled, causing everyone to topple over, swiftly succumbing to unconsciousness. Only Ron, still wearing a smile, remained upright. Chen Feng. Shi Lin gritted his teeth, fixating on the figure before him, leaning against the wall, nearly on the brink of collapse. If he could not deduce that this Ron was an illusion, he would indeed be a fool. Thank you for your assistance, Captain Shi Lin, Chen Feng said with a smile, then grasped the edge of his garment, flipping it upward. In an instant, he transformed his appearance completely. Dressed in a pristine white suit, adorned with a signature four-leaf clover pendant and monocle, topped with a white high hat in the style of medieval Europe, and sporting a charming yet infuriating smile, Chen Feng's presence ignited a frenzy in the live stream. Goodness, I knew it. The Divine Feng's intervention is bound to reverse the situation. I have nothing more to say. The Divine Feng is incredible. Is this truly magic? Wasn't he inside? How did he suddenly appear, then vanish, only to emerge again? After such an extended interval, how could anyone still attempt to decipher the methods of the Divine Feng? My God, this is simply breathtaking. At this moment, Shi Lin could no longer hold on. He attempted to lunge at Chen Feng, but as he stepped away from the wall, the effects of the drug surged, causing him to collapse. Without the protection of the pursuit team, Chen Feng easily entered the vault, lifted the glass cover, and retrieved the coronation crown. Examining the crown in his hand, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the performance had gone exceedingly well. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly applause erupted from a distance. Then, a graceful figure emerged around the corner. Long time no see, Chen Feng. Li Qingyan greeted, a smile gracing her lips, as if conversing with an old friend after a long separation. Chen Feng maintained his poker face, showing no change at Li Qingyan's unexpected arrival. It is a privilege to encounter you here, Miss Li Qingyan, Chen Feng remarked, bowing in a gentlemanly manner, then posed his inquiry. Are you here to apprehend me? He stepped out of the vault, approaching Li Qingyan, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of her sudden aggression. Of course, Li Qingyan had no intention of making a move. She merely wished to greet an old friend in a foreign land. Indeed, although their acquaintance was brief, Li Qingyan regarded Chen Feng as a friend, a rather unique, thieving friend. Chapter 59. Has Kid been captured? You are mistaken. I am merely a consultant brought in to assist, not an active participant in the operation, and thus I bear no obligation to help them apprehend you. With this, Li Qingyan shifted the direction of her conversation. Although I will not take action myself, the members of the pursuit team outside may very well do so. After being unable to contact Shalene for an extended period, they will likely seal off the area, making your escape considerably more challenging. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng displayed no signs of panic. Instead, a mysterious smile graced his lips. With a swift motion of his left hand, a black walkie-talkie materialized in his grasp. It was the very walkie-talkie belonging to the now unconscious Shalene. Clearing his throat, Chen Feng gradually brought the device to his lips. As his mouth parted, a voice identical to Shalene's emerged from Chen Feng's mouth. Attention all teams, attention all teams. Chen Feng has now disguised himself as my brother Shishi, hiding in a private vehicle approximately 300 meters from the venue. The license plate number is OR. All personnel are to immediately cease their current tasks and proceed to effectuate the capture. Repeat, all personnel are to proceed to effectuate the capture. End transmission. As Chen Feng lowered the walkie-talkie, the individuals in the live stream were momentarily rendered speechless by his audacious maneuver. This was soon followed by an avalanche of comments flooding the screen. Wow, when it comes to operation, my Feng Shun is truly unmatched. Can you believe the level of deception? MD, I should have been in school instead of tending sheep. What did Feng Shun just babble on about in that endless stream of never-setting sun language? Could someone translate? The meaning is quite simple. He instructed the members of the pursuit team from the never-setting Sun Nation to capture their captain. However, I am curious. Does the other captain remain entirely oblivious? I also wonder, doesn't he possess a walkie-talkie as well? Is there no one to contact him? Meanwhile, Shishi, stationed in the command vehicle outside, sensed something amiss. By all accounts, it was now time for Chen Feng to act. Regardless of the outcome, a report should have been relayed to him by now. Frowning, Shishi slowly picked up the walkie-talkie. But after pressing the communication button twice, he encountered a frustrating silence. Fuck! Of all times for it to malfunction, Shishi cursed in frustration. Tossing the walkie-talkie aside and retrieving his phone, intending to call for an update on the situation inside. However, to his surprise, he discovered that his phone had also lost signal. Shishi's frown deepened. As a seasoned officer, he never subscribed to the notion that sheer coincidence could orchestrate such occurrences. His previously functional walkie-talkie had inexplicably failed, and his phone, which had just moments ago been operational, now lacked service, almost as if it had been orchestrated by someone. Realization struck him, and dread filled his heart. This is bad. Something must have gone awry. Shishi quickly rose from his seat, unbuckled his seatbelt, and opened the car door, preparing to exit. However, before he could take a step, he was met with the sight of dozens of pursuit team members closing in from all sides. Their eyes locked onto him with predatory intensity, like a pack of wolves on the hunt. He was the surrounded prey. Startled, an ominous suspicion surged within him, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "What are you doing?" "I am your captain. I am Shishi." Shishi carled. In response to Shishi's furious demeanor, the leading vice captain could not suppress a triumphant smile. Still pretending, are we? Kid, your disguise has long been seen through by our Captain Shalene. You are now surrounded. Do not even think about struggling. Surrender at once. Kid, Shishi's eyes widened in disbelief. I am not Kid. I am your captain. I am Shishi, not some kid. Fuming with indignation, Shishi could hardly maintain his composure, casting aside any semblance of dignity to unleash a torrent of curses. Still trying to deny it? The vice captain's expression darkened, and he ceased to waste words, signaling to the others. Do not be courteous. Move in. As soon as the command was uttered, The members of the pursuit team from the never-setting Sun Nation lunged forward. Despite Shixi's agility, evading several attacks, the sheer number of assailants soon overwhelmed him, pinning him to the ground. His hands were tightly shackled, and several individuals pressed down upon him, ensuring he could not rise. "You fools! You're all idiots!" Shixi continued to shout, his voice hoarse with rage. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. At that moment, Shilin, supported by Li Qingyan, entered the fray. The vice captain, who had previously regarded Shilin with disdain, immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, saluting the figure disguised as Shilin. "Captain Shilin, we have successfully captured Kid and await your orders." Observing Shixi, who was firmly restrained on the ground, Li Qingyan nearly burst into laughter. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement as she shot a glance at Chen Feng, suppressing her mirth. "This man is truly wicked. Excellent. Upon our return, I shall commend you all and promote you." Chen Feng encouraged, patting the vice captain on the shoulder. The vice captain beamed with delight, standing even more rigidly than before. "Thank you, Captain." Witnessing this spectacle, Shixi finally comprehended the identity of his captors. Straining with all his might to free himself, he was still held down by the group, unable to rise. He could only muster a desperate shout. "You fools! He is Kid! He is Kid!" Upon hearing this cacophony, the vice captain, who had been basking in the joy of potential promotion, was suddenly engulfed by fury. At this point, "You damned thief," still wished to sow confusion and struggle in vain. Perhaps genuinely incensed, or perhaps eager to impress his captain. The vice captain strode over to the subdued Shixi without hesitation and delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving Shixi momentarily dumbfounded. "What are you waiting for? Muzzle him!" The vice captain barked orders to his subordinates. "You bastard! MMPH!" Shixi's curses were abruptly silenced as a team member approached, gagging him with strong adhesive tape, leaving him to emit muffled sounds. At that moment, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. "I can't take this anymore. Had I known, I would have purchased a plane ticket to the scene. This is too entertaining. When the fake becomes real and the real becomes fake. Truly, the ancients do not deceive us. Oh God, I can only imagine how splendid the vice captain's expression will be upon learning the truth. How splendid, I do not know, but he will likely find it impossible to continue in the pursuit bureau. That much is certain. Tomorrow, he might even get fired for stepping through the door with his left foot." Chapter 60. The Arrival of a Maya. Unbeknownst to the crowd present, the words of the netizens echoed in the air. The vice captain, eager to seize the opportunity, contemplated delivering a couple more slaps, but was halted by Chen Feng's interjection. "All right, please take him back to the station. I will handle matters here." "Understood." The vice captain promptly complied, personally lifting the fallen's eyes and escorting him towards the vehicle. Before departing, he cast an envious glance at Li Qingyan, who was entwined around Chen Feng's arm. "Ah, this aloof goddess from the east has ultimately been taken by the captain. However, such an outcome is only natural. After all, not everyone possesses the capability to command others and apprehend the elusive Kid." The vice captain mused internally, his admiration for his captain swelling even further. Once the crowd had dispersed, only Chen Feng and Li Qingyan remained. With a smile gracing her lips, Li Qingyan turned to Chen Feng and asked, "What do you wish to do now?" Chen Feng replied with a smile, "We still need one final bow." Outside the venue, as each second ticked by, the throng of Chen Feng's fans grew increasingly restless, staring at the still motionless exhibition hall. "What is happening? Where is Kid? Did not watch the live stream? Kid has already stolen the coronation crown. He must have left by now. What? That can't be. I drove all the way here. Look over there. What is that? It's a flock of doves. Kid's doves?" As the mass of doves drew nearer overhead, excitement rippled through the crowd of fans. "Look in the center. What is that hanging from the ropes among the doves?" "That is the coronation crown. Kid's target. Yes, Kid has triumphed." The crowd erupted in fervor. The doves soon soared above them, and amidst all eyes, hundreds of white cards floated down gently, landing softly among the throng. "As a token of my success, I have accepted the coronation crown. Sincerely, Kid the Phantom Thief. This is Kid's card. I got Kid's card. Damn it. That wretch pulled my hair. Don't snatch my card." It's mine. Who want to sell? I'll offer 1,000 euros for Kid S card. Oh, you think you have money? I'll offer 2,000. Cash on the spot. Not far from the venue, inside the escort vehicle. The members of the Sun Never Sets Nation S pursuit team were momentarily stunned, witnessing the unfolding scene. What's going on? Wasn't T Kid already captured? Didn't T his operation fail? A flood of questions surged through their minds, causing the previously confident vice captain to furrow his brow. At that moment, a young pursuit team member in the driver's seat tentatively spoke. Vice captain, could we have apprehended the wrong person? Upon hearing this, the vice captain's brow furrowed deeper, a chilling realization creeping up his spine. Oh no, quickly release that kid. That's the captain. Chen Feng triumphs over the Scotland venue. Chen Feng emerges victorious. Can't even discern who your own captain is? Scotland pursuit team outsmarted by Chen Feng. Another treasure claimed by Kid. Thus far, Kid has executed 6 heists without a single failure. Will Chen Feng depart the Sun Never Sets Nation after a success? Or will he remain to seek his next target? Following the conclusion of Chen Feng's operation, media outlets from both the Hua Nation and the Sun Never Sets Nation were tirelessly churning out articles. In no time, the trending topics were once again dominated by Chen Feng. This group of media revelers truly thrives on chaos. Inside a hotel, Chen Feng chuckled and shook his head while glancing at the plethora of trending headlines on his phone as he tore bread for Xiaobai. Regarding the media's speculation on whether he would choose to leave after his success or continue searching for another target, even Chen Feng himself was uncertain. His inherently carefree nature disdained the constraints of planning, preferring instead to embrace spontaneity. If an appealing target caught his eye, he would act accordingly. However, there was no hurry. At present, Chen Feng yearned to explore this bustling metropolis, relishing a well-deserved holiday following his endeavors. Just then, a notification chimed in Chen Feng's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully stealing the coronation crown. Reward: Kid the Phantom Thief card, fusion rate 5, skill acquired. Lip reading beginner. System points 500, current card, fusion rate 70. Ugh. Noticing Chen Feng's momentary distraction, Xiaobai voiced his discontent. Chen Feng snapped back to reality, resumed tearing the bread for Xiaobai. My apologies, Xiaobai. You'll have to make do for a couple of days. Once we return home, I'll buy you your favorite crayfish. Meanwhile, in a CAF in London, 2 stunning women sat opposite each other in silence. On the left, clad in a fitted blazer, was the tall and graceful Li Qingyan, who had recently parted ways with Chen Feng. On the right, a beauty rivaling Li Qingyan in looks exuded an aura of confidence and superiority. Dressed in a flowing white gown, adorned with exquisite earrings and a necklace, her identity was unmistakable. She was Princess Amaya, one of the most esteemed women from the Kingdom of Laurel. After a prolonged silence, it was Li Qingyan who finally broke the stillness. Miss Amaya, may I inquire what brings you here? Hearing Li Qingyan's words, Amaya gently set her coffee cup down, the delicate clink resonating in the quiet. Miss Li, I actually invited you here to ask for your assistance. Assistance? Li Qingyan replied, taken aback. Since parting ways with Chen Feng the previous day, she had noticed someone trailing her. Occasionally, they would mutter to themselves, seemingly communicating through an earpiece. Although they appeared harmless and posed no hindrance, their presence left her feeling uneasy. It was only last night that these individuals approached her, providing her with the address of the CAF and requesting her presence today. Out of curiosity, Li Qingyan decided to comply with the invitation. However, upon arrival, she discovered that the person requesting her presence was none other than Princess Amaya, whom she had met a few times in the Hua Nation. Li Qingyan furrowed her brows in confusion and spoke. I apologize, Miss Amaya, but I do not comprehend what you mean by assistance. With your influence and that of your nation, I doubt there is anything I could help with. Amaya lightly shook her head. I believe this matter is one that only you, Miss Li, may have the ability to assist me with. Li Qingyan's confusion deepened. Yet Amaya had no intention of keeping her in suspense. She directly stated, I wish for you to help me locate someone. Who? The Phantom Thief Kid, or rather. Chen Feng. Chapter 61. A Visitor from Home? Chen Feng. Li Qingyan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and waved her hand dismissively. Miss Aimia, although I am unaware of your purpose in seeking Chen Feng, I regret to inform you that I have no means to contact him. Li Qingyan's words were sincere. Although Chen Feng had previously disguised himself to approach her while preparing to return the heart of the ocean, and they had exchanged contact information at that time, they had not communicated since his identity was revealed. Li Qingyan was uncertain whether the contact information he had given was a temporary registration and whether he still used it. Upon hearing Li Qingyan's response, Aimia fell silent. She was unsure of her own feelings. She wished for Li Qingyan to reach Chen Feng, as she genuinely wished to see him. Yet she also did not want Li Qingyan to be able to contact him, for she herself lacked his contact details and naturally did not wish for other women to possess them. However, I do have a suggestion, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. Li Qingyan spoke again, reigniting hope in Aimia's eyes. Miss Li, please feel free to express your thoughts. During your visit to the land of the setting sun, did you disclose your whereabouts to the public? Li Qingyan inquired without haste. Aimia shook her head. Her visit was clandestine, and she had not made any public announcements. Therefore, apart from her assistant, Mir, and a few bodyguards, few were aware of her arrival. That is fortunate, Li Qingyan nodded. Miss Aimia, thus far, the charity exhibition in your country has yet to conclude. To further contribute to global charitable endeavors, it would be entirely appropriate for you, as a princess, to host another charity magic exchange event, would it not? Aimia's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting? Li Qingyan smiled. There exists a rather restless thief who would undoubtedly be intrigued by such an exchange event, provided you take the initiative to invite a sufficient number of individuals from the magic community. That is certainly not a problem, Aimia responded without hesitation, her exquisite features illuminating with a smile that resembled a burst of starlight, captivating all who beheld her. Inside the CAF, numerous young patrons appeared drawn to the two enchanting women seated across from each other, eager to request contact information, yet they were swiftly deterred by Aimia's bodyguards. Soon after, a flurry of fresh reports emerged. Princess Aimia of the Kingdom of Laurel arrives in London. To commemorate the centenary of the kingdom's founding, she has decided to host a global magician charity exchange event in London. All proceeds from the event will be donated to charitable causes. An invitation from Her Royal Highness. The World Magic Association has declared its willingness to send representatives to London to participate in the exchange event. Is the princess also interested in magic? Magicians from all corners are eager to attend. This is a celebration of magic. As the news spread, Aimia's announcement regarding the magician exchange event quickly reached trending status. Although it did not rival the fervor surrounding Chen Feng's news, it nonetheless garnered considerable attention. Wow, another charity event. I have completely fallen for this beautiful, wealthy, and compassionate princess. A magic exchange event? Especially after the recent actions of Feng Shen in London? Something feels amiss. Even you sense something is off. That is quite alarming. I am increasingly skeptical of the princess's true intentions. You are merely attributing petty motives to a noble heart. She is a princess. Would she truly orchestrate such an event solely for Chen Feng? Ridiculous. Perhaps, but I still feel something is not quite right. The online community buzzed with fervor. Meanwhile, on the streets of London, a subtly disguised Chen Feng was performing a simple act. Surrounded by dozens of spectators, he held a magic hat aloft, demonstrating its empty interior. After the display, he slowly reached into the hat. In the blink of an eye, a playing card materialized from within. One after another, he produced card after card, until he had drawn an entire deck from the seemingly empty hat. Chen Feng then returned the cards to the hat and tossed it high into the air. All eyes followed its ascent. The anticipated cascade of cards from the hat did not occur. Instead, doves began to emerge from the rolling hat, 3 of which flew from different directions, grasping the hat with their claws and gently returning it to the ground, mouth up. Applause erupted from the crowd, and many generously tossed coins of varying sizes into the hat before Chen Feng bowed slightly in gratitude. While he was not in need of money, he appreciated the opportunity to earn a little for coffee through his small performance. At that moment, a voice called from the periphery of the crowd. Yazan? Chen Feng turned to see 2 elegantly attractive women observing him from a distance. Indeed, they were 2 ladies. though one was dressed in masculine attire. Chen Feng, as a master of disguise, could easily discern her true identity. "Miss Su Luoxue, I never anticipated encountering you here," Chen Feng exclaimed, stepping forward to lift Su Luoxue's hand and bestow a kiss upon it. She offered no resistance, seemingly accustomed to such gestures. As Chen Feng had introduced himself as a Chinese-American raised in the West, where such customs were commonplace. "What brings you here?" Su Luoxue inquired, puzzled. She had been wondering why the CAF had been closed for several days, only to realize the proprietor had ventured abroad. "Isn't it obvious? I am here for a holiday. And this lady is..." Su Luoxue showed no surprise at Chen Feng's immediate recognition of Ouyang Mushue's identity. Miss Ouyang Mushue, champion of the World Detective Competition in the Chinese region, disciple of Captain Sun Luo, and currently a consulting detective within our pursuit bureau. She then addressed Ouyang Mushue. "Mushue, this is the skill barista I mentioned. His coffee is the best I have ever tasted. I must take you to try it sometime." "Hello, Miss Ouyang." Chen Feng greeted politely, extending his hand for a brief handshake. "Hello." Chapter 62. The World Magician Charity Exchange. Ouyang Mushue maintained her usual inscrutable demeanor, reminiscent of Chen Feng during his work. "Captain Su, since you've encountered a friend, I shan't disturb you any further. I shall take my leave." She promptly addressed Su Luoxue. "Very well, do proceed. I shall arrive shortly," Su Luoxue replied. Ouyang Mushue departed alongside the gathering crowd, leaving only Chen Feng and Su Luoxue in the vicinity. "Let us go. I have just made a little profit, and I would like to treat you to coffee," Chen Feng said, shaking the coins within his hat. "I shall not be modest," Su Luoxue smiled, her tone akin to that of longtime acquaintances. The two made their way to a nearby CAF, selecting a window seat before settling down. Before long, their coffee arrived. After taking a sip, Chen Feng slowly inquired, "By the way, I haven't tea asked yet. Miss Su, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in H City pursuing the remaining fugitives?" "Oh, don't even mention it," Su Luoxue responded, her expression revealing her frustration. "Our bureau has been officially reassigned and is no longer responsible for the pursuit of any fugitives. Instead, we are solely tasked with apprehending Chen Feng until he is caught." She rubbed her slightly throbbing temples, her beautiful face betraying a clear reluctance. It was no wonder she felt this way. Only those who had truly crossed paths with Chen Feng understood how elusive that cunning thief could be, not to mention his seemingly endless array of tools. His ability to disguise himself alone made him nearly impossible to apprehend. The rationale behind transforming the Huaxia District 3 pursuit team into one solely focused on Chen Feng was straightforward. As the thief game progressed 2 months in, most participants from various districts had been eliminated. The remaining fugitives were few, and there was no need for so many members to pursue them. Furthermore, Chen Feng's recent notoriety compelled the higher-ups to decisively convert the pursuit team into one that targeted only him. "By the way," Su Luoxue suddenly recalled, "you appeared here right after Kid made his move. You aren't chasing after Kid, are you? Are you his fan?" One could hardly call it fandom. However, as an amateur magician, I certainly wish to witness that gentleman, the phantom thief, in person, Chen Feng replied. Su Luoxue nodded. "Kid the phantom thief. The magician of the moonlight, the silver-winged magician." She supported her chin with her hands, listing Chen Feng's titles as she sighed deeply, her words trailing off into a resigned exhale. "Let us not dwell on it. We shall see where this leads," she stated, adopting a rather careless attitude. "This is not the Su Luoxue I know, the one who boldly declared her intent to capture Chen Feng." Chen Feng teased with a smile. Su Luoxue rolled her eyes elegantly, choosing not to respond. "But let us focus on you. As a magician, and considering the rarity of your visit to London, do you not plan to attend the World Magician Charity Exchange? It features esteemed magicians from all over the world." "The World Magician Charity Exchange?" Chen Feng was taken aback. "When did this event arise? How was I not informed?" Noticing Chen Feng's bewilderment, Su Luoxue did not keep him in suspense. "It appears you are unaware. The World Magician Charity Exchange is being hosted by Princess Amelia from the Kingdom of Laurel, who previously visited China. I've heard even the World Magic Association has been invited." "Oh, hosted by Princess Amelia," Chen Feng mused, recalling the alluring and noble princess, a smile gracing his lips. This sounds intriguing. Later that evening, within the pursuit bureau of the land of the setting sun, Shilin, who had awakened from a stupor, was joined by the released Shixi and several members of the Huaxia pursuit team in the conference room. The expressions of the Shixi brothers were far from pleasant, their faces dark as if someone owed them a considerable sum. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone rapping on the conference room door shattered the silence. Come in. Shixi managed to compose himself, regaining the demeanor befitting the captain of the pursuit bureau. A member of the pursuit bureau entered. Captain, Mr. Leonardo has called again, inquiring whether we can contact Chen Feng to return the crown of the sun. His private exhibition has just commenced, and the crown is a crucial exhibit. As he spoke, he noticed the increasingly grim expressions on Shixi and Shilin's faces, causing his voice to taper off. Shixi took a deep breath, steadying his emotions before responding. Understood. Inform Mr. Leonardo that I will find a solution as quickly as possible. However, Mr. Leonardo is quite insistent. The team member hesitated, but upon seeing the brothers' dark expressions, wisely chose to exit the room. At that moment, Su Luoxue stood up. There is no need for undue concern, gentlemen. After all, aside from the lost eye of the moonlight, all the stolen items have been returned. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of Shixi and Shilin softened somewhat, although concern still lingered. But what if he leaves the land of the setting sun with the crown of the sun? That is unlikely. A clear, cold voice interjected, drawing everyone's attention to Ouyang Muxue. Rising, she spoke slowly. Even a common criminal is likely to return to the scene of the crime to admire their handiwork. Chen Feng, who transforms thievery into art, would certainly not choose to leave immediately after his performance. Curious about Ouyang Muxue's insight, Shixi asked, and who might this lady be? Our new consultant from the Huaxia District 3 pursuit team, Miss Ouyang Muxue, Su Luoxue introduced. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Muxue slightly bowed her head in acknowledgement. Do you believe Chen Feng will strike again soon, Miss Ouyang? Shixi inquired once more. Ouyang Muxue shook her head. I cannot say for certain. However, based on my understanding of this phantom thief's character, he is a man who acts according to his whims. If a suitable stage presents itself, it is quite likely he will choose to perform once more. A suitable stage. The room fell into a contemplative silence, and soon a recent high-profile event surfaced in their minds. The World Magician Charity Exchange hosted by Emilia. Chapter 63. The arrival of Chen Feng with the unwavering support of Amaya. Merely 3 days elapsed before the venue for the World Magician Charity Exchange was impeccably prepared. Even amidst overcast and drizzly weather, the fervor of the attendees was undeterred, as magicians from various locales and countless spectators flocked to the venue. Numerous small stages were arranged throughout the hall, each hosting a series of mesmerizing magic performances. Almost without exception, the magicians were met with generous tips at the conclusion of their acts. According to Amaya, while a portion of these funds would be allocated to the magicians who traveled from afar, the majority would be devoted to global charitable endeavors. At the heart of the venue, the vice president of the World Magicians Association was fervently showcasing his talents as small squirrels emerged from his magical hat, eliciting waves of applause from the audience. Amidst the cheers, Amaya, flanked by 4 bodyguards, approached, clapping her hands in appreciation. Upon her arrival, Vice President Herbert paused his performance. The crowd instinctively parted to allow Amaya unobstructed passage to the stage. Once at the forefront, Amaya beamed and expressed her gratitude. I am immensely thankful to the World Magicians Association for your support of this exchange, Mr. Herbert. Herbert, maintaining his decorum, replied with humility, Miss Amaya, you are too kind. Contributing to the cause of global charity is our duty. Nevertheless, we sincerely appreciate the assistance from your esteemed association. Amaya engaged in cordial conversation with Herbert, while a few eager individuals attempted to approach her for autographs, only to be intercepted by her vigilant bodyguards. At that moment, Amaya's assistant, Mayer, approached from behind. Your Highness, he called out, prompting Amaya to pause her dialogue. After exchanging a few words with Herbert, she turned and departed with her entourage. Once in a secluded area, Amaya dismissed her bodyguards and turned her attention back to Mayer. What have you discovered, Mayer? Any leads? Mayer shook his head apologetically. I regret to inform you, Your Highness, that I have yet to locate any trace of Kid. Amaya felt a pang of disappointment, though it was not entirely unexpected. If he could be so easily found, he would not be the elusive Kid. Let us continue our observations, Amaya stated, preparing to leave. Wait, Your Highness, Mayer interjected. Amaya glanced back to see him hesitating, and after a moment, he ventured, could it be that Kid is unaware of the exchange? Or perhaps he lacks interest in attending? Amaya furrowed her brow. She had considered this possibility, but at present, there was no better course of action than to await developments. As for whether Chen Feng would arrive, that was indeed a gamble. With a slight lift of her chin, her delicate features appeared somewhat melancholic under the glow of the lights. Suddenly, a voice resonated from not far behind them. Ladies, would you care to purchase a pen? The unexpected sound startled them, but upon seeing merely a young man selling signature pens, they relaxed their guard. Apologies, we are not interested, Amaya replied, intending to move on. Yet the young man spoke again, his tone markedly different. Madam, my pen is unlike any other. Hearing this, Amaya's eyes widened in surprise, quickly followed by a glimmer of joy. K, hush, Chen Feng said, placing his finger 2 centimeters from Amaya's lips, seemingly urging her to silence. With a flick of his wrist, a blue rose materialized in his hand. For you, the beautiful Miss Amaya. Who would covet your flower? Amaya retorted, though her actions belied her words as she reached out to accept the rose from Chen Feng. In that moment, even she was unaware that her demeanor mirrored that of a young girlfriend playfully indulging her boyfriend. Mayer, witnessing this, turned away, surrendering to the inevitable. Silently, he lamented, Your Majesty, I assure you, I am not neglecting the princess. It is all the fault of that insufferable thief. She cannot possibly hold me accountable for this. Pray tell, Your Highness, do you seek my assistance? Chen Feng's voice broke through. Amaya, feigning indifference, replied, Who seeks you? Surely I can host a charity exchange in London without your involvement. Very well then, I shall take my leave, he said, adopting a wounded expression and feigning to turn away. Alarmed, Amaya quickly grasped his sleeve. Wait, don't. Just as she spoke, she noted Chen Feng's smirk. Realizing she had fallen for his trick once more, she promptly shrugged off his arm and turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Forgive my little jest, Your Highness, Chen Feng said, just as another bouquet of blue roses appeared before her. Amaya glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, then accepted the flowers, choosing to forgive his playful antics. This scene elicited a frown from Mayer, who sighed inwardly. They say a woman in love possesses diminished intelligence, judging by the princess's demeanor. She is undeniably entrapped. Your Highness, a voice called from around the corner, and one of Amaya's bodyguards approached, bowing slightly. Your Highness, representatives from the Pursuit Bureau have arrived and wish to see you. The Pursuit Bureau? Amaya's brow furrowed with concern as she turned to glance behind her, only to find the area deserted, save for a white dove holding a card. She bent down to retrieve the card from the bird's beak. Recognizing the familiar handwriting, Dear beautiful Miss Amaya, if you have any matters to discuss, feel free to write them down and let the little dove deliver them to me. Also, do not forget to feed it with crayfish. Respectfully, Kid. Seeing Amaya stare at the card in silence, the bodyguard grew curious. However, before he could discern its contents, Amaya had already tucked the card into her pocket. Let the representatives from the Pursuit Bureau come to me. I shall await them here. And, Mayer, she continued, bring this little dove to my room and have someone prepare crayfish for it, peeled and without seasoning. Understood, Your Highness. Chapter 64. The magic performance under the guidance of the bodyguards. Su Luoxue accompanied Ouyang Muxue and others to meet Emilia. However, Su Luoxue was perplexed, as there was no animosity between them. Yet Emilia offered them a frosty reception, as if they were intruding upon a private rendezvous, maintaining a cold demeanor throughout. Captain Su, it's good to see you again. May I ask what brings you here this time? Emilia inquired with a nonchalant tone. Miss Emilia, I apologize for the sudden interruption, but we have something of utmost importance to discuss, Su Luoxue replied earnestly. Oh, I'm intrigued, Emilia said, her interest piqued. Please, Captain Su, speak plainly. I dislike riddles. It pertains to Chen Feng, also known as the Phantom Thief Kid, who is currently in London. to ensure Miss Amelia's safety and the smooth progression of the charity exhibition. Our pursuit team wishes to enter the venue and provide protection throughout the event. Upon hearing the mention of the Phantom Thief Kid, Amelia's expression turned icy. Had it not been for the unanticipated arrival of the pursuit team, her meeting with Kid would not have been interrupted. Now they sought to enter the venue and obstruct her further encounters with him, which was utterly unacceptable. Kid, it's Kid. Kid has come to the Magician's Exchange. Before Amelia could respond, the atmosphere within the venue erupted with excitement, and the crowd began to chant Kid's name. Kid, I love you. Kid, look at me. Here I am. The commotion from outside naturally drew attention, and Amelia hastily made her way toward the exit. Huaxia and her companions exchanged glances and promptly followed her outside. At the entrance, the area was already teeming with people. However, upon seeing Amelia, a path was cleared for her to pass. Looking out, they beheld a solitary figure standing in the torrential rain, clad entirely in white, one hand holding an umbrella while the other rested in a pocket, creating a striking presence. The transparent umbrella was pelted by large raindrops, producing a rhythmic sound. Good evening, everyone. Chen Feng's voice resonated through the downpour, likely transmitted via a headset or other device connected to the venue sound system. Kid, Kid, Kid. With Chen Feng's voice echoing, the crowd's enthusiasm surged. Chen Feng withdrew his hand from his pocket and raised it high. The crowd, as if orchestrated by a conductor, fell silent, leaving only the sound of raindrops falling. It is an honor to witness so many magic enthusiasts contributing to charity. Now, please allow me to present a performance for this magic exchange. Chen Feng's voice boomed again, igniting excitement among the attendees. Among the throng, Amelia smiled, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the figure in the rain. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Chen Feng slowly flattened his left hand. As if guided by an unseen force, the lights in the venue dimmed, while the streetlights outside illuminated. Now, do you believe the rain will stop? Chen Feng's voice, imbued with confidence and charm, resonated. Although the notion was absurd and implausible, many among the crowd shouted their belief. Just tricks, murmured Huang Fuzhen, who had accompanied Su Luoxue, but he was quickly silenced by the piercing glares of several Chen Feng fans. Ladies and gentlemen, let us witness the miracle of magic together. As his words fell, Chen Feng abruptly discarded his umbrella. Embracing the crowd with open arms, he declared the rain has ceased. No, to be precise, the raindrops hung suspended in midair, defying gravity itself. This, the vice president of the Magic Association, Herbert, was agape, eyes wide with astonishment, utterly transfixed on Chen Feng, fearful of missing any crucial moment. The venue fell into a profound silence, which was soon followed by an eruption of applause. Kid, Kid, now, I say the rain will rise. Do you believe it? Chen Feng's voice rang out once more. Yet at this moment, the only sound was that of belief filling the air. Like a maestro conducting an orchestra, Chen Feng turned his hands, and the raindrops began to ascend in unison. Clap, clap, clap. The applause erupted, a thunderous ovation that seemed to have been ignited by a single individual. Even Huang Fuzhen, who had previously been skeptical, found himself rendered speechless by astonishment. Is this truly magic, or is it sorcery disguised as magic? Huang Fuzhen questioned himself internally, shaking his head as if to dispel the thought. After all, he considered himself an atheist and could not be swayed by this thief's antics. Meanwhile, Amelia remained oblivious to the shifting emotions of those around her. In her eyes, there was only Chen Feng, smiling amidst the rain, seemingly lost in thought. Noticing Amelia's gaze, Chen Feng turned his head, playfully winking with his left eye, inciting another wave of cheers from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the magic performance. See you at the next illusion. With that, Chen Feng bowed gracefully, acknowledging the crowd. As the raindrops resumed their descent, he gradually faded from view, leaving only the umbrella he had cast aside, still resting in place. Clap, clap, clap. The applause surged once more, particularly from Herbert, who clapped fervently. This elderly gentleman, consumed by his passion for magic, paid no mind to the pain in his hands. Applauding with fervor, This enthusiastic applause was perhaps a tribute to Chen Feng, to the performance, or perhaps both, yet no one noticed. On an adjacent street, illuminated by lights, a slender figure turned away as Chen Feng departed. Ding! A soft vibration emanated from her pocket. Taking out her phone, she saw a message from a contact labeled Yasuo. "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Li Qingyan. Today's performance was a resounding success." Seeing the message, Li Qingyan smiled, stowing her phone away as she continued toward her rented accommodation. As for why she was there, it was of course by Chen Feng's invitation. After all, no rule prohibits a phantom thief from seeking an assistant during a performance, even if that assistant happens to be an officer of the law. Chapter 65. The commission from Amaya in the rain-soaked streets of London. Su Luoxue and her companion sat inside a vehicle belonging to the Pursuit Bureau. Perhaps due to the torrential downpour, the bustling streets that typically thrived even at night now appeared desolate. Only their car traversed the wet thoroughfares, while the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the car windows enveloped the four in a heavy silence. Ultimately, Amaya had declined their request, citing a straightforward reason. Her involvement in a magic exchange event meant there was nothing of value for Chen Feng to steal, and thus, the presence of the Pursuit Bureau was unnecessary. In truth, the princess had met Chen Feng long before their arrival. Ouyang Muxue, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, capturing the attention of everyone in the vehicle. "On my way to meet the princess, I encountered a chef carrying a tray. His cart held not only a serving of boiled crayfish, but also a full bag of pigeon feed. Yet, as far as I know, Miss Amaya has never owned a pet." Su Luoxue raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Ouyang Muxue to continue. Ouyang Muxue pressed on. Moreover, at the venue, when Chen Feng made his entrance, everyone was astonished, except for the princess and her assistant, who appeared unfazed, as if they were already aware of Chen Feng's arrival. The clarity of Ouyang Muxue's observations resonated with the others, who were not oblivious to the implications. Coupled with Amaya's shifting demeanor, their suspicions began to coalesce. "I knew Amaya was suspicious. It's evident she is colluding with that thief." Lu Yi, the leader of the third team, gritted his teeth, still irked by Chen Feng's earlier mockery. "Mind your words," Su Luoxue admonished, furrowing her brow. Upon her intervention, Lu Yi reluctantly fell silent. After all, this was merely conjecture, lacking direct evidence, especially given that the subject was one of the heirs to the throne of the kingdom of Lord Qing. Thus, everyone was cautioned against making unfounded claims. Su Luoxue maintained a serious demeanor, for this matter concerned the dignity of a nation. Even if Amaya were indeed in league with Chen Feng, they could not voice it. The following day dawned, the clouds receding to allow the sun to reclaim the earth. The video of Chen Feng's magic performance, recorded by attendees the previous night, had ignited a frenzy online. Numerous media outlets and notable figures shared it, with Anna, known as the Snow Country Princess, personally commenting in the section, praising it as the most astonishing magic performance of the 21st century, bar none. Even Herbert, the vice president of the World Magic Association, publicly stated that he would gladly cede his position to Chen Feng should he wish to join the association. However, Chen Feng held no interest in such accolades and remained unresponsive. That morning, as Chen Feng opened his window, Xiaobai flew in eagerly, clutching an envelope marked with the name Kid. A red lipstick kiss adorned the envelope's seal. "Ah, a commission from a princess?" Chen Feng chuckled softly. He proceeded to open the envelope, from which a photograph and a small pink card tumbled out. The commission letter. 1 week hence, at the grand auction of the royal family in the capital of Lord Qing. The centerpiece item would be the engagement ring, the gaze of starlight, that belonged to King Vladimir I of Russia, gifted to his queen. Gazing at the exquisite ring in the photograph, which resembled a star, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. The royal auction. Did this princess wish for me to steal her family's heirloom? After a moment of contemplation, he approached his computer and began a search for key information, which surprisingly yielded results. That night, after a day filled with labor, Amaya rubbed her sore neck, completing her final annotations on a document before concluding her workday. She declined Meyer South's offer to drive her home, opting instead to drive herself back to her residence in London. Upon entering her home and securing the door, Even the exceptionally accomplished Amaya could not conceal the fatigue that crept across her face. Just then, a subtle sound in the darkness caught her attention. Her heart raced with alarm, and without turning on the lights, she swiftly retrieved her self-defense spray from her bag, her expression alert. "Who is there? Do not be alarmed. Your Highness, I am merely a passing magician." A gentle voice resonated in her ear, instantly brightening her demeanor. "Kid," Amaya exclaimed, turning to embrace Chen Feng, only for him to sidestep and evade her touch effortlessly. As she switched on the room's lights, her confusion deepened as she looked at Chen Feng, clad in white, pouting slightly, seemingly unaware of his evasion. "I apologize for rejecting your warmth, Your Highness, but I believe it is you who ought to clarify this matter." Chen Feng maintained his warm smile, producing the photograph of the gaze of starlight that Amaya had previously sent with Xiaobai. At Chen Feng's words, a rare fluster flickered across Amaya's face. You know, I believe it is not difficult to deduce. Your father, the king of Lord Qing, has publicly stated that this final auction item is intended as your engagement ring. In other words, the attendees of this auction are candidates for your suitor. Hearing this, Amaya sighed in resignation. "Very well, I admit it. My father has pressured me into marriage more than once. He even went so far as to announce at the press conference that he would choose my fiancée from among those bidding on the gaze of starlight. It is a public spectacle designed to force me into a decision." Amaya cast her gaze downward, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Chen Feng stepped closer, continuing her thought. "So, to refuse this marriage proposal while preserving your father's dignity, you wish for me to steal the final auction item, the gaze of starlight, before the auction begins, correct?" "Indeed." Amaya nodded, her eyes glimmering with hope as she looked at Chen Feng. "Can you help me?" Under Amaya's gaze, Chen Feng feigned deep contemplation, causing her anxiety to mount. After a lengthy pause, Chen Feng finally smiled at her. "Your Highness, my appearance fee is rather steep." Chapter 66, The Gaze of Starlight. As Chen Feng stood before Amaya, he was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression brightened with joy. "So, does this mean you have agreed?" he inquired. "A phantom thief is still a thief. I see no reason to decline such a priceless treasure." Chen Feng replied with a smile, placing his hands in front of him and bowing slightly. "In that case, I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment." As Chen Feng prepared to depart, Amaya hurriedly interjected. She stepped forward, gazing into the familiar and captivating face before her. Rising onto her toes, she placed a gentle kiss upon Chen Feng's cheek, then leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Consider this a deposit for your appearance fee, Mr. Phantom Thief." Chen Feng maintained his serene smile, showing no signs of change. Amidst Amaya's reluctant gaze, he stepped onto the balcony, playfully winking at her before gradually disappearing beneath the moonlight. On the opposite side of the earth, Sun Yuqing stood at the entrance of Chen Feng's CF, braving the cold wind alongside a middle-aged man. Observing the firmly shut door, Sun Yuqing forced a smile and turned to the man beside her. Date, Yazan." He might have stepped out to buy coffee beans. After all, you know how it is with a small business. He must handle everything personally, right? Sun Yuqing chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, Sun Yuqing felt a deep pang of regret. If given another chance, she would certainly refrain from asking Chen Feng to masquerade as her boyfriend. Who could have anticipated that her Uncle Su would hold such a favorable impression of Chen Feng after just one meeting? He had praised Chen Feng to the heavens, speaking of his admirable character and expertise in appraising treasures, successfully piquing her father's interest and compelling him to insist on meeting his future son-in-law. Unable to resist her father's enthusiasm, Sun Yuqing brought him along. Yet, to her dismay, days passed without even a glimpse of Chen Feng. As the situation threatened to unravel, she hastily conjured excuses. "Oh, is that so?" The middle-aged man regarded Sun Yuqing with a knowing smile. "A quest for coffee beans that takes several days? Surely he hasn't traveled to Africa for them?" Well, Sun Yuqing found herself at a loss for words, scratching her head in search of a plausible explanation. However, before she could formulate a response, her father's voice rang out once more. "Yuqing, do you think your father is a fool? Are you still trying to deceive me?" Hearing this, Sun Yuqing closed her eyes in despair. It was over. Her ruse had been discovered, and it seemed inevitable that she would have to face this matchmaking arrangement. Dad, actually have you had a quarrel with him? Quarrel, huh? Observing her father's knowing expression, Sun Yuqing's confession faltered. Oh yes, you truly are perceptive, Dad. I thought I could keep it from you, huh? She laughed awkwardly, giving her father a thumbs up with her left hand, while silently chastising herself for overestimating his naivety. She vowed never to make such a blunder again. Seeing Sun Yuqing's expression of utmost admiration, Sun Caishan couldn't help but smile with pride. He playfully patted her head and remarked, "You thought you could keep secrets from your father? You're still too young for that. Well, if he's not here, I'll find another opportunity to visit." With that, Sun Caishan turned and made his way towards the parking area. As Sun Yuqing watched him go, a sigh of relief escaped her. Although the situation had been convoluted, it ended favorably. At least she had not been exposed. Oh wait, Sun Caishan suddenly turned back, startling Sun Yuqing. "Dad, do you still have something to say?" "Yuqing, you're not a child anymore. It's time to shed that spoiled demeanor. You can't always expect others to accommodate you." "All right, I understand." Hearing her father's response, Sun Caishan nodded in satisfaction and climbed into the car, which then drove away. Phew! Sun Yuqing exhaled a long breath. She glanced back at the closed CAF door, feeling a surge of irritation. That unscrupulous business owner accepted her money, yet left before fulfilling his promise. After all this acting, when she saw him again, she would certainly hold him accountable for his negligence. Sun Yuqing fumed internally, but faced with a locked door, she found no outlet for her frustration. Ultimately, she had to suppress her emotions, planning to confront the untrustworthy businessman when Chen Feng returned. Achoo! 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 In the streets of Gerki, the capital of Laurelqing Kingdom, Chen Feng emerged from the airport, sneezing thrice in quick succession. "The weather has turned rather chilly. I may be catching a cold," he mused, rubbing his nose. At that moment, a small white head peeked out from Chen Feng's embrace, curiously surveying its surroundings. "We haven't reached our destination yet, little white. Please be patient for a little longer," Chen Feng gently communicated, seemingly understanding his words. Little White let out a few disgruntled coos, but obediently nestled back into Chen Feng's arms. As night fell, within a five-star hotel not far from the Royal Auction House, Chen Feng sat quietly on the balcony, examining the promotional poster for the auction. Through inquiries with local residents, he had gathered considerable information about this royal auction. This auction was unlike any other. Its royal designation stemmed not only from its complete ownership by the royal family of Laurelqing Kingdom, but also from its exclusive service to the royal court, refusing all others, even for a higher price. The auction convened only once a month on the 15th, with ticket prices exorbitantly high, yet demand consistently outstripped supply. Amaya's commission. The objective of Chen Feng's current endeavor was the ring known as the Gaze of Starlight, once worn by the Russian queen, set to be auctioned in 5 days. In other words, Chen Feng had a generous 5 days to steal the ring, allowing ample time for the task at hand. The Paisida are assistants of the auction, the Gaze of Starlight. Chen Feng murmured to himself while gazing at the promotional material. He then turned his attention to Little White, perched on a nearby railing, and softly stated, "Little White, it seems you'll have to work hard once more. Coo. P.S. I apologize, dear friends, for any confusion regarding the earlier methods of theft. To facilitate understanding, I have included those techniques in my author's notes for those interested." Chapter 67. The auction venue on the afternoon of the following day. Chen Feng, who had spent the night observing the terrain through a camera attached to the small white creature, finally set out. After a simple meal, he took a taxi to his destination, the royal auction house of the kingdom of Laurelqing. Although it was not the day the auction commenced, a considerable number of people still gathered at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the doors to open. The reason was simple. During non-auction periods, anyone could enter to explore the venue, serving as a form of publicity. The organizers, namely the royal family of Laurelqing, had displayed images and information regarding the items to be auctioned that month inside the venue 2 weeks in advance. Although the actual items were not visible, many were still eager to visit, especially this time, thanks to the promotion by Princess Amaya's father, His Majesty the King of Laurelqing. Nearly the entire nation was aware that he intended to select a suitor for the esteemed Princess Amaya among the crowd during the auction of the final item, the Gaze of Starlight. This news had ignited the enthusiasm of the people throughout the kingdom. Even many foreigners arrived, not solely to seek the favor of the year's most outstanding unmarried woman, but also for the chance to catch a glimpse of this globally renowned goddess. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the doors of the auction house swung open promptly. The throngs of individuals who had been waiting outside surged inside, creating a moment of chaos that necessitated the presence of several dozen royal police officers from Laurel-Qing to maintain order. Amidst the crowd, Chen Feng, clad in casual attire and donning sunglasses, entered the venue. The area in front of the image of the Gaze of Starlight drew the largest crowd, and Chen Feng found himself among them. Gazing at the exquisite and radiant ring, reminiscent of stars in the sky, someone exclaimed, "What a beautiful little thing." This is the engagement ring that King Vladimir I of Russia presented to his queen. It's simply magnificent. Immediately, others echoed the sentiment. After all, it bore the affection of a king. Almost as an afterthought, the speaker added, "In a few days, it will also serve as a testament to the upcoming romance of Princess Amaya. Indeed, I can hardly wait to see the princess adorned with this ring. It will undoubtedly be breathtaking," came the enthusiastic reply. The conversation unfolded in Laurel-Qing's native tongue, but for Chen Feng, who possessed mastery of languages, the distinction between speaking Laurel-Qing and Chinese was negligible. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Feng exhibited no discernible change in expression. After a few glances at the target information, he quietly retreated from the throng. As he strolled along the corridor lined with various exhibit images, he appeared to be genuinely appreciating each displayed item. However, the true thoughts in his mind remained known only to him. "Sir, entry is prohibited here." At the end of the corridor, at the entrance to the internal auction venue, 2 security personnel from the Royal Auction House of Laurel-Qing halted Chen Feng. Their actions were not directed at him specifically. The interior was a place where actual auctions took place and was generally off limits to the public. "Ah, this is my first visit. Could you please direct me to the restroom?" Chen Feng replied with a smile, speaking in flawless Laurel-Qing, which surprised the local security personnel. However, once they recovered, they pointed him in the right direction. "It's that way, sir," one of the guards indicated, adding, "Are you studying here? Your Laurel-Qing is excellent." "Thank you, I'm just here on vacation," Chen Feng responded politely. After expressing his gratitude, he proceeded in the direction indicated by the guard toward the restroom. Unbeknownst to the 2 security personnel, during their conversation with Chen Feng, a tiny device had already slipped through the crack of the door and into the internal auction venue. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging a micro-camera robot 1, consuming 200 system points." Inside the restroom, ignoring the system's prompt in his mind, Chen Feng focused intently on operating the small robot to observe the surrounding environment. The internal auction venue was expansive, even larger than that of a small concert, easily accommodating hundreds of participants for bidding. At the center was a large, semicircular auction platform, surrounded by railings and glass that separated it from the audience. Given the considerable distance between the platform and the audience, it would be nearly impossible to seize the Gaze of Starlight during the auction from the spectator area. In the forward center of the auction platform, several glass display cases had been placed, likely intended for the auction items. With robust tempered glass shields, a well-secured auction platform, and a cadre of professional security personnel present during the auction, the multiple layers of protection virtually eliminated any potential risks. Such measures effectively stifled conventional theft methods before they could even arise. As Chen Feng surveyed the environment, he pondered deeply, his mind racing as a plan gradually took shape. Since conventional methods were unfeasible, alternative approaches would have to be employed. After spending over an hour in the venue and thoroughly familiarizing himself with the internal layout, he exited the auction house, traversing the corridor once more. Back at his hotel, Chen Feng sketched a rudimentary map of the terrain from memory, marking various critical points before finally setting down his pen. Satisfied with his work displayed on the table, he nodded in approval. "Next, it's time to send out the invitation." As night fell, Chen Feng's operations commenced. On the rooftop of Claude Castle, the tallest building adjacent to the Royal Auction House, a white figure appeared abruptly at the edge of the terrace. Perched precariously on the wall, with one foot dangling outside, his white cloak billowed in the wind, creating a sense of imminent danger of falling from the height of several dozen meters. Creak! The door to the terrace swung open. A small girl, barely over a meter tall, wearing a nightgown, emerged, appearing somewhat disoriented as she rubbed her eyes. Ah, who are you? Why are you in my home? Upon seeing Chen Feng, the girl instantly awakened, her innocent face brimming with curiosity as she regarded the white figure before her, pondering why he was on a rooftop. Chapter 68. I am merely here to deliver an invitation. Noticing the commotion behind him, Chen Feng gradually turned around. With a graceful leap, he descended from the wall, landing softly before the little girl. I apologize for the disturbance. I am but an uninvited magician, my dear young lady. Chen Feng crouched slightly in front of her, a smile gracing his lips as he interlaced his thumb and middle finger to snap. In the next moment, a pristine white lily materialized in his hand, presented to the girl. The girl blinked at Chen Feng, perhaps sensing his benign intent, and reached out to accept the lily. At that moment, a voice called from the balcony door. Kylan, weren't you supposed to be stargazing? Who are you conversing with? As the words fell, a mature woman, elegantly dressed and bearing a striking resemblance to Amelia, appeared in the doorway. Although devoid of makeup, her exquisite features remained captivating. Mother, there's a brother here, little Kylan exclaimed, running towards the door with the flowers she had received from Chen Feng. Foolish child, there is no brother here. The woman's words trailed off as she noticed Chen Feng standing to the side, her delicate face revealing a flicker of astonishment. The phantom thief kid. It is a pleasure to meet you, madam. Chen Feng offered a slight bow, presenting a white carnation to the woman. Your Majesty, princess, what has transpired? At that moment, two maidens rushed over, their demeanor instantly shifting to vigilance upon spotting Chen Feng. They flanked Kylan and Queen Finnica protectively. Phantom thief kid, how did you come to be here? The maiden on the left, clearly familiar with Chen Feng, demanded. The other maiden maintained a watchful gaze, prepared to summon reinforcements at the slightest hint of trouble. They could not help but silently berate the royal guards for their incompetence in allowing an intruder into Claude Castle undetected. Mother, he is not a bad person. He even gave me a flower. Sensing the tense atmosphere, little Kylan interjected. Silence, Kylan. Your mother is busy now. We will stargaze later. Queen Finnica gently stroked Kylan's head, her tones soothing. Although little Kylan did not understand her mother's anxiety, she nodded obediently, choosing not to press further. Do not be alarmed, ladies. I am never disrespectful to women. I am merely here to deliver an invitation. With that, Chen Feng reached into his attire and produced a rose adorned with a small white card. It seemed that the presence of an unexpected guest on the terrace had finally registered. Suddenly, the scene below erupted into chaos. Lights flickering on as hurried footsteps and urgent voices filled the stairwell. It appears it is time for me to take my leave, Lady Finnica and Miss Kylan, until we meet again. As Chen Feng's words concluded, a cloud of white smoke erupted around him, enveloping him completely. Moments later, as security personnel rushed up, all that remained was the rose, still standing in place, the invitation card attached. Clearing a path through the crowd, Finnica stepped forward to retrieve the rose from the ground, glancing at the card. As the grand event commences, the 17th encounter within the circle of friendship shall unfold, the starlight concealed by the moonlight. I will emerge to seize the gaze of the stars. Respectfully, Phantom Thief Kid. As ever, Chen Feng, while delivering invitations, would also infiltrate the live broadcast system, inserting the pre-prepared invitation image into the stream. In an instant, the internet erupted with fervor, countless media outlets racing to publish reports. Merely a week later, Chen Feng has once again issued an invitation, targeting the royal treasures of the Laurelqing Kingdom. With the ring, Gaze of the Stars, set to be the centerpiece of the royal auction, Chen Feng makes his appearance in the capital of Laurelqing, Gailqi. Yet another confrontation between the thief and the kingdom is about to commence. Has the infallible thief finally encountered a formidable opponent? The Laurelqing royal family boldly declares their lack of fear towards any threats. The auction will proceed as planned. When the world is happening with my Feng Shan. I just performed at a magic exchange organized by that girl, Amelia, and now I'm off to steal from her family? Steal? It seems the royal family of Laurelqing is auctioning the gaze of the stars precisely to find Emilia a suitor among the auction attendees. And she appears to be quite resistant to the idea. Are you serious? If that is the case, I might have to start spreading rumors. Of course it's true. Emilia's father, the king of Laurelqing, has publicly stated it. In light of this revelation, the situation becomes increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of Chen Feng's latest invitation, Su Luoxue swiftly gathered her pursuit team and headed to the capital of Laurelqing, Gailchi. Following discussions with the royal family, they successfully secured permission for the pursuit team to infiltrate the auction venue, aiming to thwart Chen Feng's plans and potentially capture him. At the auction venue, within the surveillance room, Su Luoxue and her team meticulously reviewed all footage from the past few days, searching for any suspicious figures. Regrettably, despite multiple reviews yielding a long list of suspicious individuals, a cursory investigation led to their dismissal. After a flurry of activity, the pursuit team found themselves empty-handed. Ugh. Before the monitors, Su Luoxue rubbed her sore neck and addressed her team. Let us take a break. Upon hearing their leader's command, the team paused their tasks, stretching and massaging their shoulders, visibly fatigued. At that moment, a team member entered, holding a stack of printed images. Captain, these are the new suspicious individuals compiled by advisor Ouyang. I hope you can review them. All right, hand them over. Su Luoxue accepted the stack and tossed it onto the table without much thought, the images scattering across its surface. As she continued to stretch her aching neck, her gaze inadvertently fell upon one particular image, causing her to fixate on it. The figure's silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Yazan. With narrowed eyes, Su Luoxue remained transfixed on the image, unable to tear her gaze away. This caught the attention of a nearby team member. Captain, do you recognize this person? Su Luoxue glanced at the individual in question, but refrained from providing a clear answer, instead offering a vague response. Perhaps I do. Chapter 69. Yazan? Chen Feng? Perhaps. Acquainted? The team members were somewhat puzzled, yet it was evident that Su Luoxue had no intention of further elucidating the matter. She promptly picked up the photograph on the table and instructed Lu Yi, who was not far away. Lu Yi arranged for someone to investigate this individual immediately. Understood, Captain. Lu Yi replied as he took the photo. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he was called back once more. Wait. Lu Yi looked back, his expression one of confusion, only to see Su Luoxue's brows tightly knitted. Please also look into another person for me. His name is Yazan. He was in London recently, and I wish to know his current whereabouts. Yazan, Lu Yi repeated, though perplexed. He dutifully refrained from asking further questions. As Lu Yi departed, Su Luoxue returned to her seat, picking up her phone to gaze at the contact labeled Yazan. She had added him at a CAF for convenience, allowing her to enjoy coffee at the earliest opportunity after work. Occasionally, they exchanged a few casual messages, while they were not intimate confidants. Yazan could certainly be considered one of Su Luoxue's few friends. However, at this moment, Su Luoxue narrowed her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately abandoned the idea of messaging him, turning off her phone and leaning back in her chair, lost in contemplation. With the collaboration between the officials of the land of the setting sun and the royal family of the kingdom of Laurelqing, coupled with Chen Feng's lack of effort to conceal his whereabouts, Su Luoxue easily obtained information regarding Chen Feng's current location. Yet, upon achieving her objective, she felt no joy whatsoever. The reason was simple. She had received the most unwelcome news. Her scarce friend, Yazan, had flown to the capital of the kingdom of Laurelqing, Gairqi, just 2 days prior. Inside the office, Su Luoxue sighed deeply as she reviewed the report she had received from Lu Yi. Could it truly be you? She murmured to herself. After a moment's consideration, she took out her phone and composed a message to Chen Feng. As evening descended, outside a bar in the heart of Gairqi, a meticulously dressed Su Luoxue awaited someone. Clad in a white women's blazer that accentuated her figure perfectly, her subtly made-up face radiated an indescribable allure, her fiery red lips drawing attention. Many passers-by noticed her, yet perhaps due to her striking beauty, most merely observed from afar, hesitant to approach. However, there were exceptions. a bold young man, spurred on by friends, finally mustered the courage to walk over. "Excuse me, beautiful, are you alone? May I buy you a drink?" Su Luoxue cast a glance at him and replied coolly, "I'm sorry, but I'm expecting someone." The rejected young man, not easily dissuaded, attempted to say something further, but upon noticing Su Luoxue's frosty demeanor, he swallowed his words and retreated. No sooner had the young man departed than another approached Su Luoxue. She frowned, about to speak, when a rose was presented to her, accompanied by a gentle voice. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Miss Su." Upon hearing this voice, Su Luoxue's furrowed brows relaxed immediately. Accepting the flower from Chen Feng, her enticing lips formed a smile as she said, "I haven't waited long. Your timing is impeccable." Chen Feng smiled in return. "My lady, you look exceptionally beautiful this evening." "Thank you." Su Luoxue tossed her hair and moved closer to Chen Feng. "Since we've known each other for quite some time, you need not always address me as Miss Su. Just call me Luoxue." Chen Feng looked slightly taken aback, observing Su Luoxue beside him. He keenly sensed that she seemed different today, yet he could not pinpoint how. "Is something the matter?" Su Luoxue stepped forward and looped her arm through Chen Feng's, garnering envious glances from those around them. "Not at all," Chen Feng replied, maintaining his composed demeanor without the slightest change in expression. They entered the bar together and approached the counter, ordering 2 cocktails. Su Luoxue took a delicate sip from her glass and casually inquired, "By the way, Yazin, what brings you here? Surely it isn't because of Kid's announcement?" Shielding half her face with the glass, she scrutinized Chen Feng through the gap, seemingly attempting to extract some information from his expression. To her disappointment yet relief, Chen Feng revealed no signs of unease. Instead, he responded in a perfectly casual manner. "Not quite. I was already traveling through Western Europe. Upon hearing about the largest auction in all of Europe taking place here soon, I decided to check it out. I didn't expect that thief to show up as well." Observing the smile on Chen Feng's face, Su Luoxue nodded. In fact, she was already aware that Yazin had arrived before the announcement was made. Hence, if Yazin had claimed to be following the announcement, she would disregard their friendship and detain him without hesitation. Nonetheless, even though Chen Feng's response posed no issues, Su Luoxue's suspicions remained unabated, prompting her to continue probing him with questions. However, Chen Feng had clearly come prepared, skillfully deflecting each inquiry without revealing a single flaw. After over an hour of conversation, Su Luoxue found no grounds for suspicion, which allowed her to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Just as they chatted intermittently, a phone rang from Su Luoxue's bag. Noticing the caller ID, she cast a guilty glance at Chen Feng, hastily covering the screen and disconnecting the call. "Why didn't you answer?" Chen Feng set down his cocktail and inquired, looking at her with curiosity. "Just a nuisance call, probably a loan or an advertisement. I've blocked the number." Su Luoxue replied, a hint of awkwardness in her smile. She then feigned casualness, glancing at her watch. "Oh dear, it's getting late. I have a meeting to attend, so I must take my leave. Are you in such a hurry?" Chen Feng feigned surprise. "Indeed," Su Luoxue replied with an apologetic smile. Chen Feng shrugged, pretending to express regret. "Very well then. I shan't delay you any longer, Captain Su. Until next time. You're teasing me again. Well, I must be off," Su Luoxue said, smiling as she gathered her bag and turned to leave the bar. Chapter 70. The Doubts of Su Luoxue. As Su Luoxue departed, Chen Feng paused for a moment, finishing the cocktail in his glass before exiting the bar himself. In a narrow alley outside, a fully blacked-out van sat parked, its interior equipped with comprehensive surveillance apparatus, including listening devices, monitors, and computers. The occupants were none other than members of the pursuit team, led by Lu Yi. The van's door slid open, revealing Su Luoxue before the group. "Captain," Lu Yi greeted. Su Luoxue took the passenger seat and turned to Lu Yi in the back, inquiring, "What does the computer analysis indicate?" Lu Yi replied, "There are no issues. By ordinary standards, the facial recognition and voice analysis do not match Chen Feng, so we can essentially rule out that it is the same person." However, he hesitated, prompting Su Luoxue to urge him to continue. After all, Chen Feng is a master of disguise and voice alteration. He might indeed possess the capability to evade detection. Su Huaxia fell silent, allowing the van to lapse into a momentary hush. After a while, she reopened her eyes, leaning back in her seat. Understood. Drive back to the station. The driver immediately started the vehicle, ferrying them away. It was only after their departure that a young man emerged from the shadows of the corner. Who else could it be but Chen Feng? Watching the vehicle leave, he mused to himself, "Are they beginning to doubt me? Perhaps this suspicion will serve to further separate my two identities." Meanwhile, the online community buzzed with fervor over the contents of the invitation letter. Across both domestic and Western European platforms, individuals engaged in heated debate over the meaning behind the phrase regarding the 17th encounter representing friendship. Some speculated that it indicated Chen Feng's familiarity with someone present at the scene, while others interpreted it as a subtle indication of his operational timing. There were even those who proposed that it was a tribute to a deceased friend. Within the Pursuit Bureau, Huang Fuzhen and his team were striving to decode the information embedded in the invitation. The phrase about the 17th encounter within a circle, symbolizing friendship, overshadowed by starlight. What could it signify? Huang Fuzhen stroked his stubble, perplexed. The starlight likely referred to Chen Feng's target, the gaze of the starlight. The latter phrase probably indicated the method he intended to employ during the theft. Given Chen Feng's habit of inscribing specific timings in his invitations, it was reasonable to conjecture that the 17th encounter denoted a precise time. What could that time mean? Huang Fuzhen pondered, his head aching. Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open with a loud bang. Huang Fuzhen frowned, ready to reprimand the intruder, only to be silenced by the words that followed. "Captain, good news. Consultant Ouyang has deciphered Chen Feng's operational timing." Huh? Huang Fuzhen swallowed his intended reproach, his expression transforming to one of excitement as he gazed at the approaching team member. "Is that true?" "Indeed." Consultant Ouyang glanced at the invitation and managed to unravel most of its content. He stated that Chen Feng's specific operational time is set for 6:32 p.m. on the day of the auction, urging us to prepare accordingly. Before long, the specifics of Chen Feng's operation were disseminated throughout the Pursuit Bureau, becoming common knowledge. The time of 6:32 p.m. was unremarkable and did not readily connect to the 17th encounter in the invitation. However, if one were to envision a clock as a circle, the hands would separate after midnight, meeting a total of 11 times over 12 hours, or 22 times in a day. The 17th meeting would thus correspond perfectly to 6:32 p.m. Once this revelation was announced, it garnered widespread acceptance among the public, leading to the gradual cessation of the online disputes. 2 days drifted by. During this time, although Su Luoxue occasionally tested Chen Feng, he deftly navigated her inquiries. Meanwhile, Chen Feng quietly infiltrated the auction venue, observing the layout and refining his operational strategy. Nightfall arrived, just 1 day after returning to the country. Amy was busy in her company's office. Though concerned about Chen Feng's impending actions, she did not neglect her work, remaining occupied from dawn until dusk. After signing a document, Amy turned to Mill, instructing Mill, "Please brew me a cup of coffee, without sugar." "Of course, Your Highness," Mill responded promptly, rising to carry out her request. Once Mill had departed, Amy returned to her tasks. A few moments later, she noticed a figure illuminated by the light approaching her desk. Puzzled, she looked up to find Mill standing before her, but with no coffee in hand, her irritation began to rise. "Mill, what is the matter? Where's the coffee I requested?" Yet, no matter how she pressed, Mill remained silent, only smiling at her, furthering Amy's annoyance as her brows furrowed in frustration. Just as she was about to speak again, the door swung open. Another Mill entered, clad in work attire and holding a coffee cup. "Your Highness, here is the coffee you requested." "Mill?" Amy's eyes widened in astonishment. "You just returned from outside. What is this?" As her words trailed off, realization dawned on her, and she turned to the Mill standing before her, her expression shifting to one of delight. "Kid?" Chapter 71. The upcoming auction, I beg your pardon. "Your Highness, I had no intention of deceiving you. It is merely that your expression when you are angry remains irresistibly captivating, making it difficult for me to interrupt." Chen Feng gently lifted Amaya's hand from the table and bestowed a soft kiss upon it. This scene caused a slight twitch at the corner of Mir's mouth. for in her eyes, it appeared as though another version of herself was kissing Amaya's hand. Evidently, Amaya noticed this as well, a hint of discomfort flashing across her exquisite face. Could you perhaps change your face before speaking to me? I find this a bit unsettling. A soft chuckle escaped Chen Feng's lips as he grasped the corner of his garment and lifted it, instantly transforming into his former appearance adorned in white attire and a tall hat. Placing his hands before him, Chen Feng spoke once more. Miss Amaya, I have come with a request for your assistance. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Amaya swiftly withdrew the hand he had been holding, crossing her arms in front of her, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. I knew it. You would never seek me out without a reason. Madam, I have never made a point of meeting any woman other than you. Chen Feng mentally added this clarification under his guise of kid. Though merely Chen Feng's empty words, they nonetheless managed to elicit a smile from Amaya. Now that sounds more agreeable. Mir, who had just placed her coffee cup on the table, could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. Your Highness, you are rather easily pleased, aren't you? She mused inwardly. How may I assist you? Amaya inquired, gazing at Chen Feng. With a mysterious smile, Chen Feng replied, It is quite simple. I wonder if Miss Amaya would be willing to assume the role of Phantom Thief's assistant at a specified time. Time flowed gently by, and soon the day of the auction arrived. In the office of the Pursuit Bureau, Su Luoxue held her phone, its screen displaying a VX chat interface labeled Rs Any. Several times she raised her finger, poised to type, only to withdraw it again. She had contemplated that verifying whether Rs Any was indeed Chen Feng was not as complex as she had initially thought. The simplest way, of course, would be to arrange a meeting with Rs Ne at the time indicated in Chen Feng's invitation. If he appeared alongside Chen Feng, her suspicions would be alleviated. Conversely, should he refuse to come, it would solidify her conclusions. With a long exhale, Su Luoxue leaned back in her office chair, releasing a heavy sigh. Her gaze grew resolute as she prepared a message Rs Ne. Just then, a VX notification popped up on her screen, revealing a message from Rs Ne inviting her to attend a royal auction that afternoon. As the clock struck 4, the anticipation for the auction grew palpable. Perhaps due to the influence of Chen Feng's invitation or the auction's inherent allure, a considerable number of people were willing to purchase tickets despite the exorbitant prices. A long queue formed at the entrance of the royal auction house of the Laurel Green Nation, where Su Luoxue found herself among the throngs of eager attendees. Ticket in hand, searching anxiously for something or someone. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd, approaching Su Luoxue. My apologies for the delay. I encountered some traffic. Chen Feng said apologetically. It's quite all right. There is still ample time before the auction begins. I just arrived myself, Su Luoxue replied with a smile, feeling a wave of relief wash over her upon seeing him. Truth be told, she was eager to capture Chen Feng, but did not wish to lose a friend in the process. Nor did she want to be told that this friend she had known for 2 months was merely Chen Feng in disguise. However, it seemed her worries had been unfounded. With that thought, Su Luoxue felt a sense of lightness, her smile brightening. Let's proceed to the ticket queue. Very well, Chen Feng nodded. And together, they made their way to the end of the line, awaiting their turn. After half an hour of waiting, they successfully entered the venue, where hundreds of spectators had already gathered. The audience formed a large oval, akin to a football match, with thousands awaiting the auction's commencement. In front of the auction stage, nearly 100 seats were designated with specific numbers, each occupied by individuals holding placards corresponding to their seat numbers, eagerly anticipating the bidding. In the front row of the audience, Chen Feng and Su Luoxue settled into their seats, occasionally engaging in quiet conversation. Su Luoxue maintained a cheerful demeanor, relieved that her suspicions regarding Rs Ne being Chen Feng had been assuaged. Additionally, the royal family's refusal to allow the Pursuit Bureau to oversee security at the venue temporarily alleviated her concerns about dealing with Chen Feng. Thus, Su Luoxue felt particularly at ease that day. Their conversation meandered from domestic matters to international topics, from work to personal lives, with Chen Feng exhibiting an impressive breadth of knowledge that astonished Su Luoxue, a young lady from the police force. By the way, Rs Ne, Su Luoxue suddenly recalled. I have a question I never got around to asking you. Oh, What is it? Chen Feng inquired, sipping his water with a smile. Do you remember our first meeting? Chen Feng nodded in response. Of course, your dog-s leash snapped, and you chased it right to my shop. Yes, that very occasion, Su Luoxue affirmed. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Chen Feng. To this day, I cannot fathom why Lucky, who usually barks at everyone, was so docile upon meeting you. More submissive than to me, its owner. Observing Su Luoxue's curious expression, Chen Feng smiled and simply replied, a secret. Ah. Su Luoxue felt a wave of disappointment, but remained undeterred in her pursuit of answers. You must tell me. Surely you possess some sort of beast-taming technique, like in novels, that kept Lucky in check. Regardless of her inquiries, Chen Feng maintained his gentle smile, remaining silent. Resigned, Su Luoxue eventually relented. All right, stay put. I'll fetch us some water. Chen Feng nodded at Su Luoxue before rising to head towards the exit of the venue. Seeing him leave, Su Luoxue felt a twinge of anxiety return, her heart racing again. Wait, she called out, hastily reaching to grasp the edge of his garment. Chen Feng turned, feigning confusion as he looked at Su Luoxue. What is it, Luoxue? Is there something else you need? Chapter 72. In action, what troubles you? Su Luoxue? Is there something else? At the probing gaze of Chen Feng, Su Luoxue appeared somewhat guilty. She couldn't very well confess. I suspect you are a kid and wish to keep you within my sight. Noticing her prolonged silence, Chen Feng reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Could it be you cannot bear to part with me? I consider you a friend. Do you harbor intentions of seducing me? As he spoke, Chen Feng exaggeratedly tightened his clothing, feigning fear. You. Su Luoxue's face flushed crimson, prompting her to loosen her grip on his shirt. I merely noticed that the auction is set to commence in less than an hour, and I fear you may lose track of time. Rest assured, I never disappoint a lady, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Following her gaze, he turned and walked away. As soon as Chen Feng departed, Su Luoxue's smile gradually faded. After a moment's contemplation, she rose to follow him. Simultaneously, a woman entered the backstage area of the auction. Miss Mill. Hello, Miss Mill. Miss Mill. You look even more radiant after your trip to Huaxia. In the backstage, numerous individuals greeted Mill, who acknowledged them with nods. Although Mill's position as the assistant to the Grand Princess was not particularly illustrious, the significance of her role as the sole close aide to the Grand Princess was not lost on anyone. After a brief conversation with the security personnel, Mill smoothly entered the manager's office backstage. Upon her arrival, the auction manager, Schliefer, expressed surprise. Miss Mill, what brings you here? Manager Schliefer. The princess returned to the country and learned of the thief's warning letter. She is quite concerned and has sent me to investigate, Mill stated calmly, prompting Schliefer to display a gleam of delight. With the king having no sons, it was common knowledge throughout the kingdom of Lord Qing that upon the king's passing, the Grand Princess Amelia would be the most likely heir to the throne. Given the princess's keen interest in this auction, if Schliefer performed admirably, the prospects were promising. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile crept across Schliefer's lips. He assured her, Rest easy, Your Highness. Our security is absolutely reliable. Not only do we have a comprehensive alarm system in place, but our royal guards will not permit any mischief here. That is reassuring. I will report back to Her Highness, Mill nodded in response. Schliefer, donning a sycophantic smile, said, I appreciate your assistance, Miss Mill. Of course, Mill nodded, preparing to leave. Just as she turned, a small cylindrical object unexpectedly fell from her person, clattering to the ground with a chime. Noticing this, Schliefer wasted no time in bending down to retrieve it. However, the moment his hand touched the cylinder, a cloud of white mist erupted from it, engulfing his face. Before he could react, he felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the floor. Manager Schliefer? Manager Schliefer? Mill called out twice, and upon receiving no response, she felt relieved enough to tuck the cylinder back in her bag. Internally, she marveled at the irony of aiding a thief. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. Then, Chen Feng, disguised in casual attire, descended from the ventilation duct above. Miss Mill, you truly possess a remarkable aptitude for thievery, he remarked. Mill rolled her eyes, choosing not to respond. Chen Feng, undeterred, dragged Schliefer's unconscious form into a hidden corner and swiftly changed into his attire. When he reappeared in the room, he had completely transformed into the likeness of Schliefer. Surely, this thief hasn't stripped him bare? Mill thought wickedly as she regarded the now altered Chen Feng. As if sensing her thoughts, he addressed her, "Madam, I assure you, I never engage in such undignified acts." Ahem. Mill coughed awkwardly. "You should hurry along. Do not waste time." Chortling lightly, Chen Feng said nothing more and departed the manager's office. Following the blueprint he had previously sketched out, he easily made his way to the vicinity of the vault. At that moment, the security team of Luoqin Kingdom was busily extracting auction items from the vault, placing them into elegantly crafted boxes of various sizes, all under the vigilant watch of several royal guards. Manager Schliefer, upon spotting Chen Feng, the surrounding personnel rose to greet him. He acknowledged them with nods. Approaching a row of auction item boxes, he inquired, "Have you noticed anything unusual?" The security captain stepped forward promptly. "Rest assured, Mr. Schliefer, everything is in order and all auction items are secure." "That is good to hear," Chen Feng nodded. He moved closer, inspecting the items as if genuinely ensuring their safety. He took hold of the box containing the ring Starlight's gaze and addressed the crowd. "Let us not delay any further. We must transport these items to the auction stage." "Huh? Manager, you're coming with us?" The security captain appeared perplexed. "Is that a problem?" Chen Feng shot back, raising an eyebrow. "And no, of course not. Please lead the way," the captain hastily affirmed. Adorned with a broad smile, yet puzzled by the manager's sudden enthusiasm for work. With no time for contemplation, Chen Feng proceeded to carry the box forward, prompting the others to hastily follow suit with the remaining boxes. Meanwhile, Su Luoxue had been watching Yazan from around the corner for 10 minutes. The individual who had claimed he was going to buy water had neither headed toward the vending machine nor sought a nearby store. Instead, he had chosen to sit on a set of stairs, remaining there for a full 10 minutes. As time ticked away, Su Luoxue could no longer contain herself. She approached him quickly and tapped his shoulder. "Yazan, what are you doing here? Weren't you going to get water?" Before she could finish her sentence, the person turned around, revealing a face entirely different from Yazan's. A head of golden hair concealed beneath a hat, headphones in place, staring at Su Luoxue, bewildered by her intentions. Chapter 73. Preparations complete. Where is Yazan? What is happening now? Su Luoxue appeared bewildered, as did the person being filmed, who chattered incessantly. However, since the language spoken was the Luoqin dialect, Su Luoxue understood not a single word. Rising to her feet, she quickly scanned her surroundings in an attempt to locate the figure she had seen earlier, but to no avail. With no other option, Su Luoxue reluctantly returned to the venue, her previously relaxed demeanor now tense once more. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, disguised as the auction manager Schliefer, had arrived at the auction site, carting a box behind him. Accompanied by a group of Luoqin security personnel, he approached the auction stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, before you lies our featured auction item. Allow me to present the first item, the longsword of Sir Dis, the first knight of golf in the 16th century." As the enthusiastic host introduced the first item, the box was slowly opened. A longsword adorned with blue gemstones was carefully extracted from the box and placed into a glass display case, eliciting applause from the audience. The second, third, and fourth items followed in rapid succession. Soon, it was time for the final item to be presented before Chen Feng. Although the host was slightly surprised by the manager's personal appearance, he maintained a warm smile while announcing, "This final auction item is undoubtedly the one you have all been eagerly anticipating. The engagement ring Starlight's gaze, gifted by Vladimir I, the King of Russia, to his queen in the 10th century." As the host's words concluded, Chen Feng, still in his disguise, gently opened the box he held. Instantly, a diamond ring that sparkled like a star appeared on the large screen within the auction hall. The atmosphere erupted into a fervor, with applause and cheers echoing throughout. Many guests revealed predatory glints in their eyes, eagerly preparing to secure this exquisite treasure at any cost. If possible, they too wished to adorn Princess Amelia with this enchanting piece, much like King Vladimir had done. At this moment, within Chen Feng's livestream room, viewers expressed their confusion at the palpable excitement in the auction hall. What is going on? Are these foreigners mad? It's just a ring after all. I too am puzzled. I fail to see what makes this ring so special. Why such enthusiasm? Surely it can't be because it is the target of Feng Shen? No. You all are utterly oblivious to the promotional information. Are you not aware of what the King of Laurel Qian announced recently? Enlighten me, for I am unaware. It was said that the king intended to seek a suitor among those bidding for the ring to marry Princess Emilia. In other words, whoever claims this ring might just have the opportunity to become the husband of the aloof goddess Emilia. No wonder these foreigners are acting like this. Who wouldn't go mad in such a situation? At the auction stage, Chen Feng had retrieved Starlight's gaze from the box, and under the watchful eyes of the audience and the live stream, he slowly approached the empty glass cabinet. Just then, the lights in the hall abruptly went out. What is happening? What's going on? Could that thief be making a move? This shouldn't be, as the time for the preview hadn't arrived yet. The venue descended into chaos, with Laurel Qian security personnel quickly mobilizing to protect the exhibits. However, before they could take a step, the lights flickered back on. What has happened? Attendees exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Yet, a sense of relief washed over them as they looked back at the auction stage, where all items remained intact, securely displayed in their glass cases. This included the highly coveted Starlight's gaze. Meanwhile, Sklyfer, who had personally placed Starlight's gaze into the glass cabinet, had mysteriously retreated to a spot 2 meters away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging for a micro-projector, consuming 100 system points. Listening to the system's notification, Chen Feng quietly rolled up his right sleeve and gracefully withdrew from the auction stage. It appeared there had been a minor electrical issue, and the electrician would likely face a pay deduction today. To ease the atmosphere, the host cracked a joke, prompting laughter from the audience. Chen Feng, having left the stage, did not linger and retraced his steps. As time passed, another 5 minutes slipped by. With the auction about to commence, Su Luoxue could no longer remain seated. Although reluctant, the suspicious actions of Yazan compelled her to contact the prepared pursuit team outside, instructing them to apprehend him. Resolute, Su Luoxue sighed deeply, then rose from her seat and moved to a corner. She retrieved her phone from her pocket, navigated to her contacts, and found the number of the team leader, Lu Yi, before dialing. Just as Su Luoxue initiated the call, a hand unexpectedly rested on her shoulder from behind. Luoxue, what are you doing here? Startled by the sudden voice, Su Luoxue nearly dropped her phone. Turning around, she was taken aback to find Yazan, who had been absent for over half an hour, standing behind her, holding 2 unopened bottles of mineral water. Coincidentally, her call connected just then, and a voice from the other end inquired, "Hello? Captain, how is it? Are we moving in now?" Chen Feng feigned curiosity, glancing at the phone in Su Luoxue's hand with a look of confusion. "Moving in? What do you mean? Don't you have work to finish?" Caught off guard by his feigned innocence, Su Luoxue panicked and hurriedly hung up the phone. "And no, I dialed the wrong number." With an awkward smile, she hastily shifted the topic. "By the way, what took you so long to buy water?" Chen Feng had an explanation ready. "Oh, there was a lady outside who twisted her ankle, so I helped her out and called an ambulance, which is why I was delayed." Chapter 74. The True Kid? The False Kid? Su Luoxue sighed with relief in her heart, her smile returning as she linked her arm with Chen Feng's. "We should hurry back. The auction is about to begin." "All right." Chen Feng nodded with a smile. The two returned to their seats. As the clock struck 6, the host's voice resonated through the venue. "Thank you all for being here. Our auction is now officially underway. Let us begin with the first item, the Sword of the Knight of Dis, once wielded by." With the microphone amplifying his words, the host elaborated on the history and value of the first auction piece. The starting bid for this item is 2 million euros, with increments of no less than 50,000 euro. Bidding begins now. 2 million euros. 2.05 million euros. 1 million euros. The bids came in rapid succession, and within a mere 10 minutes, the price soared beyond 5 million euros. With the auctioneer's gavel falling decisively, this centuries-old knight's sword was ultimately sold for 5.85 million euros to a middle-aged collector. The audience in the live stream was left utterly astonished. Seriously, just a broken sword is worth nearly 50 million renminbi? You don't understand. That was the sword of a renowned knight from 16th century Gaul. Its cultural value far surpasses its actual worth. I couldn't care less about the knight's sword. I only realized that it was now 6:15 p.m. in Western European time, and it was almost time for the announcement from Feng Shan. Oh no! I was so focused on that ridiculous sword that I completely forgot. I hastily prepared myself. If it weren't for wanting to watch Feng Shan's live stream, I would have long been asleep. The next auction item was an ivory-carved artifact, which, after some bidding, was sold for an impressive 4 million euros. Following that were the third and fourth items. After the fourth item was sold under the gavel, the time had reached 6:30 p.m., just 2 minutes shy of the 6:32 p.m. mentioned in Chen Feng's announcement. At this moment, the host and the auctioneer paused the proceedings at the behest of an unknown individual. Several royal guards from the kingdom of Laurel ascended the stage, surrounding the glass case containing the starlight gaze ring, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. In the audience, Su Luoxue appeared tense, gripping Chen Feng's clothing as if bracing for his sudden disappearance, completely on edge. "Luoxue, you seem a bit overly anxious," Chen Feng's gentle voice reached her ears. Upon hearing this, Su Luoxue turned to look at him but chose not to respond, merely smiling and shaking her head. Just 2 more minutes. Su Luoxue silently counted in her mind, her grip on Chen Feng's clothing tightening unconsciously. Unperturbed, Chen Feng calmly twisted open a bottle of water and offered it to her. "Have a drink." Su Luoxue nodded, bringing the bottle to her lips, but hesitated momentarily before returning it to him. "You drink. I'm not thirsty." Seeing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Was she worried he might drug her? Such a strong sense of caution. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. Taking a sip from the bottle himself, he casually glanced at the skylight, saying nothing further. The pendulum of the antique clock in the auction hall swung rhythmically, producing a steady ticking sound. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, as if the space, filled with thousands of spectators, was devoid of life, save for the sound of breathing. The comments in the live stream began to dwindle, as everyone awaited the alignment of the 2 hands on the clock, anticipating the arrival of that white figure. Click! As the minute hand completed its segment, the long and short hands of the clock perfectly overlapped. At that very moment, as if signaled, all the lights in the venue extinguished simultaneously. A stir erupted in the crowd. However, the head of security at the auction stage remained unperturbed, displaying an air of confidence as he picked up the intercom. "Activate the second circuit immediately." After all, Chen Feng had made several moves before. How could they not have gleaned any experience from it? To counter Chen Feng, they had already divided the circuits into 2 independent lines to prevent such a scenario. "Captain, the second circuit is unresponsive." The intercom crackled, causing the previously calm security chief to frown. "Repair it. Fix it now. Use the backup power as well." After a brief pause, the voice returned. "We already tried the first circuit. It has all failed." The security chief was left utterly stunned by this revelation. Before he could formulate a response, Chen Feng's voice echoed from the speakers surrounding the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the realm of magic." As his words fell, countless white doves ascended from the back of the audience, flapping their wings towards the ceiling. They swiftly formed a white circle, encircling the skylight. It was Kid. The crowd's attention was immediately drawn to the white figure standing before the skylight. Clad in the familiar white attire, the confident smile on his lips remained unchanged. "Chen Feng," Su Luoxue murmured to herself, tightening her grip on the fabric once more. "You're wrinkling my clothes, madam." The familiar voice reached her ears, and this time, Su Luoxue said nothing, only smiling softly as she loosened her hold. "Yazan, never mind." Su Luoxue slowly lifted her gaze, continuing to watch the white figure before the skylight. Chen Feng, too, focused on that figure. He certainly did not possess the ability to duplicate himself, but who said that figure had to be him? A smile played on Chen Feng's lips as he continued to observe. The kid at the skylight had one hand in his pocket and the other raised slightly. Another voice emerged from the venue speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, the magic show is about to begin." Most of the audience members were already fans of Chen Feng, and upon hearing this announcement, the atmosphere erupted uncontrollably. In an instant, shouts for Kid filled the air. their volume nearly lifting the roof off. Chapter 75. The performance concludes with a deft interlacing of fingers. Kid snapped his fingers beneath the skylight. In the blink of an eye, the lights within the room flickered back to life, or rather, only partially. Several lights at the center of the ceiling ignited swiftly, spreading outward in a rapid cascade. The illumination from over 10 bulbs formed a crescent shape, wide in the middle and tapering at both ends. Is the starlight obscured by moonlight? Su Luoxue echoed a phrase from Chen Feng's forewarning. Could this be the moonlight mentioned in the notice? She had already begun to intuit Kid's next move, yet felt powerless to intervene. As the lights brightened to an almost blinding intensity, the gaze of the starlight encased within the glass cabinet grew increasingly ethereal, as if it were gradually vanishing under the ceiling's moonlit glow. The security captain paused momentarily, then swiftly regained his composure. Quick, open the glass cover. Stop him. Everyone to the skylight. Capture Kid. His furious shouts jolted the previously dazed onlookers back to attention. Braving the blinding light from above, one of the royal guards surrounding the glass cabinet quickly produced a key, inserting it into the lock of the glass cover to unlock it with haste. Click! The glass cover opened with a crisp sound. The surrounding royal guards scrambled to lift the cover, carelessly tossing it aside as they reached for the vanishing gaze of the ring's starlight. Alas, it was too late. Just before their hands could grasp the ring, the ethereal transformation seemed complete, and it vanished in a thin air before the eyes of several royal guards. How could this be? The security captain swallowed hard, bewildered as he stood before the glass cabinet, his comrades equally perplexed, glancing at one another, uncertain of their next move. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream. I'm practically numb right now. Even if Feng Shun suddenly transformed into a cartoon character, I wouldn't be surprised. Is there no one who can discern Feng Shun's methods? I wish to learn. Child, when you graduate from Hogwarts, you may seek out Feng Shun for lessons in magic. A sound emanated from the ceiling. Everyone looked up in astonishment, witnessing Kid opening the skylight from outside. This revelation dispelled the last vestiges of worry in Su Luoxue's heart. It was not a projection of Chen Feng. It was the real person. In the blind spot of the spectators below, Kid concealed his left hand behind his back, pressing a button. Shortly thereafter, Chen Feng's voice echoed throughout the venue. Thank you all for watching. I shall accept the gaze of starlight. As the words fell, Kid raised his hand, and dozens of balloons surged in from the skylight, enveloping his figure. Pop, pop. With a series of balloon explosions, a white card, cradled amidst the flurry of balloons, descended, revealing the once prominent white figure on the rooftop to have vanished without a trace. Just as foretold. I have accepted the gaze of starlight. Yours sincerely, Phantom Thief Kid. The security captain, furious at the card in his hands, tore it to shreds, inciting an uproar in the live stream comments. Do not let my comments overwhelm the entire stream. In the audience, Su Luoxue turned to her companion, Yazin, and said, "Let us take our leave." Now, Chen Feng feigned confusion, but the auction has yet to conclude. I'm rather fatigued. Let us return another time. Next time, I shall treat you. Su Luoxue replied with a smile. Very well, I shall escort you. Indeed, that very evening, the king of the kingdom of Lord Qing, who also happened to be Emilia's father, convened a press conference late into the night. He condemned the World Union government for its leniency towards the contestants and furiously announced an additional reward of 5 million euros on top of the bounty offered by the World Union government's program. Even providing a lead on Chen Feng's whereabouts could earn one a generous reward of 50,000 euros. The substantial bounty, coupled with Chen Feng's exceptional skills, propelled him into the spotlight as another world-renowned thief, following in the footsteps of Vincenzo Peruggia, who stole the Mona Lisa in 1911. In an instant, Chen Feng's name detonated across the globe like a bomb, with countless media outlets vying to report on the unfolding drama. 3 layers of defense couldn't thwart Chen Feng? Is this truly something an ordinary person could accomplish? The world's most enigmatic thief emerges. Who can possibly thwart his next endeavor? A single program uncovers a true thief. Chen Feng, the epitome of a new century thief. Simultaneously, within Emilia's private villa located in the bustling district of the capital, Gailchi, This residence served as her sanctuary aside from the royal gathering place of Claude Castle. It was Amelia's private property and her most frequented abode. In her bedroom, the once tidy bed was now occupied by a white suit, meticulously laid out as if it were a person lying there. Amelia stood in her room, gazing at the lifelike attire. Biting her lip, she cautiously drew the curtains shut, then returned to the bedside, gently lying down beside the clothing. Her slender fingers glided over the white fabric, as if the suit were not merely inanimate but a living being. Knock, 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 a sharp, crisp sound of tapping on the glass echoed. Who is it? Amelia quickly rose, pulling the blanket over the suit to conceal it. Her expression a mixture of vigilance and anticipation. A familiar voice from afar. Amelia's face brightened with joy at the sound from outside, and she hurriedly stood to part the curtains once more. There, she beheld a young man in a plaid shirt and a cap, crouching by the window, smiling at her. As the window slid open, Chen Feng leaped down from the windowsill into the room. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Amelia. Upon entering, he placed his hand before him and bowed in a gentlemanly manner. By the way, your performance today was truly impeccable. May I accompany you in becoming a phantom thief? Amelia stepped forward, standing before Chen Feng, gazing into his eyes as she spoke. Excuse me? Chapter 76. Return home. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. Huh, I was just joking with you. How could a dignified princess like me do such a thing? Amaya giggled, her laughter like the fluttering of flowers. Yet, a fleeting shadow of disappointment flickered in her eyes, quickly masked by a veil of cheerfulness. Sensing her underlying emotions, Chen Feng gently took Amaya's right hand, kneeling on one knee to bestow a soft kiss upon it. From his pocket, he produced a beautifully crafted gift box, opening it slowly to reveal a dazzling trinket that had just been liberated through their collaboration, a gemstone ring known as Starlight's Gaze. This was originally the property of her nation, now returned to its rightful owner. Observing Chen Feng and the ring in his hand, Amaya teased, I thought you were going to propose to me. This time, it was Chen Feng who fell silent. Even one who could deftly toy with crowds in public found himself at a loss for words in that moment. Noticing his discomfort, Amaya quickly sought to alleviate the tension. I was merely joking. Please don't take it to heart. She reached for the box, but hesitated, leaving it before him. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke softly, could you help me put it on? Feeling it might be inappropriate, she quickly added, if it's too much trouble, just forget it. As she began to retract the box, Chen Feng grasped her wrist gently. It would be my honor, he replied with a warm smile. Under her expectant gaze, he extracted the ring from the box and, cradling her hand, carefully slid the radiant star onto her left middle finger. Very beautiful, Your Highness, he remarked. Meeting his gaze, Amaya replied softly, Thank you, kid. Chen Feng maintained his gentle smile, refraining from further comment, instead steering the conversation towards his purpose for the visit. Madam, I believe it is time for me to reclaim my attire. Amaya nodded, moving to the bedside and lifting the covers to reveal a neatly arranged white suit. She folded the suit and presented it to Chen Feng. Here is your clothing. I return it to you. As Amaya watched, Chen Feng placed his hand atop the garment. In an instant, the white suit began to dissolve from its edges, replaced by cascading bouquets of roses. As the suit vanished completely, the hand resting upon it transformed into countless rose petals, drifting away. In witnessing this, Amaya understood he was about to depart. Although reluctant, she refrained from stopping him, simply gazing at him with calmness as she called out softly, Kid. Chen Feng met her gentle blue eyes, with a smile playing on her lips. Amaya stated, In the near future, we shall meet again. I look forward to our next encounter. Your Highness, Chen Feng replied, placing his other hand before him and bowing slightly. In the next moment, his form completely dissipated, transforming into a shower of rose petals that gently fell. Gazing at the diamond ring on her finger, which sparkled like the stars, Amaya's smile blossomed even brighter. Bathed in the white moonlight streaming through the window, she delicately removed the ring from her middle finger and placed it on her ring finger instead. This feels more appropriate, she murmured to herself. 3 days passed languidly. Despite the persistent insistence of Amaya's father, the king of Lorking, regarding the bounty on Chen Feng, which had escalated to an unprecedented 8 million euros. No one succeeded in apprehending him. However, many sought to cash in on the 50,000 euro reward for leads. Numerous individuals came forward, yet none provided useful information. Among them were two individuals from a rival nation who audaciously claimed that Chen Feng was one of their own and had already returned home by plane. Such deceptive claims proliferated. Frustrated, the aging king abolished the reward and allocated an additional 2 million euros to hire a professional detective team to trace Chen Feng's whereabouts. Determined to recover the ring, a national treasure of lurking. Unbeknownst to him, that very ring remained safely in his daughter's possession. 3 days later, in H City, Huaxia, the familiar CAF awaited. In the morning, before Chen Feng could hang the open sign, the door was abruptly flung open. "Welcome," echoed the mechanical voice of the CAF's robotic cat, followed by the irate figure of Sun Yuqing. "Boss, what is going on? You shut the CAF without any notice and left it closed for over a month. This is utterly irresponsible. Madam, I am merely a coffee seller. Even if you were pregnant, you couldn't hold me accountable," Chen Feng replied, setting down the mop with a hint of resignation. "Who's holding you accountable? You're the one who's pregnant," Sun Yuqing retorted angrily. "Enough. I want to stoop to your level. Just give me a mocha." "One moment." Chen Feng approached the counter, retrieving freshly purchased coffee beans, grinding them, brewing, filtering, and concentrating the mixture with practiced ease. Within half an hour, a fragrant cup of coffee was placed before Sun Yuqing. Eagerly, she lifted the steaming cup, blowing gently on its surface before taking a quick sip. "Oh, this is the flavor," she exclaimed, her expression one of pure delight. Setting the cup back on the table, Sun Yuqing inquired, "Hey boss, where have you been? Why did you take so long?" "Western Europe," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Western Europe?" Sun Yuqing's eyes lit up, full of excitement as she turned to him. "Kid was also in Western Europe recently. Did you attend one of his performances? Did you meet him?" "One could say I did at the royal auction in Gailchi, lurking." "Wow." Sun Yuqing's face was filled with envy. "I wish I could have gone to see Kid, but my dad wouldn't let me. I wonder when Kid will return home." Sun Yuqing rested her chin on her hands, expressing her disappointment. Chen Feng simply smiled in response, remaining silent. "By the way," Sun Yuqing suddenly recalled something, her demeanor shifting to one of intrigue. "Did you know? There are rumors that Kid might not be working alone. He might have an assistant or even an entire team." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Feng maintained his gentle smile, appearing indifferent to the subject at hand. Chapter 77. The invitation from the Phantom Thief. "I don't really know. I just heard it from the fans of Kid at our school," Sun Yuqing remarked while sipping her coffee. "Your school has a Kid fan club?" Chen Feng keenly seized upon a particular phrase. "Is that strange?" Sun Yuqing replied, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. "Our school's Kid fan club isn't that large, but you should see Jiangxing University. As Kid's alma mater, nearly half of the female students are part of the fan club." "Half of the female students?" Chen Feng chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Was he setting a poor example for the younger students? After finishing her coffee and chatting with Chen Feng for a bit, Sun Yuqing rose to leave. Just as she reached the door, she seemed to remember something and turned back to Chen Feng at the front desk. "Hey boss, my dad might come by soon. If you see a middle-aged man around 7 meters asking about our relationship, please don't let anything slip." "Madam, I do not provide after-sale service." "I'll pay extra," she countered, "but I would gladly treat this as a new order." Seeing Chen Feng's ever-gentle smile, Sun Yuqing couldn't help but twitch her lips. After mentally cursing him as a shrewd businessman, she turned and exited the CAF. The CAF returned to its previous tranquility. At the front desk, Chen Feng pondered something, stroking his chin. An assistant? Perhaps I should really find one. After the incident a few days prior involving the theft of Starlight's gaze, Chen Feng had distinctly felt the difference between having an assistant and not having one. Although Amaya wasn't a professional assistant, she still managed to be quite helpful. What if I found a more qualified assistant? Chen Feng mused, and a name floated to the surface of his mind. A young man who, though lacking experience, possessed far more potential than Kaido Kuroba's assistant, Terai Kojuro. On that very day, in Chen Feng's usually quiet livestream room, where he only released announcements, a rather unique item appeared. Invitation, 2 nights hence, with the appearance of the silvery moonlight. I cordially invite a beautiful lady to partake in a 100 yuan coffee that cannot accommodate a tip. Sincerely, Phantom Thief Kid, with the change in the livestream's visuals. The previously tranquil atmosphere, populated by a few bored viewers, suddenly fell into silence. After a brief pause, countless onlookers who had been feigning disinterest erupted with excitement. What the heck? Did I just see that? The god of Maple has issued another announcement? What's the target this time? Are you blind? It's an invitation, not an announcement. Can't you see that is preceded by... Wait, seriously? What is going on? Has Maple changed his ways? Not only is he not stealing, but he is also inviting guests. A 100 yuan coffee that cannot accommodate a tip? What does that even mean? I don't get it. How could you possibly understand? Though, I admit I don't get it either. This is my husband's invitation. Who knows what address he mentioned? DM me. I'll give him 5,000. Not you, sister. If you don't have money, don't act like you're rich. Whoever knows the address, DM me. After I meet my husband, I'll give him 10,000. Everyone back off. I'll pay 20K right on the spot. As the livestream room buzzed with excitement, media outlets, both domestically and internationally, scrambled to report. Who doesn't he know about Chen Feng's soaring popularity? Anything about him garners attention. Thus, the moment Chen Feng's livestream transformed, a plethora of reports swiftly flooded online. Chen Feng issues a card again. Not an announcement, but an invitation? Shocking. Chen Feng's livestream showcases a card, not for thievery, but for something else entirely. An invitation from the Phantom Thief. Who is the beautiful lady mentioned in Chen Feng's card? Stay tuned. Meanwhile, far away in Western Europe, the pursuit team convened urgently the moment Chen Feng released the invitation. Led by Su Luoxue, the team captain Sun Luo, Zheng Chang, and Lu Yi, along with a dozen key members, took their seats in the conference room. On the large screen at the front of the room, the content of Chen Feng's recent invitation was displayed. A prolonged silence enveloped the room as everyone furrowed their brows, contemplating whether this seemingly simple invitation concealed deeper secrets. After a considerable pause, Su Luoxue, seated at the forefront, finally stood and addressed the group. Let us share our thoughts. What do you think this invitation from Chen Feng signifies? As her words hung in the air, everyone exchanged glances, hesitating to speak first. Observing this, Su Luoxue took the initiative to prompt Zheng Chang. Captain Zheng, please go ahead. Zheng Chang, upon being called upon, lifted his gaze to meet Su Luoxue's unwavering expression and reluctantly stood up, speaking slowly. Captain, I believe that, based on my understanding of Chen Feng, he possesses an exceptionally high intelligence and delights in the art of deception. Therefore, his words must hold more profound meaning than what appears on the surface. As Zheng Chang finished, several individuals in the room nodded in agreement. Indeed, this seemed like something Chen Feng would do. I concur with Captain Zheng. This invitation must harbor some hidden intricacies. We must not underestimate it. Absolutely. Listening to the discussions, Su Luoxue remained silent, redirecting her attention towards Sun Luo. What do you think, Captain Sun? Clearing his throat, Sun Luo stood up. As the longest-serving captain, he commanded a certain respect, and his rise prompted the room's chatter to gradually quiet down, all eyes turning toward him. Captain, I believe we need not dissect every word. What he intends to do is less important than our need to prepare for his actions. Upon hearing Sun Luo's perspective, a supportive voice quickly chimed in. Exactly. There is no need for us to engage in a puzzle game. We just need to be prepared. However, someone soon raised a question. But how do we prepare when we know nothing? Are you foolish? Chen Feng is inviting someone for coffee, right? We can just keep an eye on every CAF. How did you even make it into the pursuit team? Not to mention, just in Gailchi alone, how many CAFs are there? Where will we find enough manpower to cover them all? Exactly. Besides, how do you know where Chen Feng is right now? He might have already returned to the country. Chapter 78. The Duel of Two Thieves. Listening to the cacophony of discussions within the conference room, Su Luoxue wearily pinched the bridge of her nose. Facing an opponent like Chen Feng, she felt utterly exhausted. At times, she even contemplated resigning, yet each time she thought of it, she repressed that notion. Coffee. Su Luoxue murmured to herself, and an image of someone brewing delicious coffee flickered in her mind. She longed to confide her frustrations to someone, but regrettably, her only friend, Yazin, had returned to Huaxia 3 days prior. Sigh. Huaxia sighed softly. She then stood up and addressed the crowd. Silence. Her voice resonated clearly, and the once boisterous room fell into a hush. Captain Sun, please contact the police station regarding Gyurki and inform us immediately upon discovering any suspicious individuals. The rest of you remain on standby. Meeting adjourned. Meanwhile, in a shopping mall in H City, Huaxia, a woman wearing a mask and sunglasses caught sight of a news report. 100 yuan for coffee. I can't even afford the tip. 100 yuan. She muttered, a smile gradually forming on her lips as she turned and walked away. 2 days swiftly passed, perhaps influenced by the invitation letters. The foot traffic in cafes across various locations had notably increased, including Chen Feng's establishment. Although the high prices still deterred many, the atmosphere was palpably livelier than before. As night fell, with the silver moon hanging high, Chen Feng leisurely read at the front desk. Occasionally, customers entered, but most left hastily upon seeing the price list. A handful of affluent patrons ordered a cup of coffee, then settled into vacant seats, sipping their drinks while scanning their surroundings, as if searching for something. In a corner, Lin Qingyao, disguised, sipped her coffee unhurriedly, her gaze occasionally darting toward the front desk. Could it be him? Would Chen Feng really open a shop in such a bustling area? That seemed rather audacious. Lin Qingyao pondered silently, her eyes fixed on Chen Feng. Yet she had no intention of approaching him just yet, preferring to observe a while longer before deciding. Still quite cautious, Miss Lin, Chen Feng mused with a smirk, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qingyao before returning to his book. Indeed, Lin Qingyao was the most suitable candidate for an assistant in Chen Feng's eyes. The reasons were straightforward. Firstly, Lin Qingyao possessed commendable skills, as evidenced during the previous Moonlight Eye operation. Secondly, she was among the few contestants who successfully evaded the live-streaming equipment during the competition, indicating her capabilities were more than adequate. Most importantly, Chen Feng genuinely required a quick-witted female assistant to handle tasks and visit places he could not, such as a women's bathhouse. Time continued to pass. Customers came and went, but overall, more departed than arrived. Although the coffee at Chen Feng's shop was indeed delightful, the prices were simply too steep. Most patrons could afford to enjoy a couple of cups for an hour or two, but prolonged stays would quickly become untenable at such rates. As the number of patrons dwindled, Lin Qingyao remained undeterred, calmly sipping her coffee. With the departure of yet another customer, only Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao remained in the CAF. Noticing Lin Qingyao's lack of intent to approach, Chen Feng refrained from pressing the matter, instead smiling as he approached her table. Miss, I'm about to close. Lin Qingyao lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Chen Feng's face for several seconds. Perhaps due to the absence of any signs of disguise, she merely nodded and, without further comment, settled the bill and exited. Chen Feng made no attempt to pursue her, nor did he reveal his identity. He simply watched as Lin Qingyao walked out and vanished around the corner. He was not concerned that she would leave without returning. Prior to issuing the invitation, Chen Feng had once again utilized his hacking skills to infiltrate the production team's database. By studying Lin Qingyao's profile and recalling their brief interaction during the Moonlight Eye operation, he had gained some understanding of her character. Thus, he did not believe that a Lin Qingyao who had found nothing of value would simply depart. Of course, this was not the primary reason for his confidence. The main reason was that Chen Feng had discreetly planted a tracker on Lin Qingyao when she was unaware, allowing him to easily locate her wherever she might go. Night had fully descended. The once bustling streets were now sparsely populated with a few passers-by. Chen Feng flipped the shop sign to closed, locked the door, and ascended to the second floor to rest. In the early hours of the morning, with no one left on the streets, the world felt eerily silent. On the second floor of the CAF, a shadow stealthily descended from the rooftop along a rope, landing quietly on the balcony outside, unnoticed by anyone. With a faint sound, the balcony door was gently pushed open from the outside. The atmosphere was so tranquil that even the rustling leaves outside seemed louder than the sounds within. After securing the balcony door, Lin Qingyao tiptoed inside, carefully opening the bedroom door, illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the curtains. She gazed at the figure beneath the covers on the bed, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. From her pocket, she retrieved a small device and unabashedly remarked, "A tracker? Does the gentleman thief also resort to such rudimentary tactics?" Lin Qingyao did not lower her voice deliberately. In the profound silence, her words rang out distinctly. However, the person on the bed seemed deeply asleep. Despite the clarity of her voice, there was no response, nor did the occupant awaken. Lin Qingyao furrowed her brow slightly. She did not believe that the Chen Feng who had previously bested her so effortlessly would lack this level of vigilance, completely unguarded in slumber. Cautiously, she moved toward the bed, her eyes scanning the surroundings for any unforeseen developments. It appeared she had indeed overthought the situation as she reached Chen Feng's bedside without incident. It seemed that Chen Feng had not anticipated a midnight visit, nor did he exhibit any signs of preparedness. Lin Qingyao felt a twinge of disappointment. Just as she extended her hand to rouse the figure on the bed, a gentle voice emerged from her side. "Miss Lin Qingyao? Entering someone else's bedroom without permission is quite an impolite act, you know." Chapter 79. The Phantom Thief's Assistant. Miss Lin Qingyao. It is quite impolite to intrude into another's bedroom without permission. As this voice resonated, the already vigilant Lin Qingyao was taken aback. Her outstretched hand retreated swiftly, and she instinctively backed away to the doorway, as if facing a formidable adversary. As she twisted the doorknob, she realized that the bedroom door she had just opened had inexplicably been locked once more. At that moment, the previously drawn curtains of the room began to part slowly, revealing a figure perched on the windowsill. One leg rested on the ledge, while the other hung down naturally. The silver moonlight illuminated his profile, casting an almost sinister charm upon his previously gentle smile. "It seems we meet again, Miss Lin Qingyao," Chen Feng spoke, his familiar voice reaching her ears. The lights of the room flickered on, and Lin Qingyao finally discerned that the figure on the bed was merely a shape crafted from the bed covers. Unlike her earlier cautious demeanor, Lin Qingyao, having been caught, decided to abandon her pretense. She plopped down on Chen Feng's bed, arms crossed defiantly, gazing at him on the windowsill. Had she known it would come to this, she would have simply entered without all this fuss. After all, her efforts had yielded no results. Observing Lin Qingyao surrender, Chen Feng chuckled as he descended from the windowsill and approached her. "My dear lady, your performance today has truly impressed me." As he spoke, a blue rose materialized in his hand and was offered to Lin Qingyao. "Oomph." Lin Qingyao scoffed lightly, accepting the rose. "What do you want from me? Did you make all this commotion because you have feelings for me?" She regarded Chen Feng with a teasing gaze, hoping to discern some emotion beyond his ever-impassive expression. However, to her disappointment, Chen Feng exhibited no reaction, merely retrieving a stack of papers from a nearby drawer. 2 months ago, 3 days after your failed theft of the gem Eye of the Moonlight, you infiltrated the Eternal Jewelry store, incapacitated the staff, and made off with gold jewelry valued at 300,000 RMB. A month and a half ago, you attended a small jewelry exhibition, evading security to steal a jade tablet worth 1.2 million. A month ago, at the largest auction in the mountain city, you attempted to steal a red jade qilin valued at 58 million, but narrowly escaped capture. And then there are incidents from 20 days ago, 13 days ago, and 5 days ago. Chen Feng recounted each event with such precision that even Lin Qingyao herself could not recall the details as vividly. Raising her gaze to meet his, Lin Qingyao swallowed hard, her tone noticeably subdued. Why are you telling me all this? Are you going to arrest me?" In reality, any participant who has acquired illicit assets faces a corresponding bounty from the production team. For instance, Chen Feng's official bounty, following previous increases, now stands at 5 million, while Lin Qingyao's bounty, though less than Chen Feng's, has reached a staggering 800,000. If one were to be frugal, this sum could sustain a person for a lifetime, provided they did not venture into entrepreneurship. Such high bounties inevitably attract the attention of society's elite and various hunting teams. Even some participants are keen to capture fellow competitors from their or other regions to claim the rewards. Such occurrences are commonplace, which explains Lin Qingyao's suspicions. Seeing no response from Chen Feng, Lin Qingyao assumed her guess was correct and, in a fit of resignation, flopped back onto the bed. Fine. If you want to catch me, go ahead. Since you saved me earlier, consider it a repayment. With those words, her gaze remained fixed on Chen Feng. Yet he continued to smile at her, unperturbed. Suddenly, another thought crossed Lin Qingyao's mind. Could it be that you intend to? She sat up abruptly, gripping her clothing tightly, her face a mask of indignation. Her lively eyes locked onto Chen Feng, seemingly accusing him. I never imagined you to be such a person. A sharp sound echoed as Chen Feng playfully tapped her on the head, interrupting her spiraling thoughts. What are you thinking? Ouch! Lin Qingyao exclaimed, cradling her head. Her eyes filled with reproach as they darted back and forth at Chen Feng. Why did you hit me? I never said I was against it. Unless you. Her gaze flickered to a specific part of Chen Feng, a mischievous smile gracing her lips, laden with implications. Chen Feng's expression darkened as he playfully tapped her on the head again. Ouch! What are you doing? That hurts. I never said you couldn't. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Qingyao noticed Chen Feng's hand rising once more and wisely sealed her lips. Ahem. Chen Feng cleared his throat, producing the prepared papers. Take a look, my lady. Lin Qingyao, her curiosity piqued, accepted the papers from Chen Feng, glancing over them. An assistant contract? You want me to be your assistant? Her expression was one of astonishment. While she may have spoken casually, she was certainly not foolish. Each of Chen Feng's escapades had garnered immense attention, and his targets were always of exorbitant value, not to mention his flamboyant methods. The risks associated with being his assistant were evident. Seemingly sensing Lin Qingyao's apprehension, Chen Feng smiled again. Miss Lin Qingyao, do you not wish to hear the compensation I offer? In response to her puzzled gaze, Chen Feng flipped his left hand, revealing a gem that was entirely milky white, with a hint of purple set upon an intricately designed purple-gold base. This is the Eye of the Moonlight. Lin Qingyao's attention was instantly captured, her smile blossoming further. How could I possibly accept such a gift? Though she voiced her reluctance, her hand moved swiftly toward the gem. Yet, just as she was about to touch the Eye of the Moonlight, Chen Feng abruptly retracted it. Miss Lin Qingyao, how about you agree to be my assistant for a year in exchange for this? Chen Feng's gentle voice resonated in Lin Qingyao's ears. Chapter 80. The Guest from London a Year? Lin Qingyao exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. She was acutely aware of the value of the Moonlight Eye. Otherwise, she would not have chosen it as her target. If merely being an assistant for a year could secure such a treasure. Without much hesitation, Lin Qingyao declared, All right, I accept. Let us sign the contract. Chen Feng retrieved the formal contract he had prepared from his drawer and presented it to Lin Qingyao. It was a duplicate, complete with his signature and an already inked thumbprint. The document encompassed all necessary details, dates, parties involved, remuneration, duration, and job responsibilities, constituting a legitimate employment agreement. Lin Qingyao scanned the contract briefly and, upon confirming there were no issues, promptly inscribed her name with flourish. She returned the contract to Chen Feng and inquired, What do you need me to assist you with? Chen Feng accepted the contract, a mild smile gracing his features. Of course there is a task, but it is quite simple at present. What task? Please brew me some coffee. 2 days later, when Sun Yuqing arrived at Chen Feng's CAF as per her routine, she was taken aback to find a tall woman grinding coffee beans, seemingly reluctant, muttering to herself as she worked. What sort of boss is this? The so-called assistant is merely here to grind coffee beans? I grind. I could grind myself to death. Even from several meters away, Sun Yuqing could sense the palpable frustration emanating from a worker. Approaching the counter, she found Chen Feng engrossed in a book. Boss, what is the meaning of this? Have you actually hired a staff member? With the meager profits your shop makes, can you sustain both of you? Upon hearing her voice, Chen Feng slowly closed his book, maintaining his smile. But you're still here, aren't you? Each cup of coffee is priced at 180. With you drinking 2 cups daily, I can afford to keep us both. Sun Yuqing's smile faltered at his response. Boss, Can't you at least pretend to deceive me a little? With this setup, I feel like a fool." In response, Chen Feng merely smiled, his expression conveying everything that needed to be said. Sun Yuqing rolled her eyes, but chose not to press further. "Make me a mocha, half sugar," she ordered. "Certainly," Chen Feng replied with a nod, skillfully extracting the freshly ground beans prepared by Lin Qingyao and proceeding with the brewing and filtering processes. Soon, a fragrant cup of coffee was presented before her. "Enjoy," Chen Feng said as he placed the coffee on the table. Sun Yuqing took a gentle sip, the familiar richness blossoming in her mouth. "Boss, your skills are wasted on a small shop like this. If you priced it a bit lower, you'd surely become a sensation." "Perhaps, but I prefer a quieter life," Chen Feng responded with a smile. This answer did not surprise Sun Yuqing in the slightest, as she had suggested expanding the business numerous times before, even offering to invest in a larger establishment and potential chain brand. However, each time, Chen Feng had politely declined, citing a lack of need for money and a desire for tranquility. This rationale left Sun Yuqing at a loss, leading her to abandon her attempts after a couple of persuasive efforts. "I wonder who Kid's invitation was meant for. I visited several upscale CAFs last night, but came up empty-handed." Sun Yuqing rested her chin on her hand, stirring her coffee absently, a hint of disappointment lacing her tone. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Feng glanced at Lin Qingyao, who was still diligently grinding coffee, and smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. Once her coffee was finished, Sun Yuqing checked the time. "It's getting late. I have class this afternoon, so I must take my leave." As she stood to leave, she paused and turned back to Chen Feng. "Oh, and don't forget what I mentioned a couple of days ago." "Rest assured, madam, I have not forgotten," Chen Feng assured her. With Sun Yuqing's departure, the CAF once again fell into a serene quietude. Lin Qingyao, having finished her task, approached with curiosity. "What was that about a few days ago? Did you have a transaction? Are you being sponsored by her?" "Thump! Ouch!" Lin Qingyao exclaimed, rubbing her head in pain after receiving a playful smack. "If you continue to slander your employer, I might have to deduct your wages." Chen Feng jested as he pivoted away, his tone maintaining warmth while his words struck a chord. "Capitalist dog," Lin Qingyao muttered under her breath, watching Chen Feng's retreating figure. Yet, after her fleeting moment of rebellion, she resigned herself to continue her work diligently. At this moment, at H City International Airport, a throng of reporters stood with microphones in hand, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a private jet. Each reporter was primed, ready to pounce the moment the cabin door opened. With a soft hiss of the aircraft door, it slowly creaked open. The journalists' excitement surged, their eyes fixated on the entrance, anticipating the appearance of their subject. For burly bodyguards descended first, forming a barrier between the press and the entrance. Following them, a man dressed in a formal black suit emerged, holding a red carpet. He bent down, meticulously unfurling the carpet under the watchful gaze of the assembled crowd, leaving the seasoned reporters momentarily speechless. Is this how grand it is? Before any further thoughts could form, a man in his 30s, clad in a sleek black suit, stepped out from the cabin. The reporters, disregarding their earlier musings, rushed forward to interview him. "Mr. Ron, what prompted your sudden visit to Huaxia while the exhibition in London is still ongoing?" "Mr. Ron, we have heard that during your time in London, Chen Feng impersonated you to steal the exhibit, the Corona Crown. Is this visit related to that incident?" "Sir, there are rumors suggesting that you have come to H City seeking revenge against Kid. Is there any truth to this?" The barrage of questions from the reporters was relentless, each one vying for Ron's attention with eager anticipation. It was evident that, had the bodyguards not been present, the fervent journalists would have thrust their microphones directly into Ron's face. Chapter 81. "The bet, everyone, please be quiet," Ron shouted, but his voice was quickly drowned out by a cacophony of questions from the reporters, proving futile. "Everyone," Ron raised his voice again, managing to bring a slight calm to the frenzy, though the eager gazes of the journalists remained fixed on him. It was only natural, after all. Who in this day and age was unaware that Chen Feng was synonymous with popularity? Moreover, Ron had inadvertently assisted Chen Feng in the theft of the Corona Crown, a fact that set him apart and inevitably led others to speculate whether he was seeking revenge. "What did that reporter friend of mine just ask?" Ron casually pointed to one of the journalists. The chosen reporter appeared visibly excited, quickly speaking amidst envious glances from his peers. Mr. Ron, may I inquire if your sudden arrival in H-City is due to the fact that Chen Feng played a trick on you? Are you intentionally seeking revenge against him? In response to the sharp inquiry, Ron's female secretary beside him turned pale, ready to interject, but Ron halted her with a gesture. Facing the glaring lenses of numerous cameras and reporters, Ron spoke slowly. That journalist's question is quite intriguing. However, I can unequivocally answer you. My presence here is partly due to my grandfather, Mr. Leonardo's intention to host an exhibition in China, and the other reason indeed pertains to Mr. Chen Feng. Upon hearing this, the reporters erupted with excitement, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. Ron stepped forward, directly addressing the throng of journalists. He took the microphone from one of them and spoke unabashedly. If Mr. Chen Feng has any interest in the exhibits I brought, he is more than welcome to come and give them a try. However, should he fail, I hope he will promptly return the previously stolen Corona crown. Private collector Mr. Leonardo's grandson, Ron, has arrived in H-City and is preparing to host a private exhibition there. Ron challenges Chen Feng to a bet. If he wins, he takes the exhibits. If he loses, he must return the Corona crown, which is still under pursuit. Will Chen Feng dare to accept? Shocking. To this day, the elusive Phantom Thief Kid, undefeated in 6 attempts, faces yet another challenge. Let us eagerly await Chen Feng's response. Countless reports surged to trending status, captivating the attention of numerous online spectators. Wait, has this guy lost his mind? This show has been airing for months, and yet someone wants to challenge God Feng? What? Does he have too many possessions? Isn't that the same person who pretended to be someone else when God Feng stole the Corona crown last time? No wonder he traveled all the way from London. He must be desperate to reclaim his honor. How dare he challenge my husband? It's just another opportunity for him to embarrass himself. I can't shake the feeling that this matter is far more complex. Ron's tone doesn't suggest that of a reckless gambler. Why would he undertake such a risk? You never know. Perhaps he is more cunning than he appears. That's a possibility. Later that evening, in a top-floor office of a skyscraper, Ron gazed at the endless stream of increasing reports on his phone. He slowly set it down and reclined in his chair, seemingly lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted him. Ron glanced towards the door and said, "It's you, Jenny? Come in." The door swung open, and Jenny, his ever-loyal secretary, entered, carrying a steaming cup of coffee. "Boss." Ron replied. "Just set the coffee down." "All right." Jenny approached him in her high heels and gently placed the coffee cup on the desk, observing Ron with his eyes closed. She hesitated before finally moving to his side. She placed her hands on either side of his temples, gently massaging them. "Is there something on your mind, Jenny?" Ron inquired without opening his eyes, savoring the comfort of her touch. I. Jenny stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Growing impatient, Ron opened his eyes, grasping her hands that rested on his head. "Just speak your mind. Must we maintain such formalities in our relationship?" "All right." With Ron's encouragement, Jenny summoned the courage to voice her concerns. "Boss, do we really have to proceed with this? I've always felt it's rather risky." "Risky?" Ron's handsome face broke into a wry smile before shifting to a resolute expression. "I have no choice. This is what that old man is forcing me to do. There is no alternative." "But," Jenny began, but her words were cut off as Ron interrupted firmly. "Jenny, do you know that over a century ago, a gentleman once said, once there is a 30% profit, a person will take risks. With 100% profit, one can trample on their conscience. And with 300% profit, they will no longer fear even the gallows." At this, Ron abruptly sat up, a glint of madness in his eyes. "We have no retreat, and what we are undertaking offers far more than 300% profit. Trust me, will you?" Seeing Ron in such a fervor, Jenny swallowed hard and eventually nodded, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, at a CAF, Lin Qingyao, having finished her shift, sent off the last customer and turned the sign to closed. After ensuring the door was locked, she returned inside. Turning around, she noticed her boss, Chen Feng, still seated at the front desk, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Approaching the front desk, Lin Qingyao exclaimed, "Boss, why are you still reading? The challenge is practically being thrown in your face." I can't bear to watch you remain unresponsive. Shoo! Chen Feng placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Madam, as a phantom thief, the most vital trait is to maintain a poker face. This is something you need to work on. Rolling her eyes at his comment, Lin Qinyao replied, fine, I'll work on it. But can you at least tell me what your plan is? You can't just ignore everything. Chapter 82. Issues at the exhibition. Under the watchful gaze of Lin Qinyao, Chen Feng offered a mysterious smile, saying, there's no need to rush. Let us discuss it in a couple of days. A couple of days? Lin Qinyao expressed her confusion. However, Chen Feng seemed disinclined to elaborate further. With a mere smile, he set down the book in his hand and ascended the stairs to the second floor. This fellow, who delights in being enigmatic, Lin Qinyao silently critiqued. She refrained from asking further questions and simply tidied up the shop before departing for her rented apartment. 3 days passed in a tranquil manner. Although Chen Feng had yet to respond to the previous wager proposed by Ron, the online fervor surrounding the event showed no signs of waning. In fact, propelled by the significant attention Chen Feng had already garnered, the buzz intensified, even securing a position among the top 3 on trending topics. Amidst the rising excitement, some unfavorable opinions inevitably emerged. For instance, a certain blogger released a video asserting that Ron's arrival was premeditated, while Chen Feng's reluctance to respond was indicative of cowardice. An expert named Zheng also claimed that Chen Feng could not escape the common flaw of thieves, which is a fear of light, choosing instead to cower in the shadows. In response to this blatant attempt to ride the wave of popularity, netizens were unrestrained in their criticism, unleashing a torrent of insults that even led to the closure of comment sections on various platforms. The two individuals hastily issued apologies, expressing regret for their attention-seeking behavior. 3 days later, the exhibition hosted by Ron was set to commence. Due to Ron's earlier wager, the exhibition had generated significant interest. Numerous private collectors and enthusiasts of antiquities attended, and Chen Feng's fans flocked to purchase tickets, hoping to catch a glimpse of that elusive white figure. Furthermore, the production team of Thief's Game astutely relocated Chen Feng's live stream to the exhibition venue, further elevating the event's popularity. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the exhibition commenced as scheduled. Those with tickets swiftly filtered in after the verification process. Disguised, Chen Feng blended with the crowd and entered the venue. Upon his arrival, the discontented murmurs of attendees immediately reached his ears. What is this? Why are we being kept 2 meters away from the exhibits by ropes? Is this how one conducts an exhibition? Are they expecting thieves? Exactly. If they're too afraid to hold the exhibition, why bother? Wouldn't it be better to remain in London? Listening to the crowd's grievances, Chen Feng casually surveyed the venue. As noted by the attendees, every exhibit was encircled by ropes, and a substantial number of security personnel were stationed nearby to prevent anyone from approaching too closely. Any individual attempting to breach the ropes would be promptly intercepted. As he scanned the surroundings, Chen Feng's brow furrowed. It was not the stringent security that troubled him, but rather the alarming number of fakes he discerned upon his cursory glance. Indeed, these were counterfeit items. Although the textiles displayed within the glass cases were exquisitely crafted, nearly indistinguishable from the originals, Chen Feng's expertise in gem appraisal revealed subtle flaws. To avoid misjudgment due to distance, he invested an additional 500 system points to upgrade his appraisal skill from novice to intermediate. After reassessing the exhibits, he confirmed his suspicions. A significant number of forgeries were present. Out of the several exhibits he examined, nearly 1/3 were counterfeit. However, due to the ropes keeping spectators at bay and the quality of the forgeries, no one seemed to notice the discrepancies. At most, they voiced their dissatisfaction regarding the unreasonable arrangements. If only 1 or 2 fakes were present, it could be deemed acceptable. After all, what collector has not been deceived or acquired counterfeit? Yet, the simultaneous emergence of so many forgeries, some of which Chen Feng had previously encountered as genuine at the London exhibition, made it utterly implausible that there were no issues at hand. While Chen Feng pondered this troubling situation, a voice rang out from the crowd. Mr. Ron has arrived. It was unclear who initially shouted, but soon a multitude turned to gaze in a specific direction. There, clad in a deep yellow suit, stood Ron. flanked by an entourage as he made his way into the venue. Esteemed guests, Ron raised his hand, calling out from the small platform, instantly capturing the attention of the majority present. I am delighted to see so many enthusiasts of antiquities come to view the collection of my grandfather, Mr. Leonardo. I express my profound gratitude. As he bowed deeply, Ron's humble demeanor indeed won the favor of many, though some remained unconvinced. What a bore. No matter how much he speaks, we are still kept 2 meters away from the exhibits. What kind of exhibition is this? Indeed. Now he comes, bowing and thanking us. Yet he should remove these ropes. Though the murmurs were not loud, the quiet atmosphere allowed Ron to hear them clearly. However, he made no attempt to refute their complaints and continued, I understand that these security measures have affected many of your viewing experiences. To express my apologies, I am willing to refund 70% of your ticket fees as compensation. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. 70%. That meant the majority of the fees would be returned. After this reimbursement, the organizers would struggle to break even, let alone account for the time and manpower invested. Were these foreigners truly here solely for the sake of charity? Was cultural exchange their only motivation, devoid of profit? A flurry of questions arose in the minds of the attendees, and those who had been grumbling moments ago fell silent. In the crowd, Chen Feng pressed his lips together, revealing a knowing smile. A 70% ticket refund? Coupled with Ron's previous challenge and the multitude of forgeries present, the situation was beginning to take an intriguing turn, Mr. Ron. Esteemed guests, Ron resumed, and the venue quieted down, all eyes turning toward the generous host, eager for his next words. To further express my apologies, I will be adding an additional exhibit for your enjoyment. It is known as the world's largest ruby, the Titan's Tear, Chapter 83. The Titan's Lament. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The Titan's Lament, the largest ruby ever uncovered to date, shimmered with a hue reminiscent of pigeon-esque blood, its size comparable to that of a pebble. And indeed, it was approximately twice the size of the famed heart of the ocean sapphire. Its value was beyond estimation. It had been auctioned 30 years prior for an astounding 6.9 million euros, after which it had vanished from public eye. It now seemed likely that the enigmatic collector who had acquired the Titan's Lament was none other than Mr. Ron's grandfather, the venerable Leonardo. Today, the ruby's worth is conservatively estimated to exceed 300 million renminbi. Most notably, it is common knowledge that Chen Feng has a penchant for gemstones, having previously acquired 4 priceless jewels: the heart of the ocean, the eye of the moonlight, the tears of the goddess, and the gaze of the stars. While 2 of these treasures have been returned, the whereabouts of the eye of the moonlight and the gaze of the stars remain unknown. Ron's audacity in presenting the illustrious Titan's Lament seemed an open invitation for Chen Feng to pilfer it. Observing the crowd's reaction, Ron nodded to himself with satisfaction. He had his reasons. Firstly, one must take risks to reap rewards. After 3 days of silence from Chen Feng, he felt compelled to present something of significant allure to pique interest. Secondly, and most importantly, should the Titan's Lament be stolen by Chen Feng, the joint government would cover the losses, sparing them any financial burden. What a delightful prospect. Ron then briefly elaborated on the ruby's value and expressed gratitude to the visitors. After delivering his remarks, he turned and exited the venue, leaving a few staff members to carefully place the Titan's Lament into a pre-prepared glass display case. In the distance, Chen Feng joined the throng, stealing a glance at the ruby ensconced within its glass confines. Satisfied of its authenticity, he chose not to linger and departed the venue. Returning to the CF, Chen Feng pushed open the door to find Lin Qingyao idly at the front desk, alongside a lone patron. Have you just returned from Europe? He inquired with a smile, naturally taking a seat across from her. Lin Qingyao was taken aback. Upon Luoxiue's previous visit, she had initially mistaken her for the leader of the pursuit team come to apprehend her. Had she not seen that Luoxiue was unaccompanied and not in uniform, she might have fled at the first sight of her. Even after realizing her error, Lin Qingyao had no intention of engaging with Luoxiue. She merely responded to her inquiries with minimal words. Yet, here was Chen Feng, approaching the very person she had sought to avoid, and appearing rather familiar with the head of the pursuit team, a thief forging a friendship with the very woman tasked with capturing him. Was this a scene from a film? Swallowing hard, Lin Qingyao averted her gaze. Meanwhile, Huaxia smiled upon Chen Feng's arrival. Indeed, I just arrived this morning, caught up on some rest, and came here. I've longed for your coffee, but it seems I arrived at a bad time. Your new hire prepared my drink. Oh, is that so? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow toward Lin Qingyao at the front. How was it? It was decent, though I prefer yours, Huaxia replied, sipping her coffee with a smile. Their comfortable exchange drew Lin Qingyao's attention, who could not help but steal glances. By the way, what brings you back so suddenly? Chen Feng asked. So Huaxia set down her coffee cup, a hint of exasperation crossing her face. What can I say? Someone here was idle enough to propose a wager with you. Knowing you, I suspect you will accept the challenge. What do you think? Perhaps, Chen Feng replied with a non-committal smile, eliciting a roll of Lin Qingyao's eyes from a distance. Soon, Huaxia finished her coffee and placed the empty cup before Chen Feng. Might the esteemed manager, in the spirit of friendship, refill my cup? Of course, Chen Feng replied, reaching for a paper napkin and, under Huaxia's curious gaze, placed it over her coffee cup. Take a look. At his prompting, Huaxia lifted the napkin, her expression one of skepticism. To her astonishment, the once empty cup was now brimming with aromatic, steaming coffee, as if freshly brewed. Taking a sip, she savored the familiar flavor, rich and delightful. Setting down the cup, she inquired, "How did you accomplish this?" With a snap of his fingers, Chen Feng presented her with a rose. "My apologies, Miss Huaxia, but one of the magician's cardinal rules is to never reveal the secrets behind the magic." Accepting the flower, Huaxia regarded him thoughtfully. "Your antics remind me of a certain thief." "Ah, is that so? You must mean the gentleman thief renowned for his magical prowess?" "I learned this trick from his performances," Chen Feng replied, to which she said nothing further, recalling her prior suspicions about his identity that nearly cost her friend. Fortunately, reality had proven her fears unfounded. Huaxia did not linger long. After finishing her 2 cups of coffee, she took her leave. Having just returned to the country, she needed to adjust to the time difference to prepare for her impending encounter with the elusive thief. Nightfall soon enveloped the world. In his bedroom on the 2nd floor, Chen Feng sat at his desk, illuminated by the soft glow of a lamp, fervently penning his thoughts. He inscribed 1,000 words with grace and ease. After some time, he finally put down his pen, surveying the fruits of his labor with satisfaction and a smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Ron, I trust you will appreciate this gift of mine. Moreover, I wish you sweet dreams tonight." "No, you shall undoubtedly have sweet dreams," he chuckled to himself. Chapter 84. The first dream theft. As night enveloped the city center of H City, Ron lay on his bed in his temporary residence in Huaxia, dressed in his pajamas. He scrolled through recent news and reports on his phone, his brow furrowed, revealing a visage heavy with concern. "Dear, it's time to sleep." A delicate arm reached over, resting on the screen of Ron's phone. "Don't be troublesome." Ron glanced at Jenny beside him, brushing her arm away and returning to his phone. Jenny, feeling rebuffed, wore an expression of displeasure. "Since we've already done it, what's the point of worrying every day? Besides, it's been several days since we—" As she spoke, Jenny's hand trailed down Ron's abdomen, only to be swiftly captured by him. "Be good and take a shower first, all right?" Ron sighed softly. "All right." Reluctantly, Jenny withdrew her hand, but leaned closer. "Just give me a kiss first, and I'll go." Fine, Ron acquiesced, pressing a gentle kiss on her cheek before resuming his focus on the phone. After Jenny left, Ron retrieved a small blue pill from the drawer of the bedside table. Just as he was about to take it with water, an unexpected wave of drowsiness washed over him. When Jenny returned, cheerful after a shower, she found Ron, who had been engrossed in his phone, had unknowingly tilted his head and fallen deeply asleep. On the floor beside the bed lay 2 blue pills, untouched. Beep. Skill. Dream Thief. Activation successful. Dream weaving complete. The system's prompt echoed in Chen Feng's mind. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Is this a private exhibition in London? With just a cursory glance, Chen Feng recognized the location. It was indeed the venue of the recent theft of the Corona Crown at Leonardo's private exhibition in London. However, unlike before, the exhibition hall was now devoid of attendees. Clearly not during the exhibition's active hours. October 25th? Chen Feng mused, noting the date on the wall. It seems there are matters weighing heavily on Mr. Ron's mind on this day. While the scenes and times of the dream could be influenced to a degree by him, they were predominantly shaped by the thoughts of the dreamer. In essence, this place was constructed entirely from Ron's memories. As Chen Feng pondered, a voice echoed from a distance. "Grandfather, why are you doing this? Do you understand what the agreement you signed means?" Around the corner, Ron was furiously confronting an elderly man, the once vibrant collector, Leonardo. Hidden in the shadows, Chen Feng observed quietly. Contrary to expectations, the aged Leonardo did not refute his grandson's outburst. Instead, he slowly removed his glasses and rubbed his clouded eyes before speaking. "My child, I'm sorry, but I had no choice. I know you too well, and I understand the woman named Jenny by your side. After my departure, you will lack the capability to manage this asset. For your future, and for the sake of your children to come." Before Leonardo could continue, Ron impatiently interrupted. "So you signed a contract with the Private Collectors Association of the Setting Sun Empire, handing over all your collections for them to manage, splitting the profits 50-50? Yes, I apologize, my child, but I have given you opportunities not just once, and each time you have failed to meet expectations, even incurring losses." Leonardo paused, leaving his meaning unspoken, yet it was clear. "And what about me? What am I to do? I am your only grandson. I have followed you for 20 years. In the end, you choose to cast me aside." Ron continued to rage, but Leonardo had no inclination to argue further. He simply shook his head and turned to leave. Watching Leonardo's retreating figure, Ron's expression darkened, as if he had made a momentous decision, and he turned away from the scene. Once both had departed, Chen Feng emerged from his hiding place. "Oh, so, because his capabilities go unrecognized, he decides to obtain what rightfully belongs to him through his own means?" Chen Feng mused to himself, his gaze sweeping across the numerous exhibits in the hall. Many of these artifacts had also appeared in the exhibition in H City, clearly indicating that Ron had pilfered a portion of them from the London exhibition to bring to H City. However, the difference was stark. The current venue was filled with genuine artifacts, while 1/3 of the exhibits in H City were replicas. Before Chen Feng could delve deeper into thought, the dream space around him began to collapse. It swiftly reformed, ushering in the second layer of the dream. When Chen Feng opened his eyes again, the surroundings had transformed once more. The venue was still an exhibition hall, yet it was no longer in London, but in H City's exhibition venue. In the desolate hall, only a man and a woman stood at its center. The man was, of course, Ron, and the woman was his secretary and girlfriend, Jenny. "Dear, all 7 regulators are set up. Here is the controller. Take a look," Jenny said softly, handing Ron a small device. Ron took it and glanced at Jenny. "Can I try it now?" "Of course. We have prepared 3 sets of replacements. Even if one breaks, we can swap it out at any time." Ron nodded and pressed the switch towards the rows of glass display cases. With a faint sound, a cloud of white smoke suddenly billowed up from the glass case, housing the 7 most precious items. The glass cover shattered violently, smoke billowing out, while the 7 artifacts that had once occupied the case vanished without a trace. When that phantom thief manages to steal, we will press this switch. At that moment, including his target, all 8 artifacts will disappear. Who would suspect who stole the other 7? Chapter 85. The Target. The Titan's Lament. Listening to Jenny's words, Ron's previously tense demeanor gradually eased. "Let us find someone to clean this up. We shall await the arrival of the illustrious gentleman known as Kid the Phantom Thief." A satisfied smile crept upon Ron's lips, but as he turned to leave, he suddenly noticed a figure lurking around the corner. "Who is there?" Ron exclaimed in alarm, hastily approaching the corner. To his astonishment, he beheld a white-clad figure standing still, clutching a stack of papers densely inscribed with text. A mere glance was enough for Ron to recognize it as the transaction records of the 7 exhibits he had secured in his safe. "Mr. Ron, it is an honor to meet you," Chen Feng spoke, placing his hand before him with a smile. Kid the Phantom Thief. Ron's expression darkened. He never anticipated that his plans would be known to Chen Feng even before they commenced. The evidence of his dealings with the exhibits was now in Chen Feng's possession, inciting a tempest of anger and shock within him. "Please believe me, sir, in a not-too-distant future, we shall reunite under the glow of the moonlight. Of course, by that time, I shall also unveil the little secret you harbor in your heart." With that, Chen Feng offered a slight bow to Ron. Then, amidst Ron's murderous glare, he gradually dissipated, transforming into countless white doves that scattered into the air. "Stop him. Do not let him escape." In his temporary lodgings bedroom, Ron jolted upright from his bed, drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath. "What's wrong?" Jenny, still in a dreamy state, sat up, her blanket slipping to reveal a glimpse of spring. "And nothing." Ron swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from his brow, his frayed nerves settling slightly. At that moment, a snow-white arm encircled Ron's neck, followed by a wave of softness from his left side. "Did you have a nightmare?" "Yes," Ron admitted with a nod. "I dreamt that the phantom thief came. He knew of our plans and had stolen the records of our previous transactions with the Central Asians." Jenny rolled her eyes at this revelation. "Darling, you've been far too anxious these days. Some matters, once undertaken, should not dwell upon, for they serve only to burden you with unnecessary worries. Besides, our plan is foolproof, is it not?" Jenny's gentle voice soothed Ron, calming the panic that had gripped him. Yet, the tranquility lasted merely for seconds. Recalling the dream, Ron abruptly extricated himself from Jenny's embrace and leapt from the bed. "No, those transaction records are like poison to us. I must incinerate them immediately." Ignoring Jenny's protests, he hastily donned his clothes and departed. He called for a driver and set off towards the exhibition hall. Upon arriving at the exhibition building, Ron entered alone, taking the elevator to the top floor and hastening to his office. Carefully, he opened the safe and retrieved the transaction documents, 7 in total, all meticulously typed in English, detailing the items traded, their prices, and the parties involved. These were the agreements he had secured with the Middle Eastern individuals. Only by presenting these documents would they release the remaining 30 of the payment. Yet, at that moment, Ron cared little for the money. He needed to eradicate this glaring flaw. After a brief examination to ensure he had the correct documents, Ron decisively produced a lighter. Without regard for being in his office, he ignited the papers, watching as they transformed into ash. Only when he beheld the remnants of his incriminating records did he finally feel at ease. After a quick cleanup, he turned to leave the scene, unaware that outside his office window, a white dove equipped with a high-definition camera was flapping its wings, recording his every move since entering. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the CAF, in Chen Feng's bedroom, he observed the high-definition footage transmitted by Xiao Bai, which magnified Ron's documents to reveal the text within. Satisfied, Chen Feng nodded, removing his headphones, a smile curling upon his lips. "Mr. Ron, it appears your grandfather, Mr. Leonardo's decision was indeed correct. You are rather adorably foolish." The next day, upon Ron's return to his office, he discovered an unusual addition on his otherwise tidy desk, a white card. Invitation. When the sunset's glow fades in 2 days and the midnight chimes echo in the silence, I shall emerge from the darkness to claim the gift from Titan. Yours sincerely, Kid the Phantom Thief. An invitation? A glimmer of joy spread across Ron's face. His efforts had indeed borne fruit. The greatest ruby, the Titan's Lament, had attracted the thief's attention, and at last he had received the anticipated notification. Just as a smile began to form, an idea struck him, and he feigned anger. Shouting toward the door, "Come in!" The security personnel stationed at the entrance rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Before they could inquire, they were met with a barrage of reprimands. Only then, as Ron slowly revealed the card from Chen Feng, did they comprehend that the elusive kid had successfully evaded them and left a notification within Ron's office. His target was the coveted Titan's Lament. Simultaneously, in Chen Feng's live streaming room, the content transformed under his direction to reflect the invitation's text. In a flash, headlines erupted. Chen Feng issues a new invitation, targeting the magnificent ruby Titan's Lament. Chen Feng declares a challenge, in the name of the Phantom Thief, sending an invitation to the collector, Mr. Leonardo. Regarding his treasured Titan's Lament, the Phantom Thief, undefeated in 6 endeavors, prepares for another strike. Will this operation proceed as seamlessly as before? Within moments, the news surged to trending status. Unsurprisingly, public sentiment was overwhelmingly skewed. Most believed that Ron, driven by a desire for vengeance, had come to China to confront Chen Feng. The 6 victories had unequivocally validated Chen Feng's prowess, while Ron was merely perceived as a foolish jester, emboldened by the backing of the United Government. Chapter 86. Attention from Ouyang Muxue. How utterly infuriating. They treat our pursuit team with such disdain. Inside the CAF, Su Luoxue's face was flushed with anger. What has got you so worked up? Chen Feng approached with a freshly brewed cup of coffee, placing it before her with a light chuckle. Take a look. Su Luoxue held her phone up for Chen Feng to see. He glanced down and was met with an unexpected amusement. The screen displayed a poll initiated by a fan of Chen Feng on a popular platform, simply asking, will Kid succeed in his current operation? Su Luoxue had voted no. Yet only a pitiful 1% shared her sentiment. A staggering 99% believed he would undoubtedly succeed. The video had garnered millions of likes and thousands of comments. The most liked one being succinct. If those pursuing Kid had the ability to stop him, he wouldn't have achieved 6 successful heists without a single failure. Emoji smile. Seeing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He pulled a chair next to Su Luoxue and asked, is this what has you so upset? Of course. Just look at what they're saying. She read the comments aloud in indignation. One particularly egregious remark from a user named Invincible Tyrannosaurus declared, the pursuit team is a bunch of useless fools. How dare they challenge the great Feng Shun? Another comment opined that the only reason for Feng Shun to fail would be if his target were annihilated. Otherwise, how could a bunch of wastrels stop Lord Kid? As Su Luoxue read each comment, her ire only intensified, ultimately slamming her phone down onto the table with a resounding thud. Are these people insane? Why on earth would they idolize a thief like Chen Feng? Some even elevate it to an art form. It's outrageous. Watching her fury, Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Technically, he had only crossed paths with a pursuit team led by Su Luoxue once. During the incident involving the tears of the goddess, the first 3 operations either preceded her arrival or were not under her command. During the recent 2 operations, she was in Asia during the Crown of the Sun mission and during the Starlight Gaze operation. The royal family of the Lorien Kingdom had denied the pursuit team's involvement. Although Su Luoxue wished to confront Chen Feng again, she had yet to find the opportunity until now. Welcome, came the mechanical voice of the CAF's entrance. Chen Feng turned to see Ouyang Muxue, dressed in men's attire, entering the CAF. Upon noticing Chen Feng, she nodded politely before walking over to Su Luoxue. Captain Su. Su Luoxue turned to Ouyang Muxue. The exhibition has agreed to our involvement. Would you like to go check it out now? All right, I understand. Su Luoxue nodded, taking a large sip of her coffee before standing up. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Okay. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. As Su Luoxue turned to leave, she noticed Ouyang Muxue had not followed. Curiosity piqued, she looked back. Ouyang Muxue remained in her previous spot, scanning the CAF's interior with an inscrutable expression. What is wrong, Muxue? Su Luoxue approached, intrigued. Ouyang Muxue shook her head lightly. It's nothing. Let us go. After taking a few steps, Ouyang Muxue halted again, turning back to Chen Feng. Mr. Yazan, if I have time, I might come here for a couple of cups of coffee. Always at your service, madam. Chen Feng maintained his gentle smile, betraying no change in demeanor. After receiving her response, Ouyang Muxue departed alongside Su Luoxue. Once outside and settled in the car, Su Luoxue finally voiced her curiosity. Muxue, did you sense something off about Yazan? Perhaps. Ouyang Muxue replied ambiguously. Don't say perhaps. If there is something, just tell me. I'm eager to hear your thoughts. Su Luoxue looked at Ouyang Muxue with keen interest. Ouyang Muxue hesitated for a moment before speaking. Don't you find Mr. Yazan's demeanor a bit too unflappable? Whether in London or here, it seems nothing affects him enough to alter his expression. In response, Su Luoxue shrugged, feeling reassured after her previous encounter with Chen Feng. What's the issue? Aren't you the same? Precisely because he is like me that I find it peculiar. How so? Ouyang Muxue narrowed her eyes. A hint of wariness evident. In the words of my mentor, there are 2 types of people who must constantly manage their expressions to prevent their inner thoughts from surfacing. One is the detective pursuing thieves, and the other is the thief being pursued, like Mr. Chen Feng. Do you suspect Yazan is Chen Feng? Su Luoxue exclaimed in surprise, quickly transitioning to a calm smile. Impossible. I suspected it before, but when Chen Feng stole the starlight gaze, Yazan was right beside me. So that couldn't be the case. Let us hope so. Ouyang Mushiwe did not engage further, merely leaving that remark hanging as she gazed out the window, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the residence, Chen Feng slowly removed the earpiece connected to Su Luoxue's listening device. A competent detective? Quite the nuisance indeed. He muttered to himself before glancing at his watch. It's about time to get to work. In the evening, the exhibition drew throngs of visitors, lively and bustling. Compared to the previous day, there were fewer burly security personnel, yet more members of the pursuit team were scattered throughout the crowd. Among them, Lin Qingyao, who had recently undergone brief training under Chen Feng, strolled leisurely between the display cases, pausing occasionally to snap photos of the exhibits, as if genuinely appreciating the craftsmanship. Chapter 87. Preparations for Action. Lin Qingyao feigned admiration for the surrounding exhibits while cautiously approaching the display case housing Titan's grief. Her eyes darted around, seemingly in search of someone. Suddenly, she felt a hand resting on her shoulder, startling her. Just as she turned to see who it was, a familiar voice whispered in her ear, "Don't be alarmed, madam. It's me." Upon recognizing the voice, Lin Qingyao sighed in relief, taking a half step back to stand beside Chen Feng, who was disguised as a student. She naturally looped her arm through his, pretending to be a couple. "You seem to have arrived a bit late, boss," she remarked, leaning against Chen Feng's arm as they walked forward, speaking softly enough for only the two of them to hear. Chen Feng chuckled lightly in response. "Well, as you said, I am the boss. I certainly have the privilege of arriving late." Lin Qingyao rolled her eyes at his reply, but chose not to pursue the matter further. "What are your plans?" she inquired. Chen Feng glanced up at the central air conditioning unit, a smile gracing his lips. "No rush. Today is primarily for appreciating the art." With that, he said no more and strode ahead. Although Lin Qingyao was somewhat puzzled, she swallowed her questions, hastening her steps to catch up with him. Around the display case for Titan's grief, a crowd had gathered. Members of various pursuit teams stood guard at the periphery, their expressions vigilant as they clutched their walkie-talkies, ready to respond to any unforeseen incidents. "What a stunning red gem!" someone exclaimed nearby. Immediately, another voice chimed in, "Of course. This was handpicked by Kid. Only items that pass both value and beauty standards are worthy of his attention. Indeed, our esteemed Kid is quite the connoisseur of gemstones." It seemed that the mere mention of Kid's name ignited endless chatter among the surrounding young women, who eagerly shared their thoughts. "You have quite a few female admirers," Lin Qingyao whispered to Chen Feng. He merely smiled in response, choosing not to comment further. "Mr. Ron has arrived." The crowd turned their attention toward a figure approaching, impeccably dressed and accompanied by his secretary, Jenny, along with several members of the pursuit team, including Su Luoxue and Ouyang Mushiwe. As Ron appeared, reporters, who had been waiting at the exhibition, surged forward with microphones in hand, only to be intercepted by Ron's bodyguards and pursuit team members just a meter away. "Mr. Ron, there are rumors suggesting a rift between you and your grandfather, Mr. Leonardo, which is said to be the reason for your departure from London to Huaxia. Is this true? Mr. Ron, what is your perspective on the widespread belief that you cannot possibly rival Chen Feng?" "Mr. Ron." The reporters clamored with questions, but Ron ignored them, merely gesturing to his female secretary before turning to leave the scene. "Mr. Ron, Mr. Ron." Seeing him attempt to depart, the reporters grew frantic, calling out his name desperately. "Please, everyone, quiet down," Jenny interjected, stepping forward in her high heels. "My boss, Mr. Ron, has already made it clear regarding Chen Feng's notice. He will not permit anyone to take any exhibit from this event. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if questions regarding Mr. Ron's family matters were not raised here. Thank you for your understanding." Having delivered her formal statements, Jenny showed no intention of lingering, turning to leave despite the reporter's pleas. "We should be going as well," Chen Feng murmured to Lin Qingyao. "Leaving already?" Lin Qingyao asked, taken aback. "You truly came just to see the exhibition?" Chen Feng flashed a mysterious smile at her disbelief. "Rest assured, madam, my objectives have been achieved." This visit was merely to familiarize you with the surroundings. With that, he turned and headed toward the exhibition's exit. For this initial operation, Chen Feng intended for Lin Qingyao to undertake simple tasks, not involving her directly in the action. As Lin Qingyao watched Chen Feng's retreating figure, she snapped out of her stupor and hurried to catch up. That evening, in the bedroom on the second floor of CAF Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully exchanging for the skill hypnosis, beginner, consuming system points, 1,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully exchanging for a skill enhancement card X1, consuming system points, 500. Ding. Skill enhancement card used successfully, skill hypnosis upgraded, current proficiency, intermediate. As the system notifications chimed, Chen Feng's hard-earned system points dwindled significantly. However, he felt no regret. After all, money is meant to be spent, and system points are no different. By the window, gazing at the dark world illuminated by the silvery moonlight, Chen Feng smiled softly. Peering into the distance, he murmured, "Let us look forward to tomorrow's performance, everyone." The following day, at noon, after a morning of work, Jenny found herself at a nearby CAF, ready to enjoy a cup of coffee to rejuvenate herself. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before her. Captain Su? What a coincidence. You're here for coffee too. Jenny greeted the person not far away politely. Indeed, Su Luoxue replied with a smile, setting her tray down at Jenny's table. It's noon. After all, a cup of coffee can help alleviate fatigue and maintain energy for dealing with that thief tonight. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Su, Jenny said graciously. The two women chatted casually, their conversation forming a striking scene in the CAF. However, with few patrons around, no one approached to interrupt them. As they continued their light-hearted exchange, Jenny gradually began to feel drowsy. Sleepiness crept in, and after a brief moment of resistance, she succumbed, resting her head on the table and drifting off into slumber. Chapter 88. The intruding phantom thief. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Luoxue revealed a faint smile. After declining the frantic offer of assistance from a CAF attendant, she merely stated that she was too fatigued and assisted Jenny to her feet, preparing to depart. It was apparent that he was not Su Luoxue, but rather the very individual whom this secretary had plotted against. Chen Feng. Nevertheless, since it was Ron and Miss Jenny who had initially conspired against him, Chen Feng was more than willing to turn the tables and utilize their schemes to his advantage. Retreating to a secluded corner, Chen Feng observed Jenny, who appeared to be in a dazed state, and a sly smile crept upon his lips. Lowering his voice, he whispered enticingly into her ear, "You are an assistant to a phantom thief. You must aid him in stealing the exhibits from the exhibition. Your presence beside Ron is merely a guise. You." With the aid of his intermediate hypnosis skills, his words flowed into Jenny's ears, gradually easing her furrowed brow. Half an hour later, with a snap of his fingers, Jenny's previously shut eyes flew open. The emotions in her gaze swiftly transformed from confusion and struggle to determination. She stood upright, facing Chen Feng, and spoke. "Master, go," Chen Feng instructed softly. Jenny immediately understood, rising without question and making her way toward the exhibition. Watching Jenny's retreating figure, Chen Feng's smile widened. "Mr. Ron, I trust you will appreciate this gift of mine, haha." As time slipped by, nightfall approached swiftly. In just a few hours, it would be time for Chen Feng to execute his plan. For safety's sake, Su Luoxue suggested to Ron that the exhibition be temporarily closed for the evening to prevent Chen Feng from blending in with the crowd. Although Ron had intended for Chen Feng to carry out the theft, allowing him to shift the blame for the sold exhibits onto Chen Feng, he agreed to Su Luoxue's proposal to pause the evening's activities, not wanting to appear overly conspicuous. Thus, within the venue, aside from Su Luoxue and a few dozen members of the pursuit team, there were hardly any others present. Even Ron's security personnel were excluded from the venue at Su Luoxue's insistence, to thwart any chance of Chen Feng infiltrating. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Feng had successfully entered the venue under Jenny's cover and had arranged for a member of the pursuit team to fall asleep in his place, allowing him access to the interior. At that moment, within Chen Feng's live streaming room, even before the scheduled time, millions had gathered to watch. The barrage of comments included a significant number of foreign languages alongside the predominance of Chinese. Clearly, a multitude of international viewers awaited his stream. This wait is unbearable. Why does my phone god always choose to act in the dead of night? It's ruining my sleep. Well, what can we do? No matter how fantastical his methods, he remains a thief. Thieves thrive in the darkness, just as dogs cannot change their nature. Upstairs, I must correct you. Phone god is not a thief. He is a phantom thief. Exactly. How dare you call my husband a thief? Have you just connected to the internet? Yes. Sisters, let us bombard this person who insults kid with private messages. A flood of comments surged forth, instantly overwhelming the screen. Perhaps even Chen Feng himself could not have imagined that he would one day attract such fervent fans. Meanwhile, in a rented apartment in City G, a young man in his 20s slammed his hand on the table in frustration upon seeing over 90 messages flood his inbox in mere seconds. Seriously, how can there be so many obsessed fans everywhere nowadays? Can't I even speak the truth? As time ticked on, around 11 o'clock that evening, Ron arrived at the venue with Jenny, standing alongside Huaxia and others by the glass display case, housing Titan's wrath, prepared for any unexpected incidents. However, this was merely a facade. In truth, Ron's thoughts wandered as he felt the controller in his pocket and discreetly glanced at the 7 glass display cases scattered around. A smug smile crept onto his face. In just an hour, his plan would come to fruition. His grandfather, that miserly old man, along with that infernal thief, would never suspect that he would sell the genuine article and make the fake vanish under everyone's gaze during the thief's operation. At that moment, everyone would believe that the phantom thief had stolen the 8 exhibits. With this thought, Ron's smile blossomed even further. Yet, he failed to notice that beside him, Jenny regarded him with an expression akin to that of a fool, as if to say, "Do you really think you can outsmart the master? Dream on." Time continued its relentless march, and soon, just minutes remained before Chen Feng's scheduled announcement. "Everyone, maintain your vigilance." Su Luoxue's voice echoed throughout the venue, causing everyone to hold their breath, alert to the possibility of a sudden appearance by the phantom figure. In this tense atmosphere, Ouyang Muxue, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. "Actually, the phantom thief is already infiltrated." "What?" Ouyang Muxue's sudden declaration caused the previously alert crowd to turn their attention toward her. "Muxue." Su Luoxue wished to voice her thoughts, but, struck by Ouyang Muxue's confident smile, swallowed her words. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ouyang Muxue turned to face a specific direction and spoke slowly. "Am I correct, Captain Zheng Chong? Or would it be more fitting to call you Phantom Thief Kid? Captain Zheng? He is an imposter? Zheng Chong is Chen Feng? How can this be?" Nearly everyone was taken aback by Ouyang Muxue's revelation. The once quiet venue erupted into chaos, with members of the pursuit team buzzing with conversation. Eyes turned toward Zheng Chong, filled with disbelief, suspicion, and some even stealthily inching closer, seemingly ready to apprehend the captain of the pursuit team. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Chapter 89. The Clash of the Detective and the Phantom Thief Me? Zheng Chong exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the vigilant crowd around him with a look of disbelief. "Miss Ouyang, have you misunderstood? How could I possibly be Chen Feng?" Zheng Chong attempted to protest, yet Ouyang Muxue clearly had no intention of allowing him to continue. She interrupted him directly. "Aren't you curious how I discovered your identity? It's quite simple." As she spoke, Ouyang Muxue retrieved a plastic bag from her pocket and tossed it onto the ground. The bag, unsealed, burst open upon hitting the floor, scattering its contents everywhere. "What is this?" Lu Yi, the leader of the third group, asked in confusion as he picked up one of the items. Holding it up, he examined the small black triangular fabric. This material seems somewhat familiar." Nearby, Sun Luo also picked up one, his brow furrowing slightly. "This is," he murmured, glancing down at the corner of his own clothing, and suddenly realized, "This is the corner of our uniforms." Upon hearing Sun Luo's revelation, the crowd instinctively looked down at their own attire, quickly discovering that the left corner of their uniforms had vanished without a trace. Ouyang Muxue had executed her technique with precision, using scissors to make a subtle diagonal cut, leaving no obvious edges, so it was nearly imperceptible unless examined closely. "Phantom Thief, you have lost." A rare smile graced Ouyang Mushue's typically impassive face as she regarded the still-dazed Zheng Chang. Su Luoxue wasted no time. Gesturing to her team, "Seize him. Wait, I truly am Zheng." Before he could finish his sentence, the prepared team members surged forward, overwhelming the unsuspecting kid. "I am Zheng Chang. You have misunderstood." The captured kids struggled in vain against their grip. At Ouyang Mushue's signal, two members of the pursuit team crouched beside the human pile and began to tug at Kid's face, attempting to tear off the so-called mask of disguise. After a minute of fruitless effort, they had only managed to redden Zheng Chang's face without revealing his true identity. How could this be? The two pursuit team members exchanged bewildered glances. Observing from a distance, Ouyang Mushue furrowed her brow in concern. I am truly Zheng Chang. My work uniform was stolen while I was in a restroom. I am wearing clothes that I just retrieved from the warehouse an hour ago." The clarity of Zheng Chang's voice cut through the silence, echoing in the quiet atmosphere. In the live stream room, viewers were on the verge of laughter. "I just heard that female detective's analysis, and I thought Feng Shen was going to be caught this time. But is that all? You dare question Feng Shen's abilities? I sentence you to transcribe the fan rules 10 times. Yes, I accept my punishment. But wait. Am I the only one concerned for that poor captain? Oh my gosh, my husband is so handsome." "Not yet, sister. Feng Shen hasn't even made an appearance. Still handsome." Back at the exhibition hall, the crowd was momentarily stunned by Zheng Chang's words. However, if Chen Feng had not disguised himself as Captain Zheng, then where could he be now? Ouyang Mushue's mind raced as a chill coursed through her body. This is bad. Just then, a captivating voice resonated from nearby. Near the window, "Ladies and gentlemen." Startled, everyone turned to see a team member, missing a corner of their work uniform. Standing at the center of the exhibition hall, a sly smile gracing their lips. "I am delighted that you could attend my live performance." As the words fell, a plume of white smoke enveloped the area, and the original work attire vanished, replaced by the familiar sight of a pristine white suit. Beneath a monocle, confident eyes sparkled with a mocking glint, sending shivers down the spines of the pursuit team. "Chen Feng." Ouyang Mushue gritted her teeth, furious. Since the detective competition, she had never faced such a significant embarrassment, especially not in front of millions of live viewers. "I sincerely apologize for the rather ill-timed jest, detective." Chen Feng offered a gentlemanly bow, yet the smile on his lips appeared painfully ostentatious in that moment. "Capture him." And the team members who had previously been attacking Zheng Chang pivoted and charged towards Chen Feng. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Feng remained calm, raising his hand slowly. The sharp sound echoed, and in the next moment, countless petals poured forth from the air conditioning vents, cascading down like an indoor floral rain. At that moment, the clock struck midnight. Everyone understood that this was the prelude to Chen Feng's next move. The members of the pursuit team, including Ouyang Mushue and Su Luoxue, split into two groups almost instantaneously. One group shielded Chen Feng from the glass display cabinets, while the other rushed towards him. Suddenly Ron, who had been silent, revealed a sly smile. He had been waiting for this moment. Ron swiftly reached into his pocket, decisively pressing the button he had tested multiple times. But in the next instant, the smile faded from his face. The 7 traps he had meticulously arranged around the exhibition cabinets had all inexplicably failed. In disbelief, Ron continued to press the button frantically. Unfortunately, as the last of the petals drifted to the ground, the mechanisms within the glass cabinets remained dormant. Realizing the opportunity had slipped away, Ron's expression darkened as he reluctantly withdrew his hand from his pocket. His gaze returned to the scene, where the pursuing members had predictably grasped at thin air, while those guarding Titan's Wrath stood baffled. Wait, where's Titan's Wrath? The empty glass display left everyone in shock. Ouyang Mushue's face reflected utter disbelief. She had been focused on Chen Feng the entire time, certain he could not have crossed the distance to reach the cabinet and take Titan's Wrath in such a short span. But now, right here, a female voice called from not far away, drawing everyone's attention. P.S. A heartfelt thank you to the readers who support this book. With your encouragement, this story shall never cease. Chapter 90. Chen Feng's gift. The crowd swiftly turned towards the source of the sound, only to find that Jenny, who had been standing with Su, Huaxia, and the others, had mysteriously moved to the floor-to-ceiling window. Beside her stood Chen Feng, clad in white. And in her hand was the recently vanished red gem, the Titan's Grief. The audience in the live stream was equally bewildered. What was happening? Was Feng Shan's spy among them? Or was it a spy who had infiltrated their ranks? Come on, have you watched too many undercover movies? This is likely just Chen Feng's assistant in disguise. I concur with the previous comment. This person is most definitely an assistant of Feng Shan. Perhaps Jenny? Ron stared in disbelief at Jenny standing next to Chen Feng, his eyes wide. In that moment, he felt as though a green shadow had suddenly appeared over him. Jenny had betrayed him? This thought was quickly dismissed. Jenny had always been utterly loyal to him and would never betray him. There could only be one explanation. Bastard, where have you hidden the real Jenny? Ron shouted angrily, attempting to confront Chen Feng, but he was firmly restrained by the members of the pursuit team beside him. Heh! Chen Feng chuckled softly, reaching for the Titan's Grief offered by Jenny. He lifted his gaze slightly towards Ron and said, "It seems, mister, Ron desires his true girlfriend, which I can certainly accommodate." As the words fell, under Ron's murderous gaze, Chen Feng slowly raised his right hand, placing it before the bewildered Jenny. Snap! A sharp sound echoed from Chen Feng's fingers. Instantly, the once dazed Jenny began to regain her senses. Where's this? An exhibition? Wasn't I just having coffee? How did I end up here? Jenny scanned her surroundings, appearing thoroughly confused. Yet, her attention was soon captured by the figure in white. That's Kaido Kuroba. Her eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling. Thank you for your assistance, Ms. Jenny. As for the gem, I shall gladly accept it. Chen Feng smiled as he spoke to her. The red gem in his hand sparkled under the light, mocking everyone present. Titan's Grief? Jenny momentarily froze before her gaze quickly swept over the exhibition's other exhibits. Upon noticing that the 7 glass cases containing the fakes remained intact, her brow furrowed tightly. She wasn't foolish. Understanding this, she realized that her plan with Ron had completely failed. In that case, the Titan's Grief, which served as bait, could not be abandoned. With this thought, Jenny suddenly sprang into action, lunging at Chen Feng. However, just as her fingers brushed his clothing, a cloud of white smoke erupted from his figure, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. How rude of you, madam. A light laugh echoed from a distance. As the smoke dissipated, the crowd once again caught sight of Chen Feng, who had positioned himself in front of an unexpectedly opened floor-to-ceiling window at the center of the venue. The evening wind rushed through the opening, billowing his white cloak. With one foot dangling outside, Chen Feng turned his head slightly, his face adorned with a confident and charming smile. Detective Ouyang and esteemed members of the pursuit team, allow me to share a revelation with you. Under the gaze of all present, Chen Feng slowly turned, meeting their eyes unflinchingly, as he recited a famous line from Kaido Kuroba. If a phantom thief is a skilled artist in the theft of treasures, an ingenious creator, then a detective is merely a nitpicker trailing behind, at best a mere critic. Upon finishing, Chen Feng left a card signaling his exit behind and gracefully leaped outward, his body vanishing through the window. Simultaneously, a glider controlled by a person soared across the sky. At the sight of the glider, Chen Feng swiftly drew a playing card gun from his pocket and fired towards it. Whoosh! A piercing sound erupted from the gun, and a rope shot forth, expertly securing itself to the glider, which was then pulled into the distance. Meanwhile, Chen Feng retrieved a small controller from his pocket and, locking eyes with the audience through the window, pressed the button. Moments later, a voice emanated from the speakers he had set up in the venue. Mr. Ron, in these final moments, I present you with one last gift, and I hope you will find it to your liking. As Chen Feng's voice faded from the speakers, the previously shut-off air conditioning system roared to life once more. Countless sharply captured photographs, taken from obscure angles, cascaded down from the vents, scattering across the exhibition hall under the force of the air conditioning. What is this? Ron's pupils constricted as he grasped one of the photos, disbelief and panic flooding his expression. His first reaction was disbelief. How could Chen Feng have captured this image? And, judging by the angle, It was taken while he was burning documents from outside the building on the rooftop. His second reaction was to hurriedly gather the photographs for destruction, ensuring no one else could see them. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to do so. Photos rained down from above, and to facilitate others' understanding, Chen Feng had even thoughtfully detailed Ron's plan in writing. He made dozens of copies, which fluttered down alongside the photographs throughout the exhibition hall. Su Luoxue bent down to pick up a photo, and upon glancing at its contents, she was instantly struck speechless. Looking back at Ron, her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. The other members of the pursuit team shared a similar reaction, casting peculiar glances at Ron. The audience in the live stream, witnessing the crowd's reaction, was equally puzzled. What was happening? Why did it seem as if each person's face was etched with disbelief? I too am curious. What exactly did Feng Shen leave as a gift for Ron? Did a pile of photos just fall out? Do you think, could it be that Feng Shen captured a photo of Ron doing push-ups on the bed? Get out of here. Do you think everyone is as lewd as you? Please don't tarnish my husband's noble image. Ha, I was just joking. Inside the venue, Su Luoxue regained her composure and, without hesitation, swiftly directed the pursuit team to secure the scene. Chapter 91. The second season of Thief's Game as an officer. Su Luoxue could not hastily conclude Ron's guilt based solely on a few photographs of Chen Feng. However, ascertaining the truth of the matter was quite straightforward. It merely required inspecting the glass display cases mentioned in Chen Feng's notes and having specialists authenticate the 7 exhibited items. Clarity would soon follow. Upon Su Luoxue's orders, the majority of the pursuing police team exhibited remarkable efficiency. Under Ron's stern gaze, they swiftly secured the scene, safeguarding the glass display cases and preventing anyone from approaching. They promptly arranged for professionals to examine both the display cases and their contents. The following day, a flurry of reports surged to the trending topics. Private collector Mr. Leonardo's grandson, Mr. Ron, embezzled and sold 7 precious artifacts. Schemes and counter-schemes? Chen Feng successfully stole the largest ruby, the Titan's Lament. Chen Feng's remark: the phantom thief is indeed an artist, while the detective merely a critic. Underneath each report lay an array of comments from netizens. The notion that a skillful thief is an artist perfectly suited Chen Feng as persona. Did you catch Chen Feng's live stream yesterday? I still can't fathom how he managed to have Ron's female secretary assist him. Could it be the legendary soul control technique? What nonsense! Have you read too many novels? Explain yourself. I believe it must be hypnosis, where, under specific conditions, language or gestures lead to cognitive disarray in the subject. There are precedents in medicine, yet finding a hypnotist of Chen Feng's caliber is likely a rarity worldwide. Wow, that's incredible. Clearly, I still know too little about Chen Feng. The online discussions remained fervent. Meanwhile, news of these events swiftly reached the Sunless Lands, aging Mr. Leonardo by a decade upon receiving the information. That night, he sat alone in his office until the early hours, ultimately convening a press conference at dawn to announce that he would not pursue legal action against Ron. This sparked yet another wave of intense debate online. Public opinion in the Sunless Lands bifurcated. Some citizens expressed understanding, given Ron was Mr. Leonardo's own grandson. After all, even a tiger does not eat its cubs, rendering the elder's decision justifiable. Conversely, others found it unacceptable, arguing that regardless of the collector, the artifacts remained within the Sunless Lands, yet Ron had sold 7 treasures to Central Asians, an act tantamount to a betrayal of national interest. Regardless, with Mr. Leonardo's announcement of non-prosecution, Ron was released from what should have been imprisonment. However, he had lost all face to return home, especially to Huaxia. After arranging for the remaining artifacts to be sent back to London, Ron and Jenny boarded a flight to the United States, never setting foot in London again. Of course, these developments bore little relevance to Chen Feng. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully stealing the Titan's Lament. Reward: Phantom Thief Kit Card Fusion 5. System points 500. Current card Fusion level 75. In the CAF's bedroom on the 2nd floor, Chen Feng admired the ruby, the Titan's Lament. He had stolen the previous day under the soft glow of the light. Upon hearing the system's voice, he couldn't help but exclaim, 75% already. How fast? Although he was unaware of the implications of reaching 100% card fusion, he sensed that the benefits would be extraordinary. Gazing at the round moon outside, Chen Feng indulged in the beauty of the gem a while longer before carefully putting it away. For an extended period thereafter, he refrained from further pursuits, opting instead for a well-deserved respite. His days consisted of managing the CAF, brewing coffee, tending to his pet, and mentoring his assistant to better assist him in future endeavors. Thus, a tranquil month passed. During this time, Chen Feng returned the previously stolen diadem crown, but retained the ruby, the Titan's Lament, as a trophy from his wager against Ron at the exhibition. Notably, during this month, the detective Ouyang Muxue frequently visited Chen Feng's CAF for coffee, becoming a regular patron. As for Chen Feng's live stream, due to his prolonged absence, its popularity began to wane. From an initial audience of millions, it dwindled to just over 100,000, with only a few thousand loyal viewers still checking in on his vacant live stream daily. 1.5 months later, the Thief's Game program had been on air for 6 months. The majority of participants had been apprehended by the pursuit teams, leaving only a handful of contestants unaccounted for, less than 1% of the original number, rendering the large pursuit teams unnecessary. Consequently, the World United Government's Program Committee made a significant decision to launch a second season. Once again, 800 competition zones would be established globally with 10 participants per zone, welcoming 8,000 new contestants to join the program. Coupled with the remaining participants from the first season, the number of competitors had reached an apex. Chapter 92. The Dessert Shop Next Door. Although the first episode has been aired for 6 months, its popularity remains unwavering. As the second episode approaches, a vast global audience eagerly anticipates the commencement of a live broadcast. Amidst this fervent expectation, the production team unexpectedly announces a significant revelation. To enhance the mystery surrounding the contestants, the identities of all participants in the second episode will not be disclosed. The live streaming equipment will only broadcast the pursuit teams from various regions and those already exposed. In essence, the identities of the second episode's contestants will be shrouded in secrecy, requiring the pursuit teams or the public to uncover who they are. The production team's decision is not without justification. Firstly, it serves to augment the program's intrigue, thereby fostering a greater sense of involvement among the audience. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, it aims to prevent the emergence of individuals like Chen Feng from the first episode, who effortlessly evaded the heavenly eye surveillance system. It would be utterly embarrassing if the live streaming equipment could be outmaneuvered. The impact of this decision has evidently been positive, as the announcement triggered considerable excitement. Many netizens expressed their eager anticipation. A week passed quietly. One morning, Chen Feng sat at the front desk of the CAF, engrossed in a book, while Lin Qingyao idly scrolled through a social media app. The CAF was devoid of customers, creating a rare tranquility amidst the bustling city. At that moment, a lively voice rang out from the entrance. "Hello." Upon hearing the sound, Chen Feng turned to see a youthful girl, her countenance innocent and pure, standing at the door, peering inside with a small box in her hand. "Is this CAF owned by you?" she inquired. The girl appeared to be around 20, her charming smile revealing 2 delightful dimples. "Good day, miss. I'm a manager here. How may I assist you?" Chen Feng set his book aside and rose to respond. Lin Qingyao, curious, glanced over, her thoughts racing. Could this restless boss of mine be trying to charm another young lady? She seems to be just a student. "Well, our dessert shop is opening today, and we'll be neighbors. I wanted to ask if you have some time. If possible, we would like to invite you to our shop to sample our little cakes and share your feedback." The girl replied, her smile unwavering and filled with youthful exuberance, compelling one to take a closer look. "A dessert shop? Congratulations." However, as for tasting, Chen Feng began, but the girl quickly interjected, seemingly recalling something. "We only wish to invite you to provide some feedback. There are no ulterior motives." She paused briefly before adding, "It's complimentary." With that, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes as she gazed at Chen Feng. Chen Feng chuckled lightly. "You misunderstand, miss. Please return for now. I will change and come over." "All right," the girl replied with a smile, and just as she turned to leave, she added, "You must come. Chen Feng nodded with a smile as she departed. He then went upstairs to change and, with a flower basket in hand, left the CF, much to Lin Qingyao's forlorn gaze. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Upon entering the dessert shop, a tall woman, reminiscent of the earlier girl, approached him. As her words fell, the initial girl peeked out from behind a wall. Upon seeing Chen Feng, her face lit up with a smile. "Oh, it's you. You've arrived so quickly." The girl stepped forward, introducing Chen Feng to the other woman. "Sister, this is the CAF owner I mentioned earlier. You wanted someone to provide feedback, and I found him." The woman nodded and extended her hand with a smile. "Hello. We will be neighbors from now on. I am Shangwan Shi, and this is my sister Shangwan Meng. Our elder sister is still upstairs and will join us shortly. Greetings, Mrs. Shangwan. You may call me Yazan. Wishing you a prosperous opening," Chen Feng replied, shaking hands with Shangwan Shi before presenting the flower basket. Shangwan Shi accepted it graciously, expressing her thanks. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, another figure descended from the second floor. "What's going on? Is the guest invited by Xiaoming here?" The newcomer descended the stairs in high heels, clad in festive casual attire, her figure accentuating a mature allure. If Shangwan Meng embodies youthful innocence, and Shangwan Shi represents a blend of maturity and youth, then this newcomer epitomizes the quintessential mature neighbor. "Elder sister." Upon seeing her, Shangwan Meng rushed forward, affectionately embracing her arm. "Let me introduce you. This is our neighbor, the owner of the CAF next door, Yazan, the guest Xiaoming invited." The woman nodded, approaching Chen Feng. "Hello, Yazan. I am Shangwan Lin. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello," Chen Feng replied, engaging in a polite handshake. Her hands were soft and smooth, clearly not accustomed to laborious tasks. Observing the trio before him, Chen Feng was reminded of an anime he had watched in his previous life, the name of which eluded him. But it seemed to revolve around the adventures of three cunning sisters, bearing a striking resemblance to the three women before him. Chapter 93. The Three Sisters of Shangwan? The Three Thieves Sisters? Chen Feng began. "From your accents, it seems you are not locals. What brings you to H City to open a shop?" "Oh, we are here because of that." Shangwan Meng was about to speak when her elder sister, Shangwan Lin, interjected. Stepping forward slightly, she explained, "You see, Xiaoming just got admitted to a university in H City this year. I was quite worried about her traveling so far alone, so I decided to bring them along to open a shop, making it easier to take care of her." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Feng keenly observed a fleeting unease in Shangwan Meng's eyes and casually remarked, "I heard that in the recently aired second episode of The Thief Show, 3 out of the 10 contestants from Huaxia Region 3 were women. Rumor has it that they are sisters. I wonder if they are as stunning as the 3 Miss Shangwans." Upon hearing his words, Shangwan Shi and Shangwan Meng's expressions subtly shifted, though they quickly masked their reaction. Chen Feng had already sensed their momentary anxiety, leading him to a clearer understanding. "You're joking. We have never seen them, so how would we know what they look like?" Shangwan Lin maintained her composure and replied. She then glanced at her watch, addressing Shangwan Meng. "Xiaoxi, the time is about right. The cakes should be ready. Why don't you check?" "Okay, big sister." Shangwan Shi nodded and left. After exchanging a few more words with Shangwan Lin, Chen Feng found a seat and sat down. The three continued their light conversation, discussing everything from the shop to the show, and even international matters. Despite just meeting, Chen Feng's eloquence captivated the two sisters, making them predominantly listeners in the conversation. They quickly grew more familiar with each other. By the way, Yazan Shangwan Meng, who had been listening intently to Chen Feng's discourse on Western European delicacies, suddenly spoke up. "If I recall correctly, that thief named Kid was also in Western Europe over 2 months ago. Have you seen him?" "Well, I suppose I have from a distance at one of his performances," Chen Feng replied, unflustered. "Really?" Shangwan Meng's face lit up with excitement, only to turn regretful shortly after. "I always want to see that phantom thief in person, but my sister never allowed me to go." She shot a glance at Shangwan Lin, her eyes filled with longing. "Xiaoming, you just started your freshman year. You should focus on your studies and not dwell too much on other things, understood?" Shangwan Lin sighed, expressing her concern. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Meng became displeased. "What do you mean I should focus on my studies? I'm just here with you to participate in that." Cough, cough. Shangwan Lin suddenly interrupted with a couple of coughs, halting Shangwan Meng mid-sentence. Realizing Chen Feng was still beside them, Shangwan Meng quickly closed her mouth. Chen Feng inquired, "Participate in what? Is there something besides opening the shop that you are all doing here?" "Oh, it's just that our family has a tradition of gathering together during festivals. With the new year approaching and the new shop opening, Xiaoming took a few days off to attend the opening ceremony," Shangwan Lin explained. "I see." Chen Feng nodded, seemingly not delving deeper into the matter. The two sisters visibly relaxed, and Shangwan Lin shot a stern glance at her younger sister, signaling her to be cautious with her words. Shangwan Meng quickly understood, lowering her head to fiddle with the hem of her clothing. Just then, Shangwan Shi emerged with a tray of small cakes. "Come, everyone. Try the first batch of cakes fresh out of the oven from our new shop. Yazan, you should taste them and give us your feedback." "All right." Chen Feng reached out to take a small cake and slowly savored it. The three sisters watched him intently, seemingly awaiting his evaluation. After tasting it carefully, Chen Feng remarked, "The flavor is delightful, sweet but not cloying. I believe many will enjoy it." His words were sincere. The cake's aroma and cream blended perfectly, not overly sweet, and the baking was executed impeccably, yielding a pleasantly soft texture. Upon hearing Chen Feng's praise, the Shangwan sister smiled. After a bit more chatter, Chen Feng took his leave from the dessert shop. Once he departed, the shop was left with only the three sisters. Watching Chen Feng's retreating figure, the second sister, Shangwan Shi, furrowed her brows with concern. "Do you think Yazan noticed anything? He seems to have mentioned the thief game more than once." At her words, Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Meng also frowned, particularly Shangwan Meng, who began to regret inviting Chen Feng over. "It should be fine," Shangwan Lin reassured. "Our identities are confidential. And besides, they wouldn't suspect us of having the audacity to open a shop in the city center." Hearing her elder sister's words, the two sisters gradually relaxed. "What about our plans?" Shangwan Meng inquired tentatively. Shangwan Lin smiled nonchalantly. "You need not worry about the operation. I have already identified a target and just need a couple more days for observation." "Yay!" Shangwan Meng exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Meanwhile, her elder sisters, Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Shi, exchanged helpless glances at her impulsive behavior. They pondered whether bringing their younger sister along for the show was the right decision. On the other side, after returning to the CAF, Chen Feng first shared the cake gifted by the Shangwan sisters with Lin Qingyao, before retreating to his room on the second floor. Lying on his bed with his hands behind his head, Chen Feng mused with a smile, "Sister thieves, how intriguing." Time passed leisurely. Perhaps due to Chen Feng's prolonged inactivity, the once frightened private collectors began to regain their courage. They resumed hosting small private auctions and even restarted paused exhibitions. Some audacious collectors showcased their treasured items, sparking a wave of exhibitionism in H City. P.S. Here are today's 2 updates. Additionally, there will be a bonus chapter from a reader's tip, so please be patient and give the author some time to write. Love you all. 3. Chapter 94. The first target of the Shangwan sisters. Amidst the resurgence of interest in cultural relic exhibitions across various regions, heated discussions have erupted online. However, the focal point of the netizens' attention is not the priceless treasures themselves, but rather the question of whether Chen Feng will take action once more. This query has lingered atop the forum's trending topics, yet with Chen Feng having remained inactive for nearly 2 months, many speculate that he has made enough money and intends to retire. Conversely, a considerable faction firmly believes that Chen Feng must have been preoccupied with other matters, explaining his prolonged silence. The two camps, entrenched in their opposing views, engage in daily verbal skirmishes on the forum, only to continue waiting for Chen Feng's anticipated announcement. To everyone's astonishment, instead of the expected notice from Chen Feng, a new and unfamiliar announcement emerges, a black plastic card adorned with a rose on its reverse side. With no superfluous words or embellishments, the message is stark and clear. In 3 days, the prized possession of private collector Mr. Lu Jingyu, a diamond necklace named Desert Star, will be stolen. Boom! A fresh announcement heralds the arrival of an entirely new band of thieves, igniting considerable excitement online. Thanks to Chen Feng's previous exploits, Many are intrigued by this audacious act of announcing a theft beforehand. The reappearance of such a preemptive notice captures the attention of many, especially on forums discussing Chen Feng, where the vitriolic exchanges have momentarily ceased in favor of this new development. After 2 months, the forum has finally witnessed another announcement. Though not from the renowned Feng Shan, it is certainly better than nothing. At least there remains a spectacle to behold, with hopes that this newcomer possesses some measure of competence. Yet, one wonders about the capabilities of the individual issuing this notice. Should they falter after the announcement, it would be quite embarrassing. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Feng Shan. After all, we shall see. It seems likely that this will be a case of much ado about nothing. But then again, anyone bold enough to issue an announcement must possess some skill, right? Who can say? We'll wait and see. In a quaint dessert shop, Shangguan Meng sits fuming in the empty establishment, her phone blaring with the comments of forum users. Upon returning from the adjacent Chen Feng CAF with a coffee, Shangguan she notices her sister's flushed face at the front desk and curiously inquires, "What is wrong, Meng? Who has upset you?" In response to her elder sister's question, Shangguan Meng, brimming with indignation, thrusts her phone towards Shangguan Shi. "Look, sister, how can they say such things? We haven't even made a move yet, and they're already declaring our impending failure." Taking the phone, Shangguan Shi glances at the screen and chuckles. "Calm down, Meng. We are newcomers, after all. This is nothing to fret over. We shall let our abilities speak for themselves when the time comes." "Fine." Shangguan Meng nods, though her anger has not completely dissipated. Nevertheless, she obediently shuts off the forum, choosing to disengage. Shangguan Shi hands her sister one of the coffees she just purchased and, surveying the shop for any other patrons, asks, "Where's the elder sister?" "I'm here," a voice calls from the staircase, followed by the sound of high heels echoing down. A graceful figure clad in a white wool sweater and a shawl descends the stairs. Upon seeing Shangguan Lin's attire, Shangguan Shi inquires, "Elder sister, what's the occasion?" "I'm heading to observe the scene over there, and Meng will accompany me while you manage the shop." "Xia." "All right, elder sister." Shangguan Meng exclaims joyfully, leaping in excitement. Her fair hands eagerly rub together, seemingly unable to contain her desire to respond with action to the disparaging comments online. Witnessing her younger sister's enthusiasm, both Shangguan Shi and Shangguan Lin exchange knowing glances, silently agreeing to find an appropriate moment to impart some wisdom to their spirited sibling. It is imperative for her to exercise a modicum of restraint. Otherwise, she risks exposure in such a bustling area. Meanwhile, in the original Huaxia District 3, a new group of guests has arrived at Chen Feng's dedicated pursuit bureau. Dozens of individuals clad in pursuit team uniforms swarm into the bureau, filling the lobby and leaving the original team members in a state of confusion. Led by Su Luoxue, the 4 team leaders advance to the lobby area. Observing the neatly formed line, Sun Luo steps forward, grasping the arm of the leader on the left, and inquires, "Brother, which district are you from? What brings you here?" "We haven't received any notice of a merger." Before the man can respond, a robust voice emanates from behind. "Xiao Sun, long time no see." Turning to the source of the voice, Sun Luo and the others see a tall, muscular man in work attire and sunglasses approaching. "You are." Sun Luo momentarily hesitates, but as the man removes his glasses, a smile spreads across his face. "Captain Lin, is that you? You're back." Sun Luo strides over to embrace the newly arrived Lin Chuanxiu. Although their previous interactions were brief, this straightforward veteran detective had been a significant help to Sun Luo. "Captain, allow me to introduce you. This is one of the former captains of Huaxia District 3, Captain Lin Chuanxiu." He then turns to Lin Chuanxiu and adds, "Captain Lin, this is our team leader, Su Luoxue, and these are Group Leader Zheng Chong from Team 1 and Group Leader Lu Yi from Team 3. "Hello, Captain Lin." Su Luoxue and the others greet him, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After some conversation, Su Luoxue finally asks, "Captain Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Chuanxiu glances at the orderly line of newcomers and replies with a smile, "Isn't your pursuit team now exclusively focused on Chen Feng?" With the second phase of the program underway, the higher-ups felt it inappropriate to have you managing both sides. So they sent me to reorganize the pursuit team for Huaxia District 3. However, since the new bureau is still under construction, I had to come and impose on you for the time being. Chapter 95. Is Chen Feng also sending out an announcement? P.S. I have made slight modifications to the previous chapter, specifically changing the two characters on the back of the announcement from the Shangwan sisters to a rose pattern. It was inconsiderate of me to directly state the surname, and I have corrected it. My apologies. At this point, Lin Chuanxiong, the burly man, revealed a hint of embarrassment in his smile. Upon hearing Lin's words, Su Luoxue also smiled. Captain Lin, there is no need for formality. The third floor is still vacant. If you don't mind, a little tidying up will make it usable. Then I shall trouble you, Captain Su. As evening approached, Shangwan Lin and her sister Shangwan Ming arrived at the Southern City Collection Museum, the target of their visit. Perhaps due to its prime location or the allure of the Shangwan sisters' announcement, the museum was bustling with visitors today, with dozens of men and women coming and going to admire the exhibits. Among them were the two sisters. Inside the museum, after circling around, the Shangwan sisters met once again. They exchanged glances, and Shangwan Ming, lowering her voice, spoke first. Elder sister, I didn't find anything over there. Shangwan Lin nodded. Neither did I. It seems the Desert Star must have been secured. However, it's no matter. Let us have Xiao Shi disable the surveillance when we return and check where it is. We can come back tomorrow. Lin Jie, Xiao Ming, you're also here? A sudden voice interrupted their conversation, prompting them to turn swiftly. They saw Chen Feng, dressed casually, approaching them with a smile. After a few days of acquaintance, Chen Feng had grown closer to the Shangwan sisters. They had developed a fondness for the young and handsome owner of the neighboring CAF, who was not only articulate but also skilled in magic tricks. Chen Feng would occasionally purchase pastries from their shop, while they would often stop by for coffee. Through these exchanges, they had become friends. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Shangwan Ming was momentarily taken aback, eager to respond, but her elder sister, Shangwan Lin, spoke first. What a coincidence! Xiao Ming and I were just passing by here today to have a look. Indeed, Shangwan Ming chimed in, nodding in agreement. I see. I thought you were interested in the newly emerged thief, Chen Feng replied with a smile. At the mention of the new thief, Shangwan Ming's interest peaked, her beautiful eyes shining with anticipation as she looked at Chen Feng. What? Did you come because of that thief? Do you think they will succeed? Xiao Ming, don't speak recklessly. Shangwan Lin chided softly. At her sister's admonishment, Shangwan Ming stuck out her tongue, but maintained her eager gaze on Chen Feng. It's all right. Chen Feng reassured them with a smile. Whether they will succeed, I cannot say. However, since the second episode has aired, half of the 10 contestants have already been eliminated. The fact that this thief hasn't been caught suggests they possess some skill. Of course, they are formidable thieves. Noticing Shangwan Ming's excitement, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and inquired playfully, Xiao Ming, are you suggesting that this new thief is not just one person but a team? How do you know this? Shangwan Ming was startled by the question, realizing she had let slip more than intended. However, she quickly composed herself and explained, You haven't heard? People online are speculating that this thief is actually the 3 sisters from District 3, and it seems the credibility of this news is quite high. Observing Shangwan Ming's earnest yet misguided explanation, Chen Feng chuckled inwardly, fully understanding the situation, and simply nodded. I see. I genuinely wasn't aware. Relieved that Chen Feng believed her, Shangwan Ming quietly commended her own cleverness. By the way, Shangwan Lin suddenly interjected, Chen Feng, do you know where the Desert Star necklace is? I'm quite curious about what that diamond necklace, which has drawn attention, looks like. Oh, it was originally here, but it has since been moved to the end of the corridor ahead, and there are security personnel guarding it, prohibiting anyone from approaching. Following Chen Feng's, Shangwan Lin indeed noticed a corridor at the corner where 6 robust guards were stationed, preventing anyone from coming near. Realizing this, Shangwan Lin took mental notes of the surroundings. After chatting with Chen Feng a while longer, she and Shangwan Ming departed from the venue. Watching the sisters leave, Chen Feng smiled but chose not to linger, turning away to exit the venue. Let be, Qing Yao. In a corner outside the museum, observing the lively scene within, Chen Feng spoke softly into a small walkie-talkie. The next moment, The central air conditioning system of the museum activated, and a small white card fluttered down from the vent, landing precisely at the feet of the security personnel guarding the corridor. The lead guard frowned upon seeing this, a sense of foreboding rising in his chest. He quickly picked up the card, revealing its contents. Announcement. When the silver moonlight kisses the earth the day after tomorrow, and the banquet plays a beautiful melody, I shall personally arrive to visit the most dazzling star in the desert. Respectfully, Kid the Phantom Thief. Kid, the Phantom Thief. The lead security officer was momentarily stunned. If the new thief's interest in the gems within the venue had not caused much astonishment or concern among the organizers, then the arrival of this infallible Phantom Thief Kid was surely a nightmare for every private collector. Quick, inform Mr. Liu. Tell him the Phantom Thief Kid's announcement has arrived. The lead guard exclaimed in a panic. The Phantom Thief Kid has sent an announcement too? Someone nearby gulped nervously. Stop wasting time. Hurry and notify him. Yes, I'll go right away. The commotion inside had caught the attention of other visitors, many of whom noticed the white card still clutched in the guard's hand. Could that be Kid's announcement? Someone ventured. Soon, murmurs spread rapidly throughout the venue, transforming the previously orderly private collection museum into a bustling cacophony. A few daring visitors even approached the security personnel, hoping to catch a glimpse of the announcement from Chen Feng. The scene was lively and animated. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of all this, Chen Feng, had already departed the vicinity with Lin Qingyao. Chapter 96. Desert Star. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's announcement was once again revealed in the live broadcast room. In just a few short hours, the trending topics were once more dominated by Chen Feng, a situation that has become almost routine for the public. After a 2-month hiatus, Chen Feng releases another announcement, targeting the treasure of a private collection museum in the southern part of H City, the Desert Star. 2 announcements arriving in succession. 2 phantom thieves set their sights on the Desert Star necklace. What enchantment does this diamond necklace hold? A showdown between thieves. Chen Feng's renewed involvement coincides with the emergence of a new phantom thief targeting a precious artifact. Amidst the avalanche of reports, numerous netizens left their comments. Wow, I've been waiting for this. After 2 months, our phone god has finally released another announcement. Is phone god also interested in the Desert Star? This is intriguing. Both old and new phantom thieves are eyeing a diamond necklace. I truly wish to witness this in person. Let us go together. A confrontation between thieves sounds thrilling. What's there to confront? Is there even a doubt? If phone god doesn't he win, I'll do a handstand while washing my hair. Am I the only one concerned about that poor collector? He minding his own business at home, yet his treasure is being targeted. No, not just by 1, but 2 phantom thieves. Haha, now that you mention it, I feel sorry for him too. Night fell. On the 2nd floor of a dessert shop, Shangguan Lin sat at a writing desk, contemplating the details of their impending operation in 2 days. Meanwhile, Shangguan she busily typed away at her laptop, slender fingers dancing across the keyboard, seemingly engrossed in her task. The 2 sisters shared a comfortable silence, and the room exuded an air of tranquility. Suddenly, the door burst open violently, and Shangguan Meng rushed in, her face etched with urgency. Eldest sister, second sister, something terrible has happened. Seeing her sister in such a state, Shangguan Lin felt a twinge of curiosity. Although her younger sister was often a bit impulsive, it was rare to see her this flustered. What's wrong, Meng? Shangguan Lin stood up, her voice laced with concern. The announcement. That thief known as Phantom Thief Kid has also released an announcement. And he is targeting the same item, Desert Star. What? Shangguan Shi, unable to remain seated, stared at Shangguan Meng in disbelief. Even the usually composed Shangguan Lin furrowed her brow. Despite her confidence in her sister's abilities, facing a formidable opponent like Chen Feng was indeed daunting. His fantastical methods of thievery made it difficult to consider him an adversary. Now that the announcement was made, it seemed too late to change their plans. With a resigned sigh, Shangguan Lin masked her uncertainty and offered her sisters some words of reassurance before retreating to her room to devise a strategy. Meanwhile, in a CAF on the 2nd floor, Chen Feng observed the barrage of reports on his phone, shaking his head with a smile. What a group of sensationalist reporters, he mused inwardly. The online discussions were fervent. Some speculated that Chen Feng had a feud with the other phantom thief, which led him to announce a target that had already been chosen. Others believed it was merely a rivalry, with Chen Feng attempting to suppress other thieves. Opinions varied widely, with countless theories circulating, even some absurdly fabricating an entire melodramatic narrative. Yet, much like a reading comprehension exercise, the true intent behind the announcement was quite simple. For instance, no one would suspect that this announcement was merely a whim of Chen Feng's boredom. However, now that it was out there, he intended to take it seriously, for a misstep could lead to considerable embarrassment. Of course, Phantom Thief Kid never faltered the following day. Vehicles adorned with the insignia of the Pursuit Bureau arrived at the Collection Museum in the southern part of the city. As the vehicles came to a stop, the occupants disembarked one by one. The team dedicated to capturing Chen Feng, led by Su Huaxia, alongside the newly established pursuit group of Huaxia District 3 under the command of Lin Chuanxiong, were both present. Stepping out of the vehicle, Sun Luo turned to Lin Chuanxiong, who had just exited. "Captain Lin, I thought we wouldn't have another opportunity to collaborate, yet here we are so soon. Perhaps it's fate." Lin Chuanxiong replied with a light chuckle as he led the way into the museum. Sun Luo did not pursue him, but instead waited for their team to assemble before following Su Luoxue into the venue. Inside the venue, a slightly portly middle-aged man paced anxiously. Although Chen Feng and the new Phantom Thief were merely participants with the backing of the World United Government, the man's business relied on the Desert Star, the museum's centerpiece, to attract visitors and generate ticket sales. If the Desert Star were stolen and could not be recovered promptly, he would be left in despair. Moreover, having the centerpiece stolen would be a scandalous embarrassment. Just as the middle-aged man was consumed by worry, Lin Chuanxiong and Su Luoxu entered the room in succession. Upon seeing the two leaders, the man felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and hurriedly approached them. Captains, you've arrived." Facing the man's excitement, Su Luoxue and Lin Chuanxiong first calmed him with a few words before proceeding to the matter at hand. "Mr. Lu, could you kindly show us where the item is located?" "Of course. Please follow me. P.S. There are still 4 updates pending, which I will gradually fulfill. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I will also post a portion of Dog Brother's additional content later. For now, I'll stop talking and get back to writing." Chapter 97. The Shangguan sisters begin their mission. 2 groups of pursuers have entered the collection hall, swiftly taking over its security. Hundreds of members encircle the entire exhibition venue in layers, leaving no corner unattended. Even at the entrance of the corridor designated for the Desert Star, 8 pursuers are stationed, and a series of defensive mechanisms, including infrared alarms, have been installed throughout the corridor, reflecting meticulous caution. In the afternoon, the disguised Shangguan, she successfully infiltrates the venue. Among the 3 sisters, she is the most agile and responsible for executing the plans. Her younger sister, Shangguan Meng, assists in the operation and will provide support afterward. The eldest sister, Shangguan Lin, conceals herself in a car in a corner, coordinating the entire operation through surveillance and a hidden earpiece. Their roles are clearly defined. Inside the collection hall, the disguised Shangguan, she pretends to be a regular visitor, casually observing and occasionally taking photos. With a day and a half remaining until the scheduled appearance of the 2 notorious thieves, the atmosphere is surprisingly relaxed. "Xiaoxi." Shangguan Lin's voice comes through the hidden earpiece in Shangguan Xi's left ear. "This is our first operation. We cannot afford any mistakes. Go to the restroom immediately. Xiao Meng is waiting for you inside. Lock the door once you enter. The 3rd stall from the left has a vent that leads directly to the end of the corridor. Follow Xiao Meng's instructions for the route, and you'll need to remain hidden for a day until the operation time arrives." Acknowledging her instructions with a subtle hum, Shangguan Shi understands that this plan was previously discussed among the 3. Facing an unpredictable opponent like Chen Feng, they must prepare thoroughly to have any chance of success. Arriving at the women's restroom, she bypasses the under maintenance, "Please do not enter" sign and lightly knocks on the door. The rhythmic sound, one light knock followed by 2 heavier ones, repeated twice, serves as their prearranged signal. The restroom door creaks open, and Shangguan Meng, disguised as a cleaner, swiftly pulls Shangguan Shi inside, locking the door behind her. Second sister, she whispers, promptly handing Shang Wanshi a small package and a simple map of the ventilation route. These are 2 compressed biscuits and the vent's layout. Stay hidden for a day. When the time comes, I and the eldest sister will create a distraction to draw the pursuer's attention, and then you can act. Understood. Shang Wanshi nods, having already memorized the details discussed earlier. Second sister, Shang Wanming, calls out just as Shang Wanshi prepares to move. Turning around, she notices the worry etched in Shang Wanming's expressive eyes. If you feel unwell or encounter any unexpected situation, contact me and the eldest sister immediately. We can always retreat. Don't worry, Shang Wanshi reassures her with a smile, patting her sister's head. Without further ado, she skillfully climbs onto the restroom stall, carefully removes the vent cover, and tosses it down to Shang Wanming before swiftly crawling into the ventilation duct. Seeing her sister safely enter, Shang Wanming quickly reaffixes the vent cover and exits the restroom, discreetly taking the under-maintenance sign with her. Unbeknownst to her, a tiny robot falls unnoticed from her person, only to be swiftly retrieved by a passing figure, who slips it into her pocket. Watching Shang Wanming leave obliviously, the woman shakes her head in disbelief at the lack of vigilance. This woman, who is Chen Feng's assistant, Lin Qingyao, has been instructed by him to recover the miniature surveillance robot placed on Shang Wanming. Before long, Shang Wanming returns to the command vehicle. After entering the passenger seat, she calls out, "Eldest sister." "Yes," Shang Wanlin replies, nodding. "Xiaoxi has entered. We should return to the shop to prepare for tomorrow evening's operation." "All right." The 2 sisters drive back to their dessert shop, parking the car and stepping out. They soon notice a figure waiting in front of their store. Chen Feng. Shang Wanlin greets him. "What brings you here?" "Oh, I intended to buy a little cake for my pet pigeon, but it seems all 3 lovely ladies are absent. Since there aren't many customers in my shop, I decided to wait here for a while." Chen Feng responds with a smile. "Your pet? The clever little white dove?" Shang Wanlin inquires. Chen Feng nods, and Shang Wanlin, noticing his fondness for his pet, invites him inside. As Shang Wanming fetches the pet cake, Shang Wanlin and Chen Feng sit at a table together. "Hey, where's Xiaoxi? Is she not here?" Chen Feng feigns curiosity, scanning the room. "Xiaoxi is unwell and currently receiving treatment at the hospital," Shang Wanlin replies smoothly, fabricating the story. "Unwell? Is it serious? May I visit her at the hospital?" Chen Feng asks, concern lacing his tone. Shang Wanming, who is at the counter preparing the cake, feels a pang of anxiety at his words. Thankfully, Shang Wanlin quickly responds, "It's not serious, but it's best to let her rest for 2 days without disturbance." "All right," Chen Feng concedes, not pressing the matter further, which brings relief to the 2 sisters. Soon, the cake is ready, and after completing the payment, Chen Feng leaves the dessert shop with the small cake in hand. The Shangwan sisters operate their shop normally until closing time, after which they retreat to the 2nd floor to prepare for their operation the following evening. Chapter 98. The operation is about to commence. Another day has passed. It was around 10:30 in the evening. At this moment, the collection hall was devoid of visitors, with all unrelated personnel barred from coming within 10 meters of the building. The 2 captains of the pursuit team, Su Luoxue and Lin Chuanxiong, were stationed together in the command room. Nearly 100 members of the pursuit team were dispersed inside and outside the building, maintaining vigilance. The time remaining until the 2 announcements was less than 2 hours. The atmosphere inside and outside the building was grave. In the surveillance room, Su Luoxue and Lin Chuanxiong, along with a dozen others, occupied their respective positions. More than 20 surveillance monitors covered half of a wall. Silence prevailed. Creak, the door swung open, and Ouyang Mushua, who had just completed a round of inspection, entered. "How is it, junior sister? Have you noticed anything unusual?" Sun Luo inquired. Ouyang Mushua shook her head. Not at the moment, but Chen Feng is exceptionally skilled at disguise. If he wishes to infiltrate, it would likely not be difficult. Upon hearing her words, the attendees fell into silence, including the newly formed pursuit team from New China District 3, each displaying a grave expression. By the way, Ouyang Mushue seemed to suddenly recall something and turned to Director Liu of the collection hall. "Director Liu, while inspecting the corridor where Desert Star is stored, I noticed a ventilation duct at the end of the corridor, right above Desert Star, correct?" "Ah, yes, there is such a structure, but it's seldom used. And since it is not prominent, No one pays attention. Miss Ouyang has quite the keen eye to notice it. Director Lu nodded without denial. This revelation startled Lin Chuanxiang. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Do you realize this ventilation duct might very well serve as the thieves' access route? Calm down, Captain Lin. Director Lu seemed unperturbed, waving his hand dismissively. Rest assured, the duct is quite narrow. Even a woman would find it challenging to enter, let alone move within. The pathways inside are convoluted. The thieves would struggle to find their way. Is that so? Lin Chuanxiang felt somewhat reassured by Director Lu's assurances. However, Ouyang Muxue continued to furrow her brow. It is better to err on the side of caution. Ouyang Muxue's words immediately captured the attention of those present. Though Director Lu believed her to be overly cautious, he withheld his discontent, considering her voluntary assistance. What does Miss Ouyang propose? He inquired. Ouyang Muxue replied, Director Lu, while reviewing the floor plan, I noticed there is a cold storage room on the basement level, correct? Does it contain dry ice? Indeed, I keep a substantial supply of dry ice year-round, as many of my new acquisitions require it for cleaning. Excellent. Ouyang Muxue smiled gently. Then I would trouble Director Lu to have someone retrieve some dry ice, preferably as much as possible. We can pour it into the ventilation ducts to effectively seal them. Once this is completed, Director Lu can simply turn on the heating to allow the dry ice to evaporate and ventilate the area without disrupting the subsequent use of the ducts. Hearing Ouyang Muxue's plan, Director Lu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He had expected a more extravagant request, but it turned out to be merely a matter of dry ice. At $3 or $4 a pound, it was a trivial expense, and he saw no reason to offend the pursuit team over such a minor cost. With Director Lu's approval, Ouyang Muxue informed Su Luoxue and then led a group of a dozen individuals toward the cold storage room in the basement. Meanwhile, at the back of the pursuit team, a young member suddenly lifted his head. Dry ice? Chen Feng, disguised as a pursuit team member, murmured to himself, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the monitor displaying Desert Star, as a thought struck him. After exchanging a few casual words with those nearby, he used the pretext of needing to use the restroom to exit the surveillance room. At that moment, Shangan Shi, still concealed within the ventilation duct, remained oblivious to the impending events. As an hour passed, a series of loud thuds echoed from behind her, one after another. Just as she began to wonder what was happening, the vent near her was opened. Am I exposed? Was Shangan Shi's first reaction, but she quickly dismissed the thought. The vent had opened, yet no one peered inside, nor did anyone call out. This did not seem indicative of exposure. What is going on? Shangan, she furrowed her brow. The rumbling from the duct continued unabated. For reasons unknown, she felt the temperature around her dropping. This compelled Shangan Shi, who had only donned a tight-fitting outfit to squeeze into the duct, to hug herself tightly in an attempt to conserve warmth. Xiaoxi, what is happening? Why is it so chaotic on your end? The voice of her older sister, Shangan Lin, crackled through her earpiece. At that moment, Shangan Shi was unable to respond. Her eyes fixed on the open vent ahead. The sound of two individuals conversing floated through the air. Old Zhao, what misfortune have we encountered to be tasked with this? Don't mention it. The orders come down, and we're left scrambling. Hurry up and fill it. This dry ice is freezing even me. All right, let us get to work. As their voices faded, a cacophony ensued, followed by a large bucket of dry ice being sent down into the ventilation duct. The sound of the dry ice clattering echoed sharply within the confined space, accompanied by a rush of frigid air that struck Shangan Shi, forcing her to huddle closer to retain her body heat. Meanwhile, outside in the command vehicle of the Shangan sisters, Shangan Lin furrowed her brows as she listened to the sounds coming through the earpiece. Dry ice. A myriad of unforeseen scenarios flooded her mind, yet she had not anticipated this particular one. It is important to note that the most alarming aspect of dry ice is not merely its coldness, but the substantial amount of carbon dioxide it releases as it sublimates. If a significant quantity of dry ice were indeed introduced into the ventilation duct, it would not be long before the air within was suffocated by carbon dioxide. By that point, Chapter 99. The crisis of Shangwan, Shangwan Lin could no longer bear to contemplate the situation. Suddenly, the car door swung open. Shangwan Meng rushed into the vehicle, her face a mask of urgency. Eldest sister, what do we do? The ventilation ducts on second sister's side have been filled with dry ice. Shangguan Lin's brow furrowed with concern, her mind racing as she sought a solution. Xiaoxi, check your bag. I prepared a small oxygen tank for you, specifically for high-altitude conditions. If you find it hard to breathe, use it immediately, she shouted into her earpiece. Turning to Shangguan Meng, she continued, Xiao Meng, change your clothes right now. We'll sneak into the venue. If we get a chance, we'll rescue Xiaoxi first. If there's no opportunity. Her voice trailed off, but Shangguan Meng understood the implication. They would have to withdraw from the program. Though reluctant to exit so soon, the safety of their second sister took precedence over their ambitions. Shangguan Meng nodded in agreement. The two swiftly changed clothes and exited the car, evading surveillance as they made their way toward the venue. Meanwhile, hidden within the ventilation duct, she followed Shangguan Lin's instructions and retrieved the oxygen tank concealed in her portable bag. She quickly placed it at her lips, pressed the switch, and took a deep breath, alleviating some of the discomfort caused by the lack of oxygen. Yet, the chilling air from both ends still left her shivering in her tight-fitting attire. At that moment, in a secluded corner of the venue, Chen Feng evaded the cameras and approached a window. He pushed it open and whistled softly. A few moments later, a small white figure soared toward him. I'm counting on you, Xiao Bai, Chen Feng said as he secured a miniature projector to the creature and gently patted its head. Off you go. With a few chirps, Xiao Bai took flight. Chen Feng quickly retrieved his phone and sent a message to his assistant. Action begins in 10 minutes. He received an immediate response from Lin Qingyao. Okay. After tucking his phone away and adjusting his pursuit team uniform, he left the corner. A minute later, as Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng were strategizing their entry, a sudden commotion erupted outside the building. Kid, it's Kid. Kid has arrived. Feng Shun, I love you. Look at me. Ah, husband, I'm here. The unexpected cries drew the sisters' attention. They turned to see a white figure gliding across the sky, gracefully landing atop the building. This spectacle sent Chen Feng's fans into a frenzy, their cheers and screams echoing, rivaling the fervor of an international superstars concert. Naturally, the security team members were also captivated by Chen Feng's appearance. What a chance! Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng exchanged glances, without hesitation seizing the opportunity to slip inside as the crowd became distracted. In the monitoring room, upon witnessing Chen Feng's silhouette landing on the building's rooftop, Lin Chuanxiong sprang to his feet. Notify everyone immediately. Prepare to apprehend Chen Feng upstairs. However, his command was interrupted by Ouyang Muxue. Wait, Captain Lin. Lin Chuanxiong instinctively frowned but quickly relaxed, inquiring, What is it, Miss Ouyang? Is there an issue? He was not unreasonable, though unfamiliar with Ouyang Muxue. He knew her to be the champion of the detective competition in the Huaxia region and a friend of Sun Luo. Out of respect for her capabilities, he was inclined to heed her advice. Captain Lin, our primary mission is to safeguard the Desert Star, not to capture Chen Feng. And have you forgotten? He excels at using projection technology to deceive. How can we be certain that the Chen Feng outside is the real one? Lin Chuanxiong's brow furrowed in contemplation. Realizing the validity of her point, he immediately reissued orders through the intercom. Inform Teams 1 and 2 to remain in position and fulfill their duties. Team 3. Investigate the rooftop. Report back if anything arises. Team 1 received. Team 2 received. Team 3 received. Came responses from the intercom. Lin Chuanxiong resumed his seat, watching the monitors with the others. 5 minutes later, the intercom crackled to life again. Team 3 reports. The target has vanished and is currently unaccounted for. The voice resonated clearly in the quiet monitoring room, drawing admiring glances from the newly formed members of Team 3 toward Ouyang Muxue. Even Lin Chuanxiong smiled at Su Luoxue, saying, Captain Su has indeed acquired a fine consultant. With Miss Ouyang here, we've avoided many complications. Su Luoxue simply smiled in response, her gaze fixed on the monitors. Given her understanding of Chen Feng, she suspected his actions would not be so straightforward. There must be further developments. The group continued to wait. Moments later, another voice came through the intercom. Team 3 reports the target has reappeared, currently circling the building with a glider. This time, Lin Chuanxiong was astute. issuing a new command. You may remain there for vigilance. Report any issues immediately. The other teams are to remain inactive. As his directive concluded, the acknowledgement came through the intercom. Just then, the door to the monitoring room was forcefully pushed open with a loud bang. Report. I just found a team member who was knocked unconscious in a restroom. Before he could finish, another member of the pursuit team rushed in, breathless. Report, captains. Chen Feng. He.S. in the collection room. He has appeared. Chapter 100. The heist and the rescue in the live broadcast room. The comments surged like a tide. Oh my, has my god Feng appeared? Quick, switch the camera. Why the urgency? They probably just caught a glimpse, but couldn't lock onto his exact figure. Damn it. The rules have changed. Now the live stream follows the pursuit team, and I can't even appreciate Godfeng's presence. There was little to be done. Godfeng was indeed elusive, making live coverage a challenge. The production team's decision was understandable. In the monitoring room, Su Huaxia and others were startled, turning to the team member who had come to report. Chen Feng has appeared? The team member, still looking anxious, replied. I saw a fleeting white figure near the partition by the restroom. I'm certain it was Chen Feng in white. The partition, Ouyang Mushua murmured. Is he attempting to cross through to the corridor directly? Not taking the usual route, quite in line with his style. A smile graced Ouyang Mushua's lips as she addressed the two captains. Let us head to the hall. Additionally, send 2 teams outside to reinforce and seal off the collection hall. Our earlier preparations are about to come into play. Upon hearing Ouyang Mushua mention earlier preparations, Su Huaxia and her companion nodded in agreement. Following Ouyang Mushua's instructions, they dispatched 2 teams to the exterior while leaving a few members to continue monitoring inside before departing the control room. Once the others had left, only the curator of the collection hall, Lu Guanchong, 5 team members monitoring the surveillance, and the anxious team member reporting Chen Feng's situation remained. Noticing the breathless demeanor of the reporting team member, Lu Guanchong offered a cup of water. Thank you, sir. However, the team member did not reach out for the cup, but instead suddenly masked his earlier urgency with a smile. It's not hard yet. The real work is just beginning. What do you mean? Lu Guanchong was puzzled, but before he could inquire further, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, followed by darkness as he collapsed, spilling the water from the cup. This sudden turn of events drew the attention of the monitoring team. 2 members stood up, but before they could speak, they too succumbed to the same fate, falling unconscious. All 6 individuals in the monitoring room were incapacitated. Disguised as a member of the pursuit team, Chen Feng emerged from behind, discarding the now empty bottle of anesthetic gas onto the floor. Next time, be more cautious, everyone, he said with a light smile. Having consumed the antidote to the anesthetic gas, he was minimally affected. Now, system, exchange for the curator Lu Jingyu's disguise. Beep. Disguise exchange successful, consuming system points 10. With the system notification, Chen Feng found himself clad in an outfit identical to that of the unconscious Lu Guanchong. I must act swiftly, Chen Feng thought to himself before messaging Lin Qingyao to signal the commencement of their operation. Meanwhile, Su Huaxia and around 20 members of the pursuit team had arrived near their destination. In groups of 3, they remained vigilant, searching for the fleeting white figure. There, a voice called out, prompting everyone to turn toward the indicated direction. In a corner near the window, a white figure was hiding. Realizing it had been spotted, the figure swiftly left the corner, attaching a rapid descent harness to a metal rod beside the window before gliding downwards. After him, Su Huaxia commanded, and the group hastened down the stairs. Only Ouyang Mushua furrowed her brow. Sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate it, she followed the others down. At the same time, Chen Feng had reached the end of the corridor. Having changed out of the curator's attire, he donned his white outfit once more, with 7 or 8 recently unconscious pursuit team members at his feet. Chen Feng glanced upward at the ceiling. Although not overtly visible, he could faintly discern the outline of an iron grate in the middle of the corridor. If the position of Desert Star is shifted, the grate will drop, trapping anyone within a corridor. Chen Feng mused. Casting a glance at the nearby Desert Star necklace, he refrained from hastily retrieving it. Instead, he stepped onto a table in the corridor, approaching the ventilation duct. Inside the duct, Shang Wanxi's consciousness began to fade. The cold and lack of oxygen overwhelmed her, leaving this woman, only 2 years Chen Feng's senior, in despair. The oxygen tank in her grasp held little air left. The chilling atmosphere forced her to curl up in an attempt to retain warmth. Perhaps I should just withdraw from the show. This was the only thought in Shangwan's muddled mind. Unfortunately, she lacked the strength to even raise her hand, let alone call for help. Despair enveloped her entirely. She regretted participating in the show, regretted attempting to steal Desert Star, and even regretted not exiting when the dry ice had first begun to flood in. In her hazy state, she seemed to see the ventilation duct being opened once more. The previously flooding dry ice was swiftly cleared away, and then a strong arm reached in, gently pulling her out of the duct. Warm. So warm. Instinctively, the semi-conscious she moved towards the warmth. And yet you still won't withdraw, my lady. Chen Feng chuckled, observing the unconscious she in his arms. He cradled her in a princess carry and deftly threaded a thin rope through the chain of the Desert Star necklace, binding it securely. Having completed this, Chen Feng brought the still-dazed she to the window and, without hesitation, leaped outside. At the same moment, the wings of his glider unfurled, lifting him into the air. As Chen Feng rapidly distanced himself from the corridor, the rope tied to the Desert Star necklace tightened in an instant, pulling the necklace away with a swift motion. Just a second after the Desert Star had vacated its original position, the iron grate hidden in the ceiling plummeted down. Unfortunately, aside from the few unconscious pursuit team members, it failed to ensnare anyone else.